In the rays of the night light, a goddess descended from the sky, holding a glowing magical ball in her hands. The students were paralyzed with amazement when they saw this. They were both very excited and scared. The goddess looked at them and hovered over the entire surface of the earth. And the frightened boys could not regain their senses. They could not believe what they saw with their own eyes and did not understand what was happening around them. Then something completely unbelievable happened. All the children's phones stopped working. They were turned off and showed no signs of life. The boys didn't understand how it was possible for the ground to be covered by a thick cloud. This contradicted all the laws of physics. The goddess had real wings on her back from which feathers slowly fell. She looked like an angel descended from heaven. The air girl tried to calm her young friends by explaining to them that the parallel world of Fantasia was in danger because the demon king had been reborn. Now everyone is threatened, so the boys must unite, she called them to help. She really wants to save Fantasia, but the goddess can't handle it alone, so everyone gathered here must also make a great effort to restore well-being. The young people were very surprised and at the same time filled with joy at what was happening, that the parallel world really existed and that they could end up there. They had to wait a little and they would find themselves in an amazing snow-white temple. They were to be admitted into the temple by a dedicated administrator of the goddess. For a long time now, they have been praying mentally, turning to their patron saint and fulfilling all her orders. She will support and help them morally and physically. They will not be alone with their difficulties and will be able to adapt to the new world. Here one of the students raised his hand. He wanted to ask something about the ethereal beauty. She did not mind answering any question that interested them. Hanu asked if this happens here like in the game, with multiple levels of amazing monster battles and skill windows. The goddess nodded, which made the Khan incredibly happy, but he and his colleague also had a question. Chon Myon asked if this was a fantasy like the novel, if there would also be medieval attributes like princes and dragons. The beautiful aerialist replied that this also happens here. Hearing this, the girl thought that the adventures here are truly exciting. Other classmates there had many questions. She listened patiently to everyone and allowed anyone who had questions to ask. Choi Gangmin wanted to know if one of them became the strongest, the bravest, and the most courageous in this fight, he would be considered a hero. But at this point, the goddess said that each of the participants in the battle would make their contribution and thus everyone could be considered a hero. But with one condition, everyone's strength will be different. Much will depend on that. To become heroes, one must gain recognition and patronage from the gods of fantasy, and this idea really appealed to Choi Gangmin, who was inspired by this possibility. The goddess noticed that the boy was very confident, courageous, and brave, and she liked that very much. Other members of the crowd noticed that the supernatural beauty treated Choi Gangmin differently from the others. She singled him out significantly. Then Yu Bora also decided to clarify some points with the goddess. She understood the hand and asked her to ask a question. The girl added that she is the leader of the class and responsible for the children. The celestial creature said with a smile that he was listening carefully to what Yu Bora really wanted to know. The class leader summarized that Fantasia is in danger. She already understood this, and that the goddess really needs the boy's help. But there are some unaccounted moments. After all, she's worried that her young friends won't be able to call home to let their relatives and teachers know they're okay. The goddess could not answer, because unfortunately, in reality, there was no way to contact relatives from another dimension. Yu Bora in this case wanted to know in more detail when they could return home. For a few seconds the goddess was silent, thinking about how to properly tell the children about their future destiny. Then smiling, she said that if the boys followed all the instructions, the gods who would be their patrons would grant any of their wishes, including sending them home if the young men wanted. Shoving and interrupting each other, the boys continued to raise their hands and shout that they had questions too. There was much noise and confusion around the goddess. Children's screams were heard from all sides. Everyone wanted to be noticed and have their say. The beautiful celestial continued to listen to everyone calmly. She gave everyone a chance to speak. But in the end, The guys found out everything they wanted. There was a pause, and no one wanted to ask any more questions. And only Kang Hansu remained sullen in the distance. He disliked all this confusion and the prospect of being far from home fighting powerful opponents. Even so, having gathered courage, the boy raised his hand and asked the goddess to hear him. She kindly agreed to let the young man speak and said she was listening to him attentively. But Kang Hansu had no intention of asking him any questions and asked to return to Earth. The goddess was upset. She looked down thoughtfully, but after a moment a smile appeared on her face again. The goddess said that she had told them enough. They had a task to accomplish. For this, the gods would do whatever the young men wanted. But Kang Hansu didn't like this answer very much. He didn't want the title of hero, and he didn't want to risk his life. The only thing the man wanted was to quickly return to his home, to his land. But the goddess was in no hurry to continue the dialogue, so Kang Hansu realized that he would not be able to fulfill her request. However, after a while, the beautiful supernatural woman replied that anything was possible. But before that became reality, she asked the young man a question. The world on which so much depends is now in great danger, so why is the guy ready to give up everything and not fight for salvation, but simply return to his normal life? After all, they all really need the young people's help now. Surely, after he returns home, the guy won't be tormented by his conscience. Kang Hansu stuttered as he said that the guy couldn't be called a hero even in his own family. He constantly causes trouble for his family and makes them worry about him, wondering how he can save the whole world. At this moment, Eubora looked at the boy meaningfully, not understanding how he could say that. The goddess also looked at the young man with some confusion, without saying a word. Then, after about a minute, she turned menacingly to the young man, asking his name. The goddess leaned toward him, touching his cheek with her hand, and he was named Kang Hansu, the name his parents had lovingly chosen for him. Chonmyeon began to talk about the fact that those who are afraid and don't want to be brave should report it now. The other guys looked at the guy disapprovingly, but expressed the opinion that they can't force anyone to save the world. Kang Hansu felt strange with those condemning gazes, but the desire to return home prevailed. He stood alone near the goddess, preparing to set off on his journey back, and she asked if anyone else wanted to join the young man, but there were no more volunteers. The unearthly beauty turned majestically to the boy and told him that he had no place among heroes and that he must leave. As he approached the portal, Kang Hansu was drenched in a draft, and he could hear the shouts of the boys following him. They wanted the young man to send their regards to his relatives, and other requests could be heard as well. Finally, turning around, the boy told himself that he understood everything and that he would convey it all sarcastically, adding that the boys were completely disrespectful. He began to dissolve into dimensions, making his way through the darkness and the unknown. Kang Hansu decided he would reach Earth first and definitely find everyone there. Descending through the sky, the man gradually found himself in the middle of a dense forest, stepping on the ground. He looked up. Finally, he felt the ground beneath his feet. It was a painfully familiar feeling. The young man began to look around, not understanding where he was, trying to mentally trace a route and find out which side the school was on, but behind him he heard some movement. Turning around, Kang Hansu wanted to ask these people where the exit of the forest was. But then he realized that beside him were completely different creatures, not like ordinary earthlings. He was met with the werewolf's piercing, venomous gaze, his evil smile a far from cordial greeting. The monsters were clearly not in a friendly mood. Their intentions were obvious and did not bode well for the subject. An evil creature with a hollow gaze, somewhat reminiscent of an elf, intended to approach Kang Hansu. The man was very afraid of these creatures. He was in a state of stupor, not knowing whether to flee or try to defend himself in battle. Meanwhile, the smiling monsters cursed the goddess, clearly not remembering her with good intentions. The next minute they attacked the young man. It was obvious from their appearance that they were very hungry and ready to eat him immediately. He ran away with all his might without looking back. From an aerial view, the remarkable sacred city of Prologina was visible. A ray of light approached the city, descending faster and faster, forming a huge arrow. Finally, the shining dome connected to the huge and majestic temple that stood in the city. It turns out that all the brave young heroes gathered in this clot of energy, having descended to the ground, began to slowly open their eyes, since during the flight they could not see what was happening around them. The Kanu heard a friendly voice addressed to them, which greeted the boys. The young friends were received by a person trusted by the goddess, who had to greet them. She was looking forward to the brave children and was happy that they had finally arrived. The boys were all looking at us who were gathered together, because beside the goddess's trusted person there were several other strange creatures. Suddenly the girls' gaze fell on the young man standing behind them. He was very handsome and smiled kindly. They thought he was a prince. The trusted person began her speech. She introduced herself, saying that she was a servant of this temple. The young man bowed to the boys and said his name, Swordmaster Alos, saying it was a great honor for him to meet the heroes. When the girls heard this, they screamed with joy because they were so happy to see a real prince. Then 2 maids who were in the castle approached. The head of the temple servants asked where the princess was, why she hadn't left yet. The maids looked at each other. The door suddenly opened, and a princess appeared on the threshold, dressed all in pink. She apologized for being late, claiming she'd overdone it the day before and slept in. The boys froze in surprise, not expecting such a frank statement, and the temple minister remarked that it would be possible not to go into some details. The princess still tried to say something in her defense. She wanted to approach the boys, but her legs began to tangle. Everyone present watched the girl fall. It happened so suddenly that no one had time to react. The princess screamed loudly in pain and resentment, and then tried to sit on the ground. Trying to justify herself, the girl realized that while walking there, in that room, she never fell, but here she simply slipped because the surface was very slippery. The boys looked in astonishment at the princess who had appeared. It was surprising to them that a person of royal rank was behaving in such a way. This amused the assembled guests a bit, and they thought she was a very nice girl, and introduced herself as Archmage of Athena. The temple attendant added that the princess and prince are very influential in these places, and will always support the young heroes. A thin, transparent screen appeared in front of Ohanu. He was very happy and immediately understood what that thing was and how to use it. The guys realized that with the help of this thing, they can observe all their progress in the fight so far. Hanu began to carefully study what was written on the screen, but after reading it, he could not decipher it all. He hesitantly pressed the button to learn about the hero under his patronage. The guy read that his main strengths were the ability to automatically translate unknown languages, which is very good, but he didn't quite understand what the expression meant about a significant set of points for certain achievements. Choi Gangmin thought he had too many competitors because they all had identical sponsorships, so he turned to the temple saint. The young man asked what he needed to do to receive sponsorship, and the official commended him for the good question and said that he simply needed to please the gods. But in reality, each god has different requests, and their desires don't all coincide. The men began to notice that they were receiving multiple messages with information about what the gods wanted. Then the temple maiden realized that although each god had his own preferences, they all strived for the same goal, that is, to defeat the Demon King. Choi Gangmin interpreted these words as a completely exhaustive answer and was generally satisfied, but this circumstance did not please all the boys. The temple maiden wished them good luck, reminding them that the gods were watching over them, but that it would not last forever. Suddenly, one of the students raised his hand and asked what would happen to those who failed to gain the gods' recognition. The saint assured the children that she had absolutely no concerns about this kind of garbage. The boys looked at each other. They really didn't like the news, but there was no going back. But 4 of them were the bravest. They were eager for truly incredible adventures and were ready to fight for safety in Fantasia. At this moment, in the dense forest, Kang Hansu's rapid breathing and quick footsteps running could be heard. He flew as fast as he could, without looking back at the evil monsters, hoping he could hide and that they wouldn't catch up to him. But he caught on something and couldn't stand up. Completely unexpectedly, the young man fell to the ground. Trying to get up, he grabbed onto a thick tree trunk that grew near where he fell. The boy seriously injured his leg. It hurt a lot, and he regretted that he had not played enough sports and therefore could not run fast. Suddenly, a strong current of air began to approach, and the young man managed to jump back literally at the last second. Miraculously, it did not affect him. When the mist cleared, Kang Hansu discovered that it was a huge spear with a terrifying metal tip. Turning around, the man realized that the monsters had caught up with him. They were arguing among themselves about who would get that tasty piece of human flesh. Now the young man clearly understood that such creatures could not exist on Earth. Evil suspicions crept into his soul. Finally, Kang Hans realized that the goddess never intended to send him anywhere. She simply deceived him. The man stood with his back to the bloodthirsty and embittered monster, thinking frantically about how to act correctly and get out of that place alive and unharmed. He couldn't understand anything. Fear was visible in his eyes, and his thoughts were confused and didn't give him the opportunity to find a way out. But then Kang Hansu, fleeing, thought that if indeed fantasy is a parallel world in which there is a place for miracles and magical transformations, then he too can be saved with the help of a spell or superpowers. Suddenly a thin, transparent screen appeared before his eyes, that is, a status window on which was written the name Kang Hansu, a line with the inscription Sponsorship, Curse, and Destiny. After carefully studying this content, the young man did not understand why the word hero was written on the line with the curse. The guy saw that he had a certain trump card in his arsenal in the form of the ability to automatically translate the languages of parallel races, but as he passed all the tests, the growth of points decreased significantly. This is how the goddess decided to punish the young man, taking special care to prepare all the traps and problems for him. While being attacked by evil creatures, Kang Hansu thought frantically and finally decided to use his ability to translate languages to try to negotiate. The next second, the guy turned around and asked the creatures attacking him to resolve everything through peaceful conversation. They were surprised and looked at each other in stupor. They clearly didn't expect such an approach from Kang Hansu, and he was happy that his plan had worked. But that's not what happened. The evil monsters laughed and suggested they talk after dinner, as they were very hungry. That was the last straw. The young man didn't know what to do next. The only way out he saw was to keep running, but his strength was leaving him with every step. After mentally saying goodbye to his family, he resigned himself to his fate and decided that if he was destined to become lunch for those animals, so be it. But then he heard a sound behind the tree. Kang Hansu looked closer but couldn't make out what it was. Suddenly, a sharp arrow pierced his leg, blood gushed out from the wound, and unbearable pain spread throughout his body. Looking around, he noticed something. There were clearly other creatures in the tree branches. There were several elves and fairies there, each of them holding a bow and arrows, and they were hostile. One of the fairies aimed his gaze, pointing his weapon at the monsters that wanted to eat the young man. Completely exhausted, Kang Hansu thought about how this was possible and why so many problems were directed at him. But the bloodthirsty animals were distracted from the subject. Their attention was drawn to the fairies in the trees. Now they wanted to get to them to eat them. The young man decided that this was a favorable situation, and taking advantage of the fact that the savages of this country began to fight among themselves, he slowly began to crawl to a safe distance. When the danger passed and the boy sat leaning against a tree thinking about what to do next, maybe pray and ask God for help. But he was sure that the goddess who threw him in that place was to blame for everything. Therefore, it is better to die than to pray to such gods. He was saddened to understand that this might be the only outcome. The guy howled in unbearable pain. He didn't notice that there was a silhouette behind the tree and watched him carefully. Kang Hansu didn't even imagine who it could be. Kang Hansu was sitting under a tree with an injured leg, and monsters were already gathering around him. He thought that it was because of the goddess that such misfortunes had befallen him and that he might lose his life, so he put away thoughts of prayers they would not help him. The young man has decided to die, but he will not beg the gods to save him. There is definitely no point in that. The subject was already losing consciousness, disconnecting from reality, and the transparent celestial inhabitant who had been watching him all this time lowered his head sadly. Suddenly, the young man felt a movement near him. He didn't realize who was nearby, but it was his last hope. Kang Hansu called for help. God watched the young man with astonishment. He had to clarify some details with him. He was filled with despair, tears in his eyes, and fear. Kang Hansu simply begged to save him, no longer realizing the reality. Suddenly, the young man clearly heard a question being asked to him. Why was he there alone? And then his gaze turned angry. He wanted to say with hatred that all this happened because of the cursed goddess who dragged him to that forest and abandoned him alone. But the man bit his tongue, clenched his teeth harder, overcoming the pain that ran through his entire body. He remained silent. After all, if this voice he hears belongs to a god, it is most likely an ally of the goddess. You can't be honest with him. The young man could no longer bear the pain. It was unbearable. He simply asked to be saved. No one answered him, and Kang Hansu thought that perhaps there was some other god who would help him with his problem. But then he heard a voice saying that God considered him strange, that there were no others there, and the young man thought about it. Suddenly he realized that perhaps it was Asa, since he was very happy with the absence of other gods in that place. But the unfamiliar voice was surprised. She had never heard such a name, and Kang Hansu regretted saying it out loud. Trying to get out of there, he thought about choosing the words to correctly explain to God what Asa wanted to say, because the guy didn't want to tell the truth. Covered in sweat and unsure of where to begin, Kang Hansu was confused for a few moments. Then he said that the word Asa means a lone wolf that wanders alone in the desert. The spirit liked the name, and the man sighed in relief, happy to have managed to get out of that situation. Proud of himself, this god recognized himself as Asa, for he too wanders alone in the desert. And although this circumstance amused Kang Hansu a little, above all, he wanted to be helped. But this god was in no hurry to help, and started asking more questions about what was possible, and the guy did the same. Asa. The guy thought about the question of God, because Asa was an abbreviation of the word outsider. Kang Hansu recalled how his colleagues laughed at the word, claiming they were Issa, short for insider, the opposite of outsider. Since they did not want to be called Asa, and the young man was very angry with them, he answered in the affirmative. Then, Kang Hansu heard the exiled god's story about how all his fellow soldiers were sent into service, and he alone separated himself from the general group. This god was hesitating thoughtfully about whether he should help the young man or betray him, while bloodthirsty monsters roamed nearby. The man felt very bad, turned to the spirit and asked him to be merciful, saying that the Asa should help each other. He thought to himself that he was talking complete nonsense, but these were just fabrications he had made up on the spot, because in reality, no stranger has friends who can help. But God was not embarrassed by this formulation and these circumstances. He said he would not let Asa die. He began to hover above the ground, and a bright clot of energy illuminated his hand and everything around him. The lightning bolt went straight towards Kang Hansu's leg, completely blinding him, and he cried out in surprise. At that very second, the arrow shattered into tiny pieces and disappeared as if it had never existed. The pain stopped, and the guy felt lighter. The wound healed instantly. Kang Hansu was sincerely grateful and believed that this spirit was actually God, because he saved the young man in a second. Upon seeing the changed inscription on the screen, the man was very surprised, because the name Asa, invented in a hurry, now had clear contours. It was the client's name. In other words, now Kang Hansu had to remain Asa forever, because God made it clear that he would only save the lone wolf. There were bloodthirsty beasts behind him. His legs started to hurt again, and the guy thought it wasn't so bad to be on the same team as God. Because of the curse that had befallen him, he couldn't really understand this spirit, but he could clearly hear the monster's speech. Kang Hansu tried to escape again. He ran as fast as he could because he didn't want to become a victim of these beasts. The bloodthirsty villains chased him. The guy clearly heard the voices of angry creatures behind him. He did not give up trying to negotiate with them. Unable to run away any longer, the young man asked them to listen to him. But they had no intention of speaking. These bloodthirsty monsters were very hungry. Suddenly, the boy realized that he remembered the words written on the transparent screen, which said that he could reset any of his states except death. Kang Hansu realized that he could easily control his condition, so he got rid of his fatigue and felt a boundless surge of energy. So the young man ran very fast along the road. He didn't notice how the monsters in the distance were already exhausted and stopped to catch their breath. A spear flew behind him. They would not give up at all. They wanted to reach Kang Hansu no matter what. And although the guy ran very fast, the fire spear still caught up with him and hit the target. But the surprising thing is that the guy kept running. The gun didn't hit him. He was impassable. The monsters screamed behind him, trying to reach him and stop him at any cost, but all attempts were in vain. His legs did not tire, and his body felt no wounds or pain. Now the strength that was given to him was to help the young man. And no matter how much the forces of evil tried to reach and devour the guy, they couldn't. Kang Hansu was delighted with such a fortune and sincerely thanked his patron for the gift. In addition to no longer feeling tired, the boy also realized that he felt quite calm in such a difficult situation. The young man was so calm and calculating in his actions that he stopped and prepared for a fierce battle. However, in such a situation, it was impossible, so the guy continued to run and found himself near a steep mountain, wondering if he would jump down and if his condition would be restored and if he would be able to survive. On the ground was a dead deer that had also fallen from the cliff, which was clearly a sign that such a height left no chance of life. Kang Hansu was angry with God because in that case he could at least take care of the young man and give him wings. At this moment the evil monsters were already reaching him. Their screams were clearly audible. The guy turned around and realized that they were already very close. Now the young man stood on the edge of a steep cliff. There were monsters behind him, a rock in front of him. He was completely disappointed in his God. It was a difficult dilemma, and the guy didn't know what to decide. He didn't want to die, and was afraid to take any action. Kang Hansu turned to the angry mob of monsters, and all eyes turned to him. The guy said he had a very good offer for them, and that they had to agree to listen to it. Then, after a pause, Kang Hansu said that if one of them took it first, they would get the most delicious parts. Standing on the edge of the cliff, the young man told the monsters that they could do it differently instead of splitting him into several parts. After all, whoever manages to catch it first will receive this tasty piece of human flesh in one piece. There was courage in his eyes, and although deep down the man was scared, he decided to take serious risks. The animals bared their teeth in excitement. They were not averse to grabbing the most delicious morsel. They began to argue with each other with all their might because each of them was very hungry. The monsters began grabbing Kang Hansu by the neck. The young man felt completely uncomfortable with their touch. All the animals gathered together attacked the man angrily, arguing among themselves and trying to get ahead of each other. In that confusion, it was difficult to make out anything. He dodged as best he could, but the crowd was stronger. The animals didn't realize they had reached the edge of the cliff. They were too busy arguing and didn't see what was happening around them. In response, Kang Hansu also grabbed the skins of these savages. He had his own plan of action. The fear disappeared. There was only a desperate fight for life. The young man understood that there was only one way to defeat the criminals. The guy fell, and all the monsters that were nearby and fighting for his piece of meat flew after him. They screamed and fell. They were very scared and didn't understand why Kang Hansu needed to jump off the cliff. The wild monsters thought the man was some kind of madman, still not fully understanding what awaited them in late autumn. This entire ball in which the terrible beasts were gathered finally fell. A loud roar was heard, and a thick cloud of dust rose around. The guy tries to open his eyes little by little. He sees a blue sky and a green tree above him. In the distance, the screams of the savages could be heard. They were still arguing and calling Kang Hansu a madman. The young man tried to understand his condition, whether he was alive or already dead. But judging by the fact that he heard screams and felt the presence of evil monsters beside him, Kang Hansu came to the conclusion that he had probably survived. Now, when falling, it was quite easy to stay alive without making any effort. However, the boy was upset that the animals had managed to survive, and some of them continued to cry. Kang Hansu saw a screen with the name of one of the savages lying not far from the young man with a huge ball in his hand. The guy was surprised to see a dash next to the word sponsorship, but even without it, the beast managed to survive. Therefore, the young man came to the conclusion that this creature had the ability to survive because it had a higher level of development than in the game, but this also gives Kang Hansu some advantages. The guy decided that if he killed the monster now, he would earn a lot more points. There were two ways to get stronger: increase your level or get sponsorship. In a huge hall, a temple servant, standing in the middle of a circle of students, explained to them the conditions of how they could increase their points in battles by killing opponents of higher status. But Hanu didn't want to put in too much effort and thought it would be easier to simply receive the god's patronage. At that moment, Choi Gangmin was determined and mentally asked the gods to give him protection, as he was exactly who they needed. However, the temple attendant said that simply receiving the god's patronage wasn't enough, as they would have the opportunity to constantly observe the children. One of the students raised her hand and asked a question. The girl asked if the gods would watch over the boys all the time. The answer startled her because the saint said that the gods would indeed always watch over them, even while washing and in the bathroom. The servant also shamed the children, reminding them that gods do not have such vulgar thoughts as humans. And in confirmation of these words, a voice was heard warning them that the students should not worry about such things. The spirit of the wind assured the boys that, in fact, the gods represent the air that is not perceptible in space. But Chanmyeon loved being the center of attention, so in this situation, she decided that the more she showed herself, the faster the gods would notice her and give her their patronage. This line of thinking pleased one of the gods. He appreciated the girl, and she was very pleased with it. Near her, a transparent ball appeared out of nowhere and lit up with a bright light. Then the ball turned into a thin screen on which the girl's name and her patronage were written. It turns out that she was to the liking of the god of charm. Chonmien was not at all happy about this. Her classmates looked at her with envy, wondering how the girl managed to find a patron for herself so quickly. One of the teenagers asked how being so charming could help kill and fight an evil demon, but suddenly, a subtle and pleasant aroma was heard on all sides. It spread throughout the castle and enveloped everyone in its intoxication. It turns out that this was Chanmin's superpower, thanks to which she could easily command the opposite sex, intoxicating them with her aroma. Realizing this, the saint said that the girls needed to stop spreading all kinds of smells, as it had a negative impact on the people around them. However, the young girl didn't know how to stop. She still didn't know how to turn off her ability. The temple official became wary because Chanmien's smells and style of communication did not please the other goddess called Damnation. But the girl was so inspired by her new power that she didn't notice how some changes had occurred in her status. Note that in the curse line, the name of another god appeared. Chanmien was somewhat confused, not understanding how the hero could have a curse. Now the saint calmly explained that there are gods who can not only patronize but also curse if they dislike one of the heroes. This happens, but the servant did not have time to tell them because she was planning to tell them only now. Suddenly the girl felt a strong burning sensation on her back. Unable to contain herself, she screamed very loudly because the pain was unbearable. She realized that she was too arrogant and shouldn't have acted that way. Jongmyeon asked him to stop hurting her. And when the pain finally passed, the saint noted that the girl should constantly remember who was watching her. She also added that it is now impossible to get rid of the curse and patronage. With each new level, they will only become stronger. This made Chanmyeon very upset, because even at the lowest level, the pain caused by the curse was unbearable, let alone at higher levels. But the princess assured the girl that she should not give up, as with each new step, the sponsorship would increase. Therefore, you should not give up so quickly and get upset. There is absolutely no reason for that now. At this moment, Kang Hansu, having dealt with his enemy, was surprised to see that his strength was not increasing. After all, the opponent was much taller and stronger than him in terms of levels, but that didn't affect his status in any way. Maybe it's all because of the curse imposed by Kang Hansu, or it's just a rather complicated process of leveling up. Turning to his patron, the lone wolf, the subject asked a question to explain the situation. But this spirit did not know what to answer, and was in no way able to teach the young man to understand this information. On the way, the fellow thought that this god definitely had no use other than patronage. Soon they got tired of just running. After running a sufficient distance, Kang Hansu realized that he felt neither hunger nor fatigue, but this activity bored him and dulled his spirit, so they decided to do something else. But it wasn't that easy. Evil and bloodthirsty monsters appeared again. They smelled a person. The client wished Kang Hansu good luck. He hoped the boy would die as painlessly as possible. Such support made the young man very angry, and he thought that if God were around now, he would teach him a lesson for such words. The animals smelled the human scent and wanted to find him quickly among the dense bushes. Looking around, they smelled blood but couldn't see the guy. And at this moment he hid behind a tree, holding a sharp dagger in his hand, ready to attack his enemies at any moment. The hungry and evil monsters were approaching. They were hostile and emitting a high-pitched growl. The savages smelled the meat and assumed that the man was somewhere very close and that they would find him soon. However, they were a little lost, not knowing exactly where they should go to find their prey. And hiding behind a tree, Kang Hansu thought that this forest was full of bloodthirsty cannibals. The young man held in his hands the trophy he had taken from the dead monster, a dagger called the Blue Moon Meat Cutter. Kang Hansu rolled his eyes in irritation when he heard that his patron had already prayed for his repose. Suddenly, a brilliant idea popped into the guy's head and he took the rope in his hands. The spirit looked at the young man in surprise, not understanding what he wanted and was going to do. But Kang Hansu hid his gun under his clothes, tying it to his pants. The man tied a huge, heavy rock to the other end of the rope and glared at his opponents. The evil savages had no time to understand anything. They stood in a confused crowd, looking around to see where the voice came from. But the young man came out of his hiding place and held a rope in his hands, which he swung over his head. Now the cannibals saw Kang Hansu and stared at him in astonishment, somewhat surprised at his boldness. The rope hung over the man's head, and he swung it harder and harder. In the end, he realized that this activity consumed a lot of energy, because the stone was much heavier than Kang Hansu had imagined. The subject felt that with each circular movement of the rope, he was being forcibly abandoned. But suddenly, the knowledge about the protective power that can reset any state surfaced again in his memory. Now he took a deep breath and felt how his abilities were gradually being restored. When the boy regained his strength, he felt he could do a lot, as the tremor in his legs and the difficulty breathing disappeared. Finally, he had an epiphany about how to properly use his sponsorship. After all, the most important thing is not to die instantly, and everything else can be eliminated with the help of skills. As he fought, the boy realized that he could fight until the end, until he reached the limit of his capabilities. But the savages thought that the young man would not last long, and that he would soon tire of twisting the rope with the stone. Sharp daggers from enemies fell upon him from all sides. The man defended himself from them in a daze. He could no longer use his rope weapon. It was too painful, and the animals celebrated the victory. They were already ready to grab the guy by the collar and cut him into small pieces. But it was not too early for them to rejoice, for Kang Hansu was restoring his own fortune and simply went into hiding. At that exact moment, the cannibals felt a painful and stunning blow from a stone right on their heads. Finally, the beasts were defeated, and the young man was left in the middle of a circle of exhausted enemies lying on the ground. Kang Hansu was proud of his work, and the spirit that sponsored him finally raised his grade a bit. Suddenly, one of the monsters tried to get up and shouted something, but in response, the young man ordered him to be quiet if he didn't want a repeat of the fight. The man asked where there could be people and, threateningly, raised the rope over the animal, although Kang Hansu assumed that perhaps this monster was lying and not telling the truth. The cannibal stood up and pointed to the side, saying that there were people there. Deciding that this answer could be clarified later by others, the subject asked what race these monsters belonged to, but he was confused and did not know what to say. But after the young man threatened the beast with violence, he replied that they belonged to the Knoll race, asking to be let go because he had answered all the questions. Kang Hansu laughed mischievously, assuring him that he had no intention of hurting him. And the next second the guy gave the cannibal a strong blow to the head with a rock. After all, he promised that he would not cause any pain to the beast, but he did not say that they would leave him alive. The spirit said that these creatures belonged to the ancient race of Knolls, to which the young man replied that he had learned about it himself. The guy noticed that the Knolls he was used to seeing in video games were much cuter than the ones he had just fought. The patron god told Kang Hansu that the young of these animals are much cuter. The young man sarcastically thanked him for such valuable information, while at the same time wondering why the level remained the same after so many victories. At this point, the temple was fully prepared for the fights. Training was planned for the next day. The prince said he would be in charge of fencing, and the princess would monitor the hero's magic. The teenagers could choose a type. Choi Gangmin began asking if it was possible to choose two things at the same time and learn swordsmanship and magic at the same time, and received an affirmative answer. Suddenly, the young man heard another question from Hanu. The boy was wondering if it was possible to skip any of these classes. After receiving permission to do so, the young man was overjoyed to be able to skip classes. Choi Gangmin looked meaningfully at his classmate, his gaze filled with contempt. The prince asked Ohanu if the hero had any more questions, but he answered negatively. Among the students, the presence of another spirit was noticeable. It was the god of frivolity who had found his suitor. Late one night, Hanu was thinking about how it was unnatural for such a special person as he was to engage in training. He was created for more important things. He imagined himself in the company of the beauties of this world, enjoying life and receiving all its benefits. It's better than being in boring training and doing some uninteresting tasks. The next morning, the prince announced that he was ready to accept anyone who wanted to learn fencing. But the teenagers were a little confused because the princess didn't show up for morning class and didn't gather her students to teach them magic. The prince assured those present that she would probably arrive soon, as she was quite responsible. And until the princess appeared, he suggested that everyone who wanted to wait for her here. At this point, the boys began to talk among themselves about how they had spent the night, and to complain to each other that there were absolutely none of the amenities they were used to. Suddenly, the Hanu, checking his status, realized he had a new patron called Singularity. After carefully studying the information, the young man was completely delighted with what he learned. Now he had a unique superpower that only he could feel. At this moment, the other boys who were gathered looked disapprovingly at the important Choi Gangmin, who thought he was the most important, even though he was on par with everyone else in terms of knowledge. And Ohanu went downstairs to walk through new places, because even he could, with the help of the stagecoach, become a rival to the main character. It just took a specific effort to do so. The guy walked through the city streets. The great temple of Prologino was surrounded by local residents, and finally reached the square. About Khan. When he saw the area and realized he had arrived exactly where he needed to be, he was on the balcony and ready to come down so his amazing adventures could begin. The young man touched the wooden gate with his hand, intending to open it and enter. It was a mercenary guild, and it was here that Ohanu hoped to find the most useful contacts for himself. The scary-looking guys greeted the boy, but their gazes were quite stern. When the gathered crowd saw Ohana, they immediately realized that he was there for the first time. The main one was sitting at the table, holding a thick magazine and a pen in her hands, and after greeting the boy, asked why he had visited that place. The young man said importantly that he wanted to enlist and become a mercenary. After all, this is an advantageous strategy for a hero who wants to remain unharmed without getting his hands dirty. However, the boy, who did not expect this, still heard that he was too young and could not be in such places and take on serious tasks. One of the girls present said angrily that Hanu was talking nonsense and should return home immediately. After all, she had seen many brave boys who ended up dead while carrying out the tasks assigned to them. Regarding Khan, I decided for myself that this is the effect of sponsorship in the context of improving the main character. The boy looked intently at the girl. He was flying somewhere in his thoughts. She asked if he could hear her. But the young man looked at her weapon, which was in its sheath and gleamed with yellow metal. He thought she was not just a mercenary, but a girl of noble blood, like a princess or the daughter of some aristocrat. Now he understood that this was the effect of sponsorship, the uniqueness that the hero possessed. The young man said he would not return, that he had made a decision and would become a mercenary, and if she was so worried about him, she should keep him company. He then added that judging by appearances is not very good because sometimes they can be deceiving. Then the young man finally discouraged the girl, suggesting that she too had more than once suffered unfair assessments about her appearance. And judging by the fact that for a few moments she was silent, gritting her teeth, not knowing what to answer, the boy came to the conclusion that he was right. Suddenly, her gaze became gentler. Still remaining silent, she looked directly at Ohana. The girl, however, admitted that he was right, and the young man rejoiced. He had no doubts about his success. Then the young man arrogantly said that he could not tell everything now, but those gathered must believe that he was the chosen one. The Khan admitted to himself that in his earthly life he would not have been able to even approach such a beautiful girl, but here it happened without any problems, because he was a hero. But the girl wanted proof. She asked what kind of selected superpowers Hanu possessed. The boy replied that these were corrections from the main character, which made the girl who was recording the notes laugh a little. Meanwhile, in the middle of the dense forest, defeated monsters lay unconscious. The next cannibal the guy questioned said, "The village isn't really in the west. It's too far from here." The beast considered Kang Hansu a strong opponent and said he didn't want to lie to the one he was winning against. The man thanked him for the valuable information he received and with one blow knocked the monster to the ground. He understood that these words were a complete lie and that the cannibal was deliberately trying to confuse Kang Hansu. After all, among the animals he interviewed, most said the village was in the west. Now Kang Hansu found himself thinking that he had succeeded in his skills, because until recently he was the prey, and now he had transformed into a hunter. And indeed, it was the guy's hidden and unknown talent that he managed to discover recently. After all, without the help of clientelism and the superpowers that arose as a result, he would have achieved little. During the duel, he acquired a large number of mortal wounds, but also strength and peace that cannot be obtained without the patronage of a god. At this moment, the young man managed to breathe a sigh of relief, and without paying attention to his torn clothes, finally looked around, thinking about how far away the village with the local residents was. But the spirit did not share Kang Hansu's feelings and muttered discontentedly, "What a pity." The guy noted that they were probably waiting for his death, but it was unlikely that this would happen. To this, the god replied that he didn't care about the man's fate or where he ended up. Kang Hansu said the spirit was too cruel to be a patron. Here the young man turned, hearing a rustling behind him. Could it be the evil hyenas again? To his great regret, he realized that he was right and that in fact a cannibal was chasing him. The subject grabbed the weapon abruptly and without thinking twice delivered a devastating blow to his opponent. The enemy was defeated and fell to the ground. Perhaps now the monsters will not interfere on the road. But Kang Hansu was surrounded by the rest of the hyenas that were nearby, and now they came out from behind the trees again. There were a lot of them. The young man again prepared for a furious battle. He raised his knife and pulled it out sharply. Making a circle with his weapon, he caught the cannibals who were nearby and wounded them. The guy killed a huge number of enemies. It was even difficult to count them, but he didn't understand why his level still remained in the same place. His spirit felt some kind of anxiety and began to show restlessness and agitation. They were the voices of a friendly race that could not be translated. Who it might be, the young man did not know, and he looked around. Looking around cautiously, he moved forward with silent steps, ready to defend himself at any moment if necessary. Suddenly, Kang Han-soo found something and hid behind a tree, afraid to even breathe loudly. These creatures were dressed in cloaks, had weapons in their hands, and looked like people. One of them, a lady, noticed the boy, took aim, and threw a sharp, spinning thing at him. The weapon flew literally millimeters away from Kang Han-soo. He barely managed to jump away. The sharp point dug into the bark of a thick tree, miraculously missing the young hero. However, the next time arrows flew towards them, these people were clearly not in the mood for a friendly conversation. After unsuccessful attempts to ask them not to touch him, her boyfriend realized they didn't understand him. There was simply no other option, and he hid his dagger, having no intention of fighting them. The bearded man, who was the oldest among those gathered, looked closely at the young man. Kang Han-soo began to kneel, showing that he was no threat to them. He shouted that he was surrendering. The guy was against violence, and in this battle, he didn't want to become an enemy of these forest dwellers. Although they didn't understand the words he spoke, his body language and the expression in his voice conveyed friendly intentions. He hoped that these people would understand and not consider his behavior provocative. But the people there laughed in response to the young man's words and gestures. And then one of them, the girl, again aimed her crossbow directly at Kang Han-soo. The man covered his face with his hands and asked to be spared, not to take his life, and not to attack him. After all, in any case, the young man simply couldn't attack people, because he believed it was wrong to kill people like him. He was too kind. The people took pity on the boy and invited him to accompany them. Now they walked through the forest thicket in a group. Kang Han-soo heard a few words, as if someone was addressing him by name. She was one of those people who walked with him, a nice girl who smiled sweetly at him. Suddenly his name was mentioned by other members of the group, who smiled happily and mocked him good-naturedly. Even the old man greeted the young hero when he learned his name. To do so, Kang Han-soo had to use all sorts of gestures. Of all the conversations and words spoken by the young man's companions, he could only understand his own name, because foreign languages had always been very difficult for him. Finally, the heroes arrived somewhere, but now Kang Han-soo was no longer so afraid of encountering the bloodthirsty cannibals. The guy was no longer worried about not seeing his status, so be it. But his friends apparently had a much higher level than the monsters. However, this behavior did not please the patron god at all, and he expressed dissatisfaction with it. Without a second thought, the young man casually agreed with him, and the spirit again did not like this tone. Kang Han-soo assured that such treatment is quite normal when close relationships develop between two people, whom God asked not to pretend to be so close. Looking at his brothers' backs, the young man thought that, although he had met people, he still had no interlocutors, except the spirit. But still, thanks to gestures, they managed to explain their names. For example, the bearded uncle's name was Gary. The young man thought this was the leader of the gang, as he carried a huge, heavy sword, capable of killing any enemy with a single blow. Noticing his fleshy and elastic legs and arms, Kang Han-soo wondered how strong he was. The boy continued to argue with the spirit about how, to the gods, he was just a speck of dust, but compared to human standards, Uncle Gary was quite strong. But at that time, Kang Han-soo was called by name. Call, one of the group members, approached him, laughed a lot, was positive and courageous. The hero had sabers hanging on both sides. He was a good fencer and struck his enemies with precision. Misa was also present in this company. She touched the boy and tried to show him something with her fingers. She carried with her a massive steel crossbow that was clearly not meant for humans. Misa pointed forward, and finally Kang Han-soo understood what she wanted from him. Narrowing his eyes, he directed his gaze in that direction. In the distance, behind the mountains, blue smoke could be seen rising towards the blue sky. It occurred to Kang Han-soo that if it wasn't a fire that had spread to the mountains, then there were probably houses there. This news made the boy very happy. He really wanted to see people and finally feel safe. In his joy, he did not notice how the spirit again glanced sideways at the young man with displeasure and muttered that it was indecent for Ass to behave in that way. After Kang Hansu hurriedly agreed with him, the spirit looked at the boy with a piercing gaze. However, the young man assured that he deliberately pretended to befriend these people so that he could leave the forest calmly. Then a noise and a whistle were heard from somewhere in the distance, and soon a rather unpleasant picture opened up before the people. Kang Hansu was stunned when he heard a painfully familiar scream and a stomping sound that was hard to forget. The wildlings were on the run again, hungry, furious, and ready to tear apart anyone in their path. The hyenas wanted to quickly deal with the people and have lunch, so they bared their teeth and sharpened their claws. But the heroes were not ready to surrender. They prepared for a fierce battle, giving the enemy no chance. Kang Hansu was surprised to see so many cannibals gathered in one place. Only before he threw himself into the abyss did he see such a multitude. After that, he never saw so many gnolls again. However, his friends were hostile. They gathered all their weapons and prepared to repel the blows. A dangerous fight began, where spears and swords flew in different directions. The animals were aggressive, and people wanted to defend themselves by any means possible. The hyenas were very afraid of Gary because he struck them powerful blows with his huge sword. And Call had a gun in both hands. He jumped and attacked the cannibal from the air. Confused and unable to see anything around him, the monster screamed in pain. This blow left him in shock. But there were too many cannibals, so they decided to wait until the people finally got tired of fighting. Their plan was to wait a while, and when their opponents completely lost their strength, attack them. However, the crushing blows followed one another. The cannibals could not bear the sharp pain and howled. Misa held her crossbow and arrows in her hands, ready to deliver a cruel blow to her attackers at any moment. The girl took aim and directed the arrow precisely at one of the bloodthirsty cannibals, and they realized that although the girl was light, she represented a great danger to them. Meanwhile, Misa readied her arrows. She wouldn't give up. Suddenly, there was movement behind her, and she turned to see what it was. It was an enraged monster approaching and was already preparing to jump on its victim. Call was also attacked by a bloodthirsty beast. There were so many of them that it was impossible to deal with them all. At this moment, Kang Hansu, who was standing in the distance, couldn't hold back and drew his dagger, attacking the enemies. He knew that such behavior would not be approved by the spirit of Asa, but nothing could be done, as the people needed to be protected. There were many animals and their help was needed because people cannot abandon each other in difficult situations. Although it was quite a difficult task to fix all of them, Kang Hansu couldn't help but do anything else. Developing speed and feeling absolutely no fatigue, the boy continued the fierce battle. God left the young man to his problems, claiming he had nothing to do with it. But the animals were afraid of Kang Hansu because he was very tireless and strong. Finally, the enemies were defeated and lay in disgrace on the grass. The guy held his breath. The people dropped their swords and watched as the defeated monsters remained motionless. It's good that after this battle everyone remained alive and unharmed. We can breathe a sigh of relief. However, Gary and Call's rude looks made the young hero a little wary. He assured his friends that it was only thanks to them that he managed to escape these bloodthirsty cannibals. But they didn't listen to him and the huge crossbow was pointed at the guy. Kang Hansu asked if Misa was joking, because in fact he hadn't done anything bad to them, but on the contrary, he had protected them. However, despite all his pleas and persuasions, the arrow flew straight at the guy. He realized that the arrow had hit the target exactly and saw the remaining tip of the weapon in his body. Unable to bear the pain and remain standing, the young man fell to the ground due to his injury. The friends watched Kang Hansu fall and did not move. They talked about how the evil gnolls attacked at the wrong time and ruined the entire company's plans. But Misa realized that everything happened for the best, because now they clearly understand how dangerous this young man has become. Kang Hansu was very afraid of them, and people considered him weak, incapable of defending himself. But in fact, the guy helped them escape from the evil and bloodthirsty cannibals. They were a little upset because they had to kill a young man who could still be useful. On the other hand, everything could be for the best, because this mischievous fellow would hardly allow himself to be sold into slavery. Standing over Kang Hansu's lifeless body, the group debated whether or not to take his dagger. They decided to get at least some use out of this young man and took a closer look at his weapon. Hera expressed the opinion that perhaps this dagger is expensive and that it needs to be checked first. His companions laughed happily as the bearded old man continued to claim that perhaps that dagger belonged to the elves. Call was interested in the gun and decided to approach it, and Hera said that even if it was fake, he could get good money for it. Leaning over the boy, Call noticed something suspicious, called his friends, and called them over. After all, even in this state, the young man did not let go of the weapon and tightly gripped the dagger in his hand. Misa warned that the boy could still be alive because she didn't touch his heart, just his chest. In this case, Call decided to deliver the decisive final blow to the young man and raised his sword over him. The man decided to deal with Kang Hansu as quickly as possible so he could grab his gun and leave. But suddenly his eyes widened in surprise because on the boy's chest was a screen with his status. There was all the information about the sponsorship and the curse that this hero had. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Call. This boy was probably still alive, since it was impossible to see the state of a dead person. Stunned, he didn't realize that the hand with the dagger was clenched tighter and ready to strike. At that exact moment, Kang Hansu stood up with a weapon in his hand and attacked with all his strength. Hera and Misa screamed. They saw that Call was in great danger and was at risk of losing his life. He was like a toy in the hands of the desperate man and no longer showed any signs of life. The young man stood up and his opponent was lying lifeless on the grass, not moving. This really enraged Hera and Misa, who prepared their weapons without understanding what kind of creature it was, and it didn't even die. But Hera was already very weak. He had spent too much energy fighting the evil cannibals, and now he had no resources left. After composing himself, he raised his huge sword towards Kang Hansu, but he managed to dodge. Without feeling any pain, with a fierce look and fury in every movement, the man fought. Despite the arrows and blows inflicted on him, he still stood and defeated Hera mercilessly. No matter how many times Misa shot him, the guy didn't feel any discomfort and continued the fight. She was surprised and did not understand why this young man had not yet died and remained alive after such injuries. Now the girl was scared. She calmly said that she was wrong, taking a few steps back from the boy. Kang Hansu approached her, his intentions unclear, but she probably had nothing good to expect. The guy kept an eye on her and Misa asked for mercy and forgiveness for the bad intentions they had. Her eyes were filled with fear, and she felt a slight tremor throughout her body. The girl did not want to die. The young man stopped and said something to her, but Misa didn't understand what he was saying. She looked at Kang Hansu with all her eyes, trying to discern at least something, but his words remained a mystery. A minute later, it was all over. The enemies were defeated, and there was equipment on the ground that could be used. Kang Hansu tried on the robe he had taken from Misa. The size seemed to fit, but it was a little tight. The patron god laughed and said he approved of the young man's hobby. He assured me that this was not a hobby, but simply a necessity for survival. Of the three, only she had a physical build more or less similar to his, so he had to use her equipment. The guy also thought he would find the crossbow and arrows left over from the murdered Misa useful. He wondered why they had attacked him, what their motive was, and thought for a split second about the status of the girl he saw. She had a patronizing god with a name that perfectly matched the target. However, the spirit interrupted his thoughts, assuring him that it was none of their business, and asked where to go next. Kang Hansu decided he should go to the village and took with him a bag of money he had taken from his defeated enemies. The protective god rebuked the man for recently trying to rid himself of the title of Asa by helping others. At that moment, in the temple, the princess was giving a magic lesson, apologizing several times for her delay and promising to make up for it. The princess began her story with a narrative about how there was no magic in fantasy in the past. But the students weren't listening to her very carefully, and one of the best students interrupted, continuing that magic is a consequence of precise mathematical calculations. The ugly guy with glasses said he was specifically protecting his virginity until that moment, and his colleague laughed at him. But the excellent student assured that magic is nothing more than a chemical phenomenon. She can prove it using nuclear technology. The class leader asked everyone to be quiet because she wanted to concentrate, but she heard a comment directed at her that it was impossible to become a magician simply by studying history and science. She thought to herself that magic is actually a talent that is not given to everyone. The princess clapped her hands, called for silence, and asked everyone to listen to her. But the students were clearly bored of hearing all these theoretical concepts and wanted something more interesting as soon as possible. However, the princess said that it was precisely because the talent for acquiring magic was so important that it was necessary to know the origins of its emergence. They never knew anything about the origins of magic, so they began to listen carefully anyway. The princess, however, continued her story, assuring that it was necessary to have talent. And talent is determined by the combination of knowledge and innate abilities that a person possesses. The princess spoke about the fact that the most important things in mastering magic are family ties and training. Athena Archimage spoke about her lineage and said that she is a direct descendant of Shion Archim and possesses great knowledge, and her students will be able to adopt all the experience and become successful in this business. Eubora thought of something, raised his hand, and asked Etna a question. The class leader clarified that if a person has no family ties or skills and knowledge in magic, can he become a wizard? But at that very moment, the girl thought that it actually wasn't that important because they were starting their journey together with an experienced mentor. The princess was shocked by the question. She didn't know how to answer and thought for a while. But then, with a fierce look, she assured the boys that anything in this world is possible. She took the girl by the hand and said that she would begin with a certain ritual that needed to be completed. The teacher asked the girl's name and if she remembered correctly that her name was Bora. Placing her palms together, Archmage Athena said that now and henceforth a connection had been formed between them as student and teacher. This event greatly inspired Eubora, and the light shone around him and spread throughout the room. The girl noticed that a huge ball with intricate figures had formed behind the princess's back, and Bora also had an identical clot. The princess recognized the girl as the first student, and the rest of the children watched the scene in amazement. Athena told the student that it was necessary to swear on magic because those were the rules. Bora felt the solemnity of the situation and felt a gust of wind around her. The girl began to get up from the ground. There was lightness under her feet. She said she was cursing. It was a significant moment in the girl's life. She had never hovered above the ground near a magic ball. The princess approved and happily congratulated the new hero whose name was Eubora. Archmage Athena said that the girl is now a new mage and has certain abilities. This discovery made the young heroine very happy. Everything around her was so magical and mysterious. Then the princess added that those children who become magicians earlier than others will have more talents. The girl realized that her patronage was already at a high level, meaning that perhaps this was the talent Athena Archmage spoke of. Eubora had dreams and hopes that he could fulfill, and he also gained the ability to pass on the magical gift to his students and descendants. And now the princess decided to consider her student's first question, which she asked at the very beginning. In the hand of Ethan, the Archmage, a blazing ball of fire formed, which distributed much light around him. She told the children that the founder had stopped his sponsorship so that she could easily pass on her talents to the students. The fireball grew even larger, rose into the air and filled the roof of the building, and a circle of flames formed around the princess. The princess explained that this is white magic that can be used with the help of patronage. She extended her other hand, in which another clot of energy began to form. In one hand, the glowing ball continued to burn. In the other was an incomprehensible purple clot that looked quite dangerous. It also resembled fire to some extent, but it had characteristics that were not very familiar to people. Something started happening to the princess's glove. At some point, the children noticed that it started to melt. and a second later the glove on the princess's hand was completely burned. It seemed like a miracle. The teenagers didn't expect this. They looked at what was happening in amazement and were speechless. The princess laughed and said that they themselves had asked if talent was necessary. Now everyone saw an example of how magic happens. Eubora bit her tongue. She had no idea this was possible and how serious her gift was. Athena added that on both sides of her hands she has polar magics, one with good through patronage and the other with evil forces. The teenagers were scared. They saw a true miracle and had no idea what awaited them. Suddenly, an angry maid appeared on the threshold and began shouting furiously at the princess. After all, Athene of Arc Magic was strictly forbidden to use dark magic. All the princess's excuses that she just wanted to show off to the boys did not soften the temple servants. And now the lady said that it was still necessary to tell the whole truth to the queen. But Etna was very afraid of her mother. The princess admitted her mistake and said that she was wrong. One of the servants decided to help the girl and sent healing magic to her hand. Eubora also felt guilty about the situation and asked the princess for forgiveness, saying that she shouldn't have asked for anything. But Archmage Athena held no grudge against the teenagers and said that this was enough for them not to repeat her mistakes and understand how dangerous dark magic is. The princess assured the children that dark magic itself is not a bad thing. It is simply unsponsored magic and the so-called power of nature itself. At this time, Kang Hansu had already arrived at the village, looking around the area and meeting the locals. The local aborigine extended his hand, and even without understanding the other, the boy guessed what he needed through gestures. He handed her some coins and continued walking, fully prepared to rest as soon as possible. The young man thought that the locals were probably armed precisely because there was a nearby forest with bloodthirsty cannibals. Finally, Kang Hansu saw a sign with an eloquent image. It was impossible to mistake it. In this bathroom you can take a steam bath, rest, catch your breath, and relax a little. The young man thought that even without understanding the language, he would be able to make friends with the locals. Suddenly, Kang Hansu heard his client say that he was feeling very strange. The boy assured that he also felt strange and asked what gender his god was. But this matter greatly confused his mind, and Kang Hansu decided that he would consider him a man to protect his own dignity. While drying himself, the young man accidentally touched his wound, which was still inflamed and burning terribly. The patron god was alarmed, but could not tell the boy why, as it was a secret. Then the guy heard a conversation behind the door, voices talking about something. Kang Hansu heard one of them thank the other and tell him to get back to work. Suddenly a thought occurred to the young man. Some thought was haunting him, and something was already disturbing him. He shouted that he was washing himself, that they should wait a bit and not come in here for a while. The man behind the door said he didn't think Kang Hansu understood the locals, or so he was told. As the boy dressed, he thought frantically about what it could be and whether the situation could threaten him. Just in case, he took up arms. The man behind the door and the guy understood each other, and that meant only one thing. There is probably some danger lurking for Kang Hansu, and he needs to prepare to defend himself. After all, their superpowers include the ability to automatically translate the language of a hostile race, and this could only mean one thing, that behind the door was not a person, but some other creature. Kang Hansu was ready. He held a gun in his hand and looked at the door, realizing that someone hostile might appear from there. He thought perhaps it wasn't a gnoll or a demon, but some other creature. The tension reached its peak. Cold sweat was running down the man's face, and his whole body felt like a taut string. He tiptoed to the door carefully and touched the handle shakily. After the young man opened the door, he sat on the bed. While the god watched from the side, Kang Hansu allowed the unknown creature to enter. But he still didn't drop his weapon and was ready to repel the attack. The door creaked and a small crack of light appeared. The stranger asked for forgiveness and began to enter slowly. Kang Hansu waited tensely for what would happen next and who would appear at the door. He thought it didn't matter whether the race was friendly or hostile. After all, even elves, gnolls, and demons posed the same threat to him, The only thing that mattered was the ability to conduct a dialogue. A man with long hair entered the room. The man asked what he wanted and why he had come here. He replied that he was the chief of this village. The man said he came to meet a person who does not understand their language. Many thoughts were racing through Kang Hansu's mind. First, he found it suspicious that the village chief looked so young. Was he truly an ordinary person or an enemy in disguise? At this time, the man said that the boy's name was quite unusual, and Kang Hansu thought that his status was visible to him. The village elder advised the young man to hide his status, noting that it would not be obvious to a patronage observer like himself. The man said thoughtfully that he had had suspicions about the guest who had arrived. He had thought him to be an elf, and was somewhat disappointed when he recognized him as an ordinary fellow. The elder said that this village and the elves are connected by a common evil destiny in the form of bloodthirsty gnolls. After all, the elves drove the hyenas out of the lands, intending to capture more and more territories, and so they had no choice but to go to the human villages. Because of this, many people lost their families, and now everyone who wanted revenge was gathered here. All these talks clearly did not please the spirit who was watching from afar and listening. Before leaving, the chief asked if he could ask the boy one last question. In his hands, he held a vial of liquid. It turned out to be a narcotic substance. It was added to the food while the young man was eating, but even after so long, the medicine still had no effect. The man was very interested in the matter, but upon hearing about these people's vile intentions, Kang Hansu suddenly shivered. At that very moment, he took out his knife, held it tightly in his hand, and raised it near the village elder. But the man looked at the fellow's actions with unperturbed impassion. Not a single muscle in his face moved. The dagger was just millimeters from the boss's face, but he only glanced at the weapon slightly. However, at that very moment, Kang Hansu felt as if some invisible force had paralyzed him and he was unable to move. And the villain calmly explained that such a medicine was created to trap elves and other enemy creatures. He took the guy's dagger and told him to surrender because the invisible rope can't just be removed. The boy asked in fear why this was happening. His eyes were full of fear and despair. The man replied that the young man had nothing to do with it. He was just unlucky enough to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Outside, a rebuke was heard from the patron god who had warned of the danger in advance. Kang Hansu was locked in a cold, damp basement. It was very dark and uncomfortable. And the enraged man continued to tell the story of how, in this situation, people were angry at the gnolls, but in reality, they were just victims. After all, in truth, the culprit is the one who started this conflict and who sought to take foreign lands. Suddenly, Kang Hansu noticed the elves hanging from the ceiling, tied up and unarmed. The village elder slyly advised the boy to analyze his condition, noting that this would be his severe punishment for the truth. The young man saw that the man's status contained a curse that said that this person's youth would be significantly shortened. At first, Kang Hansu thought the curse had been placed on the elder by the goddess, but as the story progressed, he realized that the elves' hatred was to blame, and he assured them that he posed no danger to these villagers because he did not belong to their race. Furious, the man pointed the dagger directly at the guy's face and said that anything could be expected from the person who stole it. He added that he didn't intend to tell Kang Hansu much, but when he saw his gun, he changed his mind. The village elder asked the boy where he got such a special dagger. The guy bit his tongue. He didn't want to tell that it was the Blue Moon meat slicer he took from the dead gnoll. It is not at all necessary to tell this cruel man the whole truth, for it is not known how it will end. The most important thing the young man understood was that he needed to survive at any cost. That's why he invented a legend that he killed an elf and took a weapon from him. The elder said that Kang Hansu had killed not just an elf, but a creature of royal blood, and he was somewhat surprised by such a message. The man said he now had absolutely no desire to kill the man, and the man began to hope that he would be spared. After a brief pause, the elder said that the man had seen the status and should have known that in front of him was a magician without sponsorship. Kang Hansu realized that he doesn't know anything because he is a lone wolf, Asa, to whom no one tells anything about this world. He deciphered the name Asa for his interlocutor, as it was the first time he had heard that word. The village elder said that the wording was very beautiful, but that the young people would no longer need to wander alone in the desert. The patron god silently lowered his head to the boy's resting place, as he no longer expected a favorable outcome. Meanwhile, the man began to walk around the lit candles and say a few words. Suddenly, a huge chain began to clang and something began to fall from the ceiling at high speed. It was a captive elf who, under the weight of his own weight, fell and died on the rocky ground. The old man stepped on his victim with his foot and not a muscle in him twitched. Then the man took a candle in his hands, which burned with a bright flame, and continued his speech. He said he was a dark wizard and that his next victim would be Kang Hansu, who would supposedly slow down his aging process. The village elder angrily added that even under the influence of the elves' curse, he could live in peace, sacrificing more and more creatures. And since the guy killed a noble royal blood elf, the man promised to make everything as painless as possible. The young man, hearing such a statement, could not believe what he was hearing. Should he now be grateful for the help he received? Kang Hansu decided he could get out of this situation with the help of cunning and turned to the boss. He turned to him and asked what was needed, if the fellow was going to beg for mercy. But Kang Hansu replied that of course not, that he had something else to discuss with the boss. The guy was visibly worried, his face was downcast, but he continued to act casually as if nothing special was happening. The village elder heard a sound and thought for a few minutes, looking around to see where it came from. Then he kindly allowed the young man to say what he wanted, since one could not ignore the last wishes of a dying man. Then the man heard where the annoying sound was coming from. It was a fallen elf. He tightened his grip on the thick, strong rope in his hand to restore order. There was a piercing blow, and the rope struck exactly where it was intended. Kang Hansu swallowed in shock, because the old man was very cruel when dealing with those he disliked. The scary rope was on the ground nearby, and there were a few drops of terrifying blood. Finally, the exhausted elf stopped moving and making unnecessary sounds. The boy began to have bad suspicions that the chief had deliberately demonstrated his cruelty. Taking a deep breath, Kang Hansu said that it must be very difficult to follow a path that no one recognizes. Something like an epiphany lit up the boss's eyes. Could there really be a person who understood him? The young man said that of course he understands because he is Asa, who feels for those like him. This expression means a lone wolf wandering the desert, as the village elder recalled. He began to think that perhaps he too had once been Asa. His temperament was very similar. God whispered in Kang Hansu's ear that he was very doubtful, and the boy agreed with him. The young man looked at the older man with wide eyes, analyzing whether he had hit the target and whether he considered him his soulmate. A few moments later, the village elder said that he really looked like Asu, and therefore he had to be left alone. That is, get rid of the guy. The patron spirit couldn't help but laugh, and Kang Hansu muttered irritably that they didn't see anything funny in it, and now wanted to get rid of him so they could be at peace. But the man would not kill him quickly, as he believed that there was one person capable of understanding his plan. He considered Kang Hansu a like-minded person, but that wasn't part of the young man's plans either. Looking at his prisoners, the village elder thought of something. There was a tense pause for several minutes. Having chosen one of the victims hanging from the ceiling, he realized that the elf had been misbehaving lately. He tried to respond angrily in his own language, but Kang Hansu didn't understand him. However, the elder understood well what the elf said, and replied that he still needed to have fun with his female. He rarely lowered the chain around the piercing, irritating sound of metal. The victim was now lying on the floor with his hands tied and completely helpless. The old man no longer paid attention to those present, folded his hands, and in the evening began to speak a few words, addressing the heavenly mentor. Kang Hansu saw how the magic circle shone with a bright light, illuminating everything in the room. Then the man left the circle, and only the defeated elf remained, lying with his hands tied. The old man turned to the elf with the order that he tell him that he was transferring the remaining years to him. But even in this state, the brave elf did not want to agree and glared angrily at his offender. But the villain needed to hear the elf's consent, so he promised in return that his female would follow him. To heighten the effect, he threatened his victim that it would be best not to refuse his mercy. And the elf still had to wring from himself the agreement that his years would be transferred to the village elder. With that, a bloody and cruel pact was concluded, in the fiery circle of a damp basement. Kang Hansu thought that the elder had already regained a youthful physique before his eyes, but the light from the circle was too strong and nothing could be seen. Looking closer, the boy realized that the old man looked the same as before, absolutely unchanged. There was a skeleton of a dead elf lying on the ground, and the man realized that his magic had been successful. Kang Hansu expressed surprise that even after such a ritual the elder did not become any younger, and he explained that he wasn't sacrificing elves to rejuvenate himself because he wasn't human. Then the villain added that he had taken the lives of a calculated number of elves and travelers during his entire stay in the village. He said that when he was human, after receiving a curse, he immediately aged and became seriously ill. At that time, a wandering magician stopped in the village and offered him an experiment. Then the village elder opened his cloak, revealing part of his stomach. Kang Hansu looked at the man in astonishment because what he saw did not fit his imagination. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. Was this really possible, and who was he seeing in front of him? On the elder's chest was a bare mouth with a cruel and evil gaze. It was a gnoll, and the elder confirmed this assumption. He is a hybrid, a combination of human and gnoll. What he saw gave Kang Hansu the creeps. He screamed in fear and jumped back a few millimeters. The enraged villain continued his speech, saying that he would soon take revenge on everyone as he combined the wisdom of a man and the strength of a gnoll. He said he could handle it himself, hunting the elves mercilessly using his own methods. Here Kang Hansu reminded him that he was not an elf, but such trifles did not bother the elder at all. His hands were convulsively gripping the guy and he couldn't let go. It was quite scary. Meanwhile, the villain said that thanks to the young man, the secret about the lone wolf Asu was revealed to him, and therefore he would very carefully waste Kang Hansu's life. The guy realized that his attempts to survive were futile and thought that now there was no way out, because they would kill him anyway. After all, this crazy guy believed that Asa had to kill everyone to be alone. And now Kang Hansu realized how dangerous the outsiders were. Something fateful had to happen now, otherwise all would be lost. Princess Athena Archimage loved hardworking people very much, so she was considered the standard of diligence. It is for this reason that she was called a genius in the magical realm of the archmages. She had talents, and thanks to them, the girl was able to have a princess without making any special effort. Yubora diligently investigated every detail and asked every question of interest, and in doing so, he won the princess's heart. After all, the Archmage of Athena loved and respected people who demonstrated special diligence. The princess said that to strengthen one's magical abilities, one must imitate their parents and mentors. But other methods could be used. With these words, Archmage Athena raised her hand and formed a kind of clot of energy in it. The boys froze and gaped in joy. They had never seen anything like it before. After all, the princess created a figurine of a real ice rabbit in literally a second. It was a true miracle. Yubora asked if it was called ice magic. Archimage Athena said that since ancient times her ancestors knew how to control the forces of fire, but she, on the contrary, learned to skillfully control the magic of ice, creating wonderful figures. The princess suggested that her students try to use the knowledge, and Bora tried to repeat it. Well, no matter how much the girl tried and twisted her hands, nothing worked for her. Realizing this, Archimage Athena said she simply didn't have enough experience as a mentor to teach. And she promised that once she improved her skills, Bora would definitely be able to repeat it and make a figurine. And the class leader thanked the teacher for the detailed explanation. But then one of the students turned to the princess with a question. Archmage Athena said she was listening attentively. It was Chan Mien who was interested in knowing what to do for students who do not have sponsorship. And then most of the class started shouting that they didn't have a Patronus either and wished they had one. The princess thought for a moment, choosing the right words to explain correctly to the children. Everyone was silent for a second and waited for an answer. Everyone wanted to have a Patronus in skills. Archmage Athena suggested that they now decide who would be their second student. The boys looked at each other and each thought they deserved it, so it was difficult to choose. They started yelling, interrupting each other, and they want to come second, not you, princess. The boys argued for a long time, furiously proving who should have the right to be the princess's student. But she decided not to interfere in this dispute and wait until the team made a decision. The princess did not intend to enter into an argument and choose someone, but simply asked that when they chose, they inform her. Eubora asked her mentor if she did this on purpose. Somewhat embarrassed, Archmage Athena asked what the girl meant by such a question. But the student didn't ask any more questions, and so the princess decided to continue her magical training. Archmage Athena explained that such a rabbit figurine can be made through a method of endless trial and error, and she was somewhat surprised by her student's clarification as to whether this was black magic. Finally, the princess understood the answer and said that mastering black magic is impossible to do alone. And meanwhile, Kang Hansu understood in detail what black magic really was. The goal is to use innocent victims in its application. The exhausted and discouraged man thought about how it happened that he ended up with that crazy old man. At this moment, the elder wanted his victim's consent, that is, for Kang Hansu to give his consent to his destruction out loud. The man's thoughts were confused, but still, a glimmer of hope appeared because he was forced to agree, otherwise the magic would not work. And the crazy old man explained that even though the guy's body was handcuffed, it still belonged to him. Then he paused to say that he was tired of talking and impatient to finish the ritual. Kang Hansu frantically thought about how he could save himself, because if he did absolutely nothing, he might actually die. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the boss. He asked with displeasure what the man wanted from him again, and the young man said that before he died, he would like to see Misa, a resident of that village. The man thought about it, that is, Kang Hansu was talking about that mercenary who walks around with a huge crossbow. The chief was quite surprised that the man was so knowledgeable about the locals and asked why Misa needed him. He was told that Kang Hansu was her boyfriend. However, the village elder did not believe it, because everything that was happening right in front of him. He knew perfectly well that Misa was dating Call, so there was something about the guy's words that didn't make sense. Kang Hansu thought angrily that this man, although a little crazy, was a responsible boss. But this gave a small glimmer of hope. The guy had an idea again and continued the conversation. Kang Hansu assured that Misa was no longer dating Call. They broke up, and now the guy is with her, but the old man needed proof. And then the fellow showed them to the village chief and told him to smell them, and then he would understand everything himself. Now the man thought hard again, because the scent coming from Kang Hansu really belonged to Misa. After all, if Misa disappears, his friends Gary and Call will also suspect something, and that wasn't part of his plan. Kang Hansu waited happily. He understood how suspicious and vile this guy was. He even wanted to eliminate Misa. The elder asked the boy if he had any other wishes, and he replied that if he survived, he would like to be free until he meets Misa. The villain agreed because he believed that the creature, having lost years of its life, was incapable of living. They made promises to each other. Now this bloody treaty has been concluded and both sides have agreed to all the conditions. Kang Hansu was completely shocked. He suspected it would be unpleasant, but the young man did not expect such painful torture. It was as if he had been struck by several bolts of lightning at once, and the boy cried out in pain, thinking that the boss had tricked him as he had promised to do it painlessly. The elder laughed maliciously and promised that he would pass on the message about Kang Hansu's death to the mission. But, overcoming the pain, the young man shouted that it was unlikely to work since Misa had left first. This message left the old man in a stupor. He was confused, and his thoughts were jumbled in his head. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu gathered his strength, all his courage, and prepared for the blow. The vile villain, without expecting anything, flew to the side due to the blow he received with a punch to the chin. The man was taken aback by the surprise, but the next moment he came to his senses. The old man realized that the man had simply deceived him, and now his eyes burned with anger. At this time, Kang Hansu, who left after the weapon was used on him, replied that the villain had also deceived him, because the torture was very painful. Then the guy said some weird line about how it was so painful and even a childhood friend turned enemy. The elder was very worried because after so many trials, the young man was still alive. But Kang Hansu promised to tell about it after he died, but now he doesn't have much time for that. The magic that paralyzed the subject has now stopped working. This is the patronage of the god Asa that gave him strength even in his shortened life. He looked alive, healthy, and completely unharmed, all thanks to the condescending spirit. The villain was furious. He didn't expect this. Could any boy really survive after this? Now Kang Hansu remembered the promise the elder made here before the test began. He said that the time had come to keep his word because he remained alive. With these words, the man took his dagger. He was doing some calculations in his mind, trying to figure out which side would be better to face the duel. Finally, in the corner sat the tied-up fairies with a miserable look. They had no hope of salvation left. With a wave of his hands, the young man tried to cut the thick chains and free the captives. With all his strength and power, Kang Hansu struck hard and tore the handcuffs apart. The fairy looked at her hands in astonishment and said something in an incomprehensible language. The boy took the girl by the hand and motioned for her to stand up. Now he had a witness. But for some reason she couldn't get up. Perhaps she didn't have the strength. The young man had no choice but to throw her over his shoulders and carry her. Kang Hansu looked around mischievously and decided to implement the idea that had formed in his head. He accelerated at such a furious speed that the girl on his shoulder screamed in horror. The old man tried to stop the boy by shouting for him to stop immediately. However, Kang Hansu was already heading towards the exit. It was impossible to stop him. He ran too fast. Turning around, he replied that the village elder must fulfill his promise. But the villain wouldn't give up. He said the promise wouldn't have any special importance under one condition. If he frees himself from those years of life he took from the guy, he won't be able to keep his word. And a minute later, Kang Hansu felt the touch of long, disgusting tentacles. They grabbed the guy first by the legs and then wrapped them around his entire body. The village elder said he was very disappointed in the young man and changed his mind about killing him painlessly. To this, the young man said that it was too early to abandon the planned plan. The villain wanted to end this dialogue quickly and deal with Kang Hansu, but at that very moment, he noticed how some changes began to occur in his body. He developed bleeding wounds and some strange and unpleasant sensations. The old man did not understand what was happening to him. He was very frightened by his condition. He screamed in horror and realized what had really happened. His strength gradually began to disappear. He could no longer stand and sat on the ground. Kang Hansu, who had been watching the whole thing, was very surprised and asked the boss what had happened to him. The young man himself did not expect such a result, but he imagined that the villain's strength was abandoning him. Instantly, the man acquired dry, wrinkled skin, and the wrinkles now showed how old he was. In a rage, the villain said that no one had ever left this circle alive, so why didn't the guy die? Was he really a vampire? The guy tried to explain who he was, but hesitated, unsure whether to continue. A whisper from the patron god was heard above Kang Hansu, asking him not to make their identities a mystery. In this case, the subject decided to call himself the Apostle of Asa, decisively raising his dagger. This confused the spirit a little, but Kang Hansu was very irritated by this reaction. Although there was nothing to be done, one had to obey the patron. At that moment, the exhausted old man cried out in frustration because nothing had worked. For a moment, the young man wondered how many points he would earn if he killed a hero of significantly higher rank than his own. But he decided it was more important to get out of that place alive, so he wished the angry and exhausted owner of the lair all the best. Suddenly, Kang Hansu heard a familiar growl and realized that a knoll was already there. The furious beast screamed that he would never forgive that man for destroying his dream. The old man was turning into a true evil cannibal. There was practically nothing human about him. He began to attack the stunned youth with new furious speed and strength. With his hands now resembling the paws of a gnoll, the villain swung them sharply and delivered a crushing blow to Kang Hansu. The boy didn't expect this. He couldn't stand and felt a sharp pain. And the beast said that such power is called gnoll swordsmanship. It was his secret weapon. These skills made him good at hunting elves, but the situation forced him to use them here. But suddenly the beast's face distorted in surprise. Could this guy really keep fighting? Kang Hansu stood up as if nothing had happened. He had a dagger in his hand, and his gaze did not bode well for the beast. The terrible gnoll was furious. He had already lost many of his resources, and now he could not fully reflect the blows. Meanwhile, the man, now recovered, tried to catch the fleeing animal. But the gnoll werewolf had already approached the exit, and then felt someone grab his leg. The villain really expected him to walk out the door and disappear, locking his prisoners there, but that was not meant to be. It was the fairy freed by Kang Hansu who quickly found her bearings and decided to help her savior. The enemy shouted at her to let him go and didn't notice a crushing blow coming towards him from behind. There was already a dagger near his face. The time for retribution had come, and the villain got what he deserved. The freed prisoner looked with all her eyes at this incredible, immortal young man. However, Kang Hansu decided to remove another head from his defeated enemy. Before he died, the scary gnoll said a sentence about asking his daughter for forgiveness for not being able to take revenge. This surprised the young man a little, and he wished his opponent all the best. These events did not amuse those present much. God bowed his head, and Kang Hansu agreed that it was all very sad. Well, be that as it may, the enemy was finished, and now it was necessary to decide what to do next. He began to free the captive elves, and they began to help each other get up and recover. Then the villagers that Kang Hansu called to help entered the basement and found a common language with the elves. Overall, the testing was now complete, and it was time to relax a bit. But that was not what happened. After the young man left, some incomprehensible messages from the elves began to arrive. He thought they were simply thanking him for saving their lives and intended to leave. However, when Kang Hansu looked at them, he noticed that the elves were looking at him with some confusion. Still not understanding what they wanted to tell him, he smiled and continued on his way. But before that moment, not very favorable events had occurred. The guy was standing on the edge of a cliff. Behind him were enraged elves who aimed and threw their sharp spears at him. It was necessary to decide something and somehow save himself, so Kang Hansu approached the edge of the cliff. Spears flew behind him, but the guy was full of determination and desperately flew off the huge cliff. Meanwhile, at the temple, the students' furious battle ceased when a crowd of magicians appeared at the door, wanting to be mentors. A large number of magicians wanted to get the title of mentor, so they happily separated the guys among themselves. Meanwhile, the princess told us that to do magic, you have to concentrate your mind. The boys managed to create a miracle. They held bright flames in their hands and were very happy about it. But suddenly, Ethine, Archmage 1 of the students, asked a question that left the princess in a stupor. He asked where he could obtain the mathematical knowledge necessary for magic. However, the princess replied that this does not happen, and this left the student very upset. After all, to use magic, mathematical calculations are not necessary. But the young hero didn't like this at all, because he wanted to apply his mathematical knowledge here. Here, one of the magicians intervened in the conversation and said that Princess Athena had explained something incorrectly. In fact, there are cases where mathematical knowledge is still present in magic. Meanwhile, the mentor continued explaining to the children how magic happens using fire as an example. To increase efficiency in magic, it was possible to use mathematical skills, but the princess had not yet studied everything, so she did not know. Moreover, this is necessary in order not to waste a lot of energy in the war and to use exact sciences for a quick victory over the enemy. After all, to use magic at a distance, you need to measure the radius, direction, and strength of the wind. And having made the necessary calculations, the mentor threw the ball with the lit flame upwards. And then he turned to the student to clarify if that was what he was asking, and a friendship developed between them. The old wizard commented that knowledge of practical magic would also be useful to the princess, so he could continue the short lesson with everyone. The princess reluctantly agreed, as she understood that she did not have enough experience and could give the magician some lessons. The teenagers began to chat excitedly among themselves. They really liked the idea of having practical magic lessons. Under this serious guidance from recognized high-ranking magicians, we quickly mastered all the basic concepts. Meanwhile, in the village, a heavy rain was falling. The gods above were clearly fighting. One of the elves was washing her wounds after a long period of captivity, and she involuntarily cried out in pain. The girl asked Espresso, the elven princess's maid, to have a little patience and that the medicine would soon take effect. However, she was very offended, and the fairy felt no relief. The medicine had only a temporary effect. Espresso thought that only a saint could help heal his ailing body. But she was an ordinary elf who didn't even belong to the royal family. No one would waste energy on her. As they said goodbye, the girl who was bandaging Espresso's wounds said that they would definitely catch that man. At that time, it was not known whether the inhabitants of this village were accomplices of the elders and whether they represented any danger. And the fairy, wiping her tears, said that as soon as she got home, she would tell everything for sure. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and Espresso jumped in surprise and asked who it was. Behind the door was one of the elves who was doing bandages. She wanted to report something to her mistress. When the girl came in, she told him that the mercenaries finally let this guy escape. But Espresso told her that she wasn't at all concerned about people's concerns. And then the fairy realized that they were greatly indebted to this man because he had saved them from the evil elder. This observation made Espresso very angry, and she said that the guy had the princess's dagger in his hand, so people can't be trusted. All attempts to convince him were in vain, although the fairy tried to remind him that no matter what happened, that young man would save them. To this, Espresso replied that it was not necessary to kill him, but it was very necessary to capture him, that it was just a confrontation between animals. The fairy was discouraged by this expression. After all, they are not wild animals, but a civilized society. Suddenly the door opened, and the evil elder Cerebret entered the room. She asked what was happening there. But the next second she staggered and almost fell because she was so weak. Cerebreth was an elf of the royal family. Her name means sacred son. She was the one who was trapped the most and suffered severe abuse from the evil elder because she had an infinite supply of life. Now she was very angry and upset, and when asked to calm down, she replied that it was not over yet. The fairy felt sorry for Kang Hansu because he could have simply run away, but he didn't, having freed her first. Espresso thought the guy did it for his own benefit. He coveted the fairy's life. After all, this benefactor used a black magic contract. That is, he freed the fairy in exchange for compensation. The subject took advantage of the so-called breach of contract, and this brought certain consequences. In case of breach of contract, it is necessary to pay a price not less than what was received. But the chief made a mistake in not calculating that the boy's life expectancy would pose a danger to him. Cerebret remembered how Espresso flew carefree through the meadows, but the experience made her look at everything in a new way. Indeed, now the fairy felt deep despair and humiliation. She could not forget her captivity. Cerebret also went through a lot during this time, but she lowered her head and said she didn't know. She decided to go in search of the man who saved her life, ignoring the fact that they were trying to dissuade her. The fairy asked not to be called old woman anymore, as she didn't like that title. That's what they call angry, nervous old people who lose their balance and patience very quickly. There was a pause in the room, and at that moment a certain creature, a patron spirit, left the indicated location. He investigated the entire situation and found out everything he needed to, then decided to leave calmly. A god entered a dense, dark forest to look for his dear friend. When he saw the fallen body, he bent down and asked the stranger if he was alive. Overcoming the pain, he opened his eyes and tried to respond, but it didn't come out very clearly. But after a moment the strength increased a little, and the subject said that he was apparently still alive. The prince gathered his students to learn the art of fencing. The teenagers reacted differently to what was happening. Some liked it, others not so much. After all, first the children were taken to a room where there was a table with cups and tea. The prince explained that this was a banquet hall and that everyone present needed to go to their seats. The heroes took their chairs and prepared to drink tea. There were cakes and rolls on the table. The prince raised his teacup and solemnly proposed a toast to all the assembled heroes who had chosen the path of the swordsman. All the guards agreed with the prince, and a loud, deep voice echoed throughout the hall. The boys' eyes widened in surprise, and they backed away, because they hadn't expected it to be so loud. After a pause, the prince began to talk about how fencing is completely different from what the boys imagine. He then asked one of the guards to play along with him to clearly show the students how it all happens. The commander and the prince took their positions, grabbing their weapons and standing at attention. The prince said that first, teenagers need to be shown how everything works in their minds. And he raised his sword behind his shoulders to gain maximum movement and effectively strike his opponent. The duel between the prince and the commander began. They showed agility and seemed to float in the air. The teenagers stared at them with wide eyes, holding their breath as they watched the movement of the weapons. The commander was determined and used all his techniques in this fight. Suddenly the sword flew. The prince couldn't catch it, and the boys stared intently at the weapon hovering in the air. Then a ringing sound was heard, and the sword cut through the ground with a crushing blow, becoming stuck in the surface. The prince praised his opponent for his creativity and announced that the duel was over. A moment later, the mentor said he needed to show the true art of fencing. He told his commander not to give up and to go into battle with all his strength. The commander was grateful to have been chosen and thanked him for the honor. The prince stood in the middle of the hall with his sword, and magic burned around him. Everything was shrouded in magical mist. The enemy began to attack with all the strength they had. Two silhouettes were locked in a fierce battle as rays of magical interference flew around. Suddenly, half of the sword flew to the side, and the boys saw how the tip was cut off. At this point, the duel ended, and the commander admitted his defeat, as he had nothing left to fight with. At this point, the prince thanked his opponent again and said that his fencing skills had improved significantly. The boys looked at each other in confusion. They didn't understand what had happened, and if this was really all that could be seen. The prince laughed and said cheerfully that this was the art of disarming the enemy at once. Using this principle, you can kill a large number of enemies without expending much energy. After a brief pause, the prince asked everyone present to finish their tea. Choi Gangmin picked up his cup and tried this strange drink but found the taste strange. A moment later, he couldn't contain himself any longer. It was too disgusting to drink that tea. The other guys also noticed a bad taste in the drink and could barely contain themselves from spitting it back out. However, the prince assured that everything was fine and that a certain elixir was simply added to the tea, which is necessary to master the art of fencing. The girls spat and coughed, unable to force themselves to drink, and Choi Gangmin really wanted to test the elixir's effect on himself. Overcoming his strength, the boy finished his drink and asked for more. The prince approved and advised them to have a snack with biscuits so that it wouldn't be so disgusting. Then, Choi Gangmin was given more tea. The guy didn't want to drink it at all, but the decision to learn to be the best in the art of fencing took effect. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu, sitting in a tree and having recovered from the fall, was thinking about his future fate. The boy remembered that right at the entrance to the village, the mercenaries began to harass him, and he had to flee. So he gave the guard some money and let him in by opening the gate, and if there were no coins, the guy would have been caught right there. Suddenly, a familiar growl was heard from the ground. The wild gnolls smelled it and went after their prey. They said the meat was on the tree and they had to get it somehow. And although these malicious creatures wanted to eat the young man, he still trusted them more than people and elves. Suddenly, a brilliant idea popped into Kang Hansu's mind, and he decided to pursue it immediately. He quickly flew down the tree. His usual weapon in his hands was a dagger. The main thing was to land correctly. The gnolls were caught off guard and had no time to react, so one after another they were severely stabbed. There were only 3 of them, and they were all defeated and lying unconscious on the ground. The guy found it very suspicious that everything had ended so simply and quickly. Kang Hansu thought that perhaps it was a matter of experience, and that the body became accustomed to fighting and became faster, and the god looked at the man absent-mindedly. He thought maybe it was because the level had risen, but when he looked out the window he realized that nothing had changed there. The only thing that confused the boy was the presence of the action item where the number increased. He asked God to explain what that meant. The patron god was quite amused by this question. The guy doesn't know such basic things and said, "The higher the number, the better." The young man turned around in disappointment. It was impossible to learn anything from that spirit. Suddenly his eyes fell on a gnoll that appeared out of nowhere. Kang Hansu decided not to duel immediately, but asked the savage a question about the elves. Upon hearing the word elves, the teacher clearly perked up and said she had been listening carefully to the boy. Kang Hansu wanted to know what gnoll swordsmanship could accelerate hand movement. This was used by the Mad Village Elder, and the boy wanted to know how to learn this art. The subject hoped that he could use the art of fencing to properly defend himself and take revenge, as his current state was weak. To this question, the savage replied that they use fresh red meat in their diet. Kang Hansu made a connection between the food the monsters ate and their skill with the sword. He understood that he currently had very little information and could not fully study combat tactics. In any case, we need to learn more about these animals and study their internal ecosystem. In the banquet hall, the students continued to sit, drinking tea and talking about magic. The prince explained that talent in the art of fencing is open to anyone. It just takes time and money. As the prince told his story, the teenagers behaved differently. Some listened, while others were distracted or bored. Choi Gangmin drank his portion of tea and asked for more, believing it would bring him quick progress. However, the prince did not approve of this behavior and said that one should not drink so much at once. This made Choi Gangmin a little angry, because he was very impatient and didn't like waiting too long for something. One of the employees offered the boy tea with honey to alleviate his condition a little. And the prince said that it is very important in this matter not to stop drinking tea, but to do so in a balanced way, 1 cup at most a day. Choi Gangmin decided that for a hero like him, it was necessary to drink 2 cups. But the prince warned that in any case the hero's patronage could not be obtained so quickly, in 1 day. The angry guy asked how long he would have to wait, and I was very disappointed when I found out that this happens differently for everyone, and sometimes you have to wait a whole year. But then Choi Gangmin noticed that there was a new inscription in the status window, which said that his patron had become fighting spirit. The guy couldn't believe his luck and reread the new information, which said that Choi Gangmin only became stronger and more powerful during a long battle. The prince congratulated the new hero from the bottom of his heart and said that receiving patronage so quickly was a good sign. But Choi Gangmin was a little embarrassed and said that His Majesty was exaggerating a bit. After some time, the prince said he needed to tell the boy how to hide his status window so no one could see it. Meanwhile, an angry growl was heard deep in the forest. Clearly there was some kind of hunting going on there. The huge, aggressive gnoll bared its sharp teeth and ran toward its victim as fast as it could. He grabbed a wild boar that was running past and furiously sank his teeth into the animal's hide. Kang Hansu looked at the image thoughtfully. He had been following the gnoll for several days to study the power of flesh. But suddenly the savage threw his meal on the ground and turned to the man, looking at him maliciously. Kang Hansu managed to jump to the side. All the while the gnoll tried to attack the guy at any opportunity. However, all his attempts were in vain. Kang Hansu quickly stopped such behavior and put the savage in his place. Kang Hansu realized that this guy was a bit weak for his level and wanted to find out why. A wild beast lay in the grass, and beside it a status window glowed, telling him the gnoll was level 6. The guy couldn't believe that a beast at the 6th level could be so weak. However, as proof, the savage showed strands of hair from the defeated elves in his hand. Kang Hansu thought that all victorious gnolls take for themselves, as trophies, the hairs of their defeated victims. After a pause, the young man asked how it was possible that a gnoll who had defeated 2 elves could be so weak. He then asked if the beast could see Kang Hansu's status, but he couldn't, but guessed it was first-tier meat. The young man did not understand how this illiterate gnoll could know such a thing, unless he felt it on an intuitive level. Soon, the savage pointed to the side and said that we needed to go there, as there was elf meat there. The boy smiled smugly. Now he had confirmed the location of the village and was convinced that all those stories from the elder were true. At that moment, the gnoll found a new victim in the form of a small rabbit and attacked it eagerly. The hungry and enraged beast ate the meat, and Kang Hansu watched closely to notice the slightest changes. And indeed, with experience, the subject began to notice that after eating, a certain energy appears and accumulates in the savage's stomach. Kang Hansu felt that compared to black magic, this method was much simpler, but it was not as effective. Now, after eating, the gnoll began to feel much better, and his mood improved. But he wanted even more meat, and so the beast began to look around again in search of a new victim. He wanted to attack Kang Hansu again. His gaze was aggressive and his strong legs rushed towards the guy. The gnoll seemed to grow larger and, growling angrily, prepared to attack. But the guy already understood how it all worked and why this ability was called the power of the flesh. He took this power, and in his hands appeared an energy that was destructive to the savage. With all the strength he could muster, Kang Hansu attacked his evil assailant. The guy looked in surprise at his glowing hands. All the power of the flesh was in them. With his dying breath, the gnoll said he had underestimated this fellow and didn't understand how he had defeated him. But in any case, Kang Hansu gained a lot of knowledge and experience thanks to this gnoll, and was somewhat grateful to him. His opponent asked if the fellow was also one of them, since it was impossible to gain the strength of the flesh otherwise. But the young man said he was an ordinary person, but his eyes shone with a cruel fire. He looked at his hands, trying to solve this riddle because the thirst for profit awakened all the reactions in the body. That's why the gnolls had so much strength. However, the boy understood that the most important thing here is not that, because no one can use such a gift. Here this would not be possible without the protective power of God. It is simply impossible to provoke reactions in the body. And Kang Hansu came to the surprising conclusion that he replenishes his powers with patronizing magic and the gnolls with meat. It's an incredible constant cycle of processes that never ends. The boy had the idea that in this way he could be infinitely at the peak of his abilities, but God considered this carefree reasoning. They continued on their way to face the trials and adventures that fate had in store for them. The guy needed to get to the pack of hungry gnolls and test his assumptions. He attacked the crowd, scattering it aside, and with a swipe of his hand it flew onto the grass. All the enemies were defeated, and Kang Hansu moved on proudly because of his achievement. The god who was watching this image said that I was a very careless young man. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu continued on his way and thought he had achieved a lot and become stronger, but he did not derive any joy from it. After all, he had to wander through the forest fighting wild monsters and dragging this incomprehensible dagger with him. Suddenly, the patron spirit showed him which direction he needed to go. A blazing fire appeared in front of them. There must have been people there, so they had to follow it. The guy came up with a malicious plan. He wanted to take revenge on these barbarians and punish them. Guards wandered around the massive fence, holding torches and weapons in their hands. Hiding in the bushes, Kang Hansu also thought about entering, as the guards were quite serious. The boy's powers of observation came to his aid, for when he was in the village he studied the local landscape well. The patron god said that now the time has come, and we must enter quickly. The boy looked around suspiciously, wondering why it was suddenly necessary to leave at that moment. Kang Hansu didn't understand what was going through this outsider's head and why he suddenly decided to help, but his inner instincts told him that now was the time. After quietly approaching the fence, the young man decided he needed to seize the opportunity and jump over. He pierced the wall with a dagger and, having grabbed it, managed to get away quite far. Kang Hansu flew very high and managed to calculate the distance correctly and thus jumped to the edge of the fence. Trying to descend silently, he found himself on the ground, problem solved. When the young man got up, he thought that they didn't tell him that he was lucky because there was no one around. The patron spirit proudly recalled that it was he who advised them to act, and Kang Hansu quickly thanked him. The subject narrowed his eyes angrily, saw his victim and intended to sneak up on him. The unsuspecting security guard came out of the bathroom, humming some songs. But suddenly a guard came up to him from behind and shouted in surprise, not daring to turn around. Kang Hansu coldly slit his throat before he could even let out a scream. The guard resisted in vain and was eventually defeated and unable to move any further. The guy felt that he still felt a little uncomfortable killing a person, but he didn't notice much of a difference. He grabbed the victim by the legs and tried to get her out of sight, thinking that her relatives might also be saddened by the person's death. Then the young man gathered himself together with the thought that because of these cruel barbarians, he too had almost lost his life, and yet his family was waiting for him at home. Because of these people, the innocent Kang Hansu could have died without ever seeing his family, and he decided not to bear any more humiliation. However, for some reason, the paternalistic spirit looked at the guy with a strange look. The man coldly killed the rest of the guards nearby and piled them into a pile. He thought the place was suspiciously quiet and that someone might notice such a number of deaths. Kang Hansu looked at his victims and wondered how he could find elves among all those mercenaries. As he thought about this matter, he thought that both people and elves go to the bathroom the same way, but for some reason, he didn't find any that had died. The stranger's spirit said that the man finally thought of it, even though it was very late. Suddenly, Kang Hansu became alert because he heard loud voices in the distance. They were people, walking with lanterns, and behind them followed a crowd of prisoners whose heads were not visible. People were talking about something among themselves, but the subject could not understand the essence of the conversation. The guy kept quiet and thought things were getting serious, and he might have to intervene or run away. The unsuspecting elves were blatantly caught getting out of bed while sleeping. Espresso was sleeping peacefully when a cruel man snuck up behind her and grabbed her roughly. She tried to bite his vile hand, but she couldn't free herself. The villain ordered her to be silent, and then, right on the bed, he placed a disgusting bag over her head. The girl realized that there was not one person there, but several. She heard two voices talking to each other. The criminals ordered Espresso to move forward, not to shout and not to make unnecessary noise. As the girl walked, she thought about what had happened to the other elves. Had they really captured others as well? Walking down the steps, she could only imagine where they were taking her. Suddenly, the elf felt a familiar touch and thought they were going to the dungeon. There was a voice down there that said, Crimson thought people didn't know anything, because they drifted away when they had a new homeland and families. That voice sounded familiar to Espresso, and she remembered it belonged to the healer. Meanwhile, she was conveying that such retribution must be sacrificed. They gathered here to avenge the death of the village elder. One of the guys in the crowd shouted that elves have always hated people and cannot be left alive. A bald guy said that tonight the village was terribly busy, not even the mercenaries showed up. The healer closed her eyes, paused for a few minutes, and then said, We could begin. The villains drew their weapons and headed towards the innocent tied-up elves. A well-aimed sword strike pierced Espresso's chest, and thick blood gushed from the wound. The rest of the people also armed themselves and directed all their forces to kill the elves. Espresso fell to the ground. A pool of blood appeared beneath her. She was already dead. Within minutes, all the elves were dead, and the eyes of the people turned only to the last remnants. It was Cerebret who was sitting in the chair. She was sure that the people's objective was to kill her. This was how they would finish their revenge. The elf didn't understand why they hadn't done it yet. The villains talked among themselves, deciding what to do. They were a little afraid to kill her, since Cerebret held a high position. The fairy could understand what those angry, revenge-hungry villagers were feeling. But she was furious because they wanted to kill the guy who saved everyone so he wouldn't tell too much. She couldn't control her anger. It was unfair, and Cerebretta didn't want to let it go so easily. The confused people said they would let the old woman go if she didn't tell anyone. However, the elf was adamant. She believed that oaths extracted under torture could be false. The gathered villains didn't want any trouble because of Cerebretta, so they were even ready for a lie from her, but the proud girl said that elves never lie to stay alive. In this case, people still had to kill the fairy because they saw no other way out. The executioner raised his sword threateningly over his victim, and the fairy no longer had any help. She prepared for death, mentally saying goodbye to her family. Now nothing could save her. But for some reason there was no blow. A strange sound was heard. Cerebretta opened his eyes and looked around in astonishment, not understanding what was happening. A moment later she saw who had neutralized her attackers and couldn't believe her eyes. Before the girl stood her savior, who had already been rescued from captivity. Could this guy really have survived and come back to protect her again? Cerebretta couldn't understand how this was possible. The fairy looked at the young man in astonishment and wondered what would happen to her next. For a moment, Kang Hansu was taken aback. He also didn't expect to see a familiar person there. However, first, it was necessary to end the massacre of the villagers. The brave boy attacked them and delivered devastating blows with his weapon. At first, Kang Hansu wanted to kill all the elves and humans present there. As the men lay dead on the ground, the healer begged for mercy, because she knew there was no protection. The woman uttered a word the boy understood, asking him to save her, but Kang Hansu, taught by bitter experience, believed that punishment was inappropriate in such cases. The young man was happy to hear familiar words, but this did not help people, as they treated him very cruelly. The healer tried to run away. She went towards the exit and shouted, "Save me!" But Kang Hansu's well-aimed dagger flew straight to its target and struck the fleeing girl's head. That was the end of it all, and the guy defeated a crowd of evil villagers in that battle. He knew he had done the right thing when he killed the strong men first. Cerebretta said something in her own language, addressing the boy, but he could not understand the words. He asked again, but still couldn't understand anything. That language was incomprehensible to him. Suddenly, a status window appeared above the girl's head. Kang Hansu read that the fairy had 3 clients. The young man read the information with surprise and asked why he hadn't seen this before. He saw that the elf had the ability to tame animals. Kang Hansu wondered why she showed him her status. The boy approached the fairy and asked if he had understood correctly that her name was Cerebretta, and she nodded happily in response. It was clear from the girl that she was incredibly happy to meet him and was inspired by the new encounter. However, Kang Hansu hesitated, looking at the elf thoughtfully. Should she be left alive? For some reason, he couldn't shake his sympathy for this creature. However, he understood that Asa could only move on his own. After hesitating for a while, he decided to let Cerebretta go, since in some ways their fates were similar. Kang Hansu took the knife and sat down next to the fairy. She looked at him in astonishment, not knowing what to expect. As he unwound the rope, the man thought he wanted to kill everyone, one by one, leaving no one behind. However, now she is in such a position that she cannot say why she ended up there, because he will not understand her. But in order to survive and somehow establish communication, the girl tried to pronounce his name the same way he used to. Having finished cutting the ropes, the man turned to leave. He thought he would be no different from those bandits if he killed her. The freed elf tried to get up, but her fingers were trapped in the hard chair. When she tried to move forward, she accidentally lost her balance and flew. Kang Hansu had to support the girl because she could have fallen on top of him. For a few minutes they looked at each other in silence. The fairy, with an innocent look, said, "Your name that you remember." He was very angry, but at the same time he was surprised how that creature could know his name. Still, they had to continue the journey together. The guy looked around and wondered why it was so quiet. Kang Hansu asked his patron for clarification on the matter, but the spirit assured him that it was not in the mood for conversation at the moment. The man pursed his lips in irritation. He understood that there was only one way for God to stop being angry. He had to abandon the elf. At the same time, the young man understood that this was not the best time to run in different directions. First, you need to try to get out of this village alive. They started flying in the air, It was an incredible, wonderful, and fabulous feeling. Suddenly, the fairy addressed the boy by name. He looked at her and asked in her language what she wanted. Cerebrete pointed upwards, and he too began to look, wondering what it was. Some lights were shining and spreading across the night sky. It was quite noticeable. Suddenly, it occurred to Kang Hansu that it was a huge firebird, the phoenix. The next moment, Phoenix let out a sharp roar. He must have been in a lot of pain. The huge bird began to fall rapidly and finally landed on the grass. They began to approach her. Kang Hansu thought she could easily survive this fire, but the elf was too fragile and would burn immediately. However, Cerebrete did not seem scared. On the contrary, she started talking to the boy, and he understood that she was asking to let him go. The next second, Kang Hansu realized that the fairy wanted to stay there with the bird, and that he was being invited to walk. She approached the blazing fire fearlessly, and the bird came towards her. Kang Hansu watched the dialogue between the elf and the phoenix take place, or rather, Cerebrete spoke, and the bird listened attentively. The man looked at this photo in amazement. He understood the essence of this fairy's patronage. As she said goodbye, the girl turned and said the name of her savior and friend. She said something else, but from the words spoken, the young man only understood the name Cerebrete. After thinking for a while, the boy approached her, and a sweet smile appeared on the fairy's face. The bird prepared to fly, its gaze furious and directed towards the sky. A whirlwind of fire swirled around Kang Hansu, who was confused and stared blankly at what was happening. It seemed like the fire was about to completely engulf the young man and he might just burn to death. He closed his eyes for a few seconds, and when he opened them, he saw that the fairy was already sitting on the bird. As she said goodbye, she said his name and prepared to fly to unknown lands. The enormous phoenix took flight, and the next second the air began to rise. After releasing a few fire feathers, the bird flew away, and Kang Hansu's aporoji watched them go. Here, Kang Hansu felt a terrible pain. Someone was pulling his hair with all their strength. It was not difficult to guess that it was a spirit. And in vain, the man tried to justify himself and explain that he too was a victim of circumstances. However, he had no reason to expect mercy. The patron god was furious. Suddenly, the young man's gaze fell on the window with the status. Something had changed there. He couldn't believe what he saw. They looked at the thin screen in amazement. It was incredible, because now the situation had become completely different. After carefully studying the new status content, the boy was completely delighted because he had a new client. God was very upset and sad because he expected the donkeys to always be alone. Kang Hansu felt complete satisfaction and happiness that he now also had the sponsorship of an elf. The boy began to carefully read the conditions of his abilities and was enveloped by even more joy, while the spirit felt uncomfortable. Kang Hansu gained the ability to increase his youth and strength during battles. This humor didn't please God's patrons at all. He muttered that the man was very happy. However, Kang Hansu replied that the reason for his happiness was not that, but that he had managed to separate himself from that elf. The angry god paused for a moment and looked at the man in astonishment. Then he turned his anger into mercy, and the man was pleased to be able to maintain good relations with his stranger. Kang Hansu suggested that his patron go deeper into the forest and see what was there. Suddenly they heard footsteps, the bushes began to move, and a furry gnoll appeared in the clearing. The savage passed by unsuspectingly, while the young man hid in the bushes and simply waited for the right opportunity to attack. When Kang Hansu grabbed the gnoll by the neck, he growled furiously, but it was too late. The young man asked the savage to show him the area and tell him what was there. Meanwhile, the students were in the forest and ready for practical lessons. The prince said that the teenagers had been there for 3 days and that after meditation they could start hunting. He also warned the students not to worry too much, as the order would be responsible for capturing the monsters. The princess shouted that magicians should not miss such an opportunity under any circumstances. After all, through hunting they raised their level, and the teenagers were incredibly happy about it. The girls whispered to each other and said that if they increased the level, their skin would become more beautiful. There was a kind of talking stone lying on the ground, and a student passing by looked at the object in bewilderment. But after looking closer underneath, the guy didn't realize it wasn't a rock, but rather mud. The guys armed themselves and attacked the defenseless man, who screamed loudly. The princess and prince, in fear and anger, shouted for the teenagers to stop immediately and stand still. For a few moments, the young men froze and looked at their mentors in surprise. The prince strictly said that slimes pose no danger and cannot be touched. After all, they are very useful and rid the forest of harmful insects. After hearing this information, the teenagers were upset. The princess approached the offended man and added that these creatures also reduce the spread of infectious diseases. The boys were very unhappy with the outcome of the events, as they wanted to gain points. Meanwhile, the princess enthusiastically took the slime in her hands and said that they should not be offended. They are raised as pets, and although the boys were confused, they still admitted their guilt. Then the prince asked for silence. He said that to start with, it would be a good idea for the boys to hunt the second-level goblins. However, for now, their objective will be to capture a gnoll that is at the 4th level. The girls were terribly scared because they were only on the 1st level and thought it was very dangerous. But the princess calmed the boys, saying that even if something happened to him and they died, the saint would resurrect them. The prince touched the slime in the princess's hands and said that with such a beast, it wouldn't even be scary to defeat an orc. In general, if you are not very lucky, death is not a threat. With these words, the guys heard monsters approaching. The furious growls and screams drowned out the boys. Some were frightened, and others armed themselves. The bravest ones came forward. They wanted to gain experience points quickly. One of the students was the bravest. He went straight towards the crowd of snarling savages. At that exact moment, the gnoll felt a blow to his head and was slightly stunned. However, in response, the subject received a swift claw strike to the face, and blood gushed everywhere. The young man's eyes hurt. He couldn't see anything. He fell to the ground and started screaming loudly. The student was scared and cried. There were tears in his eyes. It was unbearable pain. The next blow was received by his classmate, who felt a terrible buzzing sound. And then the guy who tried to attack the gnoll almost lost his arm. A student tried to defeat the enemy with the help of magic and was very proud of her guess. The girl accelerated with all her strength and wanted to strike her opponent. But only smoke came out of her hand. For some reason, the magic didn't work, and that left her a little confused. Now the girl felt terrible fear and began to cry with bitterness and resentment. The prince watched the teenagers trying to fight the terrible monsters and heard cries for help. He decided he had had enough and that it was necessary to end this battle. He swung his sword sharply and attacked the aggressive savage, blocking his movement. Soon all the animals were dead and lay motionless on the grass. Many of the teenagers were also injured. Suddenly, almost imperceptible footsteps were heard in the clearing, and a saint approached the heroes. She complimented and praised Prince Alos for the work he did as a mentor. As the temple servant sat down near the injured boys, she said there must be some reason why these people were chosen to fight. However, the gods were not sure if there was any reason why these teenagers were sent here. The saint sat beside the lying man and said a few words, then touched the wound with her hand. He stood up in surprise and opened his eyes. Nothing hurt anymore, and the young man felt fine. The temple servant instructed the boys to always fight until their last breath. And she promised that every time they were on the verge of death, she would be able to heal them. Meanwhile, 3 brave friends fought a huge bloodthirsty monster. Among them was Choi Gangmin, who was determined to stand out at all costs. He sped up to execute the plan he had developed in his head. The guy attacked the gnoll and used his magic to make it more effective. With the help of a protective fighting spirit, the young man managed to overthrow the enemy. The defeated and weakened gnoll was unable to continue the fight and sat exhausted under a tree. One of the spirits approved of this behavior, saying that such ingenuity deserved respect, but the fighting spirit considered it a betrayal. Choi Gangmin checked his status window and was overjoyed to learn that he had reached level 2. The boy watched his cheerful classmates and thought that the battle had brought many benefits, for he had 2 new customers. But suddenly there was a roar and movement behind, and the young man realized it was an attack again. The young heroes attacked the monster with all their courage, giving it no chance to resist. This battle ended in brilliant success. The boys were satisfied with their achievements and looked at the defeated Null. The easy victory was achieved by the teenager, thanks to the subtle aroma that Chon-min emitted. The young men were influenced by her pheromones and defended her with all their courage. The girl thought that having a beautiful appearance is also a great art. However, such statements did not please the modest goddess, who glared angrily at Chon-min. A status window appeared in front of the girl, and she read that female beauty is subjective, but with her skill, Jong-myeon was free from prejudice. The girl excitedly said that this was exactly what she needed, and was extremely happy about it. Meanwhile, the boys looked at Chon-min with admiration, promising to always protect her. The young woman timidly replied that she trusted her protectors and thanked them from the bottom of her heart. Inspired by their victory, the two young men decided to no longer participate in battles with Choi Gangmin. Her classmates surrounded the girl on all sides and competed for her attention. Choi Gangmin noted that the girl was doing well, even though she took his team away. He decided to follow her example to some extent and went towards the girls nearby. The guy smiled good-naturedly and offered to join them in hunting the monsters. At that time, the gods were watching closely what was happening. Events were taking steep and interesting turns. However, the battle against the evil gnolls was not an easy task, and without special stubbornness and resistance, it was impossible to win. Eubora fought alone with this hungry and evil predator. It was very difficult for her. The girl gathered all her willpower into a fist. She had to win this battle. The gods watched the scene with curiosity. One of them, a water spirit, sincerely sympathized with Eubora. The chief decided that she could use her magic in this fight, and concentrating made fire. She aimed a massive fireball at her opponent, hoping to incinerate him. The beast screamed in pain but was still defeated. When it was all over, Eubora sighed in relief and sat down on the grass. She saw that a thin screen had appeared. The girl noticed that she now had a second level as well. She smiled happily. The god of my art praised Eubora for his efforts, and the water spirit, who had been worried until that moment, finally sighed in relief. The young girl thought that now, thanks to the new patronage, even the wooden sword had become much lighter, when suddenly a rustling sound was heard behind her. Eubora turned abruptly, swung his arm, and delivered a powerful blow to the gnoll. The beast howled in pain, but this attack only made it even more furious. He swung his massive paw to deliver a crushing blow in response. The brave girl focused on her skills, realizing that her body was naturally regenerating and becoming a weapon. The gnoll looked questioningly at his fingers, wondering how there could be fire on them. But the next moment he felt a sharp jet of burning, blazing flames. Eubora raised his sword behind his back, preparing to deliver the final disarming blow. She coldly cut off her enemy's head, and he was dead forever. Eubora's entire body shone with a bright light, and she felt herself regaining her strength. Now the girl had already reached the third level and was very proud of having achieved it. Choi Gangmin looked at his classmate with envy, and an evil glint flashed in his eyes. Jong-myeon calmly watched Eubora's efforts, and not far away the boys were fighting over her. From a large mountain, two figures watched what was happening. They decided that they too would need to join the fight. It was Archmage Athena and Swordmaster Alos. They were still talking and not interfering in the boys' fights, and the gods were drawing their own conclusions. Meanwhile, a little further away, a real battle was taking place between Kong Hansu and the evil savages. There were many of them, and he was alone, but the guy didn't give up and seemed immortal. After the victory, the guy studied his status window, and God asked how many he had killed. The guy said there was no point in counting because the number of wins was obviously huge, but for some reason, it didn't increase his level. Kang Hansu realized that another curse had been added to him, but that was only half the problem, because now he clearly understood that it was impossible to increase his level. The young hero sat thoughtfully near his status window, remembering the goddess who cursed him. Kang Hansu was filled with anger and rage, because of this, he was unable to improve his skills. At that moment, God looked thoughtfully at the sky. noticing that there were fewer stars there today. The man was intrigued by what had happened to the stranger. After all, until that moment, it seemed to the young man that the spirit was focused only on how to reprimand others for their mistakes. Meanwhile, God was looking into the distance thoughtfully, and Kang Hansu once again indulged in his thoughts, because he had a new curse. This really made the guy upset, and he thought that everyone was deliberately pushing him into loneliness, and the spirit smiled meaningfully. Suddenly, the young man noticed a strange, precious bracelet on the paw of one of the defeated gnolls. The guy had already found a sufficient amount of diamonds and gemstones from these animals. He thought that the gnolls took all of this from the people and the elf, and then took it with them. Kang Hansu removed the bracelet from his paw. But again he heard the familiar, unpleasant footsteps and a voice threatening the man. A mob of angry gnolls was heading towards him, and they were very determined. The man slowly hid his find and calmly watched the approaching horde. However, among these savages was a strong opponent named Hook, the elf tiermaker, level 9. But Kang Hansu was no longer afraid of anyone. He prepared to attack, realizing that this was a much stronger opponent. These animals prepared and ate meat, which gave them a lot of strength. With a shout and stamping their paws loudly, the savages rushed to meet the strong fellow. Kang Hansu took a great leap upwards and said that he should be grateful to those vile gnolls. After all, they became mentors to him, teaching him how to use his skills effectively. The savages looked at the man in astonishment, not expecting what he would do the next minute. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu unleashed his strike, which he perfected by spying on the strength of the hyena's flesh. Now he has figured out how to use it and defeat enemies in the shortest time possible. The savages were very frightened and decided that the best way to survive was to flee. The young man was proud of his victory and said afterwards that no matter how they prepared, it would not be enough. He would be stronger. Thanks to these endless battles, Kang Hansu accumulated a fair amount of gold. However, this circumstance did not solve his problems much, since the man could not even sell his findings at a profit. He needed a translator. He thought deeply about where he could find a gnoll so intelligent that he could fulfill this role. Suddenly, the man's thoughts were interrupted by a rustling sound, and a voice was heard in the distance. The man spoke in a language the young man understood, and turning abruptly, he immediately had a brilliant idea. Before the horned guy could finish his next sentence, Kang Hansu grabbed him by the collar. Now the guy understood that this man was exactly what he needed, and decided to execute his plan. He was friendly, but his eyes burned with a cruel fire. Kang Hansu asked what this wanderer's name was, and although the young man thought that they could become friends, his interlocutor did not share these assumptions and muttered under his breath that he was a demon. Kang Hansu looked at him in shock, not understanding how such a weak guy could be a demon, because in his mind, they were different. Furthermore, the goddess who sent them here also spoke about these creatures. And this strange eccentric does not at all correspond to the image of the devil, for he must be powerful, since even strangers from the earth were sent to kill him. The young man said all this out loud, which greatly offended and angered the demon. Embarrassed, Kang Hansu apologized for his words, but he still didn't understand. After all, the creature that called itself a demon didn't even resist when the guy grabbed it. Suddenly the guy started crying, and Kang Hansu was completely confused, and the demon said that the guy was simply too strong and that for the first level, this was not normal. Kang Hansu smiled smugly and said it was all thanks to the sponsorship, but the demon didn't believe him, because such things don't happen. The guy has many more curses. Hearing this, the young man was somewhat surprised. It turns out that his interlocutor also sees the status quo well. The creature who called himself a demon replied that he could see such information because he had the protection of the Watcher. And on top of that, he also has a sponsorship that allows him to see other people's status. That being said, the guy asked to release him and not hold him by the neck. Kang Hansu replied that he shouldn't be tense, because it was a sign of friendship. Demon wryly remarked that he was afraid to even imagine what the consequences of refusing would be. The guy realized that this strange guy was quite intelligent, that is, he didn't look like a gnoll, and replied that he had mastered black magic. The demon said that he had left his homeland for the sake of marriage, and when the young man commented on the haste of such a decision, he smiled indulgently. He continued his speech, saying that Kang Hansu was not even in sight when the demon reached the required age. The patron god listened attentively and asked for details. Kang Hansu asked why the demon hadn't gotten married before, but he didn't feel like continuing the conversation. He thought it was simply ridiculous. The demon priest asked to simply kill him so as not to go through such humiliation, but the young man commented on the sad prospect of dying as an old bachelor. Suddenly, the man confessed that he ran away so as not to become the husband of the old woman who was proposed to him. Kang Hansu sincerely sympathized with the demon in his difficult fate, but the embittered fellow needed no pity. And yet the demon was interested in the question of how this fellow managed to move. He asked about it. After thinking for a while, the man couldn't answer the creature because he didn't understand what it was asking. The enraged demon said that he had spread poison throughout the forest, which could paralyze even an elf, and he did not understand how an ordinary first-level person could have such immunity. The man remembered that he had already found paralyzing poison somewhere, because the village elder had used the same weapon. This gave him a bad feeling, and Kang Hansu grabbed his interlocutor with hatred and threw him away. The demon barely managed to stand and retreated. He had not expected such a reaction, and did not understand what it was related to. However, Kang Hansu became furious, and very bad memories came back to him. The two heroes continued the fight, neither of them wanting to give in to their opponent. Kang Hansu grabbed Demon by the collar and tried to beat the guy to find out the details he was interested in. However, the next moment the boy felt a restrictive force that did not allow him to move. He fought the poison with all his strength and resisted fiercely for several minutes. The demon stared at the young man because he saw that he would not give up. And the guy calmly broke the invisible handcuffs and again freed himself from the paralyzing agent. Kang Hansu wanted to know from this strange demon what connection he had with the village elder. However, the man considered this question a bit stupid, as he had seen many elders in his time. The guy said he was talking about an old man who had a knoll head on his chest. Demon's face was covered in beads of sweat. It was clear he was a little nervous. He remembered and said it was a very sensitive story, where a dying old man was ready to say goodbye to life. The demon continued his story, as he decided to save the old man with the help of his curse, but before he could finish speaking, the man pulled him with all his strength. Now everything fell into place. It was this magician who helped the old man and caused a lot of trouble. At that moment, during the training in the forest, a meeting was taking place, and the saint was talking to the boys. She told us that, unfortunately, some of the young heroes abandoned their studies and went to the temple. So now the rest of the budget will be distributed among those who did not drop out, and this news made the teenagers happy. Swordmaster Alos noticed that the teenagers had made extraordinary progress in leveling up, while keeping silent about the fact that even more incredible is the so-called hero sponsorship. Suddenly a loud cry rang out in the clearing. It was the knight flying toward the gathered people on his horse. He reported seeing a knoll eating a meal, and the entire order of knights headed there. The temple attendant asked what level that beast was, and when she found out it was level 5, she nodded in satisfaction. She realized that among the young heroes there were already 5th-level students, and it would be cool to test them. The prince gathered the students who had the 5th level, and they all went together in search of the knoll. When the heroes discovered the formidable beast sitting and eating, the prince told them to remain silent. In a whisper, Swordmaster Alos said that this cannibal was very dangerous and arrogant. The princess said that after eating these animals, they become very resistant and strong. You need to be careful. If suddenly the knoll's eyes turn red, it means he's had enough. At that exact second, the beast turned and looked at the heroes. The princess began to babble that she was asking for forgiveness for having been noticed. With a menacing growl, the cannibal directed all his strength towards his new prey and began to run quickly towards it. The princess and prince wished the heroes good luck, but it was clear they were not going to help. The boys were scared. They stared at the monster with all their eyes and were not sure if they could defeat it. But among them was a brave warrior, Choi Gangmin, who loved to win and advised them to put fear aside. He came up with a plan. They needed to buy time. The guy said it was too heavy and that this could be an advantage for the guys. First, he needed to skillfully dodge the attack, and that's what Choi Gangmin did. The next moment, all the boy's expectations were not met and he felt a blow. A huge column of dust rose and nothing could be seen. The boys looked confused at what had happened to their friend. They called Choi Gangmin in the hope that he wasn't dead and could come out and fight the attacker. The Knoll's eyes were very furious. They glowed with a cruel red fire and looked terrifying. The boys were unable to stand and, after a strong blow, flew to the sides. Suddenly, a fireball flew towards the beast, instantly neutralizing it. It was Yubora, who had learned to master the art of fire magic. But that was not all. The next step, the girl wanted to kill the enemy with a sword. She used her superpowers and, with the help of sponsorship, transformed the sword into a heavy weapon. However, the girl did not have enough time. The enemy raised its paw and attacked. Yubora hung limply from the enemy's paw and could do nothing about it. She screamed desperately, trying to free herself, but she was having difficulty. Then the Knoll grabbed the girl by her clothes and threw her aside with all his strength. The student flew like a doll straight towards her classmate. This opponent was also not afraid of her magic. The beast growled angrily, its eyes glowing a terrifying red. Yubora lost consciousness. Chon Mien was left alone and did not know how she could be saved. There was very little hope. The girl screamed desperately for help, for at least someone to save her, but no one responded. The bloodthirsty monster was getting closer and closer to Chon Min, and it seemed like there was no salvation. Chon Myeon started crying and silently begged for help. The girl didn't notice how the aroma began to spread around her. The gods watched everything that happened with interest and curiosity. One could only imagine what awaited the heroes. The terrible beast still didn't want to hurt Chon Min because she smelled so good. Suddenly, the girl noticed that a huge sword appeared, pointed directly at her enemy. In fear and numbness, she opened her eyes, unable to utter a word. It was Prince Alos, the sword master, who at the last minute decided to come to his rescue. Jong Mien couldn't calm down. She was trembling all over and tears were streaming down her face. The celestial spirits breathed a sigh of relief, but some of them were not happy with the ending. The prince said that all heroes who rushed into the attack should receive the protection of heaven. The evil and powerful demon sat helplessly on the grass and thought about who this guy was. After all, he was more powerful than any monster, so he grabbed such a powerful creature and began to shake it. This immortal Kang Hansu wants the absolutely impossible because the evil wizard cannot grant his request. However, the young man did not give up and threatened that if he did not help him, he would be killed. The demon touched his neck with his hand and performed a kind of ritual in which the healing occurred. But the guy had beaten the creature badly, nearly strangling it, and it needed to recover. Kang Hansu involuntarily glanced at the demon and thought that this ability irritated him terribly, because it was the same as Asa's. However, despite the threats, the horned boy was afraid to help the boy, as he did not want to meet the saint in the city. But suddenly the devil got the idea that they could enter another city and sell the gold there. In general, the young man liked the idea, as he himself did not want to meet the goddess's accomplices. When the travelers had already left, the demon remembered something and spoke. He said that a few days ago an order of knights appeared in the forest and that it was best for them to avoid that place. The demon said it would be very dangerous for him, and Kang Hansu added to himself that he might also get into trouble because of his tongue. Watching the scene, the god laughed silently. The man looked at him with an air of disapproval. At that moment, another couple was wandering through the forest. The girl was scolding Ohana for not having the slightest idea what a bathroom looked like. The man pursed his lips in disgust. He wanted to say that such places were not mentioned in novels and comics, but he remained silent. This girl had done so much for him, and he didn't want to fight with her. She walked ahead and continued addressing the boy, saying that he was constantly looking at her back. The girl had noticed this a long time ago and decided to say so anyway, because this behavior was a little annoying. She added that she feels this gaze constantly, and it makes her uncomfortable. The boy justified himself by saying that it was simply more comfortable for him to walk behind her and not with the purpose of looking at her back. Hanu was proud of himself because such a spectacular and beautiful woman was helping him, even though he was seeing her for the first time. But that was not all, and the girl added angrily that one should not be so ignorant because Ohanu was trying to kill the slime. When they approached a certain place, the girl said that further ahead began the orc territory. The man was very scared, but he didn't show it. His companion gave him final instructions to be careful, because orcs are much more dangerous than gnolls. After Ohanu nodded and said he understood everything, she asked if that was true. In response, the boy smiled charmingly and said that he naturally understood everything. Several gods were watching what was happening in the forest. They didn't know if they could wait for this guy. This made Ohana very happy. He thought of his classmates who, in his opinion, were in greenhouses, while he was noticed by various gods. All the while, his companion, who was looking at him, asked him to wipe that smug smile off his face. Hanu now had the shameful title of slime-level mercenary. But for the guy, the most important thing was that he had a new sponsorship and the opportunity to gain experience points, although not without risks. They approached Gnoll territory and were very surprised by the suspicious silence. The self-confident young man calmly said that it was precisely where the main characters were that the most interesting events took place. The mentor opened the map and began to study the information with surprise. She was a little confused. But the guy didn't see a problem with that and thought that if there weren't any gnolls there, they could go further. The girl tried to argue that it was necessary to return to the guild and check everything again, but Ohanu condescendingly asked to trust him. She didn't understand how a person could be so self-confident and suddenly be in danger. A huge, sharp pickaxe flew straight at the guy, and he barely managed to dodge and save himself. The fiery eyes looked straight at him. The guy was a little scared of that huge beast. The pickaxe stuck into the ground literally 2 feet away from the guy. He screamed in horror. Armed, the girl ran to meet the gnoll to help her companion. She sped up to attack her aggressive enemy and kill him. The weapon struck its target exactly on target, and the beast screamed with a furious roar but did not stop. After all, the saber hit the bulletproof vest. This gnoll was prepared, and it wasn't so easy to deal with him. The mercenary thought frantically about what to do and how to defeat this enemy now. She asked her friend if he could get up and help her. The boy was completely surprised. He agreed confusedly, and the girl added that it was necessary to take the sword because it was a personal gnoll, which was very dangerous. Hanu saw a live gnoll for the first time and was completely frightened, as he had not expected such an opponent. Now there were several of them, and they were all heading towards the mercenaries, shouting and with a frightening gleam in their eyes. Finally, the girl made a decision. She quickly told her companion that she would distract their attention, and at this moment, he could calmly run away. But the guy did not agree to this because he could not refuse such a quantity of new glasses for himself. But suddenly the conversation was interrupted by a strong, crushing blow, and Ohanu stopped feeling the ground under his feet. He was on the verge of some kind of unconsciousness and wondered what had hit him so hard. Everything was blurry before my eyes, and it was impossible to concentrate on the battle. The mercenary called him by name and tried to bring him to his senses, but all attempts were in vain. The guy's head was all messed up. He thought the main character couldn't die so quickly, and the spirits were laughing at those thoughts. After some time, Hanu came to his senses and began shouting furiously and calling out to his offender. But the first thing he saw was his companion, who was happy that the young man had finally woken up. She said the gnoll was done, and suddenly the guy noticed the girl was bandaging her hand. He realized with regret that during the battle the mercenary had lost her limb. Hanu froze and trembled convulsively because he felt a deep guilt before that girl. But the mercenary calmed the guy down and said that she herself made a mistake and that it wasn't his fault. The young man's head was full of many thoughts, but one thing he was sure of. After this, he was no longer worthy of being called a great hero. Hanu couldn't believe this was happening to him because of his own arrogance. The guy looked at the status window in the hope of finding at least some solution to this problem. The mercenary asked him to calm down, but the young man was so agitated that he could not regain his senses. The girl kept repeating that it was her mistake, that she lost her arm through carelessness, and that the guy had nothing to do with it. The Khan ironically thought that this whole cronyism effect was just a way of escaping responsibility. The spirits in the sky began to laugh furiously. The young men looked at this in bewilderment. This completely infuriated the already tense Ohanu, who demanded that the gods shut up immediately. There's nothing funny about that. At that exact moment, the guy felt a scorching draft of air coming from all sides. A curse fell upon the subject, the essence of which was that he would not be able to spy on other people's secrets, but could easily reveal his own. Hanu carefully studied the contents of his status and said something. Suddenly, the young man's thoughts were interrupted by the mercenary's question. She asked if everything was okay with him. She went on to say that the guy was mumbling something incomprehensible. Maybe he hurt his head when he fell. Hanu couldn't believe what he was hearing. All his dreams of traveling through the beauties of this world might have come to nothing. The forest was full of dangers, and the girl suggested that we not tempt fate any longer and return to the city. The boy thought for a few seconds and made a final decision. He should turn to the saint, and she would help him restore his hand. With all the determination the young man had within him, he said he promised to fix everything. He will take responsibility for the current situation and will not leave his partner in trouble. At this moment, on the other side of the forest, Kan Hansu was wandering alongside the demon. Not wanting to walk silently, the man thoughtfully asked his friend's name. The demon muttered disgruntledly that they had been walking together for a long time, and the young man had only now become interested in his name. The man then revealed that he was not just an ordinary demon, but had a famous bloodline, and his name was Cogmos. He added that in the demon world, status does not play a special role, because the most important thing there is strength, unlike people who are very concerned about their real origins. Kang Hansu laughed good-naturedly and said, "In other words, this guy is just a demonic loser who is worthless today." However, this greatly offended his companion, and Cogmos, unable to contain himself, began to cry. The man decided to make amends and asked if the demon had the same nickname. After calming down a bit, the demon said that his nickname was Mas, given to him by an old friend, and regretfully, he added that he couldn't even congratulate her on the birth of her son. Cogmos continued his sad confession, but the man did not listen to him anymore. He thought that this was a story where she was really very sad, but at the same time Kang Hansu himself was not in the best position. The patron spirit yawned rhythmically, adding that he was very bored and needed to leave the forest as soon as possible. Kang Hansu thought with displeasure how different the god's behavior was when they were walking alongside a demon compared to when they were accompanied by humans or an elf. Suddenly the demon saw something on the ground and stopped his gaze on that mark. It was a footprint that showed they had finally arrived. Cogmos said that in a short time they would be out of the forest. The man was happy, but the demon advised him not to be so careless. After all, when they leave the forest, a kingdom of knights awaits them, and nearby is the territory of the orcs. Kang Hansu thought this would be a great opportunity to meet someone nice. However, the demon was not so optimistic and noticed that the orcs had higher-level skills. Standing on a high cliff, Cogmos pointed down, and his gaze opened to a view of the orc dwellings. These orcs had pig-like faces, huge muscular bodies, and a cruel, evil gaze. The young man realized that these were ordinary common orcs who also raised livestock. Suddenly, one of them smelled a suspicious odor and shouted that there was a human scent nearby. They determined that somewhere nearby there were men, that is, males, which bothered them a little, but as a snack it would do. A moment later they noticed the travelers looking at them. Cogmos hissed that it was all because of Kan Hansu. At first the man did not understand why he was accused of this, but the demon explained that his eyes glowed red like those of a knoll. Kang Hansu said he simply got used to the spectacular shine and forgot to remove it. In response, The demon growled angrily that the young man was a completely irresponsible fellow, as he could have easily hidden the red flame, but he did not. The guy laughed and said they glowed brightly in the dark. Cogmos asked if he was an idiot. However, the hero's fight was interrupted by a terrible sound of footsteps. A horde of orcs was heading towards them. Kang Hansu carefully studied the situation, realizing that the red eyes also had very useful functions, such as seeing in the dark. The young men counted about 200 huge, enraged orcs with pig snouts and weapons. Kang Hansu also noticed that they were walking very relaxed, meaning they were completely confident of victory, and the demon continued to blame his companion for such a lively interest in these creatures, because he literally exuded wealth, and animals knew the value of things. Thanks to his victories over the gnolls, the fellow actually had a large amount of gold and jewels, which aroused the lively contempt of the orcs. Kang Hansu jumped off the cliff with all his determination. If these animals wanted to talk, they could. There was no stopping this desperate and fearless guy, and Cogmos simply threw up his hands. The young hero greeted his enemies, who were furious, and shouted that he was some kind of skinny pig. They shouted angrily at the skinny little pig to put his things away. When the boy remained silent, the orcs turned to him again with the question, "Does he really not understand the language of pigs? And why did Kang Hansu call himself a man?" The huge, toothy monster looked at the young man in astonishment and imagined that he understood their language. The orcs began to talk among themselves, demanding things of him and saying that he was very intelligent for his kind. The man sighed inconsolably. Although these creatures had a slightly larger vocabulary than the gnolls, they were still far from constructive dialogue. There wasn't much choice, so the young man took out his weapon. He assumed that those orcs would be stronger than the opponents he had encountered before. Quickly, Kang Hansu grabbed his sword and demanded that they empty everything from their pockets quickly. One of the gathered orcs began to say that the man had unfairly called them pigs. But before he could finish his speech, a sharp sword blade pierced him. The young man thought it would be better not to guess what awaited him, whether he would be able to overcome this horde. He slyly suggested that they find out which of them was really the pig. Kang Hansu threw his weapon and it flew towards the orcs with a quick whistle. The dagger hit the evil monster right in the head, and he didn't even have time to react. One of the orcs asked what kind of fearless pig this was. The other replied that he should talk less and go to battle faster. They were afraid of the strange man and argued about who should go and win. Kang Hansu turned around in confusion. They'd really given up so quickly. It was surprising. A demon approached quickly. The guy turned to him, remembering how he said that orcs were stronger than gnolls. Cogmos replied that this was true, that there was something wrong with the guy. Kang Hansu killed the last enemy and looked around thoughtfully. Finally, the guy cleaned the knife of the thick blood of the monsters. Now they were all finished. Everything was quiet. The young man thought that it would be much easier to deal with that horde of pigs than he expected. Then Kang Hansu realized that the demon, as a companion and comrade, could help deal with them. Suddenly, Cogmos's legs glowed with a strange light. Kang Hansu didn't understand what was happening to him. The man looked at what was happening in astonishment. It seemed strange, suspicious, and dangerous. The demon looked up at the sky and told his companion to also pay attention to the strange creature there. It was a huge white dragon flying through the sky, and a brilliant light emanated from it. Kang Hansu looked at the creature, trying to guess where it was going. Overcoming the pain, Cogmos said that a saint was flying on that dragon. The guy looked at him in surprise. The demon added that thanks to the latest technology, the creature accurately measured the distance and attacked. However, on the other side was a kingdom of elves, and if the saint herself intervened, then the matter was truly serious. Cogmos also said that thanks to this he escaped death, but they were very unlucky to have faced death together. Kang Hansu started to continue the conversation, but suddenly stopped and asked where the demon's legs were. He groaned and replied that to a demon such wounds were nothing, but if they were inflicted by a saint, they would be more difficult to heal. He asked Kang Hansu to carry him in his arms more, as it was still impossible for him to move on his own. And after some time, the guy realized that he had no other choice, even though he was angry with the whole world for the fact that he had been on the verge of death more than once. God advised him not to suffer such a burden and throw this demon to be devoured by the orcs, but Kang Hansu was in no mood for jokes. But Kogmos was not against such a proposal, because if anyone found out that the great demon accepted help from a simple person, he would be ashamed. Kang Hansu noted that it would be necessary to spread some rumors about this if the demon decided to escape, and asked if the guy was human. The young man said that he could hardly be called an ordinary person, as he almost became a hero. However, this statement greatly agitated the demon, and he asked again what he meant. While thinking, Kang Hansu realized that the demon could see his status. Kogmos replied that the hero's curse was most often received by demons. It is impossible for an ordinary person to obtain such power under the patronage of just one elf. The demon also clarified that there may be some special effect of Asa's patronage that he is unaware of. Kogmos said he had seen many things in this world, but this was the first time he had heard of such patronage. The only thing that comes to mind is the resemblance to some curse. The demon had never heard of Asa's patronage and had never encountered such a term. Kang Hansu walked dejectedly and silently. He had no idea he would be so irritated by the appearance of status to others. And his companion continued thoughtfully, saying that this sponsorship seemed like a fraud because the guy didn't eat, didn't do his business, and his strength never ran out. The young man looked away, agreed with the demon's conclusions, but thought this patronage seemed more like a curse. After all, it is absolutely impossible to progress in development with such sponsorship. No matter how many points you earn, you still return to your place. The guy thought deeply about his possibilities and prospects in this world. However, the demon still wanted to know the details and began asking questions again. Kang Hansu didn't know what to answer. He looked to his patron god to clarify his guess, but the spirit sighed deeply and gave itself up to some touching recollection. Kang Hansu looked at him in astonishment, not understanding what had happened to the weightless god. Meanwhile, one of the students was menacingly destroying everything in his path because he was very nervous due to his failures in battle. Choi Gangmin realized that everyone gathered there had suffered many failures, and there was no need to express his anger so loudly. Then he calmed down a bit and stopped breaking furniture, but stopped in thought. Swordmaster Alos entered the room and clapped his hands, asking everyone to be quiet. He added that well-fed gnomes become stronger, but once the guys gain experience and level up, they can quickly defeat them. This calmed the gathered teenagers down a bit. I decided not to be discouraged prematurely. The prince thought to himself that everything was going very well, but for some reason, there were fewer gnolls in the area. Suddenly a commander entered the hall, saying that they were unable to find the mercenaries who destroyed a large gnoll dwelling. And the only information they managed to obtain was that what was done belonged to a detachment of knights. After all, the characteristics of the attack and the traces left at the crime scene indicated only a special squad. Prince Alos, swordmaster, thought deeply, for the entrance to the forest is for the heroes to hunt in peace. However, an unknown detachment of knights entered there unnoticed and inflicted destruction on the gnolls. Whether it's one criminal or an entire gang, it's impossible, but the prince has another idea. Although a bit hasty, he ordered the heroes to begin preparing to fight the orcs. The prince ordered that the commander be trained and that the investigation be transferred to the appropriate guild. Alos and the commander continued talking about future plans when suddenly the door to the hall opened. Hanu stood in the doorway, breathless and breathing heavily. He had finally arrived. The prince turned around in bewilderment and did not understand what was happening because the hero did not come alone. Hanu had his girlfriend, who was very weak, sitting on his shoulders. The boy quickly asked where the saint was, as he needed her very urgently. Everyone in the hall turned and looked at the travelers who had entered. The boys were talking among themselves about whether Ohanu had changed his mind about training the experiment alone. However, he paid no attention to anyone and asked aloud where the saint was, for he had heard that she had returned. The prince calmly ordered his student to observe the rules of decency and behave properly. Kanu begged for forgiveness through gritted teeth and said that the girl had suffered because of him. When the princess saw the girl passing by, she barely contained a cry of surprise. But she interrupted her and said that now she was a simple mercenary, although due to an injury, she would have to return to her homeland. Archmage Athena wanted to ask why she needed to go back when she saw her injured arm. The mercenary said it happened by accident, as a result of a battle. The Kanu impatiently requested that the saint be called here as soon as possible for help. Suddenly the doors opened, and the saint entered. She was very uncomfortable with so much noise around. Alos reported that a student who had separated from the general group had returned to the temple. The Khan went to the saint and wanted to tell her that he had a request for her, but his path was blocked. The guards didn't let the guy in and didn't let him finish speaking. He asked to listen. I advise you to be indignant that the young man of the first level has already managed to gain a curse. But Hanu realized that he had found for them the best first-class ally who would be useful. The saint looked perplexedly at the girl who was coming with the boy. After some thought, the saint decided to decide whether this girl should be considered first class just because she had the status of a marquise or the daughter of a duke. Hanu said that he definitely considers her a first-class woman because she was able to save him by risking her own life. However, the saint did not jump to conclusions and began to address her disciple. She asked him to look around and see all the knights and servants who were gathered. Each of them is capable of risking their own lives to protect their loved ones and friends. So there is nothing first class about it that should be taken for granted. The young man tried to justify the girl by saying that she had a noble soul, but the servant harshly repeated the question about what was first class about her. Hanu was furious. He could no longer contain his emotions and was about to shout out loud. That she has enormous potential, which invariably helps the heroes in battles. The saint agreed that in the long run, in a few years, this girl could indeed become a good and well-mannered lady. But this answer did not satisfy the boy. He said he was talking about skills. The attendant categorically noted that they had enough capable people. After all, even his classmates managed to reach the 6th level in 5 days, unlike him. Kanu said angrily that there are abilities they cannot even dream of. However, the next second he was met with disapproving looks from his friends. The guy stopped suddenly. Sweat was pouring down his face. He remembered how he left with a loud declaration that he didn't need to train. Now the boys looked at him with condemnation, because the guy came back without achieving anything, even though he had promised so much. At this point, the temple attendant asked if there were any further statements from Ohanu. For the boy, everything that happened was humiliating, but he felt deeply guilty before the girl. Kneeling down, overcoming his discomfort, the boy tearfully begged to heal the mercenary's hand. However, the saint was adamant, refused to grant his request, and said that first he must prove his worth. She added that this is the boy's debt and that she will not pay it, because it is his responsibility. Then the temple maiden sat in front of Ohanu to explain some misconceptions to him. The saint said that the young man was too frivolous about his miracles, but he did not agree with her. Then she called her companion, who would tell her about the miracles performed by the saint. He read aloud the document stating that the country expresses gratitude to the saint for the healing of Elder Cerebret. She had many achievements under her belt: 15 spiritual swords, 200 ancient wooden bows, 600 tamed unicorns, and 15 phoenix feathers. The boys listened to these numbers with bated breath and admired the eldest's achievements. The saint said that this is what constitutes the hero's worth, his deeds and exploits, and then asked what the Khan could provide. The guy couldn't talk about any of his achievements, but asked to consider it an investment in his future actions. But the temple servant said that in that case they would postpone this conversation until later, when the young man was stronger. The young man began to hear disapproving voices saying that he himself had run away and did not want to train, but now he had come with a request. Teenagers made fun of him. I remember how he pretended to be cool and know-it-all. Hanu became desperate and hit the ground with his fist with all his strength, his nerves on edge. Suddenly, Eubora turned to the attendant with a question. She raised her hand and asked to speak. She apologized for such an insolent offer, but asked the swordswoman to add her to her team. The girl realized that the mercenary was valuable material and wanted to bring him closer to her. After some thought, the temple attendant said that since this was what the respected student wanted, so be it. With those words, she gently turned to Arya to give her her hand. The saint cast her spells on both sides, and for a moment a flickering light spread across the hall. She said that from now on, Arya will become the sword and shield of the hero Eubora. The mercenary's eyes filled with tears. She couldn't believe what she saw. The bandage flew in all directions, and his hand seemed to have suffered no injury. The girl was very happy. She couldn't hold back her tears of joy and thanked the saint. The servant told Arya to quickly go to her new companion, the hero Eubora. The saint then added that much time had been wasted in useless arguments. Swordmaster Alos agreed with the servant and said they needed to speed up. Everyone immediately began to prepare, but Ohanu remained sitting on the floor, his head sadly lowered, and caustic comments reached his ears. The Prince of Kasia looked at the boy, but did not approach him or say anything. The young man was desperate. He couldn't hide his emotions. He was very embarrassed. Suddenly, Ohanu heard a gentle speech and a hand extended towards him. It was the princess who said that the boy didn't get recognition, but he also didn't do anything bad. Then Archmage Athena thanked the young hero for bringing her childhood friend to the temple. Hanu looked at the princess in astonishment and added that he was sincerely grateful to her for that. The princess took his hand, condemned the boy, and was ready to give him a chance. Now he has become his second student and can really stand out in future battles. The Khan was very surprised and at the same time proud. A ball with wonderful figures shone around them. The guy looked at this phenomenon and was incredibly surprised by what he saw. In his status window he saw the word magic, young, and he still couldn't believe his happiness at becoming the princess's second student. With that, Princess Athena Archmage wishes the young hero success and good luck on his difficult journey. Then the girl turned to catch up with the rest of the boys, and Ohanu remained sitting on the floor. He looked at his hand, which the princess had just touched, and could not believe his happiness. The guy thought Archmage Athena liked him, and she just liked him. Hanu jumped to his feet and, unable to contain his cry of joy, congratulated himself on this new beginning. And on the other side of the forest, a brutal duel was taking place between the orcs and the young hero Kanhansu. The young man became furious, struck powerful blows at the attackers, and they flew in different directions. The orcs asked not to touch them and to try to negotiate with them, but the guy was not in the mood to talk. After all, these unprincipled creatures did not inspire any confidence and could attack from behind. When the guy defeated everyone, he thought that these animals would not call their friends. Unlike gnolls, it is impossible to hide in the plain. Kang Hansu looked at the loot left behind by the defeated wild orcs. The buffalo and wild sheep were hungry, and so they called loudly to attract attention. They approached Kang Hansu menacingly, but the man stopped them, warning them that he was inedible. He offered the wild bull a piece of his cloak, and it did not refuse the meal. The young man smiled smugly. Kogmos, who had been tied up all this time, muttered that Kanhansu was having a great time. The demon had already managed to regain his legs during this time. Kang Hansu noted that regeneration usually occurs in lizards, but the demon was in him and did not continue the conversation. Then the boy saw his companion who was hiding his horns with the help of his magic. He realized that this was necessary since he would have to enter the city. Kogmos was unable to hide his horns initially, as this would have impeded his recovery. Continuing to grumble, the demon got up, but his speech was interrupted by some circumstances. The bull decided to eat his clothes. The guy thought this demon wasn't that dumb, but he was already pretty bored of walking and wanted to get to the city as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard in the distance. It didn't sound like the noise of gnolls or orcs. They were carts with horses harnessed and people sitting in them, running at full speed. A real image of the company appeared before the heroes, as the orcs were chasing the wagons. The greedy orcs shouted for the people to stop immediately and show everything they had. They responded in languages incomprehensible to the heroes, and did not slow down. Suddenly, armed warriors advanced toward the savages, and a man sitting on a banner shouted something threatening at them. But these huge armed orcs were in a warlike mood and greeted the knights with laughter. During all this time, the observant travelers did not interfere in the confrontation. Kogmos assumed that nothing terrible would happen if they did not help. However, Kang Hansu reminded his comrade that he did not marry the old queen either. Then the guy added that at first they just observe, and if the situation gets out of control, they intervene. He thought to himself that this demon is absolutely heartless. But it seemed that the people had already exhausted their strength, and the orcs were approaching them. The armed knights wanted to protect the chariots and continued their desperate battle. However, one of the orcs caught the faint scent of the female, and his companion told him not to be distracted, as their objective was to steal the provisions. Suddenly, the carriage door began to slowly open, and a man stepped out. The savage stared wide-eyed and assumed that was where the female must come from now. In fact, several girls gathered to help their knights. The orcs laughed heartily and said that these people had many problems on their minds, and that if they had given everything to you, they would have let you go. But in the next second, a powerful jet of fire exploded and flew straight towards the enemies. The girls were not as simple as they seemed at first glance and had certain abilities. In the other's hands was not the chilling magic that complemented the sharp sword. The woman attacked the monster with all her strength, and he didn't have time to dodge. A powerful stream of fire and freezing force enveloped everything around and filled the space for a moment. The knights were very happy about this and smiled mischievously. They thought the battle was over. Kang Hansu, who was impressed by the scene, said that this could only be magic. However, the demon was not impressed. The guy muttered disappointedly that he didn't like it very much. Kogmos asked with irony in his voice if the young man was upset that his tribesmen were still alive. To this, the young man replied that he simply regretted the lost opportunity to come to his aid and take revenge. He thought it would be cool to make friends with such powerful women. They were obviously not from the upper classes. An idea popped into the guy's head and he took a deep breath. Kang Hansu shouted with all his might that there was an incredibly beautiful woman there. The stunned demon grabbed his head, and the young man realized that people wouldn't understand him anyway, but the orcs would hear him well. The man's eyes glowed with evil fire. He had a malicious plan he wanted to execute. The girls looked around in shock for a moment, but they didn't understand who was yelling and what he wanted. The guy was on a high cliff and could clearly see the entire battle scene. The stupid orcs began to run towards her and argue among themselves about who would get the female. People were confused and perplexed, saying something incomprehensible to each other. One of the fire masters turned and said something to her tribe mates, astonished. All this time, Kogmos, who was watching, thoughtfully said that now the guy was using the curse to summon the orcs, but their goal was different. Kang Hansu said he just wanted to help the girl because his plans had changed a bit. God couldn't take it anymore and suggested letting people die, but the man apologized and said he couldn't do anything else. After all, a fierce battle was taking place on the battlefield, and the girls began to give up their positions. The orc leader said that the females belonged to him and the rest of the people must be killed. The girl looked in astonishment at Kang Hansu, who appeared out of nowhere. He was ready to repel every blow and watched what was happening carelessly. The young man looked into the distance, assessing the road to the city, paying no attention to the presence of the savages. They recognized the guy and were a little puzzled that he had appeared on their path again. But Kang Hansu had incredible strength and endurance. He said this was what he had to do. After all, this is called a kind of self-sacrifice of the passing Asa. The wild monster said that this skinny pig had completely lost his fear, and then he must deal with him and put an end to the guy's arrogant appearances once and for all. Org shouted angrily that he would kill him first and struck a heavy blow with his sword. However, Kang Hansu reacted with lightning speed and dodged the blow aimed at him. The young man had already noticed and realized that they were behaving very identically. Every step could be predicted. Suddenly, another cunning plan popped into the man's head, and he turned to his enemies. His fingers went straight for the orc's snout, and it ended up in his hands. Now he could deliver a strong blow. With a terrible scream, the savage flew over the young man and hit the ground painfully. The surprised girls watched this with bated breath. They were already a little tired of fighting. Kang Hansu said with disgust that this method was effective, but a little unpleasant. Weapons were flying from all sides. The orcs were very angry and wanted to deal with him as quickly as possible. But the guy easily dodged all the blows because he already understood how they would work. All movements and next steps became predictable for the young men. It was not difficult to deal with the savages. Suddenly, the demon warned the boy that he needed to be careful, and he turned around in surprise. A large orc with glowing red eyes was flying towards Kanhansu. The young man faced him without fear, even though the monster was very powerful and had a huge sword. Kogmo shouted that one should not be so careless, because the red orc is very dangerous. However, at the same moment, a crushing blow was heard, and with all the power Kanhansu had, he attacked the enemy. The girls recoiled in horror and couldn't contain a loud scream. The boy realized it wasn't proper for a monster to jump so abruptly. Then the young man calmly asked again what he needed to take care of. However, that didn't matter now. Rolling his eyes, the demon told him not to pay attention. Kang Hansu looked at the defeated enemy, wondering why his body also turned red. The knights could not contain their shouts of joy, and the boy even understood some of the words of relief they said. The young man smiled smugly. Now he understood the speech to some extent. It was no wonder that during his journey he had lessons in a foreign language with a demon. The god really didn't like everything that was happening, because such behavior was completely uncharacteristic of Asa. However, the duel was not over. The orcs attacked the young man again, as they believed that he would eventually tire. In the same second, a gun flew towards the evil monster's head, and he barely managed to cover himself with his hand. Suddenly, he saw that there was a hand of his tribe mate lying on the grass, which was unexpected. Kang Hansu addressed the orcs present, demanding that those who could blush raise their hands. They were surprised to see that he knew their language, but the boy added that if they didn't want to do that, that was fine. With those words, he dealt with the remaining monsters, and the duel came to an end. Kogmos asked his companion if everything was okay, and he assured him that everything was absolutely normal. But in the next second, the demon clarified that he was not asking about the young man, but about the situation that had happened nearby. After all, a girl was walking towards them, and the knights guarding her were in a war mood. The boy realized that his behavior was very reminiscent of the gnoll's habits and asked the demon to speak to them. It was not his plan to fight with these people and continue the attack. Kogmos introduced himself as a wizard and added that his companion was the swordsman Kanhansu, who did not know the local language. The demon translated the words spoken by the young man and thought to himself that this fellow was a good writer. Suddenly, a girl walking towards them screamed loudly, and among the incomprehensible words she said, only the swordsman's name could be discerned. Kogmos, who understood perfectly what she was saying, confirmed that this guy really did have the hero's curse. At the same time, the demon realized that the young man also had the patronage of a high-ranking elf, which allowed him to gauge how deep the trust in him was. The boy became angry when he remembered the goddess and her curse, so he could no longer hold conversations. And the girl, now calmed down, apologized for distrusting that man. Kang Hansu was delighted and thought that hiring a translator would be a brilliant idea. Now the local people would trust him. The condescending bow gritted his teeth in indignation. He felt very uncomfortable. He became angry with the man and said that such a traitor had no place among the living and deserved severe punishment. Kang Hansu asked his client to be patient for a while, and in return he would tell him a secret. When everyone was asleep and dusk had enveloped the area, Kang Hansu was sitting by the fire. God was wandering nearby. The spirit became visibly happier after hearing the secret and said that being a eunuch was not so bad after all. The man muttered under his breath that it was all because of the sponsorship, but at least God's mood had improved. Kang Hansu felt that his patronage had a significant drawback, which was also a strength, which was the redefinition of all states. The fire was burning and throwing sparks into the sky, but the man continued to look and felt nothing. He was thinking that he hadn't been sitting by the fire for a long time, but then he heard slow footsteps. The girl who arrived called him by name and sat down nearby on a log. It was Julia, a lady from an aristocratic family who attended a fantasy school. Kang Hansu was a little embarrassed because he couldn't understand what she was saying, and the translator had already gone to sleep. The guy thought why she was sitting so far away because she called him herself. Maybe she wanted him to leave. However, the girl again addressed him by name, and Kang Hansu asked angrily what she wanted. Julia took out her dagger and showed it to the boy, trying to explain something. His weapon glowed with a blue magical radiance that filled the space around it. The boy thought that perhaps she was asking him to show her his dagger. Kang Hansu decided to play a prank on the girl and showed her his finger, which was emitting a red light. Julia looked at him in astonishment and did not say a word, but her gaze was full of horror. Then she stood up and started shouting something loudly to her interlocutor. Julian was so surprised and angry that tears began to well up in her eyes. The girl sat down on a log and began to cry. Kang Hansu looked at her in astonishment, not understanding what had happened to her. Figuring she was probably upset because he didn't show her anything, the guy pulled out his gun. At this, the girl looked at him gratefully and said something in her own language. Then she quickly jumped up and ran away, muttering something to herself along the way. And Kang Hansu was completely confused. He tried to say something else, but the girl had already disappeared. Thoughtfully, the boy said how incomprehensible the female soul is, to which the god laughed and added that for a eunuch, such a thing is not necessary. Meanwhile, a terrible conflict broke out in the temple. Kanu honestly didn't understand why the guards wouldn't let him into the dormitory, because the guy was also a hero. The elder who approached realized that Hanu was not just a noble hero, but a failed person. And since the young man has left the temple and lost support, he now has 3 choices. The first option was that the subject would receive compensation, but would have to give up his title of hero and, if discovered, would face the death penalty. Ohanu's eyes widened in horror, and he staggered to the side. He didn't want to die so soon. If the guy chooses the second option, he can return to training, but without support, until visible results are achieved. But this option didn't satisfy Ohana very much either, because in this case, the ridicule from her friends couldn't be avoided. The guy frowned and asked to be told what the third option would be. To this, the elder replied that the young man could dedicate his life to the temple and, in that case, he would receive a comfortable existence and marry an aristocrat. However, since he will have to live his entire life in the temple and not overstep its boundaries, the boy decided that the first option is the best. The man handed him a paper that he had to sign. I read about Khan that it was a contract that had to be read and accepted. The elder explained that the signature was a kind of security measure to ensure that Okanu would not tell anyone. The boy also received a large chest of jewelry and a new identification card. The young man said that such events were very different from fairy tales and looked at the diamonds with wide eyes. The man did not understand the words he said and, embarrassed, added that he was talking to himself. After all, in the stories the subject read, the temple and the one who rejected the main character were evil, but here there was a manifestation of care. Hanu was very pleased and asked if he could spend the money as he wished. When this was confirmed to him, the young man went on his way, thinking that a relationship with a noble girl was, in general, not a bad thing. But in that case, he will not be able to have a harem, and in general, the path of the Khan is different, with the title of a true hero. The young man decided to go to the slave market first, and the god of wine, who had been watching him for a long time, ran after him. A fine but persistent rain began to fall, running down the asphalt, and the melody of the falling drops sounded everywhere. Then the cloud dissipated, but the temple remained gloomy, for the servants had to resort to the saint with the sad news. The hero called Ohanu renounced his title and set out on a free journey. The saint sadly observed that this was not all. Even if no one else renounced, everyone would have difficulties. After all, there are 2 saints on the fantasy continent, and if a real battle begins, She will have to win it all alone. The saint also noted that there were rumors about an unknown order of knights that were destroying gnolls. The maid confirmed and said that this group really existed, but the saint could not believe it. The girl also added that it is believed that it was specially trained warriors who mastered the art of swordsmanship who destroyed the gnolls. However, the saint could not believe it, because all the gnolls were destroyed, and the elves dreamed about it many times, but could not achieve success. With a sigh, the maid suggested that perhaps it was the demon kings who were so furious. This left the temple worker completely indignant, and she looked questioningly at the girl. Embarrassed, the girl asked for forgiveness and said that she had accidentally said something wrong and that it was not her intention. The saint sternly assured that one should not jump to conclusions and that everything needs to be resolved. However, there is some truth to this, and the saint ordered that everything be thoroughly checked to see if the demon kings were involved. She then added that perhaps their habitat is on the outskirts of the western lands. There was a great demon king and many others in the Far East, and there were also some in the central continents, but such creatures do not act silently. Then, the temple servant plunged into her thoughts about how to ensure that no one would interfere with the investigation. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her. It was Nosa. He came to tell her that a message had arrived from school. He started talking about how, while the school was on vacation, the administration wanted to invite the heroes, but he couldn't finish his sentence, and Saint abruptly interrupted him. She was outraged that someone leaked information about the hero summoning, because no one should expect that. Nosa replied that a student accidentally saw the status window of the hero Ohanu in the guild. In despair, the saint covered her face with her hands, realizing that she had made a mistake in allowing that man to do whatever he wanted. She was wondering if it was worth getting involved with the school. Because the heroes there were still very weak, on the other hand, it was possible to find a worthy companion for them there. After a brief pause, the saint said she would consider the school's offer, and Nosa replied that she would contact them immediately. Suddenly the hall door opened, and an excited and frightened knight rushed in. Out of breath, he could not utter a word, and the saint animatedly encouraged him to continue. The knight held his breath and said that they had found a suspicious bag, probably belonging to the hero. At this moment, Kang Hansu was already in the city, looking at the crowd that gathered around. The demon muttered that it was a natural phenomenon to recruit so many mercenaries into his team. Suddenly, one of them approached the boy with a question. Kogmos translated that he was asking about the boy's abilities and how to develop them. Kang Hansu realized that these people were too straightforward. The demon sarcastically suggested to convey that the guy was ashamed of his vile greed. The furious boy told him not to dare say that, but Kogmos actually thought that such questions were a bit impolite. At the same time, the demon added that this was the natural behavior of mercenaries. The guy became discouraged. It was really possible for a mercenary to behave insolently. Kogmos advised me to distort his words, but in reality there is a certain cruelty in disputes between mercenaries. This made the guy a little curious. Why do people become mercenaries if it's so dangerous? The demon said that all this is to earn points as a result of completing the task. The guy looked thoughtfully at a spot on the wall, which meant that mercenaries gain experience points. Suddenly, a brilliant idea occurred to him, and he began to feverishly open his status window. The young man couldn't hide his excitement, as he couldn't gain experience points through achievements and hunts. Kogmos didn't understand the guy and asked again what he meant. But he gave her a friendly pat on the shoulder and wanted to know more details. With a feeling of dejection and a terrible excitement in his voice, the boy turned to his friend with a request. Kang Hansu was very interested in how to become a mercenary to gain experience points. After some time, the boy looked around fascinated and arrived where he wanted. Kang Hansu stood in the middle of the street and shouted loudly about how great it was to finally enter the city. However, the demons noticed that the young man's face did not show much joy, and in response, the boy said that it was all because of the unpleasant smell emanating from the travelers who were crowding near the gate. It was obvious that they had not had the opportunity to wash themselves in the forest. And then he realized that Kang Hansu didn't smell like roses either, after bathing in the blood of the savages. This remark offended the boy a little, to which Kogmos said that his companion should not pretend to be vulnerable. At that moment, the man turned around in search of mercenaries, but they were nowhere to be found. The demon was surprised by his desire for them. Kogmos told him where they could be found, but his friend lagged behind as he browsed the local delicacies at the market. Kang Hansu took the fruits with enthusiasm. The demon said with displeasure that the young man was not even hungry. They continued on their way, and Kogmos suggested that they go to the girls who wanted to see them. They soon met some local girls who were in the battle and were saved by Kang Hansu. They offered to rent accommodations to travelers as compensation and gratitude. The god was not very pleased with this event, but the young man calmed him by reminding him that he was a eunuch. Kogmos said it would be a good idea to wash up first if the fellow didn't want to be thrown out as soon as he crossed the threshold. The intrigued young man smelled himself and realized that he was indeed emitting some not very pleasant aromas. The private courtyard the girls prepared for the guests looked very attractive and large. Plus, it contained some really cute slimy creatures that performed useful functions. Kang Hansu noticed that these wonderful animals eat dust from clothes, freeing them from dirt. When the demon realized that the guy liked the slimes, he told him about their high cost. The young man asked how much they cost, and his companion replied that the price was a mountain of gold as big as he was. However, Kang Hansu really liked the little animal and realized that its price made it even cuter. The demon watched what was happening with displeasure and hurried the boy to change his clothes, but he had no change of clothes. To this, Kogmos said that he had taken care of this in advance and prepared an outfit for his companion, since it was indecent to keep the girls waiting. Kang Hansu commented that with such qualities you could have gotten married long ago, but the demon didn't take the joke. Later, in a certain room, elegantly dressed boys waited for the girls who invited them to arrive. Kang Hansu had been waiting for a long time and was terribly nervous, thinking that he didn't need to change his clothes for such an event. The devil was not bored at that moment. He was in the company of local women and telling them funny stories. Upon seeing this scene, the boy grumbled discontentedly to his companion, and the god was indignant at his friend's intentions. Suddenly, the iron doors opened, and two girls who were in battle appeared on the threshold. The boy looked at them with bated breath and sighed in relief that they had finally arrived. Those present in the hall also looked with admiration at the elegant and beautiful young women who entered. The girls smiled warmly and waved when they saw their friends. They said something humorous in their incomprehensible language, but Kang Hansu didn't understand them. Kogmos kindly said that they had also arrived recently, but the young man rolled his eyes in disgust, not understanding why he was lying. Soon, Kang Hansu got bored with the conversation and said that they could eat something first. Nodding, the demon offered the girls an establishment they could visit. However, they just looked at Kang Hansu and were ready to go wherever he said. Kogmos was very indignant at this statement and angrily told his companion that he should decide. This made the guy laugh, and he asked to say that he needed to eat, and the demon at that time thought that people and demons are the same everywhere. They strive to be strong. Kang Hansu grew fonder and fonder of his new acquaintances, and in his joy he failed to notice how the spirit's eyes shone furiously. At that moment, Hanu arrived where he wanted to go and looked at the building in astonishment. He couldn't believe that such a large castle was the slave market he was looking for. The Kanu heard the cries of joy from the women who spun around the strong, muscular slave. They touched his body and said he would be perfect for the role of porter because he was strong enough. The girls tried to talk to him and asked him questions, but the boy looked sadly at the ground. A nearby slave fell from weakness, and the menacing man shouted at him. He beat and shouted at his slaves, apparently wanting to get them back, but they fell down from impotence. Hanu looked at what was happening with sadness and sympathy. He hadn't expected everything to look so dark there. However, the fellow had to continue on his way and went further, and the gods looked on with curiosity and made bets. The Khan saw a man sitting behind the bars. His eyes were sad and his hands were handcuffed. Behind the other bars, there was a girl who looked sadly at the ground and no longer hoped for luck. The man thought he would not be able to find a suitable slave for himself when his thoughts were interrupted by a voice. It was his classmate who, for some reason, also ended up in this place. Not far from the guy was a huge man with huge muscles. He stood there without blinking and without moving. Meanwhile, the colleague continued to cheerfully say that they thought the same way because they had decided to abandon the training. Khan thought he probably didn't know because he hadn't attended any training sessions. And his friend at that time kept saying that they needed to be together because they had business in common. And then the boy added that he could share some useful information with Ohanu. He said that then at the table sits a man who can recommend a good slave if he finds them to be heroes. Kanu protested that they couldn't tell anyone who they were, but his friend said that if they looked at the status, there would be no guilt. The guy thought for a bit. He had no idea that there was such a loophole in the contract. His classmate continued the conversation, asking what kind of slave Hanu wanted for himself, but he was in no mood to talk. Realizing there would be no conversation, the young man said goodbye to his friend and suggested that he stop by the inn if he changed his mind. He thought his comrade was very suspicious and had some assumptions about it. The man who traded slaves wanted to drive away the Hanu who was approaching him. But the guy had no intention of leaving empty-handed, so he simply said what he needed to. Beside me, the status window was clearly visible to the gentleman, and he became very agitated. The hero's presence inspired this man greatly, so he was eager to please him. With a friendly smile, the man invited his interlocutor to make himself at home. He expressed the slave options and asked what the young man wanted to receive. The gentleman had his own goals, because a retired hero should have a decent fortune. Hanu hit the table so hard that a loud ringing sound could be heard throughout the room. The boy demanded a strong warrior. The gentleman was a little confused. He said there wasn't any, but after thinking for a bit, he decided to go and meet the guy. The man invited the Khan to enter behind an iron door, which supposedly contained a warrior slave. And then the gentleman added that he doesn't usually bring clients here, but he'll make an exception for the hero. The boy was surprised to see that they went straight to the street, where the slaves were being prepared for market. Meanwhile, the seller showed the boy one of his slaves that he wanted to offer him. Hanu looked at the girl with admiration, but he needed something a little different. The warrior girl had strong, muscular arms and an expressive gaze. The gentleman said that she was involved in robberies, and because of her betrayal, she was sold into slavery. Kanu cringed. He understood that this was a rather interesting specimen, but not for him. The salesman told his slave to show his status to the guest. The girl's name was Marasi. She had many patronages and the curse of a slave. After a brief pause, the man said he would probably hand over this mysterious slave. The merchant thought it was a question of price and assured the young man that she would not profit from the hero. Hanu explained that he wanted a woman who was a warrior and strong, but at the same time fragile. The old man realized that since the fellow is patronized by magic, he needs a powerful shield and sword. However, Hanu asked that he be given the opportunity to choose for himself. The gentleman did not object and was about to leave so as not to disturb the boy. However, after a few moments, the young man said that he had already found a suitable candidate for himself. He chose 3 girls at once, whom he intended to take with him. One of them was called Rusa. She had the patronage of charm and was level 6. The other girls were named Sarah and Kana, and the merchant ordered them to obey their new master. He said that his new owner was Ohanu, and as a sign of termination of the contract, fire came out of his palm. The gentleman said that they must be given clear instructions and be very careful, as there are cases where slaves kill their masters. Hanu paid the seller and thought to himself that if he surrounded these girls with care and love, they would not be able to betray him. After paying the merchant and leaving the place, the man said he needed to buy a gun. All 3 girls followed him obediently, nodding and calling him master. The guy smiled maliciously. It was the biggest dream to have 3 slaves, and the gods were watching everything. At this moment, the sated Kang Hansu was very nervous because, in his opinion, he could not do such a thing. The boy could not write in an unknown language and had been trying to write letters for some time. He wasn't very good at it, and the young man thought, frustrated, that he needed to pay more attention to it. After all, to join the mercenary guild, you had to sign up. At this moment, the lady who was accepting all the applications from the many selected mercenaries smiled sweetly at Kang Han-soo. However, the guy was losing his patience because he couldn't even ask someone to do it for him. The demon sitting next to him slyly said that this was a normal occurrence for a mercenary, as many couldn't even write their own name. Then, with pity, Kogmos gave his friend a piece of paper with a signature written on it. But even a task as simple as rewriting was a real torment for Kang Han-soo. After 10 minutes of persistent effort, the guy finally succeeded. A little clumsy and awkward, but still the young man managed to write his name. The devil laughed happily and said, "What kind of idiot is this?" Kang Han-soo glared at his companion, but the girl who accepted the request said she was taking the document. The young man looked at his status window and some changes had occurred there. Now he had a bend-level mercenary rank, that is, a high rank, for which he had the girls to thank. Kogmos said that thanks to their recommendations, the guy was promoted here. At this, the young man asked to convey a great deal of gratitude to him. The demon bared its teeth furiously. Not even Kang Han-soo could do such a thing alone. The boy replied that he simply did not understand what they were saying, to which Kogmos promised to buy him a picture book. Kang Han-soo was indignant because this demon was constantly treating him like a child, but they didn't have time to finish talking because someone brought him a piece of paper. This document contained the first order, which demanded the extermination of the orcs. The demon translated the content, which said that the orcs' level should be reduced, and for that, the subject would receive a reward. Kang Han-soo narrowed his eyes mischievously because he really enjoyed working, especially with such charming companions. These girls would have to accept orcs later, and they were not happy about it. God leaned over to the young man and asked if he was going to commit a massacre. The young man narrowed his eyes mischievously and smiled. This time he had specific plans. He will arrange for the complete extermination of these evil and insolent creatures. A battle royale unfolded in the clearing. Julia swung her sword and attacked the orc. However, the boar dodged the blow and continued to attack furiously. At one point, the orc grabbed the girl by the head, and she was unable to resist. A moment later, the evil savage threw her to the ground, and she was hit painfully in the face. Julia groaned as she stood up. This wasn't part of her plans, as she needed to win. However, the girl heard her friends telling her to lie down and not get up. Suddenly, the orc felt a large burning flame on his back and screamed loudly. It was her friend's partner who came to her aid and attacked the enemy with fire magic. The girl realized that Julia was trying too hard, as they had defeated many orcs today. To this, the girl said that she still had strength and was capable of defeating more than one enemy. Suddenly, the savage stood up and growled menacingly at his two opponents. Layla was indignant. Apparently, the strength of the flame was not enough. The orc wanted to approach the girls and kill them, but his tribesman was behind him. He misjudged his balance, and they collided with each other, causing a devastating roar. They fell noisily, and the girls sighed in relief. Could it be that this monster had finally died? Layla walked to the horizon and listened to the sound of the sword and the duel that could be heard around her. She was a lady from a family of counts and met many people on her way. But this is the first time the girl has seen a hero as special as Kang Han-soo, because he kills monsters mercilessly. This guy relentlessly attacks his enemies, brandishing his dagger and continuing to destroy them. The strange thing is that Kang Han-soo had the patronage of an elf, which is very difficult to obtain. And this can be considered as his identity card. He seems to not get tired and does not feel anything when killing his enemies. In a moment, the evil and bloodthirsty monster bleeds to death due to the blow delivered by the young man. Plus, he has the curse of a hero, and to the girls he looked like a real demon. Combining the curse of a demon and the patronage of an elf, he can be considered a truly unique personality. The guy deals with enemies with incredible speed and without losing any strength. His companions decided not to be left behind and also prepared for battle. Kang Han-soo attacked his enemies with great fury, and they could do nothing against him. However, the girls were already quite tired of fighting, and started asking the boy to take a break. Unable to bear it any longer, Layla called out to Kang Hansu and screamed with all her might. The stunned man finally turned around, distracted from his enemies, and said something. However, the girl did not understand what he said, and the demon kindly offered to convey his words. Lisha sat on the floor exhausted. She didn't understand where this man got so much stamina from. After all, he had exterminated a large number of orcs nearby, but not a single drop of sweat fell from his face. But the girl's thoughts were interrupted by her partner's voice, and she even became a little scared. Julia approached her friend and joked good-naturedly about her. If Lisha was tired, then it was something really serious. The girl replied that Julia's legs were shaking and sweat was running down her body. A friend remarked that it was unfair to say this because Lisha's shaky legs were not visible because she was wearing a skirt. But still, the girl was surprised by the resilient character of this hero, Kang Hansu. His companion observed that it was probably not just a matter of cronyism. Julia said she was referring to the special talent this young man possessed. She noticed that the man was skilled in wielding a sword and good at fencing. In all his fights, he uses techniques that are very dangerous, and the slightest mistake can lead to death. Julia added that since childhood the girl was called a genius, she was very good at this technique, but Kang Hansu surpassed her. It seemed like he had a teacher who explained everything, and finally the heroes decided to take a break. Cogmos offered his partner a picture book designed for children to learn the language. The guy started saying separate words that had no connection to each other. The girls laughed. It was so funny to hear how Kang Hansu was learning a new language. After checking her achievements, Julia boasted that she had reached level 15. Her friend was a little sad, because again there was a big difference in achievements between them. And Junia added that next time she definitely intends to step onto the podium. Lisha was worried and said it was very dangerous because she could get hurt or die in the battle. However, Julia was not worried because she understood that they had every chance of winning. After all, despite his clear desire to kill orcs, this guy constantly monitors the girl's safety. Lisha thoughtfully reminded her friend that she had spoken about her indifference to men, but at the same time, Julia studied Kang Hansu. The friend protested and said that the swordsman is obliged to monitor the opponent's actions. At that moment, a threatening shout was heard from Kang Hansu, who told the women in strange language to leave. The boy spoke very strangely, and it was funny to listen to him, but the girls understood that he was calling them. Kang Hansu repeated his request threateningly as they were in no hurry to continue on their way. It was necessary to move on, and the boy called Julia and Lisha insistently. The girl was a magician and a scientist. She thought about how to unravel that young man's soul. To some extent, he was simple and naive like a child, and he also constantly acted randomly. At this time, the saint, Nose, and the knight gathered in the temple and discussed the discovery. It was the hero's bag that caused them a lot of trouble and questions. The saint looked at the bag with bated breath and excitement. They had to find out some information. The saint asked again beforehand if she had probably realized that the bag belonged to the unknown hero. After removing books and notebooks from the site, those present concluded that those objects did not belong in that area. They were found near a huge tree in the training grounds where the heroes fought. Besides the knight, the commander also learned of the existence of this bag. The saint needed to reduce the number of people who knew about it. She asked if the commander could report this discovery to Prince Alos. However, the knight who arrived insisted that the prince did not know of the existence of that bag, since the saint was the first to be initiated into it. The temple servant thought she knew about all the things that belonged to the heroes and disciples who left the temple. She praised the servant for his decision and ordered that the knight be sent to serve in the temple for life. The boy looked at the saint in astonishment, unable to utter a word. He did not understand the reason for such a statement. The temple attendant calmly said that everyone should forget the existence of the bag, otherwise the knight would be killed. The knight did not want to die and preferred to remain to serve in the temple. The saint approved of this and told him to follow the priest. The knight and the priest left the temple, and the saint remained thoughtful near the table. She took the gold signet ring and wanted to see what was written there, but she didn't understand anything. The saint called her to give her the necessary instructions and orders. She said we need to find out how the words were written by the temple heroes and read the information written on the things found. The temple minister also said that no one should know his intentions under any circumstances. The saint suggested that the presence of this bag was evidence of a mistake by God, but a perfect God makes no mistakes, and it is best to ignore it. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of a maid, who informed him that she had some information. A mass murder took place in a forest hunting village, and on Sarah Brett's orders, it was decided to remain silent about the matter. The servant went on to talk about how the hut contained the bodies of the murdered elves and the instigators of the crime, apparently the soul of a stranger seeking revenge. The saint thought, after all, the soul of the offended foreigner appeared like a ghost seeking revenge. Such individuals were usually called adventurers. The temple servant pondered this stranger's appearance. A moment later, she said that it was not an offended soul, and that the revenge was committed in life. At that moment, the night sky was glowing with flickering flames. A fire was burning. Kang Hansu sat alone by the fire, thinking. Everything was quiet and calm around him. Cogmos and the tired and exhausted girls slept soundly in their beds. The guy picked up a book and thought it would be a good time to learn new words. He thought he'd have to learn from a children's book. However, there was no other choice. God looked curiously at the colorful book and began to look at the pictures drawn there. Kang Hansu realized that God really liked the cute pictures in this book. Suddenly the guy asked where the other gods of the fantasy world were now. The spirit said displeasedly that he did not know, but Kang Hansu believed that only by knowing their location could they avoid the encounter. After thinking for a few moments, God pointed to the side and said that there were many of them there. But on that side, there was a temple where a sacred servant of the evil goddess lived. The guy decided it was dangerous to go there now and that it was necessary to change course to the opposite side, northeast. God suggested that he take a look at another picture book, but Kang Hansu wanted to study this one first. However, the stubborn spirit did not want to give in so soon and continued to capriciously get the guy to pick up another book. Just to avoid complaining anymore, Kang Hansu agreed to take a look at something else. Well, suddenly the silence was broken by a strange sound, and the young man strained to hear. He realized they were unexpectedly surrounded and suggested that God look at the book again. Because of the disturbance caused and the fact that the great Asa was upset, the young man decided to punish those who arrived. He went to wake the demon. Cogmos opened his eyes with a dissatisfied grumble. His companion told him that they were surrounded by people who were not inferior in level to their young ones. Having finally woken up, the demon asked in surprise how the guy could have found out their level. Kang Hansu calmly said that this was the null skill he had mastered. And then the guy went to the girls and started waking them up, asking if they wanted to die. The demon just rolled his eyes because the girls might have misunderstood. The frightened girls jumped from their seats and didn't understand what was happening. It was difficult to understand the essence of Kang Hansu's incoherent speech. The man tried very hard to explain, but the demon realized with displeasure that that was not the point. Suddenly, the young man's sharp hearing and eyes indicated that the entourage had come very close. The flashing lights in the distance were getting closer and closer. These were the people who had come to attack. They were prepared and armed and had no doubt of their victory. One of them approached and said something. Kang Hansu only understood one word from the orc. The evil gaze and predatory smile did not bode well for the travelers. Cogmos translated that this man wants to take all the trophies received from the orcs. Then the angry man said that they would kill the men and let the girls go if they surrendered. Kang Hansu noted that such discrimination against people based on their origin is completely unacceptable. However, the girls decided not to give up and pointed their guns at their tribe mates. There were many of them. Kang Hansu tried to express his indignation in broken language. He said he was very angry with them for calling him in a completely unknown place. The hero doesn't look at his origins and intends to kill without mercy. The travelers realized that their enemies were much more numerous than they initially thought. Kang Hansu thought it would be very difficult to fight to protect the girls. Even though the fire mage and the swordswoman had their weapons ready, they could still quickly tire from battle. So the guy decided to resort to his already proven method of distracting the enemy. He shouted with all his might that the most beautiful women were there, and at the same moment, many spears and crossbow bolts flew towards the hero, and the people went on the offensive. However, the subject skillfully dodged the blows and repelled any attacks that came his way. Kang Hansu prepared to deliver his crushing blow. He looked clearly at his target. And the next moment he attacked the enemy with all the strength he had. The leader screamed in pain but remained standing. He was very strong and resilient. The tribe wanted to destroy the foreigners at any cost. They were determined. Suddenly, some footsteps and wild cries of animals were heard in the vicinity of the forest. The orcs quickly approached when they smelled the humans and began to profit. One of them, an evil orc, said the skinny pig would be his. A difficult fight began between humans and orcs. In this battle, humans were losing significantly to the monsters. They were afraid of the evil pig-like creatures, but they stood bravely with their swords. The swordswoman and Lisha also prepared to defend themselves from the huge, malevolent monsters. But for some time, the friends decided not to get involved in the fighting that was taking place between the two tribes. Kang Hansu decided that this was his chance to gain experience points, and therefore he had to intervene. He gathered his forces, and with a burning flame in his eyes and a sharp dagger, set out to destroy. The guy was eager to gain experience points at any cost, and was ready to kill everyone in his path. The man recoiled in horror and called for help, but the man was relentless. But then the leader of the human tribe entered the fight, grabbed his companion and tried to drag him aside. He attacked Kang Hansu menacingly with wild screams and a desire for revenge. The guy realized that the man was very strong because after that blow he got up. The leader armed himself with his sword and prepared to make a furious attack on the red-eyed man. However, at that very moment, a huge, hungry orc appeared nearby, ready to eat the man. But the tribe of people attacked the beast from all sides and managed to kill it with swords. And then, with shouts and loud footsteps, they headed towards Kang Hansu, who calmly awaited their approach. He was calm and calculating in his actions. He knew that he would defeat these people anyway. Her dagger did its job well, and even when the warriors dodged, she reached them. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, the girl sensed danger behind her. It was the leader who decided to approach Kang Hansu unnoticed and kill him. The powerful blow that struck him pierced the man's entire body, and he screamed loudly. The leader was happy to finally be able to deal with that annoying, intelligent young man. However, the next second he realized he was wrong, as the guy with the massive wound wasn't feeling any discomfort. The man's eyes widened, because only a monster could have such abilities. A moment later, he received the final blow and bled to death. But not all were defeated yet. There were still orcs alive, and people who continued the battle and hoped for success. The young man looked around to assess the situation there. Lisha fought off the angry, armed mob of people with her fire magic. Kang Hansu thought he was doing a great job and had good control of the situation. Likewise, Julia the swordswoman fights enemies and successfully defeats them. The boy said thoughtfully that everyone was busy now, and that was great. Asa remembered that it was necessary to leaf through the book, so it was necessary to finish the battle as quickly as possible. A few hours later, the mercenaries arrived at the guild with their loot. Kang Hansu placed a bag full of savage, bloodthirsty orc snouts on the table. He asked if that would be enough to receive credit for the work he had done. Then the guy added that if it weren't for the house, he could have gathered even more of you. The demon angrily said that Kang Hansu was completely out of control, and that while they were fighting, they were very tired. Kang Hansu gave the girls a certificate of completion, and they were very satisfied. As a sign of gratitude, they smiled at the girl and said something in their own language. Julia managed to achieve incredible success in hunting with a guy and move up 2 levels. Then the demon looked at his level and said that he too had leveled up thanks to completing the task. Kang Hansu laughed and said that even such a mediocre demon was level 20. The guy looked at his status window curiously and was extremely surprised. His level hadn't risen even 1%, and the boy looked at the god in confusion. However, God looked at the stars because today they were incredibly bright, beautiful, and in general, it was time to sleep. A few guesses crossed the man's mind, but Asa stamped his foot threateningly and said he couldn't stand suspicion. In the beginning there was chaos in the world, but quickly living beings began to appear. They needed faith. They prayed and cried out to God to save them. They cried out for help, and God, by giving them what they asked for, made them feel needed and important. There were also other gods present in the sky, a small, vulnerable goddess with a pillow, an evil, demonic god who waved to everyone present with a faint smile, and the modest and discreet water goddess who stood beside and watched the steel ones. Gradually, the number of gods increased. Each of them helped living beings on Earth and competed with each other. However, many of them could not recognize each other's existence and were constantly at war. These passionate and fierce battles often ended in sudden and senseless death. After some time, a dying young man was found in a cave and asked for help. A god saw this young man, took pity on him, and decided it was necessary to provide the help he was asking for. Then God asked him if he wanted to live, and he replied that he really did, but he couldn't die like that. The next moment, a bright light illuminated everything in the cave, and healing energy was directed at the subject. He became a baby and had to learn to live again, but the young man did not die. A small, ignorant baby was lying on his clothes and crying loudly. God decided he needed to be taken away. He went to the village to tell the villagers, and they went to the cave. Finally, a god saw a small hut in the distance near the mountain and decided to go there. There lived some old men and a woman, and the spirit told them that they needed to go to the cave. They took the baby for themselves and raised him as their own son. God believed he had done a good deed because he had saved the man at his request. What kind of God was very proud of the work he did and was happy that it was needed? One day, this spirit decided to visit the rescued child, who had already grown considerably. He kindly asked the boy what he wanted, and the child recognized him. The spirit really wanted to know if perhaps the boy needed more help or support. But the man gritted his teeth in anger. He was angry at this God for his interference. The boy cried out that the spirit had cursed him because he had become a child, his beloved wife had been taken from him. Confused, the God said he was hearing about that woman for the first time and didn't know what to do. And the boy continued saying that he needed to stop his beloved from getting married, but he couldn't. God asked the man for forgiveness with sadness. He was very sad and depressed. The child said that just an apology would not help. It was necessary to take responsibility for what had been done, but God had already rushed in. The spirit continued flying forward and thinking about where he had gone wrong and how other gods were helping. The god of the wind helped sailors, and that wasn't why they sacrificed jewels and diamonds to him. And the god of war helped the knights who needed additional strength and motivation. Only one god could not find his purpose and thought he understood nothing. Some time passed, and the spirit continued to bless many, saving lives, but in response, I only heard curses. And he still didn't understand why this was happening, because he wanted to be useful to people. Many hundreds of years have passed since then, and he still has not been able to find the cause of the misfortune in his blessing. And the world at that time was improving, and many years replacing each other changed people. Among the living, many have used God to satisfy their own desires. In order not to create chaos, the gods introduced special rules, which included patronage, curses, and levels. Soon the gods became accustomed to this order, settled down, and lived by their own rules, all except one spirit. While wandering through the forest, God noticed how ill a man was. He was injured and had no hope of help. The man expected help from the saint, but she went elsewhere during the battle. Exhausted, the man asked his partner to sponsor a healing. He was a great hero with many achievements and victories and planned to improve his level. Suddenly, a god turned to him with a question and, being sure that the man wanted to live, continued to speak. He warned that in exchange for his life, the warrior would lose all the merits he had already achieved. It's such a small thing compared to the opportunity to heal and continue living. When the man agreed, the healing power was directed to his wounds and healed everything. God was happy that he was still needed by someone in this world and that there were beings who needed him. The warrior without me did not look at his body, which had become completely whole and all the pain had disappeared. The inspired man said it was time to return the saint and looked at his status window. Imagine his surprise when the first level of his merits returned and the spirit realized he had warned about it. However, the man did not lose heart. The main thing was that he stayed alive, and he decided that he could level up again. At this point, some god calmed down and thought it might still be useful. Time passed, and the men continued their battles, but their level did not rise. His wife was very upset and decided to break up with him because she saw no prospects. She left the warrior and told him to forget her and never try to get her back. At first the man was very angry, but after some time he stopped feeling anything. He gratefully accepted the spirit's help and said he would no longer complain or be angry with him. However, the warrior wanted to say something to God as a farewell, and he listened to him attentively. Clenching his fist tighter, the man asked the spirit not to support anyone else, as there are things more valuable than life. After all, this sponsorship returns to the first level, which is impossible to increase. He would rather die than use it again. This conversation was a real shock to some god. He was confused and very upset. Up until that point, he had been in denial, but now he realized that he really wasn't needed in this world. Many years have passed since then, and near a huge oak tree the spirit found the wounded man again. It was Kang Hansu, who was asking for help with an injured leg and didn't want to die. This time, some god decided to help the man once again and heal his wound. At first, it was just curiosity, because the guy had the hero's curse and was supposed to die alone. However, God understood that once the truth came to light, he would be hated. As the spirit feared, Kang Hansu discovered the truth about his acquired sponsorship. The guy was silent for a few moments, and then said there was nothing that could be done. He put his hand to his head, and didn't understand how he hadn't realized before that he was resetting states and levels. God carefully said that this young man was a bit strange, because he was not angry at all. The young man decided to end the conversation and go buy a new picture book. At that moment, the patron god began to ask and pray energetically for something. Kang Hansu stood there in a daze, hoping that the prayer would not be for his rest. Determined, God responded to his interlocutor, who was asking for something completely different. And in response to the boy's question about what exactly the request was, he just smiled mysteriously. The spirit replied that it was a secret, and the young man asked what that could mean. Meanwhile, Hanu opened his eyes. His thoughts were confused, and he didn't understand where he was. He found himself lying on the grass in a dense, dark forest and began to listen around. The young man thought that this shouldn't happen since he is the main character who defeats everyone. A moment later, he discovered that his slaves were being held captive by a malicious fellow. It was Pak Han-yeon, smiling mischievously and trying to get some agreement from Oh Han-woo. The boy began to remember that before that he and the girl went hunting. Sarah, armed with a sword, attacked the huge evil monster to kill it. The girl was very agile, flexible, and strong, so she could easily cope with such a task. Kana and Rusa were not far behind, and quickly helped their friend hunt the monster. Finally, the beast was defeated and flew several meters to the side. Hanu was pleased with the result, and rubbed his hands in satisfaction in anticipation of a quick profit. He praised the girls for their work and said they worked well as a team. Then the guy warned that they would hunt often in the future. The young man thought to himself that the girls were orders of magnitude higher than the gnolls. He looked with regret at his savings, of which there was little left, but he hoped to earn more. The girls heard a noise and looked in the direction it came from. It was the gnoll that moved. It turned out he was still alive. He just lost consciousness for a moment. His eyes burned with intense anger. He said something in his own language, incomprehensible to the hunters. Suddenly a strong flame of fire arose, in which for a moment nothing was visible. It was Ohanu who used his magic to finally destroy the insolent gnoll. The guy himself didn't expect such a big flame as the one he received. Suddenly the young man heard a speech addressed to him and turned around in astonishment. They were people he knew. Pak Han-yeon said she would rescue him, but thanks to the flames, it wasn't necessary. Hanu was not very happy to meet his old comrade, and made it clear that he had no intention of hunting with him. But his companion said he did not want to go to another part of the forest and would stay there. At this moment, his acquired slave looked in surprise at the events that were taking place. Hanu looked at his opponent with hatred. Even during his earthly life, he suspected that this fellow was not worthy. On Earth he was a troublemaker and was constantly getting into trouble. They were not friends and never belonged to the same boy groups. These two secretly despised and hated each other, considering themselves the scum of society. However, in the fantasy world, there were different rules, and here it was necessary to provide evidence of primacy. Hanu considered himself the main hero and did not allow anyone to take that tempting place. His companion was just waiting for this. When the subject began to resist, he sent his slave into battle. The girls did not intend to retreat so quickly. They prepared their weapons to defeat the strong man. The enemy stood face to face and prepared to begin a furious and bloody battle. A strong, muscular, and huge man walked towards the three girls with Ohanu and tried to attack them. However, the heroes would not retreat so quickly. They prepared their weapons. Hanu cast his fire magic and ordered the girls to distract the enemy. But a moment later, the man realized he had been cruelly mistaken about that man. After all, they received crushing blows and were no longer able to attack the strong man. The man looked at the defeated slaves in confusion and could not believe what he saw. He stood alone with a lit flame in his hand, and around him were girls unable to stand up. The Kanu did not understand how it was possible to kill them all at once with a single blow. What enormous force it must have been. This cannot be, because he is the main character of this story and is destined for success. His opponent smirked and asked if the guy had realized what was happening. Enraged, the Hanu shouted about the trick his opponent had planned. He replied that the level of his slave was significantly higher than the level of Ohanu's concubines. Then he remembered Ohan's furious screams as he attacked as much as he wanted. Therefore, Park Han-yeon will compete with him indefinitely until his conditions are met. He demanded that Ohanu give him everything he had at the moment. The guy was surprised. He didn't expect such a turn of events and didn't know what to do. Meanwhile, Kang Han-soo curiously studied the ancient books in the library. However, I didn't find anything worth paying attention to in them, especially any that were useful. The guy decided that if he couldn't level up, he would at least find a powerful weapon from them, for example, some kind of legendary weapon. But Kogmos said the guy had apparently read a lot of fairy tales, as such publications are no longer published. He remembered that the aristocrats had spoken of it before leaving, but a moment later the demon added that it could be obtained on some island. Kang Han-soo said we could try exploring the dangerous and untouched ruins. The guy really liked the idea and was eager to implement it as soon as possible. However, he was gay and calmed Kogmos's plans by saying that the ruins had always been guarded by knights. And their level is much better and higher than Kang Han-soo, so it is very dangerous to go there. Kang Han-soo was upset. He went to be alone with himself and thought that it would be difficult to get anywhere on the first level. He wondered who the knights were and how he could get around them. The young man thought they were huge cans, very stupid, and only knew how to donate part of them. But no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't find a way. Kang Han-soo was in despair, and God encouraged him as much as he could. Suddenly the silence was broken by a familiar scream. A wild orc had discovered the young man and wanted to attack. He spoke threateningly to the boy to give him everything he had, but he said he was in a depressed state. The green savage was a little surprised. Could this skinny pig really speak the orc language? But Kang Han-soo once again asked him to leave while he was being kind. However, the orc considered the young man an intelligent, if weak, opponent, so he prepared to fight. The man's eyes glowed with evil fire, and his hand transformed into a sharp weapon. The next moment, he pierced the orc with his burning hand, and it screamed in pain. The monster did not expect this, and understood that he had underestimated his enemy. The young man clenched his fist with all his strength and prepared to deliver a powerful blow to his opponent. A column of dust rose around it, in which nothing could be seen. For a moment the monster could no longer see. When his eyes cleared a little, the orc realized he was in the strong hands of his opponent. And the man said threateningly that he was warning him about his depressive state, because even in the world of fantasy, there is no place for dreams, and there are no ruins. Kang Hansu attacked mercilessly, and his opponent said that the ruins really exist. Startled, the man stopped knocking and paused for a second, asking again what the monster meant. The orc was very scared, and with tears in his eyes, he said that there were ruins and asked them to stop beating him. However, the fellow did not believe him, thinking that they were enemy tricks, but he objected that there were orc ruins nearby. Kang Hansu thought about it for a moment and came up with a rather interesting plan. With the most benevolent smile, he asked his friend to take him to those ruins. The monster took his paws off his snout and let out one last loud sob. He was ready to do anything to keep from being touched. There were several different types of dialects in fantasy. For example, a knight was compared to a dragon, and a coward to a slime. Org was somewhere in the middle between a knight and a coward, which gave him the definition of being very good. Kang Hansu's mood improved significantly. He talked to his companion and called him a friend. However, the green monster was very angry about this and asked not to be called that. After all, even if this person wanted to be friends with the orc, they would still use violence, and this is no longer about friendship. But Kang Hansu just smiled smugly at this statement, which completely infuriated his companion. As they approached, the orc realized that a boar as strong as Kang Hansu would not be able to enter. When the boy asked why this happened, the green monster said that such a rule existed even before he was born. Finally, they arrived, and the friends looked in amazement at what they saw before them. Right in front of them, a huge mountain appeared, and a vast plain occupied the space. The young man looked around in surprise because, in fact, there was nothing visible there. But when he looked closer, he was delighted because this place was exactly what he was looking for. Ahead were huge ruins composed of heavy, massive stones and slabs. The arriving friends headed towards the grand entrance, which was an arch. The orc sighed in relief because he was finally able to get rid of that insolent creature. The young man looked at the city in amazement and really liked what he saw. The monster that brought the guys entered through the gate, however. Kang Hansu followed him. He was incredibly surprised by this, because it was only possible to penetrate the orc territory if one was below level 9. But Kang Hansu's level was only the first, though the green monster found it hard to believe. The guy had achieved his goal and was now very determined. His eyes were burning with red fire. He threw the orc aside and ran forward, oblivious to the obstacles in his path. And the obstacles here were in the form of many green orcs, hungry and bloodthirsty. They thought it was a person who had arrived by chance and would instantly become their lunch. After all, in the ruined city, there were tens of thousands of armed monsters who were not averse to profiting. The orc who brought the young man warned his brothers to be careful. He told the others that this boar really has great strength and is not so easy to defeat. And the young man said carelessly that he would walk there a little, and if anyone was tired of living, they might try to stop him. Then something completely unexpected happened. The guy started rising from the ground and flying. The orcs watched this phenomenon with confusion and could not understand how it was possible. They had never seen creatures like Kang Hansu hovering above the ground on their own. Meanwhile, God prayed for the souls of several tens of thousands of green pigs that the young man would destroy. Kang Hansu defeated many bloodthirsty monsters and disappeared in an unknown direction. They saw that this fellow had already killed many of their brothers, and they were afraid of him. Suddenly, the orcs heard a rustling sound and went to see what it was. And on the other side of the shelter was Kang Hansu, wondering why there were so many of them. He had already defeated many of these monsters, but they were not over yet and continued to appear. The guy had been looking for a way out for a long time, but he couldn't find it. It seemed like they were marking time. Suddenly, several green pigs appeared from behind a huge rock and shouted happily that they had found the young man. However, he skillfully dodged the orc's attack and pulled himself back away. But the bloodthirsty beasts did not want to retreat, and the man had to prepare for an attack. They drew their swords aggressively and tried to injure the opponent. The young man decided to accept the challenge and fight to the end to see who would win. The animals wanted to overpower the young man, kill him, and then eat him, but they miscalculated his capabilities. After a while, there was a pile of defeated orcs lying on the ground, and Kang Hansu was convinced that they were nothing. He sighed in relief that most of these animals were treated, and the slimes helped clean everything up. The guy with his beloved looked at his status window to keep track of the changes. However, an unpleasant surprise awaited the boy there. He had a new curse, the essence of which consisted of nightmares about defeated orcs. But on the other hand, it's clear he's not sleeping anyway, so no nightmares scare him. Still, such curses seemed harsh to the boys, and he asked God if he felt the same way. After all, not only did Kan Hansu defeat a large number of orcs, he also freed the captives who were in the ruins. It turned out to be somewhat illogical. They received a curse for saving people, but God had no way of saying why. People were trying to talk to the guy somehow, but he couldn't understand them, and he thought it would be cool if Kogmos was here. Kan Hansu turned to one of the lying orcs and asked how to find a way out of there. The monster replied that the only way out was through the center, since the city had different entrances and exits. The guy understood why he found nothing when he tried to find a way out. He had to go deeper into the city. Without thinking twice, the young man entered the city and began to wander through the ruins among the various stone slabs. Finally, Kan Hansu approached a huge fence and thought that perhaps that was the exit the orc was talking about. However, nothing special happened, and the guy thought he needed to use magic to open some kind of portal. Suddenly, a bright light appeared behind the fence. It rose and illuminated everything around. From this ray emerged a huge creature resembling an orc. Its skin was also green. The freedmen closed their eyes at the bright light emitted by the monster that appeared. The giant asked the young man if he was the hero who killed all the orcs. The guy thought that for an ordinary orc, this monster looked very spectacular. However, the evil giant persistently demanded an immediate response from Kan Hansu. The young man said he asked them to get out of the way, but they didn't listen and paid for it with their lives. The monster was surprised that for this reason alone, the guy killed 300,000 orcs. The young man now understood why they seemed to have no end. There were 300,000 of them. And the terrible monster continued, "He said that he is the guardian of this city and of the orcs." A wonderful thought flashed through Kan Hansu's mind, and he thought that this situation was to his advantage. But the goalkeeper didn't understand the boy's attitude and asked why he thought he was the best. However, the young man was already prepared for the duel and noted that if there is a guard, then there are treasures that need to be protected. With those words, he used magic to propel himself off the ground and flew straight towards his opponent. He was determined to collect all the treasures and kill the guardian. But he had no intention of giving up. He readied his trident and went on the attack. They had already faced each other in a duel, and this opponent was much stronger than the others. Having encountered strong opposition, Kan Hansu felt that this fight would not be easy. The next second, the boy realized he was losing his hand, as it was cut off by the city guardian. However, the young man remained unfazed. He had a few tricks up his sleeve. Even if his opponent was very strong, very tough, and very big, that didn't give him the right to win. It was difficult for Kan Hansu to stand and resist the city guardian's weapon. The next moment, the boy realized that his eye had also been gouged out, and now he could not see. The monster dealt the young man a deadly, crushing blow that no one had ever resisted. And I was surprised, to say the least, that Kan Hansu hadn't yet equalized under such force. Before him was a young man who was seriously injured, but he did not give up and remained firm. He had only one eye and one arm, but he still continued to fight for victory. However, the giant had no intention of forgiving the hero. He wanted to avenge the lives of 300,000 of his companions. Imagine the monster's surprise when suddenly the guy's hand and eye healed instantly. He could not believe his eyes and looked in amazement at his restored enemy. They stood facing each other, full of determination, not giving up on their opponent. Now the city guardian understood where the young man got so much confidence from, as he had an immortal body. But he came up with a cunning plan that would allow him to defeat this fearless fellow. Kan Hansu was confident of his victory, as he could recover from his injuries in a matter of seconds. However, the giant understood that there was only one way out there, and if he blocked it, the young man would never get out. The boy showed with all his appearance that he was determined and confident, but in reality, he didn't know what to do next. It was late at night and everyone in the temple was sleeping when suddenly someone knocked on Eubora's room. It was Arya who entered the girl's room and praised her partner for her good achievements in level 7. Eubora was embarrassed and said that all of this was thanks to sponsorship that she did not receive through her own efforts. Arya admitted that she also had the patronage of a noble and explained the effect it had. Thanks to her patronage, the girl had to protect the vassals and receive part of their experience points, that is, practically for free. There she also explained that she has no subordinates because for a long time she considered such clientelism empty. And when, in my distant childhood, I told my mother about this, she severely reprimanded me for it, because many dreamed of such patronage. Eubora said he understands, because with sponsorship comes responsibility. Suddenly, Arya thought of something, and her thoughts flew elsewhere. Looking out the window, the girl said dreamily that she would be interested to know how the hero Hanu was doing now. Eubora looked meaningfully at her interlocutor and asked if she really liked him. At this, Arya smiled mysteriously and asked what Eubora thought about this. At that moment, there was a knock on the door and they said that a saint wanted to go to the hero. It was quite unexpected, and Arya didn't understand why the temple servant decided to show up so late. Looking around curiously, the saint entered the room and apologized for his late visit. Eubora greeted her and asked if the saint had any tasks for her. I asked Arya to serve tea. The temple listener said she just came to chat. Hot, fragrant tea was served in cups and the girls were engaged in casual conversation. First, the saint asked if Eubora was experiencing any inconvenience, and she replied that everything was fine. The attendant nodded good-naturedly, and the girl thought it sounded like a meeting with a professor. The saint continued. She said that at the moment, the heroes are competing with each other. She was worried that there would be competition between the heroes, and that it could lead to consequences she wanted to avoid. Therefore, the temple servant asks Eubora to report if any preconditions arise before the heroes fall. The girls looked at the saint with bated breath and asked again what the expression, to fall, meant. After a pause, she said that there are guys who have become obsessed with clientelism and temptation. With bated breath, Eubora asked what would happen to the heroes who fell. The saint said that they have special struggles with these people, but they are not killed and are still considered heroes. But to fall means to betray all those who believed in the heroes and loved them with all their hearts. Eubora remembered the episode where his classmate wanted to return to Earth. His words then said that a person who only causes trouble for one family cannot save the entire world. The girl was hit by this memory, as if she had received an electric shock, and began to tremble with excitement. The saint noticed these changes and asked what had happened, but the student said she was just thinking. Eubora looked sadly at the steam rising from the cup. Perhaps Kang Hansu had done the right thing by refusing this mission. As if reading her thoughts, the servant asked if the girl knew the hero Kang Hansu. The girl was extremely surprised that the saint knew the boy and tried not to show the excitement that was taking over her. The saint looked sharply at Eubora and asked if there was any relationship between them, but the student said that they were just classmates. This answer did not really satisfy the temple servant, and she wanted the girl to open up to her and tell her everything. Some time passed, and the gods listened attentively to what the girl was telling about Kang Hansu. The saint returned to her room, thoughtfully recalling the conversation that had taken place the day before. It was clearly noticeable that Eubora had a very warm attitude towards this guy, as she talked about him for many hours at a time. The bag found in the forest belonged to the fugitive hero who was sent home by the goddess. In her confusion, the saint thought that if the truth were hidden and the heroes discovered that Kang Hansu had not returned home, their trust in the gods would be shaken. Suddenly, the temple listener felt the piercing gaze of the arrogant goddess. The next moment, the goddess looked at the stranger's things which were on the table. After giving the temple servant one last disapproving look, the arrogant goddess left the room. The saint was trembling all over and was in a terrible state of agitation that did not allow her to organize her thoughts. She thought that with her patronage, anyone could be found, however. Even if the Almighty couldn't discover Kang Hansu's location, there must be a reason. Perhaps some other god, not under their control, is preventing them from finding their location. The saint took a piece of paper and began to write some kind of message. After all, she needed to find this guy and eliminate him from the face of the earth. She sealed the paper in an envelope and did not notice the presence of one of the gods nearby. And some god heard the saint's plan and decided to save Kang Hansu at all costs. Meanwhile, a real battle was taking place in the ruins. The city guardian was attacking Kang Hansu. He angrily asked his enemy how much longer he would waste his strength. The man was breathless and silent for a few moments. He had a cunning plan. The green monster looked at his opponent and waited for an answer. The guy said he would dodge and attack until he died. And again he fled from the blows that the city guardian tried to inflict on him. No matter how he directed his trident, the fellow still turned around and carefully observed the enemy's movements. At one point, the sharp blade of the weapon came close to the young man's face, and he managed to jump back. He also deflected the blows of a huge green monster. It seemed he didn't feel tired. Kang Hansu drew blueprints on the ground to understand the tactics used by the city guardian. With the help of these drawings, he wanted to devise a strategy for future battles. It was meticulous work that required a lot of concentration. Analyzing the enemy's actions, Kang Hansu intended to copy them. Suddenly, the boy's thoughts were interrupted by a voice directed at him behind his back. Kang Hansu turned around and recognized the man who was one of the people he saved in this city. His name was Bruce. This man was level 9 and had the sponsorship of a mercenary and intelligence. He said something to the young man, but one of them didn't understand him and asked again what he meant. Bruce pointed at the girl and said something to the boy, but he still couldn't understand what they wanted from him. She bowed and began to say something in her own language, addressing Kang Hansu. The next moment, the guy kicked Bruce out, and he, scared, started running. The girl remained standing and timidly said something to him, but Kang Hansu did not expel her. He told her she could do whatever she wanted and went back to thinking about the fight. The girl looked at this strange hero in amazement and decided not to distract him. Kang Hansu sat in his previous spot and began drawing figures on the ground again to understand better. He was focused, immersed in his thoughts, unaware of anything around him, planning how to act. The young man didn't realize how bright the sun was shining. It was morning and a new day had begun. His decision was made. He defined for himself the strategy that needed to be followed. Suddenly the boy saw that it was the girl who was there yesterday and fell asleep on the slabs. He thought about how to handle her properly. Maybe he should wake her up or move her. However, God said that they should not worry about her, as they had much more serious matters to attend to. Kang Hansu understood that his main task now was to defeat this evil guardian of the city. The guy asked Asa to evaluate how well he had learned to fence and conduct attacks. The young man concentrated and took the dagger in his hands, his whole body tense. The guy spent a few moments in a measured and focused state to get into the right frame of mind. Then he saw an imaginary target at which he needed to point his gun. The next second, skillfully dodging the blows and inflicting his own on the enemy, he began the battle. And the last moment was to quickly disappear from that place. The patron god sighed with joy. He thought the strategy was very good. The young man boasted that he had trained for 2 days and was already able to repeat the goalkeeper's movements. It was not in vain that he suffered defeats in fencing, because now Kang Hansu had a clear idea of how to master this art. However, the god sighed devastatingly and threw up his hands. He considered this a perversion. Here the guy noticed how the status window changed a little, and this made him very cautious. He received a promotion to a higher level of sponsorship and was extremely happy with the event. Well, at that very moment he realized that the hero's curse level had also increased a bit. The fact that the curse level had just increased indicated that the goddess had made herself known. The hero Kang Hansu survived in the forest and did not die during the battle with the gnolls, and the goddess's reaction to this was unpredictable. However, Ass got tired of arguing and said it was necessary to go into battle and teach the bad pig a lesson. The guardian was in his place. He was furious as a stone and was very aggressive. He asked the young man if he wanted to die, or if he would decide to run away again with his tail between his legs. However, The monster did not believe the words spoken by the man, and therefore doubted the veracity of his words. He called the young man inside to show him the ancient and enormous ruins. Kang Hansu wondered if there was a trap for him there. This question offended the keeper a little, and he said that they would not stoop to a method like setting traps. But the guy didn't trust him either, and thought the monster wanted to lure him inside to destroy him. The giant called him so that he would not hand him over to the old ruined buildings. When they entered, Kang Hansu was a little surprised because he hadn't imagined it like this. The guardian said this was a former training center where heroes were created. The young man thought they were orc heroes, but the guardian said there were none among his race. There were people there, and they trained future heroes, but they were proud of their origins and were easy prey for the orcs, who quickly captured the hall. They needed the ruins to maintain their function of limiting the escape of strong men. But for now, the life of this city cannot be restored, so Kang Hansu must die. The monster was huge and sharp. He brandished his weapon, and his eyes glowed red with fire. He pointed his trident at the guy and was going to kill him right here, in this place. But Kang Hansu was adamant. He knew what to do and would not leave without a victory. The guardian of the ruins said the boy must die, but he wanted to ask his rival a question. The green monster sternly asked what the young man was so interested in. After a brief pause, Kang Hansu asked if there was any treasure in the ruins. The guardian replied that there was a weapon there that was meant for the heroes who had just left the training hall. For Kang Hansu, this news was not particularly joyful, as he intended to fight the goddess. But the beginner's weapon was too frivolous for such a strong opponent. The guy imagined himself flying into little pieces in this unequal fight. However, the giant grew tired of idle talk and said that it was necessary to resolve the death of 300,000 brothers, here and now. But when he began the attack, the young man quickly continued to dodge and defend himself. The fierce battle continued, and Kang Hansu not only did not tire, but was also able to attack. No matter how much the evil city guardian attacked, the guy repelled every attack brilliantly. He had anger and fire in his eyes. He was determined and wanted to surrender to me. The ruin guardian wondered how this guy managed to win battles in one night. But then he noticed that Kang Hansu was quickly heading towards the exit. This didn't fit into his plans. There was no way the green monster would allow the guy to leave that place. Therefore, we are trying with all our might to stop Kang Hansu and kill him as soon as possible. But an interesting thought came to the boy's mind, as he realized that he was a guardian, and since yesterday, he had been very worried about this place. Based on my observations, I could also see that the green giant does not have the ability to go beyond its limits. During the battle, Kang Hansu performed a certain move that allowed him to throw his opponent onto himself. Well, when he threw it away from my enemy, it quickly flew forward and started to be pulled. Suddenly, a being appeared and instantly absorbed the ruin guardian. This phenomenon resembled a huge black hole, but the evil monster didn't want to go there. He tried to resist, he screamed and tried to hold on, but it was useless. Kang Hansu saw this for the first time. Now he realized that this was exactly the way out he needed. The guy was happy that he didn't have to continue the battle, and that everything ended in peace. He thought he didn't need the extra trouble because he was leveling up, but he still couldn't. Now Kang Hansu needed to find the treasures that belonged to that place. The patron god indicated in which direction it was necessary to move. The young man doubted that treasures could actually be found in such ruins. Suddenly he saw objects that caught his attention. The treasures referred to the large number of swords scattered here. Kang Hansu picked up one of them, and the god said with a knowing look that it was a holy sword. In appearance, this sword was no different, but its special glow revealed magical energy. A moment later, the man was about to try this sword in action. However, a breath warned him that only a hero could take it into his hands. And as if to confirm these words, the sword became significantly heavier and began to glow. God said that Kang Hansu was a hero anyway, and that's why he was able to catch him in his hands, but couldn't control him. The furious man then took his dagger and with all his strength cut the sword. He decided that since he could not use it, no one should take this sacred sword, and the spirit approved of this decision. The guy got very angry, so he took out his dagger and started brandishing it. He destroyed all the swords nearby, and now they were worthless. Kang Hansu was furious. He picked up one of the remaining swords and looked around. A moment later, he tried to cut the weapon as well, but hesitated for a second. The guy realized that this sword was very light compared to the previous ones. Asa realized that the weapon was simply malfunctioning and therefore did not respond to the curse. For a moment, the young man thought about what would be right to do with that sword. In the end, he found nothing better to do than destroy the other swords with it. The guy was happy and proud of the work he had done. Now this sword was unique and therefore not defective. And God replied that this was a completely accurate and wonderfully logical solution. Kang Hansu smiled smugly, but suddenly a status window appeared. There was something new in it. Another curse called the Holy Sword appeared. The young man became furious. At that time, at Chonmin Temple, together with one of the temple servants, they were saying goodbye to a friend. They agreed to meet Choi Gangmin at night, the three of them. The guy was a little tired, but happy with the work he had done during the day. Choi Gangmin checked his status window, and there were many new sponsorships in it. He understands that for such a reward, it is possible to endure fatigue. The young man was proud because he felt the interest of the gods. The guy thought that at this rate he could easily win the tournament. And the reward in the form of the sacred ball will unconditionally belong to him alone. The fantasy world needed heroes and a demon king, princes and princesses. Also, in the fantasy world, there would be the knights of the villain and the tyrant. Jong Myeon sat there thinking that anyone would be suitable for such an ensemble. The girl also thought that the demon king, who was quite cold, would be interesting to conquer. However, she honestly didn't understand why she had to go into battle and fight on the same level as others. The three heroes who guarded and protected her tried to calm their lady. However, when the boys asked her to calm down, the girl became even more nervous, but after a moment she realized that she was overreacting. It turns out that Chon Mien was irritated because she expected something completely different from the fantasy world. She wanted someone who would fight for her heart, protect her heart, and not worry about absolutely anything. In fact, among his customers there was a shy, stupid boy who ranked 4th. Also present was a selfish and insolent young man who came in 5th place. Finally, OK Cosplayer, an obedient and normal type, but with a ranking that reaches 7th place. Taking a deep breath, the girl still thought that these were the only people who could be useful to her. So she decided to smooth things over and, with the sweetest look she could muster, told her that she herself was wrong. The boys cautiously asked why she had called them, and Chon Mien said there was important business. Then the girl mysteriously said that she had secret information because soon some students would be sent to school. One of the hooligans present said that there are also schools in this world, and that this is disgusting. Chon Myeon narrowed her eyes mischievously and said that she absolutely had to enter that school. The cosplayer asked the girl a question. He bowed respectfully and began to speak. The guy asked if anyone could participate or if there would be some kind of priority. Jong Myeon said the main filter for selection will be a high score in the overall ranking. The top 4 will be chosen. The cosplayer understood that due to the competition in the group, bloodshed would begin, but the queen would still pass. She said she wanted to enroll along with these heroes she invited here. The boys didn't really believe her, but the girl said she was serious. However, one of the boys present expressed his dissatisfaction, as he would not help Chon Myeon arrange a relationship with the prince. But the girl confidently said that she would not do that, and that if he broke his promise, she would fulfill any wish the boy had. He really liked the idea, but he didn't really believe what the girl said. Chon Min realized that the gods see everything and won't let her collect, so she speaks the truth. Pushing his friend away, the other boy said he wasn't ready to follow her even to the ends of the earth. Then he assured the next person present that he would not let his queen be harmed. And although it still felt like a scam, the guy who stayed had to agree to participate as well. Chon Mien was extremely grateful to them, smiling happily and producing subtle aromas around her. Meanwhile, in the ruins, Kang Hansu was disappointed and wondered what was happening, as he had only broken a few blades. He carefully studied the curse, which was not actually a curse. The guy didn't understand what the point of this sword was if the resistance to destruction extended even to a defective item. And at this moment, God expressed sympathy to the blacksmith, who probably did not expect his sword to be treated in such a way. Kang Hansu was the only remaining sword, and he thought that this was a sacred weapon of unreal power, strengthened by a curse. So the travelers decided they should leave that place and looked at the patch of sky where the portal had opened. The young man thought about what needed to be done to open the portal. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the threatening screams of the guardian of that ruined city. Kang Hansu was a little surprised that this monster somehow appeared here again. And here at this moment he was quickly running towards the guy to finish him off. The young man noticed that ever since the green giant appeared, he started to look a little different. Without thinking twice, the man blocked the passage that led to the ruins. The wild guardian looked at Kang Hansu in astonishment, as he needed to enter the territory. But now the young man understood why the huge orc was so reluctant to leave his storage location. After all, being out there, this wild giant became very old. Time there worked against him. However, he ran towards the guy because he really needed to get into the territory. Kang Hansu decided it was time to test his new holy sword. Charged with the hero's energy, the weapon emitted a red light and became very powerful. He delivered a crushing blow to his opponent, who flew to the side and fell. However, a moment later, the huge orc stood up and was ready to continue fighting desperately. It was noticeable how his body lost its elasticity and became more wrinkled and old. The guy said that now it is very difficult for an opponent to lose an arm in this battle. With a heavy expression, the giant said that the price for stealing his youth was too high. He further added that in order to preserve it, he had to abandon 300,000 of his brothers. The huge orc said that his youth was lost due to Kang Hansu's vile trick. The man looked cautiously at his enemy. Now he understood that this was the only reason. His opponent said the only way out for the young man was to die anyway. His eyes were filled with rage and glowed with evil fire. The orc was ready to do anything to win. But Kang Hansu made a last-ditch effort and delivered a powerful blow with his weapon. The next moment, the huge giant lost its head and was already harmless. The guy said that a whole day had passed and his opponent hadn't made a single advance. At this point, the battle ended. A headless orc stood in the middle of the room and Kang Hansu looked around. The giant said the young man used some trick to win. However, no trick would work if the hero was weaker than an orc. So now his head was on the ground and posed no threat. But suddenly the god became alert and warned the boy to be careful. The monster's head began to move. Something began to happen. Mist and dust rose around it. Kang Hansu looked at what was happening in astonishment. Could this guy really have been reborn? The head actually came to life, its eyes glowing with hatred and animal rage. But the young man did not lose his composure. He grabbed the monster's face with his hand and threw him to the ground. Dust rose in a column, and nothing could be seen around. Kang Hansu wanted to finally destroy the enemy. Then the man looked closely at his opponent, wondering if he had dealt with him. At that very moment, as if they were tentacles, the guy became tightly entangled in the monster's particles. He screamed angrily because the pig didn't want to die and continued to cling to him. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed in Kang Hansu's mind, and he understood how to act. The guy decided to throw him out of the ruins, and so this monster should die. But his enemy shouted loudly that Kang Hansu should never do that. He started crying and promised any help he could give, just so the guy wouldn't kick him out. Kang Hansu thought for a moment and asked again what his opponent could do. The orc said he could move the city's exit closer to the holy sword. The next minute, he saw the sword that was in Kang Hansu's possession and was incredibly surprised by it, because only a hero could carry a sacred weapon. For several minutes, the green orc looked at the young man in confusion and did not understand how this was possible. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. His voice trembled and his mouth went dry with excitement. He realized that Kang Hansu was a hero, because there was no other explanation for him calmly holding the sword. Meanwhile, the guy asked his interlocutor to show the status window. He agreed to everything, as long as they didn't touch him again and didn't throw him out of the ruins. Kang Hansu saw that the green giant had the curse of a hero and the curse of ruin. This meant that he could not leave these places, but had to fulfill a certain mission. He had immortality because he had to test new heroes in an exam. Kang Hansu crossed his arms and concluded that this orc was not a guardian. He replied that he was never a guardian of people but always protected the orcs. A moment later, he began to cry as he was defeated in the fight against the young hero. The young man grumbled in discontent at having the same whiny demon friend. The sobbing giant asked if the boy would leave those places. But Kang Hansu didn't understand the reason for the orc's change, because recently he himself didn't want to let him in. However, on the other hand, the guy felt he had no other choice. He himself would get out of there as quickly as possible. A minute later, he said he would leave, but he would take with him the captives he had freed. The orc remained silent for a while. It was impossible for people to know of the city's existence, but he did not dare disobey. Kang Hansu called loudly to his brothers to accompany him on the return journey. But for some reason, people were in no hurry to leave. They were talking among themselves about something. The man looked at them thoughtfully. He expected them to run to freedom in a matter of seconds. But that didn't happen. Apparently, throughout their stay, they became very attached to these places, and only 3 wanted to go with the young man. An unknown portal quickly opened and illuminated everything around with its light. Kang Hansu felt the memories coming back and hoped it wasn't dangerous. He asked God to see where this portal led, but he was too bored. God Asa thought it was too tiring to look through the portal and see the road. The young man didn't want to take any more risks and asked the spirit for mercy, which, needless to say, hurt Asa's pride, and he decided to grant the request this time. Then God took a peek at what awaited them and assured them that everything was fine. Kang Hansu asked how he could return to the ruins if necessary. The orc replied that he would need to touch the ball and say the words, and then the young man would be heard. Even though God had verified the situation, the boy was still plagued by doubts, but he had to trust. He excitedly touched the yellow glow and felt like he was in some kind of space. It was a familiar feeling. He closed his eyes because he couldn't see what was happening around him. Finally, the travelers arrived and were able to slowly open their eyes. Kang Hansu looked around in astonishment at where he had ended up. It was a room with weapons plastered all over the walls. He thought it was a good thing there was no magma or water nearby, and what awaited them in that building could only be imagined. The people who arrived with Kang Hansu also looked around in surprise. The young man realized that they were in a room and, judging by everything, some unfriendly people lived there. He saw the holy sword, which was simply hanging on the wall rather than being a decoration. The man touched his sword and ordered the entrance to be opened, as it was not very safe there. Kang Hansu told his brothers to return to the portal immediately. Then the young man turned to God in a tone of reproach, because he said there was no danger there. But, from the paraphernalia in the room, the boy realized that an aristocratic woman lived there. The spirit assured him that it was safe to stay there for now, but the man angrily asked what he meant by "for now." Asa said that later it will become very dangerous, but now it is possible to be here. The young man was about to leave the room, but his gaze fell on a familiar object. For a moment he was speechless, wondering how his bag could have gotten into that room. After all, he definitely recognized his thing, which for some reason was there. And in the hunter's village, the heroes who were going to enter new battles gathered. The princess told the teenager that things had been unstable in the village lately, and that they needed to try not to scare the locals. Choi Gangmin asked in confusion what kind of incident had happened recently. The other guys also looked around in surprise, but overall they were pretty calm. Finally, Archimage Athena told the heroes to be vigilant and not interfere in the saint's life. Meanwhile, the Holy Temple servant went to the basement where the elves had been imprisoned earlier. She noticed that almost everything had been cleaned, and the security guard who brought her in immediately started apologizing for it. However, the saint kindly said that she visited them only because she had heard of mysterious murders. She asked if it was true that it was in this very basement that Elder Cerebret was locked. The guard nodded and again fell to the ground in a bow. The saint asked him if he knew how important Cerebret was, and at that question he began to sweat, and his voice trembled with fear. However, this servility became somewhat tiresome, because either good knowledge of it or lack thereof brought problems equally. After hesitating for a few moments, the temple servant gave some explanations. Cerebret's combat skills were below average, but all the animals she created were extremely strong. In particular, his phoenix, named after the guardian of fire, posed a great threat to people. The saint could not allow any action that could disturb the harmony between people and elves, which could trigger a war. But if the direct participant asked not to spread the word about it, then the temple servant also decided not to raise this matter again. The guard sighed in relief, and needless to say, he was grateful to the saint for that. However, the temple servant said that it was necessary to find out what this stranger looked like so that he could thank him on behalf of humanity. The guard started sweating again and said that boy was already looking handsome today. At this, the saint calmly asked what that man looked like when he was alive. The man began to remember frantically and said he had short black hair. He also added that the guy was very similar to the heroes who arrived today. The saint was interested in this young man's name, but the man knew nothing and could not say. She thought about it a lot, researched it, and suddenly the maid didn't turn to her anymore. The saint said that now the conversation was over, and the man could go to the heroes and show them the village. The guard immediately disappeared from sight, and the maid said they might be dealing with a ghost. It was a question they couldn't resolve. How would the guy manage to survive even with sponsorship? After all, the temple servant understood that even with sponsorship, it was impossible to defeat the gnolls at the first level. Because the rest of the heroes, even in a favorable environment, fell before some gnolls. And on the first level, and even alone, it was even more impossible. And what's more, who could sponsor this guy because all the gods were in the temple? But the maid was worried that if the ghost and the owner of the bag were the same person, wouldn't it be dangerous to bring the hero there? The saint smiled and said that as long as they were under control, everything would be in perfect order. The goddess didn't like all this very much, but the saint assured her not to worry, as no one would reveal them. After all, everyone who knew this guy is already dead, and the physical evidence is in her room. The maid also wanted to raise the issue of the upcoming tournament. However, the temple servant already knew everything. She said she was deliberately pretending not to know that the hero was Chon Myun, and after this news, she started to behave a little better. The saint added that it is not known why the girl is so eager to enter school, but Chon Myun will be very diligent to achieve her goal, and this is an advantage for her. Meanwhile, the heroes waited for further instructions and did not notice how clouds formed in the sky and rain began to fall. Suddenly, Choi Gangmin heard an indignant shout from his classmate, who was tired of waiting. She was indignant because she didn't like it at all. They had to wait for something, and the armor was also very heavy. The cosplayer immediately offered to help. Choi Gangmin thought he had achieved a lot, received sponsorship, but it still remained very harmful. He looked at his other friends and concluded that Yubora hadn't changed much either. The guy realized that the guys were very relaxed and had nothing to worry about, so the tournament would be great for him. Suddenly, he noticed a shadow coming out of the forest, and the young man froze for a moment. The silhouette was unclear. Was there a person there or some other dangerous creature? The young man shouted loudly so that everyone could hear him, as there could be gnolls there, and it was necessary to escort the princess. Chon Mien jumped in fright. She was completely unprepared to encounter these scary creatures. And Choi Gangmin was very determined that whoever emerged from the forest would get what they deserved. A moment later, the teenagers saw that the person who came out was also a familiar person. Arya was speechless and looked in surprise at the guy who appeared in front of them. It was the hero Hanu himself, pale and exhausted. It was obvious that he was very weak. Choi Gangmin said slyly that he didn't look very presentable. The boy looked at everyone present with a crazy look and said that this was a medal for his well-deserved victory. This statement made Choi Gangmin very amused, because how could such a pitiful appearance become a medal? However, Ohanu's appearance was proof that he had experienced a real battle that others could not even dream of. Choi Gangmin dismissively commented that the actual fight was just a stupid excuse. But the enthusiastic Ohanu suggested that they test him in battle to see if he was lying or not. His opponent accepted the challenge with ease, as he had no doubts about his victory. Choi Gangmin decided to show his friend what the difference in skills really was. Hanu knew his opponent was much higher level, but he had a secret weapon. This was a sponsorship capable of damaging even a strong opponent. The patronage was called Vengeance and gave unspeakable flaming strength to the hero. The rest of the boys gathered around the arguing heroes and talked amongst themselves. They recognized their fugitive friend and realized that he and Choi Gangmin had a conflict. Suddenly, Choi Gangmin heard his name being called and asked to wait a bit. It was Arya who couldn't stop the hero from fighting, but warned that Hanu was injured. The girl thought that this circumstance softened Choi Gangmin a little, because the fight was not equal. She was very worried about her friend and wanted to avoid this upcoming battle. When the Khan saw the girl, he was a little confused, but he smiled, overcoming the pain. However, Choi Gangmin noted that a private fight was necessary, and then no one would have any questions. Arya had a timid hope that the duel wouldn't happen, but it was destroyed in an instant. Ohanu's eyes shone with intense fire. They radiated hatred, malice, and anger. Suddenly, a saint appeared at the edge of the forest, displeased with what was happening. The Kanu, even after leaving, continued to cause discord. She said that for the sake of justice, she would heal him, and asked the hero to finish it quickly. Choi Gangmin decided to test the skills he had acquired in a real fight, as his opponent had said. Hanu used his magic and had a fire in his hands that burned with a bright light. His eyes burned with their own fire. He hated his friends for looking down on him. After all, he was recently lying in the forest and recovering from an attack by his rival. Pak Hanen, with the help of a huge strong man, took all his slaves and took them away. The guy decided he would save them. Hanu noticed that there were some changes in his status window, and a new sponsorship appeared. It was a revenge sponsorship, but Park Hanen is too insignificant to take revenge, but the arrogant Choi Gangmin is another story. The guy was proud of his intention when he chose a quality 1, along with his former offender. He decided that now he would start all over again, and would definitely become the main character of this story. Nearby, on the ground, was a huge, fluffy slime that looked like a large rock. The man, in his excitement, jumped on him and wanted to test his skills on that creature. But the next moment, the cute slime turned into an evil monster that wanted to defend itself. He attacked the young man with all his strength, and he felt a strong blow to the stomach. Hanu fell a few meters away and took some time to recover from the shock. The guy was quite angry because he didn't expect this creature to have such a high level. The gods tore the animals apart, and the young man gained a new curse with the help of his hunting. He was furious, and thought this was all specially planned to prevent him from becoming the main character. But even the fact that the guy couldn't hunt slimes anymore didn't bother him. He had in his arsenal the opportunity to have a unique ability that allowed a lot. Hanu believed that this was the main character's destiny, and was sure that he was exactly that. However, now he felt the attack his opponent Choi Gangmin was making against him. For a moment, everything around was mixed together, and nothing could be distinguished as the flames of fire and ice touched. Choi Gangmin praised his opponent and said that he had improved his skills significantly. Hanu asked ironically if his rival was really so afraid of his great magic. This remark infuriated his enemy, and he wanted to make sure it didn't put the man in his place. The hero then used his acceleration ability and quickly rushed towards his opponent. But the huge cloud of fire that formed over Ohanu indicated that the battle would be fierce. The guy, like a fire-breathing dragon, released all the anger that had been building up for a long time. But with his agility and speed, Choi Gangmin easily dodged the attack. However, the next moment, the boy realized that this was not all and that something more awaited him. A new wave of burning flames once again hovered over Choi Gangmin with a much greater amplitude. The hero could not believe his eyes. His opponent's capabilities had been greatly enhanced. Hanu was incredibly proud of himself and happy that he had managed to make such an impression. However, this attack only fueled the anger that was raging within Choi Gangmin. He had in his arsenal the patronage of the fighting spirit and also of the warrior, which gave him an advantage. The man said angrily that he had dodged the blow, but that his opponent should not think he had already won. The girls watched with bated breath as what was happening and were intrigued as to what would happen next. Hanu was determined to win no matter what. But the sword Choi Gang-min held in his hands emitted a menacing glow and indicated that not everything would be so simple. After all, the young hero also had no intention of giving up his position and losing to his opponent. He got closer and closer to his opponent and smiled maliciously, anticipating his defeat. Hanu was a little surprised, but he tried not to show it and maintain his fighting spirit. His competitor walked towards him and said that the fight was over and that Okan had lost. With these words, the hero struck a strong blow to the young man's head, making him unable to stand. A sharp bolt of lightning pierced through the guy's entire body, and that energy also went towards Choi Gang-min. The hero certainly did not expect such a turn of events and looked at his enemy in astonishment. Lightning exploded around the boys, which was a result of Ohan's sponsorship called Singularity. The girls closed their eyes for a moment because the light was too bright and didn't allow them to look closely. The saint, who had been watching what was happening all this time, was also unable to see anything for a few moments. The gods had different reactions. Some were pleased, others not so much. Two heroes were defeated. A moment later, the saint sighed, exhausted. She was very upset with what had happened. She said, "We shouldn't just watch this in silence. We need to clean this up." At this moment, Kang Hansu kicked the door hard and shouted that he had finally arrived. The boy was angry that that giant orc sent him to such a dangerous place. Suddenly, he heard a voice beside him that belonged to the demon. He said that the young man had finally arrived. Kang Hansu didn't expect to find his friend, as he thought he had already escaped. Kogmos certainly would have done so, but suddenly a man appeared whom he did not want to cross paths with. The man was interested in knowing who the demon was so afraid of. Perhaps it was the saint or someone else. But in response, Kogmos remarked that the appearance of this terrible woman would definitely lead to his death. In fact, the demon met Prince Alos, the sword master, who is distinguished by his considerable strength. He was nicknamed the Night King, which represented a second-generation monster. There the demon added that the prince really wants to meet Kang Hansu. Even if this meeting happens, Kogmos insistently asked not to tell the prince about it. Because of the patronage the prince received from the saint named Paladina, he immediately discovered the essence of the demon. The young man realized that the prince had absolutely nothing to do with him. However, the prince wanted to meet Kang Hansu, which indicated his strong interest in that guy. They continued their conversation, but suddenly some hurried footsteps were heard near the room. There were two girls who came in and participated in the tasks, and they say that Gasoline was happy that the boys showed up. Kogmos bitterly noticed that Kang Hansu was very popular because no one invited them, but the girls themselves ran to him. This circumstance also greatly angered the god, who even clenched his fists in indignation. But according to Kang Hansu, the girls want him to help them level up. The devil rebuked the young man, saying that with such inclinations, confusing sincere interest with selfish motives, it is impossible to get married. Kang Hansu remarked that he would not trust the old bachelor's opinion on such matters. This sentence left the demon completely upset. And at that moment, the girls who had arrived with a sweet smile on their faces were hurriedly saying something to the hero. They decided the young man had left and were very upset because they had not had time to return the favor. They were also interested in knowing where they could get another curse, and the guy replied that he was hunting. After all, just with the hero's curse, it becomes more difficult to enter and leave the city. Kogmos thought that the reckless guy had killed the hero on the road, but that was impossible. And then he realized that in that city they would say goodbye because he still had plans to get married. Well, this is absolutely necessary for Kang Hansu's intention, because then he would be left without a translator. The young man grabbed the demon so tightly that he begged him to let go and stop shaking him. Kogmos had an idea, the essence of which was to buy a slave with linguistic patronage. And although this phenomenon is quite rare, nothing is impossible with money. This decision was acceptable, but the boy scolded his friend for only dreaming of leaving as soon as possible. The young man was very upset about this, but there were girls waiting for him who wanted to invite him somewhere. They stood in the room, surprised and indecisive, watching the confrontation between their friends. The demon muttered that Kang Hansu was really stupid, that these girls didn't dress up and came here for nothing. For a moment, the young man wondered if it was simply love that had taken over their hearts. The demon sighed hopelessly. This guy clearly had no middle ground and didn't know that halftones existed. Finally, Kang Hansu understood what the girls wanted and invited Kogmos to join them. But the devil was ashamed and thought for a moment. He did not consider it necessary to go with them. After all, the girls' goal was this guy they were looking at so enthusiastically. Then Kogmos replied that he had no intention of putting himself in danger while the prince was there. With the most sincere and friendly smile possible, the young man said that his friend was a coward. Furious, the demon gritted his teeth and attacked Kang Hansu, accusing him of being short-sighted. The girls invited their friend to accompany them. They were in a good mood, smiling and joking. The boy had to get ready, wash himself, and go to the seamstress to have a suit made for him. Finally, the whole company approached the huge and beautiful gates that were the entrance to the castle. Kang Hansu stopped hesitantly, but the girls insistently called him to come in. I had to obey, but it was completely uncomfortable to walk around in that suit. Kang Hansu was already unhappy with the event, as he felt terribly uncomfortable in such clothes. The man tried to guess where they had taken him. It looked like an aristocrat's estate. The interior was even more beautiful than the exterior. Kang Hansu looked around in admiration. The owner of this property was standing near the window. He looked very elegant and impressive. The young man turned and called Kang Hansu's name, inviting him to come closer and meet him. Kang Hansu felt that this guy didn't inspire confidence, even though he looked very handsome. The palace owner said that 2 young women had spoken highly of Poe's hero, so he decided to meet him. As a prince, he had to speak the languages of different countries and peoples and had such patronage that Kang Hansu realized that this was exactly the person Kogmos was talking about. The young man introduced himself as Alos, the sword master of the Kingdom of Masters. The girls suspected something unimportant and wanted to warn Kang Hansu about the possible danger. The prince expressed his gratitude for the slaughter of the orcs and the rescue of the 2 young girls. Kang Hansu, perplexed, said that it was his duty as a fantasy dweller and that he could do no other way. But at the same time, the prince was extremely curious about the skills that had exterminated a huge horde of steppe orcs. Then he suggested to his guest that they briefly fight with the swords to test them. For a moment, the guy thought it was some kind of ridiculous joke and asked again. However, the prince's deep and serious gaze showed that he was very serious. Kang Hansu was in the banquet hall opposite the prince, who, out of curiosity, suggested that they fight swords. The guy was perplexed and asked if it was really necessary to do this at that moment. The young women looked at each other anxiously. They were worried about the boy. At first, I thought it didn't go very well. It created a stir among the guests. At that time, they served a lot of delicious food on the table, and Kang Hansu developed a voracious appetite. Swordmaster Alos suggested discussing the upcoming battle for the leisurely meal. Kang Hansu sat down at the table and began to devour everything that was there with great appetite. The young women who brought the guest here were somewhat confused and looked at this in astonishment. The waiter brought more dishes, as the food was gone very quickly and everything was swept off the plates. Prince Alos' swordmaster commented that this sponsorship was very interesting and surprising. After all, no matter how much the hero ate, he could not be satisfied, and the prince even felt a little envious. God realized that it was necessary to leave at least something for the prince, but all the food had already been eaten. When dinner was over, the prince once again praised Kang Hansu's interesting patronage. Then the property owner asked the question that had been on his mind all night. How did the boy receive the hero's curse? This happened because it was necessary to teach a lesson to the hero who mocked an innocent elf. Thanks to this information, the prince understood where the young man obtained the elf's patronage from and also became interested in what this hero looked like. After a moment, Kang Hansu casually stated that it immediately hit him in the face. so he couldn't describe it. However, even this answer satisfied the prince. He thought he could find the hero with the wound on his face and find out. Kang Hansu thought this wouldn't be a problem, but he still mentally apologized to his friends. The prince then added that the guild's investigation had led to the subject, and that was why he invited him here, as he had killed many orcs recently. However, Kang Hansu wondered if he had done something wrong by destroying those cannibals. But by doing so, he saved the kingdoms a headache, and there was nothing wrong with that. After all, not long ago, several steppe orcs seemed to have evaporated from all lands. The prince asked if Kang Hansu understood what he meant by that. The guy enthusiastically commented that he had probably captured too many orcs. However, the prince objected that if they were orcs worth destroying with his own strength, they would have already been killed. Furthermore, he would personally exterminate any organs that needed to be expelled from there. The girls looked at what was happening in fear, unable to say a word. But Kang Hansu decided not to change his tactics, and good-naturedly said that perhaps that was the case. Then there was a pause. The prince frowned and thought hard about something. A moment later, he added that according to the girl, Kang Hansu was an interesting person, and he would like to get to know her better. They left the building. It was already getting dark outside. The prince said he wanted to limit himself to a reward for saving the girls at first. But when he realized that the fellow was actually on the first level, it aroused great curiosity in the prince. Kang Hansu decided to be careful and not draw the holy sword, but showed the dagger. The prince of admonition looked at the weapon, for he recognized the dagger that belonged to the elves' treasure. The boy realized he had made a small mistake and quickly hid his gun. He said it was possible to live without a knife because he had a finger that could replace it. With these words, the young man's index finger began to examine the red color, and his eyes shone. The assembled gentlemen looked in amazement at what was happening and could not believe what they saw. The prince paused for a moment and said that this really surprised him a lot. After all, he had crippled his right hand hundreds of times before mastering this dangerous technique, but his opponent managed to do it easily. Not to seem too unique, the guy said he had the exact same thing. God noticed that lying is not good. Still, Prince Alos never ceased to be amazed at how this guy had achieved such skill at the first level. He offered his opponent his own spare sword as a gift, and then the prince gave Kang Hansu the right to strike the first blow in this battle. The boy was already excited. He decided to test himself, as the prince was the third most powerful knight. Kang Hansu raised his sword and the weapon began to emit a bright red light. Swordmaster Alos looked at what was happening with wide eyes and did not understand how this was possible. And the young man at that moment was brandishing his sword and preparing to strike the first blow. Then he shouted that he was attacking and ran with all his might towards his opponent. Kang Hansu quickly approached his opponent and delivered his sophisticated strike. The prince managed to react and dodge, but a lot of dust rose around him. The entire sky around was illuminated by a bright light. A red dome rose high above the estate. Because of the dust and wind that suddenly spread throughout the surrounding area, nothing could be seen. When the wind died down a bit, Kang Hansu saw a sword that had simply broken. A terrible thought came to his mind. He had miscalculated the blow and accidentally killed the prince. The guy threw everything out of the palace to avoid the problems associated with this incident. He ran and wanted to quickly find himself somewhere else so that no one would find him. However, the prince survived. He saw the boy run away and thought about why everything had happened that way. Swordmaster Alos was sitting near the fountain, and the sound of bubbling water could be heard nearby. He thought that although he had reacted late, the sword filled with power was absolutely useless. The prince understood this man less and less. He considered him absolutely paradoxical and absurd. Soon the rest of the people and servants gathered around the prince to help him up. The girls ran to Alos excited, asking if he was okay and if he was hurt. The prince assured him that everything was fine with him and that there was no need to worry or be anxious. Then, with a small groan, he got up and was, on the whole, completely unharmed. Swordmaster Alos philosophically observed that this world is actually very large. Then he added that perhaps the guest was also surprised, since he ran away so quickly. Soon the prince laughed and said that because of his weakness, he almost hanged the benefactor of the kingdom for the murder of a member of the royal family. He wanted to apologize to Kang Han-soo, and the girls said he could have returned to the inn. They decided to help the prince and find a guy to bring him back to the estate. Swordmaster Alos remained thoughtful, watching the women leave. At this point, the saint became extremely dissatisfied and asked the servants if anyone had entered her room. They assured her that no one had entered except the caretaker and the maids, but the saint saw clearly that someone had definitely been there. There were apparently footprints on the floor, indicating that a person had walked through the room. She ordered everyone to leave her alone, but the servants were worried that the killer might be hiding somewhere there. However, the saint believed that the traces on the floor were not left by the killer, as it would be very foolish to leave such evidence at the crime scene. She once again insistently asked everyone to leave the place and under no circumstances enter without her authorization. Suddenly, the saint saw something that made her heart beat very fast with excitement. The place where the stranger's things, that is, his bag, should have been, was empty. She didn't care. Even if you stole the walls, you could fill them again, but you didn't take anything, except for the thing that couldn't be replaced, because it was material evidence. The bag that belonged to the fugitive hero Kang Han-soo, because it was clear evidence of divine deception. Suddenly, the arrogant goddess asked the saint what was bothering her so much. The temple attendant explained that the reason for her concern was that the hero's bag had been stolen. The goddess rebuked him, saying that it was necessary to take care of this in advance and destroy it. However, the saint was already very upset. She asked not to test her faith. The goddess asked what she would do. However, the saint did not know what to do and said that he had to trust in chance. The goddess kept asking if there was a way to find the bag, but the temple servant angrily suggested that she do it herself. The goddess, extremely angry and dissatisfied, with an angry face, finally left the room. Suddenly, the ball that was transmitting the information lit up and a voice was heard from there asking to enter. The saint nodded and said to send a message to the prince and the elven kingdom. The maid quickly ran to the prince and said that the saint was waiting for him for a conversation. Alos grabbed his head. He completely forgot that he needed to tell in front of her. The prince then asked the servants to take care of the cleaning and the broken fountain. He approached the ball and contacted the saint to talk. The temple attendant asked how the investigation to reduce the orc population was progressing. The prince noted that the hero's hunt for the steppe orcs would be difficult to carry out as planned. After all, there are currently no signs that the drastically reduced number of orcs will recover again. The saint asked what the reason was, and the prince said that they had interrogated a wandering orc, and he told how a huge evil demon drove all the orcs from their habitat. The temple attendant wondered for a moment what kind of demon it could be that had destroyed so many monsters. However, Alos Swordmaster added that this information has not yet been confirmed. The saint thought it necessary to reinforce surveillance over demons who could do such a thing. Then the prince turned to the saint with a question that interested him greatly. By this time, Kang Han-soo had managed to run to the inn and, in a panic, told the demon to quickly prepare, because he could be executed for killing the prince. Cogmos was beside himself and asked if this psychopath had really decided to commit murder, but the guy realized that it was okay and that he would just run away. But the demon was not very encouraged by this, for he was concerned about himself in the situation into which he had been drawn. But Kang Han-soo knew that every minute was precious, so he immediately ordered the portal to be opened. A black hole appeared, and Cogmos was completely confused because the guy said he doesn't use magic. However, there was no time for explanations, and the demon had to go to the north gate of the city. Finally, Kang Han-soo said that he would not wait there for long and waved his hand. Cogmos was confused and irritated by his companion, who dragged him into various adventures. And the prince told the story he heard from Kang Han-soo about how one of the heroes attacked an elf. Alos added that he does not know his name or appearance, but the only clue is his face, beaten beyond recognition. The saint thought there was only one hero who could play that role. A moment later, the prince said he would like to introduce the caretakers to the chosen heroes. The saint liked the idea, approved it, and asked that the resident who saved the elf be rewarded. She wanted to reward him because she considered the hero's failure to be her area of responsibility. The prince assured her that he would generously reward this young man instead of the saint, so that she would not worry. In parting, the saint said she would trust Alos, and then the conversation ended. The prince began to pace the room thoughtfully and had a brilliant idea: to make Kang Hansu a knight. He walked to the window and looked at the night sky covered with millions of stars. Swordmaster Alos understood that the weapon of the level he had was completely insufficient. At this moment, Kang Hansu passed through the portal and felt that his ears were very itchy. Apparently someone was remembering. A portal opened in the abandoned ruins and things began to fall out of it. Many people gathered around the portal, and one of them was Blues, who was very happy to see the newcomer. It was Kang Hansu, with bags full of his things and the demon Cogmos's. He just needed someone to help him, so Bruce came in handy. The guy asked him to help him move all these things to another place. It wasn't an easy task to explain, but Blues finally understood what was required of him. Suddenly, the guardian of the ruins approached and asked menacingly what was happening there. Kang Hansu said that these people would help carry his things and that the giant orc would not dare kill them. Then the fellow was made red hot so that the man could carry the things he had asked for through the sword. The orc looked at this without hope. He had to endure many different humiliations, but this was the first time he was so insulted that he was weaker than the hero. Kang Hansu just smiled sarcastically, deciding to consider this a worthy compliment. At that moment, a demon was walking through the forest, gnashing his teeth and very angry with his companion. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him calling him, and he jumped in surprise. It was Kang Hansu. They needed to quickly run to a safe place, however. Cogmos wanted the guy to explain everything first. The young man said in a few words that they needed to get away from the saint. The demon noted that this was probably due to the hero's curse. Kang Hansu nodded in agreement. Cogmos thought to himself that his companion was very slippery. He wanted to get rid of him as quickly as possible, and therefore they needed to go north. Kang Hansu asked why in that direction, what was there for them there. The demon explained that the Western continent had the largest market where one could find a slave with linguistic patronage. As the demon said this, a malicious smile never left Kang Hansu's face, which truly infuriated Cogmos. The boy calmly explained that he was smiling like that because the demon had not yet escaped. Furious, the demon said he could not do this, as all things would remain with the hero. They had to hurry very much, so Kang Hansu took his friend in his arms and they went. This action further enraged Cogmos, and he demanded that he be immediately put down. However, the boy assured her that it would be much faster that way, and sarcastically added that he would deliver the princess in the best possible conditions. They had been walking for a long time and were a little hungry on the road. They needed to think about food. Kang Hansu took out his magic sword and spoke certain words to make the magic happen. The next moment a table appeared, and on it were exquisite dishes for a snack. The demon looked at his plate in astonishment, while his companion eagerly ate the dishes that were served. After the meal, Kang Hansu sent the dishes back to the portal to be washed. Then the guy realized that this food was not comparable to the dinner at the prince's reception, but it was still better than nothing. The demon thought how this was possible. He had never heard of magic that cooks and washes dishes. The young man stretched happily, and the demon gritted his teeth again, dreaming of getting rid of him as quickly as possible. Then he added that they were almost there and that there was only a little more walking left. Kang Hansu was indignant that his companion did not tell him about this earlier, as they could have eaten upon arrival. Finally, they arrived where they planned, and the guy started looking around the area in amazement. It was the largest slave market in the Western continent. Kang Hansu was delighted. He liked the size of the place and looked around with joy. The demon grumbled disgruntledly for his companion to stop acting like a country bumpkin and follow him. A man called out to passers-by and said something in an incomprehensible language, and the subject could only understand individual sentences. The guy laughed out loud. He was a security guard, and he didn't expect to find something like this here. Several men were playing cards and looking absently at the newcomers. Kang Hansu said there was nothing particularly surprising or unusual about it. The demon observed that in such a large city, you could quickly go broke if you searched everyone. And a moment later, he added that he would like to get his things, since he wasn't going to run away anyway. The fellow looked at his companion with displeasure. He wanted a slave with linguistic patronage to be found first. But he still complied with Kogmos's request and ordered a brown bag with the help of his sword. A second later, the bag was handed directly into the hands of the guy who picked it up. The demon looked at the sword thoughtfully and realized that the weapon was a mediator. He asked to take a closer look, and Kang Hansu agreed to give him the gun without question. Kogmos turned the sword in his hands thoughtfully. He didn't seem to have any spatial magic. But the next moment, it was as if he had been pierced by an electric current, and millions of vibrations ran through his body. Enraged, the demon said that it was a sacred sword, and the young man was surprised by the presence of functions that prevent theft. Kogmos was very angry and said that it was necessary to suspect that something was wrong when Kang Hansu calmly handed him over. Demons cannot touch such objects because they are not just weapons but holy swords. However, Kang Hansu apparently couldn't hold it either, but for some reason he used it. Well, the guy replied that the sword was simply defective. The demon couldn't help but make a sarcastic comment about the owner's resemblance to the weapon. Kang Hansu turned away in displeasure and asked his interlocutor to repeat what he had said. At that time, a demon was in captivity. She was very sad and wanted to be free. She was chained in bondage of slavery and could not even move. This state oppressed her. There was complete sadness and hopelessness in his eyes. It seemed like there was no way out. From all sides, shouts were heard inviting buyers to acquire young slaves. Travelers walked the roads of this great city. The local people lived their own lives. Kang Hansu said thoughtfully that it was time to say goodbye to dreams of noble deeds for the benefit of the slaves. After all, he imagined he would be a defender of justice, saving slaves from tyrannical merchants. The demon didn't expect much from a psychopath like Kang Hansu, but he expected him to at least have some sensible thoughts in his head sometimes. The boy found the statement very offensive and pursed his lips in displeasure. They passed an alley where a huge, angry man was yelling at a girl. She said something in a frightened voice and trembled all over. The travelers stared at this for a few moments. The demon explained that such a trick is used to make potential buyers feel sorry for them, so that they will buy the girl. After all, she had perfect, smooth, well-cared-for skin, which did not correspond to her condition as a slave. Kogmos advised not to pay attention to such scenes and move on. There were several races of slaves. They could be humans or magical elves. There were also types of slaves, such as gnomes and mermaids, whose price varied depending on the race. Compared to appearance and skills, level was the most valued. The demon said they needed to go to a certain place. After all, there were several shops here specializing in high-class slaves. Finally, they entered a large, spacious building where they could buy what they needed. The friendly saleswoman smiled kindly at the arriving guests and greeted them. She asked why the customers were complaining and if they needed slaves for security. Kogmos said they were looking for a slave with linguistic patronage. Other characteristics were not important. The saleswoman stopped for a few moments to choose the best option. Kang Hansu added that he needed a slave to accompany him on his journey. The demon doubted such a thing existed. To begin with, Kogmos decided to find out everything properly. What kind of offers were there? He began to explain something to the saleswoman in a language that was incomprehensible to Kang Hansu. She nodded and said that such slaves could be easily selected. The demon was surprised how it was possible to find a slave suitable for such a difficult mission. In the end, he sincerely sympathized with the future slave who would have to suffer under Kang Hansu. Without a second thought, they climbed the marble steps to the second floor, hoping to find the best candidate. When they entered, Kang Hansu was momentarily speechless because high-ranking slaves were gathered there. They looked very arrogant. Such creatures could flee, but the demon assured them that they all had the patronage or curse of a slave. He suggested that his companion check the slave's status to verify his words. A girl had the status of a slave and was someone's property. Every time she disobeyed, she went through terrible torment. Suddenly, a saleswoman entered the room and asked the visitors to look at the other slaves. She said she had a particularly valuable specimen that would certainly be suitable for travelers. A tall girl with long, curly hair and wearing a beautiful white dress entered the room. She had horns on her head, which indicated that she belonged to a certain race. Cogmos was incredibly surprised. He didn't expect to see a creature like him here. Kang Hansu laughed. He assumed something like this would definitely happen. However, his friend looked at him angrily and asked again what he meant. The subject explained that his request for a slave exactly matched the demon's description. Cogmos declared that he himself would buy this slave and take her with him to the city. However, the devil did not have enough money, as it was a very expensive purchase. Kang Hansu asked how the demoness got the status of a slave. She replied that there was a man she loved very much, but he doubted it. To prove her affection and loyalty, she agreed to become his slave. The boy added that it was quite obvious that the same man had later abandoned her, that God did not like the story and found it boring. And Cogmos at that moment was sitting on the floor. He was so touched by this story that he even cried. Kang Hansu and the demoness looked at this strange image in bewilderment. She turned to her owner with a request to keep away the insect that had decided to feel sorry for her. The boy said that it was necessary to go a little further down the road, and his slave asked if he wanted to check everything properly. But for Kang Hansu there was no doubt because the demon's status spoke for itself. The girl's name was Diaroka. She was level 27 and had a lot of sponsorships. They were about to leave, but suddenly the girl felt a slight chill, and for a few moments she remained in an awkward position. She explained that the reason for this behavior was her protection of the slave, as she felt immeasurable happiness when she carried out the master's orders. The girl also added that the reason for serving that insignificant little man was to follow orders. Kang Hansu realized that she was very honest, and the demon hissed angrily that the guy shouldn't order her to do anything strange. The young heroes looked at the demon in astonishment, not really understanding what he meant. Diaroka looked at his master pleadingly and asked him to give the order to kill the demon. Kang Hansu graciously agreed, but warned that it should not be brought to the point of death. Meanwhile, he decided to walk around the area and look for more slaves. They seemed very cheap to the young man, and he recruited many people, but one way or another, they were all low level. Kang Hansu opened a portal and ordered his workers to pick up and carry things there. Cogmos asked the man to give him a few minutes. Kang Hansu thought the demon would go away. His friend started to say that he had changed his mind and wanted to continue, but suddenly, an arrow hit his head. The guy looked at what was happening in amazement. It was a bit surprising. Diaroka said thoughtfully that she wished she had done it herself, but someone stepped forward. With these words, the girl stepped on the demon's head with undisguised pleasure. Kang Hansu looked around carefully, but falling in the middle of the day was too much. The guy thought this world was somehow very amazing and unpredictable. Here you need to be constantly alert, keep your eyes open and your finger on the pulse. At that moment, Diaroka attacked a bandit who approached and wanted to attack them. Passers-by watched the fight in panic and were very frightened by what was happening. They began to scream that they were being killed and to call for help from others, and the criminals began to gather around. Kang Hansu said things were bad because a crowd would come running and it would be extremely unpleasant. These bandits wanted to steal slaves because rumors spread through the city that a man with the first level bought many slaves. Suddenly, horsemen came running, wanting to stop the fight and calm the residents. The demon was ready to kill the guards if necessary, and if the master ordered it. However, there were no questions for the slave, but it was impossible to reveal that Cogmos was a demon. She offered to kill him too. But Kang Hansu didn't like this plan, and they had to leave the city and go to safe territory. In the forest, the man threw the demon to the ground and told him to come to his senses and not pretend to be weak. In anger, the demon tried to justify himself by saying that he was not weak, but simply lost his vigilance, because no one had ever tried to kill him. However, Diaroka said that until that moment, the demon had not tried to protect itself by relying solely on healing power, and that was truly the fate of a weakling. Cogmos let it slip that his friend was a worthless fellow who was trying to get close to a slave bought for money. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu struck the demon and looked at his clothes in dismay as he was covered in blood again. At that moment, the demon's hand moved towards the boy with the intention of doing something bad. For a few moments the man looked at what was happening, and the next second he grabbed the slave's hand. In her eyes, Kang Hansu was easy prey, but the demoness clearly underestimated him. Diaroka gritted her teeth. She was very angry and wanted revenge at any cost. Then the slave again directed her hand, charged with warrior energy, and wanted to grab the master. But Kang Hansu also had his own secret weapon, which he used immediately. In the next second, he grabbed Diaroku's hand and delivered a crushing blow. She looked at him confused and realized that her hand was missing. It was very unexpected. Cogmos became furious and began yelling at his friend to stop. But Kang Hansu looked at his slave complacently and asked if it was true that his master was at the first level. After all, it was very difficult to do this with such a low rank in his arsenal. The boy said maliciously that even if that wasn't the case, would she also say that she had lost her vigilance? He had a firepower that was capable of turning even an ordinary hand into a weapon. In anger, the demon attacked her opponent to kill him without mercy. But the guy wasn't going to give up and was determined to show her who was boss. He attacked Diaroku so she would have no doubts about how powerful he was. The young man pressed himself into the air, shaking his fists and intending to attack the demon. For a few moments she was unable to parry the blows, as they were delivered at lightning speed. He was about to deliver the strongest blow at the end, and swung his arm to deliver it. But the next moment something went wrong, and Diaroka, having prepared his power, struck his opponent. Kang Hansu flew to the side and said that apparently his master had lost his vigilance there. The boy anticipated that it would be very painful, as she had caused him a serious injury. The young man turned around. Thick blood was flowing from his wound. He needed time to recover. For a few moments he came to himself and did the inner healing work. Diaroka said with a smile that for a demon, the injuries Kang Hansu inflicted on him were a mere trifle. She told the master to command her to free herself, and then she would heal him that very second. But the boy did not agree and said he would not grant her request. Turning, the young man said he was ordering his slave to stand still. She was angry and furious because she didn't get what she wanted and she wasn't successful with her attacks. The wound on Kang Hansu's body healed, and he was able to continue the battle calmly. Now the demon doubted that this young man was actually human because his abilities said otherwise. They both knew how to regenerate, so the guy suggested fighting until one of them died. Cogmos was beside himself with rage. He considered his friend a real monster. The demon offered to help Miss Diaroka and said that he would not let anyone harm her and that he would protect her from Kang Hansu. Diaroka looked at Cogmos with disdain, as he was clearly not worthy of being a protector. They were always together with Kang Hansu, and he studied the demon's fighting tactics well. So forcing him to back down is not a problem for the guy. Kang Hansu said that who else but the demon would know that it was useless to stop him. Diaroka said thoughtfully that this man is amazing in the bad sense of the word. After all, you can't be that annoying. Kang Hansu ran over and said it was all just to show off in front of her. With these words, the man attacked the demon again and dealt her a strong blow. She said she hated traitors the most and glared menacingly at her opponent. The young man realized that it was the devil who betrayed him first, in her attempts to attack. She noted that she may be a slave, but she never swore loyalty to Kang Hansu. For a few more moments, the intense and fierce battle between them continued. Gradually, Diaroku's strength began to leave her, and she could no longer attack as quickly. The healing ability couldn't keep up with the injuries inflicted. Now she definitely doubted the guy was human. After all, his eyes burned intensely with fire, and he felt absolutely no fatigue. Diaroka gathered all his composure and began to attack his master. Kang Hansu brilliantly defended this blow and continued his fierce battle. The next moment, the demon flew to the side and fell to the ground, screaming loudly in surprise. The man ran and delivered the final blow to his slave, who was already lying on the grass. However, after a minute, Diaroka stood up. Her eyes were furious. She would not give up. Kang Hansu said that it seemed like the slave girl didn't think about her health, but it turned out that she was tougher than the orcs. But suddenly the young man looked in astonishment at what was happening to the demon. Behind his back, very large and voluminous wings grew, but that didn't stop the boy. He decided that while she hadn't taken off yet, he would trample her into the ground. However, Kang Hansu didn't have time to do so, as the demoness fled in an instant. She rose from the ground and began to float in the air, and the young man was irritated that he had missed the moment. In any case, he understood that Diaroki wouldn't last long, as she was already quite exhausted. He prepared his elven patronage, which could help in victory. Diaroka flew high to return and promised that he would kill the man with one blow. She quickly fell to the ground with great fury, intending to crush her opponent. But Kang Hansu would not give up and prepared his secret weapon. He stretched out his hand, which acted as a sharp dagger and could seriously wound. The guy saw a demon flying towards him, but he was confident of his success. The next moment, she furiously attacked her owner and they collided. Kang Hansu felt a heavy blow to his head and lost consciousness for a moment. But the power that the subject emitted did not allow Diaroka to get closer. On the contrary, it pushed her aside. She was unable to continue the fight, but her opponent also seriously injured his head. After a while, Kang Hansu opened his eyes and tried to remember what happened the day before. The man couldn't believe he had suffered defeat for the first time, but the grumbling of the god nearby prevented him from organizing his thoughts. Kang Hansu addressed his patron with respect and said that he could not control this power. Suddenly, the boy's thoughts were interrupted by a voice that was nearby. It was Diaroka. She asked her master to provide her with new clothes as her things were torn. However, the boy didn't understand why he should take care of her, as he didn't care at all. The demon suddenly woke up and said that he himself would choose a suitable outfit for Diaroki. However, she did not give him such an opportunity and said that the master should take care of the slave's needs. Kang Hansu muttered discontentedly that this was truly insolent, but there was nothing he could do. He pulled a massive dress out of the portal and handed it to his demon with a disgruntled look. As she dressed, Diaroka thoughtfully said that if the winner could not be found, then it was her fault. She did not understand what awaited her next and was very alarmed by these circumstances. The demoness also continued saying that if the owner transferred ownership of this trash while she was so weak, it would be very sad. And overall, she got the impression that at the end of the fight, Kang Hansu deliberately gave in, and she definitely didn't like that. The boy claimed that Diaroka could admit her loss and submit to him. However, the demon assured that she recognized the low-quality creature as her owner and that this was no longer an easy decision for her. She added that such shame and humiliation would be a source of ridicule in her future life, and it was necessary to consider what had happened as a little test. However, Kang Hansu believed that this was no longer his problem, and the slave would have to deal with it herself. And at this moment, the demon, furious, told his friend to behave decently. After all, he will never forgive Kang Hansu if he starts forcing Diaroku to do various obscene things. But she didn't really need the demon's support and quickly cut him off, saying that he would never be able to defeat him. God firmly said that this demon was very pitiful. Kang Hansu looked at his friend with all his eyes and was surprised by his vitality. Suddenly, Diaroka approached the boy and held his face between her hands. He looked at her, perplexed. The next second, he pulled away and looked at the demon with apprehension, not understanding what she was doing again. But Diaroka reminded him that he himself spoke about a worthy compensation, and with these words, she fell on top of the young man. She was very weak and exhausted, muttering that all of this happened because of him. The demon closed her eyes in exhaustion. The man glanced sideways with displeasure at the slave lying on his shoulders, and all around him he could hear Kogmos's threatening remarks directed at him. After talking with the prince, the saint invited a guest to her estate who could help in some way. The saint said that things were bad because all the orcs on the plain and in the surrounding territories had been exterminated. Last time the number of forest gnolls dwindled rapidly, and now there were orcs. What could we expect next? The guest asked if it was only this circumstance that led the saint to seek a meeting with her. But she replied that of course not, and that there were other reasons why they met with Elder Cerebret. The elf was thoughtful for several minutes because she understood who could have exterminated an entire forest of gnolls. Remembering their last meeting, the girl felt a slight heartbeat and thought about how he was now. The girl looked at the steam rising from the cup and wondered if the saint really wanted to find the thief and the stolen item. She really wanted it, but doubted it was possible. Cerebret assured her that it was of course possible. After all, Elphia wanted to entrust this task to her cute pupil, the big slime. The saint hesitated a bit, but still decided to ask a tactless question. Does this creature really have abilities? Cerebret assured that Miakushka is a special slime and that the saint cannot have any doubts about her abilities. The girl also added that this slime is not a softie, but a real Miakushka. Despite the elf trying to convey her abilities to the saint, she still didn't understand what she meant. Cerebret said that her interlocutor would understand everything herself when she saw her power. Finally, they decided to look for clues to find the criminal, and the temple servant showed them the footprints that were left on the ground. Elphia looked at the saint in horror. Had someone entered the room directly to steal her? This was unprecedented insolence, and Cerebret asked his pet to reveal the thief's identity. The mud began to emit some vibrations and speak words, but the saint could not understand anything. She asked Cerebret to translate the information Miakushka had given her about the thief. The girl said that the intruder then escaped through the holy sword that was hanging on the wall. It was terrible because now the temple servant understood that the thief was a hero. Cerebret clarified whether he had understood correctly that the saint had guessed the hero's identity. Furthermore, in gratitude for the information provided, the saint decided to grant the elf's request. And the elder said she wanted to get a job at a magic academy as a teacher. After all, she realized that during the last incident she was not inferior in level to even a simple soldier. Cerebretta tried to increase her level by hunting, but once again convinced herself that it was not suitable for her. Miakushka, who had been listening to her hostess all this time, sighed significantly in agreement. After all, the elder had a very gentle nature and didn't like to fight. Despite her status, she didn't get past level 12. Therefore, with the help of the professor's sponsorship, you can get experience points without fighting, and this would be the ideal option. At this moment, Ohanu was sitting in solitude and seething with rage. He promised himself that in the next encounter, he would turn his opponent into dust. The gods approved of these intentions and were surprised by the hero's coolness. The man became very proud. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a merchant who arrived and brought 2 large bags of swords. The man looked confused at the weapons that were brought. He had expected there to be a few fewer of them. The merchant kindly said that this was a small thank you to the future savior of the world. Although this was too much, the young man still thanked him and asked if there were any unexplored dungeons in the area. And although the man said that such a thing did not exist, Ohanu decided that they simply had not been found yet because they definitely had to be there. Suddenly, the entire crowd of people that had been gathered in the street talking began to look in one direction. The guy pushed his way through the people to see what was going on. Suddenly, he realized who all the people gathered were looking at, and in a panic, he held back an excited cry. Elder Cerebret walked beside the knights. The young man couldn't take his eyes off her and thought she must be some kind of aristocrat. The lady said she didn't hold any grudges against people and didn't come seeking revenge. She also apologized for the noise made. The guy shuddered in astonishment, wondering why she was there, because the girl had a very aggressive slime in her arms. He was uttering some angry words and looked at the gathered audience with displeasure. Suddenly, a man from the crowd wanted to approach the elf to talk to her. Cerebret asked if it was true that he was the new chief of this amazing village. The girl also added that she needed to find out if the dungeon was still there. The Khan looked at those present in surprise and thought this was some kind of heroic event. However, the boy couldn't allow the girl he liked to leave so quickly, so he turned to her. Trusting in the power of his patronage, Ohanu asked with a friendly smile if she had anything to say to him. but Cerebret looked at the young man in surprise and said that he did not understand what he was asking. Hanu was extremely angry because his patronage and charm did not work. But the boy decided not to back down and asked the older girl if she was married. Cerebret muttered that she had plans, but the memory of her last encounter with Kang Hansu flashed before her eyes. The knight who witnessed this whole scene was excited by the man's insolence, but the elf interrupted him with displeasure. When saying goodbye, the girl asked the hero not to approach her because she felt uncomfortable. Cerebret called the elder and they went to the dungeon nearby. Hanu watched the girl leave and thought she was very sweet, but there were clearly circumstances she couldn't identify. And while the careless gods continued to watch, the fellow decided to conduct his own little investigation into Cerebret. That same night, the heroes gathered in the square, and the prince told them that their goal was to defeat the Demon King. To do this, they must use all available methods and means, and similar conditions will be in force in the next tournament. Alos then showed a map where a significant number of orcs had been released in the areas marked in red. The prince added that the purpose of the tournaments is to hunt these orcs and check the tokens on their ankles. The boys were worried, and Chonmin was a little uneasy. She felt a slight tremor run through her body. The girls talked among themselves. They were afraid of hunting orcs. Alos said it doesn't matter how the guys do, but only the one who collects the most chips will win. The prize for winning this competition will be the hero's only sacred sword. Choi Gangmin gritted his teeth in anger. He wanted to rehabilitate himself from the shame inflicted on Han by the useless O. And to do that, the guy had to win a big tournament at any cost. Hanu looked at his status and thought that having a save point wouldn't hurt in this world. After all, the guy understood that he couldn't enter the academy without the title of hero. Then he overheard a conversation between two knights, one of whom said that the second had been transferred to guard duty there. He replied that the knight heroes would join the academy and that the elven elder had also accepted a job as a teacher. Hanu began to listen attentively to the conversation as it interested him greatly. The guy thought for a moment how he could use this information for his own purposes. He imagined that he would be the elf student. They would meet in that room so that no one would know. Confused and intrigued, Cerebret would have gone to him because she could not have acted otherwise. She would be worried about being a teacher and Ohanu being her student, but she would still love him. Like a true gentleman, he made sure to calm his beloved and said that there was no need to worry about such trifles. They would have to overcome some obstacles, but in the end they would definitely be happy. Hanu laughed, imagining an interesting dream, and thought about how he could still get into the academy. The god suggested that the boy try to be reinstated into the academy, and that way he could get closer to Cerebret. The guy decided that this was a great idea and that it was crucial to put it into practice. In the temple, no one slept at night. The boys were excited and discussing the next tournament. Suddenly, the door opened. There was a pause. The boys saw the man enter and were a little surprised. Swordmaster Prince Alos stood there for a moment, dumbfounded, staring at the man who entered. Hanu greeted everyone happily and said that he would also participate in the tournament. But only heroes can participate, and the guy assured that he would return because he had enough skills. The guy asked the boys for support so they could confirm if he was telling the truth. Choi Gangmin glared at his opponent with hatred and barely managed to restrain himself from being rude. The prince looked at them thoughtfully, shrugged. He had his own questions for the boy. Alos asked if what he heard was true, that Ohanu had become equal in skill to Choi Gangmin. However, at that very moment the prince remembered what Kang Hansu had told him. So he sternly asked Ohanu what had happened to the elf. The guy backed away. He didn't expect this event to be revealed so soon. He tried to explain that there had been a misunderstanding and that he only wanted to help her out of the kindness of his heart. Swordmaster Alos glared at him, but the young man didn't inspire confidence. He angrily asked how the guy could lie so blatantly and openly in front of everyone. The prince wanted to add something else, but suddenly a saint entered the hall and began to observe in silence. It was unclear what she was thinking and how she would proceed. Alos tried to follow his train of thought, but finally came to the conclusion that a mere prince could not do this. Once, Hanu was happy with the appearance of the saint and hoped that she would side with him. The prince said he would acknowledge the hero's return if he returned the ransom money he had received. The guy said he had already spent everything on training and had nothing left, but that he would spend it all working. Swordmaster Alos looked at the young man angrily and wanted to test him again. He said he needed to see for himself how far Ohanu had progressed on his own. The boys froze in horror, anticipating that a real fight would now break out and their friend would be uncomfortable. But the hero himself was not worried. He was confident in his abilities and expected that those present would be very surprised. Several gods began to watch the event with curiosity, upset because the popcorn had run out. Hanu released his fire magic to deliver a powerful blow to his opponent. However, this plan didn't work out too well for him, and soon the boys were staring at the ground in shock. The subject was pinned to the wall and remained motionless for a few moments, completely unable to get up. The prince asked the boys to raise their hands if they wanted to participate in the tournament, and if they agreed that the knights would no longer protect them. But the boys were afraid of being left without protection and talked animatedly among themselves. Choi Gangmin and a few other guys were the first to raise their hands, looking sternly at the others. Jongmyeon and Yu Bora decided to follow the boys and also raise their hands. The others had some doubts and did not dare to make any choice. Swordmaster Alos pursed his lips in disgust. He considered doubts a sign of weakness. The prince asked the hesitant heroes not to regret their choice in the future and to decide now. The saint interrupted the prince, saying that there was no need to pressure the heroes, but that their choice should be respected. She then added that boys who do not wish to participate in the tournament should return to their dorms and collect their things. However, they did not expect this and began to resent this injustice. The temple minister said they would focus on supporting courageous and strong-willed people. In an instant, there was no one left doubting. Everyone wanted to participate. The saint added with a slight smile that a true hero must possess genuine courage, and those who seek personal gain are no different from mercenaries. The guys said that the candidates for victory have already been approved, and that they are just looking at things realistically. However, the temple servant said that they don't need heroes who avoid combat, looking at things realistically. The boys could find no answer to this, and so, gritting their teeth, they agreed. The saint then praised the remaining heroes and said that they passed the selection stage with flying colors. The guys were determined. Each one wanted to see themselves as the winner. The saint wished them good luck in the upcoming tournament and ordered them to listen to his commands. Hanu came to his senses and tried to get up. He was determined and ready to win. Kang Hansu walked along the road, carrying in his arms a demon who was sleeping soundly. The boy was offended by Kogmos, who decided to abandon him, and they ran away. He said he would return when he became a strong man worthy of Miss Diaroka. The demon would show them. God realized that such sentimental thoughts about others were not typical of Aza. He also didn't like Kang Hansu carrying this demon with him. In his opinion, she needed to be abandoned. However, the boy said there was nothing wrong, he just swapped the translator for a woman. God said he was very uncomfortable being there in that environment, but the guy didn't pay attention. A strong resentment arose in the soul of the god Asa, and he was very dissatisfied. He decided to quickly leave that place and not see the guy carrying the demon. Kang Hansu didn't expect this and asked indignantly if this was escape. He called out to his patron spirit, but there was silence in response. Apparently, he had truly departed. And at that moment, God decided to listen to what was happening in the temple. He silently looked at the wall. He saw the prince talking to Ohanu about the upcoming battle between them. Asa watched what would happen next, how events would unfold. God looked at the timeline that was created for the heroes, and at that moment, Hanu flew into the wall. It was written that the prize for winning the Holy Sword, the grand winner of the tournament, would have the chance to enter the Hogwarts Academy of Magic. Asa imagined how happy Kang Hansu would be when he could visit this academy. This dream pleased God so much that he was overjoyed in anticipation. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu laid Diaroka, who was sleeping peacefully, on the bed. She was so tired that she didn't even move. The guy looked at the sleeping demon for a few moments and began to think about his next steps. First, he looked at the status window to check if his clients were on site. However, nothing had changed there, and the boy sighed in relief, thinking that Asa had not abandoned him. Suddenly, the maid entered the room and wanted to ask the boy something. The girl said something gently and did not look at her interlocutor. But when she realized who was sitting in the room, she backed away in fear. After all, she didn't see a person, but a real demon with burning and terrifying eyes appeared before her eyes. She quickly said a few words of gratitude and ran out of the room, leaving the young man sitting there confused. He understood what the reason was. As the friendly race was afraid of him and avoided him due to the curse, the guy felt some pleasure in how people reacted to him. He didn't think it was worth focusing on since his quirk didn't cause any serious problems. The guy looked out the window and thought that slave thieves were usually active at this time. He decided to take revenge for the robbery last time before leaving this city. At that moment, the god returned, and the boy was happy to see him, but he did not expect Asa to arrive so soon. God said it was a necessary solitary journey and that he was seeking interesting information. The boy was busy with his thoughts and suggested that the spirit accompany him to a place. God was already happy that the young man had decided to leave the devil, but he replied that she was just sleeping for now. Kang Hansu said he decided to see the robbers who attacked them that time, but God was interested in the plans the guy had after the confrontation with the thieves. He replied that he hadn't thought that far yet. In this case, Asa enthusiastically suggested that we go directly from this city to the academy. The young man said he would deal with the thieves first and then decide. God began to act and fell to the ground, demanding that the young man answer now. Kang Hansu asked for help, and then he would definitely think about it. The patron spirit looked closely at the hero and asked if he would go to the academy if he helped him. Kang Hansu vaguely said that he would definitely think about this proposal. Asa asked how he could help with such a matter. The boy replied that to catch a fish, you needed bait. The young man was eager for revenge, and his furious gaze shone like never before. His slaves took him to a certain place where there were many traders and slaves. Kang Hansu thanked God for the translation, and God asked if he needed more slaves. The boy said with a slight smile that they would still be useful later and could be taken. He examined the slaves nearby and assessed their level of development. There were the daughters of the wizard's son, and the knights of the aristocracy. Because of their low level, they were cheap, regardless of the type of activity. Kang Hansu admitted that even his chest heaved due to the feeling of kinship with these first-tier people. God said that the external level does not matter, because what matters is the position that the hero has internally. The man began to approach the slaves and was on guard because an attack could happen at any moment. And so it happened, because in the next moment the young man felt an arrow flying towards him. These were the guys who laughed scornfully at Kang Hansu, considering him a weakling. However, they soon realized that they were cruelly mistaken, as this was the same guy they had met the day before. Kang Hansu, using time-honored methods, accurately determined that these people were the Morning Boy's comrades. Suddenly, a huge, muscular man appeared beside them, whom they called their leader. He ordered his friends to do something, but they were too scared. Kang Hansu just smiled contemptuously. He hoped to deal with them in no time. Many bandits came running from all over the area wanting to deal with the hero. The leader grabbed his gun and quickly jumped off the roof to start a fight. The man looked at him appraisingly, and the god reminded them that they needed to go to the gym. The huge, ferocious leader landed and prepared to attack. God kept saying that the academy was important and demanded an immediate response from Kang Hansu, but the guy was busy exterminating. His enemy had a mad look and an evil smile that did not bode well. He screamed with all his might for his brothers to help him in this difficult battle. At this moment, the god muttered that Kang Hansu was clearly in a hurry to fulfill his wish, but he intended to do so. The boy used his abilities. His eyes glowed with fire and his hands were filled with powerful magic. The gang leader looked at the young man in astonishment. It seemed like this couldn't be. After all, this guy, who had the first level, could defeat an entire mob with one hand. Kang Hansu admitted that he feels very strange when he has to fight with his bare hands. God was happy that these guys were finished and danced happily in anticipation. but the guy still had to deal with the leader, who was left alone and had no support. He was eager to get revenge. He was satisfied, because he did the right thing, because he didn't run away. The boss hid in a corner and the man kindly promised not to kill him. The huge fellow tried to run away, and Kang Hansu watched him walk away calmly and confidently. However, this development of events did not satisfy the young man, so he decided to deliver the final blow. The man felt his children collapse and fell to the ground, exhausted. He screamed in pain, made some strange sounds, but could no longer stand up or even move. Suddenly, the rest of the guys woke up and attacked Kang Hansu again from all sides. He turned around abruptly and thought that those bandits didn't quite understand who they were dealing with. Literally a few minutes later, knights guarding the population appeared at this place. They looked closely at the bandits who were tied up on the ground. Kang Hansu explained in his own way that this incident should remain a secret and handed over the money to the knights. They smiled and thanked him, pointing to the slime the creatures would clean up after the battle. Suddenly, the guy noticed a suspicious object left behind after the battle. It was a bone that the slimes for some reason didn't touch and didn't want to remove. The knight explained that this bone contained a certain substance, and although it was difficult to understand his speech, the guy realized for himself that the slime does not eat special materials. At that moment, God was quick to remind them that they had an unresolved issue regarding the academy. However, the man pretended not to hear and continued talking to the knight, which made the spirit very angry. Kang Hansu noted that he knew absolutely nothing about this academy, but for God the most important thing was to get there, and once there, he could find out. Suddenly, the knight called the boy by name in a threatening voice and began to say something to him. The young man turned and looked at his interlocutor in astonishment. He thought the conversation was already over. The knight spoke words by which the boy understood that he was talking about the bone and the man's son, as well as about the academy. Kang Hansu began to worry that there might be an uproar, as the young man might be wanted for attempting to assassinate a member of the royal family. But the man did not understand at all what the knight was saying and what he wanted from him. Asa translated that this man wanted Kang Hansu to sell this bone. The god also added that the knight would like to give this bone to his son as a gift, in honor of his entrance into the academy. In his explanations, he highlighted the words academy and account several times, which would be a good tip. The man thought for a few moments and then offered the knight terms instead of money. Kang Hansu said he would like to join the academy too and asked for help. However, this man behaved unpredictably and began to say something in fear. God flew around the knight and waited for a positive response that would please him. But the man thought for a few moments, then sternly interrupted the god and said something. The man asked what the knight could have said, but the spirit was indignant. Kang Hansu, judging by God's reaction, understood that something had gone wrong and it was necessary to continue negotiations. He didn't notice how the demon appeared from behind and began to listen. She scolded the owner for abandoning her injured. Diaroka grabbed the young man and said that this was extremely cruel of him. The man was very irritated by this behavior. He gnashed his teeth in anger, and the knight looked at them in astonishment. Suddenly, the man had a premonition and screamed in horror that there was a demon nearby. Diaroka looked at him with disdain, realizing that because of that night, the situation would be unpleasant now. For a few moments they looked at each other. The knight became furious and wanted to draw his sword. The demon came even closer to Kang Hansu, indignantly asking where the knight came from, but the boy casually asked her to help with the translation. The knight soon realized that the demon was the man's slave and posed no specific threat, as she was his property. She remarked angrily that otherwise she wouldn't be walking the streets helpless. But God got tired of watching this scene and insistently asked to continue the conversation about the academy. So the spirit thought for a while, and a brilliant idea occurred to him, so he decided to leave. Kang Hansu was outraged that God decided to escape again, and he definitely didn't like it. However, the knight stated that, in any case, the academy would not be a good option for the boy. Suddenly, a strange glow appeared over the city, illuminating everything around and radiating heat. The knight gritted his teeth in anger and began to look intently at what was in the sky. Kang Hansu would also be horrified, because he had never seen anything like it before. The rest of the knights panicked. They looked at the approaching creature and felt fear. The knight screamed something loudly and trembled all over due to the horror that was taking over him more and more with each passing second. Those present could not believe what they were seeing, as it had been a long time since something like this had happened there. A massive fire-breathing dragon flew over the city, radiating incredible heat around it. A terrible jet of fire and smoke came out of his huge mouth, and he said that pitiful people were gathered around. He said that their despair overcame death and returned. He will wipe everyone from the earth, along with the female hero. However, the next moment the monster stopped and looked indignantly at its status window. His ranking had returned to level 1, and this didn't fit into his plans. Kang Hansu understood how this happened. The dragon flew over the city in horror, muttering something restlessly, and grabbed his head. The huge fire-breathing monster couldn't figure out who did it, but to Kang Hansu it was all obvious. The incomparable Asa is capable of reviving a dead dragon, but without the ability to level up. People ran in panic in all directions. They were very scared of the monster that had appeared. The dragon abruptly descended to the ground. He was furious and ready to destroy everything in his path. He looked around, searching for his victim, and his eyes burned with anger. Diaroka realized that this dragon, judging by its size, was disaster level. Kang Hansu was surprised by the demon's calmness, but explained that he wouldn't be able to defeat him, but he could easily escape. And at this moment the dragon flew again and wanted to find the one who dared to mock the level of its powerful body. He thought the hero was to blame for everything. He was spreading fire with anger, instilling fear in people. With all the power it had, the fire-breathing dragon set fire to the dwellings. The surrounding houses were covered in flames and people caught fire and began to run in panic in all directions. The knight couldn't leave everything like that. He prepared to fight the dragon if he wanted to protect the people. God was happy because for the first time in a long time he had work to do and asked Kang Hansu to quickly deal with the dragon. He added that it would be nice to show the knight who the real hero is here. Kang Hansu drew his weapon in a warrior-like manner, and Diaroka looked at him in fear, recognizing the holy sword. The guy praised his skills, because Kogmos recently didn't understand what kind of sword it was until he touched it. The demoness asked not to compare them. She didn't know her master was a hero, but Kang Hansu said no, it was just a defective sword. And at this moment, the dragon wanted to see the hero and called him loudly to a relentless battle. Then the fire-breathing monster added that if the hero did not appear immediately, the entire city would turn to embers. Kang Hansu said with displeasure that he was already on his way and readied his weapon. At this point, the knight sent archers to ensure that they would definitely kill the monster. And in the next second, thousands of arrows flew towards the fire-breathing dragon, intending to kill it. However, such a weapon did not frighten the dragon much. He watched the arrows fly for a few moments. The monster then transformed its wings into a protective shield and deflected the blows aimed at it. The dragon was upset because his level was first and was very limited. He growled angrily, saying that if he had been much higher in rank, the knights would not have saluted him. The next second, one of the main warriors went towards the dragon to kill it. He made a warlike thrust with his sword and intended to wound his huge enemy. However, a strong current of flaming air blew towards the knight and filled everything around. Kang Hansu realized that there was definitely something special about that guy, since he was able to block the attack. But Diaroka didn't think it was a great achievement, since the knight was the appropriate level. The man added that if, according to the demoness, it is natural for a knight to parry blows, then he will be able to do so as well. She started to say that the dragon's level was already below average, but her master had already disappeared onto the roof. Kang Hansu was in a warrior spirit. He understood that by defeating the dragon, he would prove to everyone what a hero he was. The boy attacked the dragon with his holy sword, and they began to fight. The dragon caught the nearby knights with a swipe of its huge paw. The monster hoped to increase its level through hunting, which always helped. God wanted Kang Hansu to quickly deal with this dragon, and the boy completely agreed. Diaroka, who flew up to the man, asked who he was constantly talking to. Kang Hansu pointedly remarked that it was the person who resurrected the dragon. The demon was a little confused. She still couldn't understand who the guy was talking to. Kang Hansu said he needed time to prepare and asked Diaroku to distract the dragon. She understood the task and began to circle around the fire-breathing monster to divert its attention to herself. The dragon asked what a high-ranking demon with level 27 was doing in the Western continent. He thought she would be a great find to help him boost his score. But Diaroka didn't want to serve the dragon as prey, so she used her abilities. She launched a powerful jet of water at the dragon, and it flew to the side because it couldn't hold on. He was very angry with the demon who had caused such damage. He wanted to deal with her as quickly as possible. Enraged, the dragon released its blazing flames to burn the entire city, and Diaroka continued to circle above him, using magic to distract his attention. She fought against the burning flames that were reaching closer and closer to her. God was impatient to deal with the dragon as soon as possible. He didn't understand what Kang Hansu had been doing for so long. However, the boy asked him to be quiet because he was gathering strength, and this was a very important moment. The understanding God nodded and covered his face with both palms, wondering if that would be enough. Finally, Kang Hansu felt enough energy. He brandished his sword and was ready to go. He immediately pushed himself away from the roof's surface and intended to jump towards the dragon. The guy hoped that the strength he had accumulated would be enough for the fight. Kang Hansu approached the place where Diaroka was fighting the dragon. He warned the demon to jump aside and attacked her with all his strength. The sword had incredible power, and with one blow to the dragon's body, it decapitated it. The dragon was mortally wounded, and thick, life-giving blood like lava began to flow from its body. Diaroka looked horrified at what was happening. She had seen a lot in her life, but this was the first time. God also cried out in fear, and for a few moments was unable to utter a word. Kang Hansu's eyes shone with wild fury. He gripped his sword and was proud of his victory. The dragon was defeated by the great blow and now no longer posed any threat. Kang Hansu jumped to the ground and managed to catch his breath after such a difficult fight. God, who was nearby, praised the boy enthusiastically and said he had done an excellent job. But the next moment, the dragon muttered something, and the man looked at him in astonishment. The dragon couldn't believe he had lost the fight against a first-level human. Diaroka noted that it was very cruel of the man to use her as bait and then remove the dragon's back. Kang Hansu said it was a necessary measure since he and the dragon were in different weight classes, but regardless, he praised the demon. Suddenly, a wounded knight approached them and began to say something to the man. Judging by the demon's reaction, the knight still doubted Kang Hansu's abilities, so she suggested gouging out his eyes since they were useless. The knight looked at them in astonishment and was extremely bitter at such a remark. And the dragon at this time continued to complain that he was the ruler of the red dragons and fell for such insignificance. Kang Hansu advised him not to be upset, because anything can happen in life, and there is no need to be embarrassed by a mistake. However, the hacked monster was very hurt by the fact that he had gone through a very strong shame. After all, this situation was worse than defeat. He couldn't handle it, so he cursed the guy. And at that exact moment, Kang Hansu saw an unknown energy appear in the area of his solar plexus. The guy realized he now had a new curse called the King's Wrath. Kang Hansu was furious. He didn't want to hear another curse, and now he was very angry. Diaroka said that dragons are very proud. Sometimes they cannot admit defeat, and that is why they were cursed. But the man, furious, approached the dragon and told him to get up and remove his curse. God turned around happily and said that this was an obvious reward that should be accepted. The man who killed many creatures this time sat down and cried bitterly over the injustice, for he saved the city from the monster that terrorized everyone. Furthermore, this curse was activated if the subject was in danger. Other nearby dragons could attack him. At this moment, Diaroka happily looked at her status window. There was good news for her there. Kang Hansu sadly asked the demoness if she was really so happy that her master was cursed. But she excitedly declared that she had now received a new sponsorship, which meant that her patience and efforts had not been in vain. The guy immediately cheered up and asked Dairaoka to show off his new sponsorship. Kang Hansu read that by slaying the dragon, the girl received great influence over her brothers, and in a moment of critical danger, they would protect her. At that moment, a knight approached them and announced that he also had sponsorship. He was very proud of this, looked at the fellow with importance and arrogance, and then laughed meaningfully. Kang Hansu couldn't believe it, because it was completely unfair. The knight received the rulership, but he didn't kill the dragons. The young man sat on the ground in despair and desperately asked why everyone had sponsorship, but he had a curse. But God did not consider this a great tragedy, and happily commended Asa for the work he had done. Meanwhile, the slimes calmly cleaned up the remains of unnecessary objects that were scattered during the battle. Kang Hansu finally calmed down and watched the slimes absorb the dragon, surprised that such small creatures could do so. The dragon's skin was the most precious material, but the man thought he couldn't get it because he might fall in love with that kingdom and the evil goddess. At that moment, some noise and shouting was heard on the corner. The crowd shouted and congratulated the knight. Kang Hansu and the demoness decided to see what was happening there, and an interesting image appeared before their eyes. The knight rode in front on horseback, and behind him the workers pulled the dead dragon on a cart. The people glorified the knight and considered him their hero, praising him and applauding him enthusiastically. The heroes stood back, deciding not to interfere with the crowd but simply observe in silence. When everyone had left, the knight warmly thanked Kang Hansu and said that he was indebted to the boy. God wouldn't mind if the knight helped obtain a pass to the academy, and Kang Hansu added that the trophy would go towards the restoration of the city and supporting the families of the deceased. Dairaoka angrily said that the knight should be grateful for keeping him alive, and also that they didn't need this trash. Let them divide it among the people as they wished. The boy realized that her words sounded a bit aggressive, but the demon assured him that she had transmitted everything as he had ordered. Kang Hansu began to talk about future plans, but suddenly a noise was heard in the sky. All the assembled heroes saw a strange creature flying above their heads. The knight muttered something hurriedly, his eyes filled with horror and panic. The creature looked like a dragon, but had a very strange structure in appearance. The young man noticed that the creature looked more like a dragon skeleton and looked very scary. Kang Hansu thought this dragon was a little smaller than the one they fought the day before. Dairaoka explained that the anger directed at the boy united many souls of dead dragons, and they merged into one body to fly here. There was nothing more to hope for, because this was a fantasy world and anything was possible here. But the guy's eyes were filled with anger. How dare this creature look down on him? At that moment, the tournament began, and the noisy host announced that the strongest would be the winner. Hanu was eager for victory and was ready to use any trick just to get the desired title. The boys enthusiastically planned and prepared for the start of this significant event. Then the saint spoke and said that all along their enormous support helped the heroes grow and develop. She added that the tournament will prove that her efforts were not in vain. The assembled dukes talked among themselves. They already knew the man they considered the winner. Certainly one of the strongest heroes was considered Choi Gangmin, who proved it with his skills. However, not everyone thought so. There were people who considered Jong Myeon to be the main character, and some argued with them and shouted Yubora's name. Suddenly, Arya, who was close to Yubora, leaned on her friend exhaustedly. The girl explained that her mother was nearby and couldn't take her eyes off her. This really embarrassed Arya, and she wanted to hide as quickly as possible so as not to be seen. Yubora advised, on the contrary, to behave more firmly, so that she could give her mother a reason to be proud. The girl looked at her friend in admiration. She thought Yubora was very strong. This inspired Arya, and she said she would also try to prove to everyone how brave she is. Suddenly a question struck the girl, and she asked her interlocutor how she would react if one of the heroes was in danger. After a moment of silence, Yubora confidently said that he would come to the rescue in such a situation. Arya noted with admiration that her friend was indeed very strong, because such an attitude towards others is typical of the strong. Eubora calmly added that she would have done the same, but her interlocutor didn't understand who she was talking about. The girl realized she had said too much and, confused, waved her hands, saying it didn't matter at all. At that moment, the saint finished her speech and announced loudly that the tournament was declared open. The knights waved their banners, calling upon the heroes to take their positions and enter battle. Some of them were not ready, while others were eagerly awaiting this moment. The first among the heroes was Choi Gangmin. He was a little worried but didn't show it. One of the workers called the boy to join him in the cart. He gratefully accepted the offer. The boy gathered several girls with him and proudly declared that he had prepared in advance. Choi Gangmin arrogantly thought that power lies in information, and the rest of the guys would run away. Arya shouted that it was unfair, because in that case the forces would not be equal, and they could lose. But Eubora wouldn't give up. She told her companion to hold on tight. Before the girl had time to regain her senses, Eubora grabbed her hand and ran at high speed thanks to the race sponsorship. At this point, Jung Myeon was unhappy that her rivals had already arrived at the scene. She was also in the carriage that the boys had carefully prepared for her. The saint stood on the terrace and watched the heroes depart for the tournament site. A servant approached her and said that the king of the Red Dragons had been seen in the northern city of the Kingdom of St. Petersburg the night before. This information left the saint very intrigued, and she looked at her interlocutor in astonishment. She confirmed that it was indeed the king of the Red Dragons, Al-Kaiser, because the description matched the physical build, scales, and other characteristics. The saint remembered that she had defeated him over 100 years ago, along with the heroes. She said thoughtfully that she had probably killed him, and that he definitely couldn't be alive. The maid realized that there might be a situation where one of the gods would resurrect a dragon. However, the saint believed that this could not be, as serious reasons would be needed for this. The gods are watching the tournament with all their eyes. They are very interested in who will be the winner, why they need to resurrect the dragon, because they already have enough spectacles. But there was still the possibility that one of the gods had messed up the tournament and therefore summoned a monster. After all, there were no heroes. Everyone was in the tournament. Would the gods really risk organizing something like this? Suddenly, she remembered that there was a hero who was not present there. Furthermore, Kang Hansu had a patron near him who blocked the goddess's search. Suddenly, the saint had a hunch that the revived dragon might be the work of this god and decided to go there immediately. But the maid stopped the saint, adding that the dragon had been captured and destroyed. This completely discouraged the saint, and she asked again whose hands they were. The maid said that the dragon was defeated by a knight. She calmed down, because in that case it couldn't be the Dragon King, since it would be impossible for a knight to defeat him alone. Then the saint angrily added that one should not trust false information. Meanwhile, Hanu was trying to find a wagon so he could hunt as quickly as possible. But, to his great regret, without money, no one wanted to take the hero with them or give him a ride. The guy didn't know what to do or how to act, but suddenly someone called him. One of the girls asked why the young man was still there, even though he should have been on the plane. Because of his curse, Ohanu could not see what status the girl belonged to, and became very angry because of this. But thanks to her patronage, the boy still managed to bewitch her, and the girl kindly agreed to give him a ride. This was a great success for Ohanu. Now he had no doubts about his luck. The girl sternly warned Hanu not to press so hard. The boy was very pleased with this circumstance, for now he could run to the place calmly and easily. He enjoyed driving and didn't want it to go too fast. Hanu found this journey much more pleasant than a carriage with a bunch of other people. Meanwhile, there was a very terrible situation in the city. The demon looked around in fear, waiting for her master. She was seriously injured and exhausted and no longer had the ability to fight, as her strength was running out. The dragon spirit was incredibly powerful. It launched attacks against the inhabitants and seemed to never tire. Kang Hansu was furious because he couldn't do anything in that situation, no matter how hard he tried. The fight lasted for several hours. It was a brutal battle, but the guy had no intention of giving up. He gathered all his willpower into a fist and finally managed to defeat even the dragon skeleton. But suddenly Kang Han-soo's status window started showing that there was a curse. The guy looked around confused and didn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, from beneath the rubble, the hand of a defeated dragon appeared, which was already a skeleton. There were many of them. They appeared out of nowhere and screamed at the top of their lungs that someone needed to be killed. Suddenly, among the many dragons, the largest one appeared and attacked the young man. The knight looked at all this in confusion and didn't understand where so many dragon skeletons came from. At that moment, they attacked all the people nearby, including the knight. He looked at these strange creatures in horror and could not deal with them. The dragon looked scary, but it had incredible attack capabilities and strength. The knight sat down near the wall, with no hope of salvation left, as he had spent all his resources. Suddenly, the patronage became active, which indicated that the nearby dragons would protect him. A powerful paw fell on the knight's shoulder, and the dragon said that it was necessary to save the man. Then the fire-breathing creature rose into the air and began to hover above the ground. He came face to face with another dragon that tried to attack the knight. Kang Han-soo observed what was happening and thought about how to take advantage of this situation. The dragons were always present and remained. Some of them defended the knight, and others attacked. Diaroka lost all patience and angrily ordered the creatures to stop flying. She attacked one of the dragons and broke it into pieces in anger. Then came the next dragon, which the girl defeated right there without any surgery. Diaroka told his master that everything looked very suspicious. But the next moment the demon froze as another dragon attacked the one fighting her. She began to misunderstand what was happening because those dragons were simply fighting each other. Diaroka realized that the king's wrath protection had been activated, and as a result, the dragon protected her. It was absolutely incredible, and the girl didn't know how to stop that situation. Kang Han-soo watched what was happening and said that at this rate they would destroy the entire city. The guy didn't want to let that happen, so he started swinging his sword to destroy everyone. He was on the move and determined to win, sparing no dragon. In the end, it was all over, and the slimes started eating the remains of these monsters. Diaroka remarked that he had never heard of a horde of bone dragons before. She then asked if the master knew why the king's wrath patronage and curse had been activated, because there definitely had to be a reason for it. But the guy had some hunches that led to interesting thoughts. After all, he was sponsored by a trickster. Unlike the gnolls who received power from food, the guy took lives. Somehow he returned to what was similar and used life as fuel permanently. When her life force fell, she became a monster trainer. This is how the curse of the king's wrath can be activated right now. In fact, according to the rules, even a curse should have a limit on the number of activations, but not in his case. In the form of a guy, all states are reset and he must control the power at all times. In his thoughts, Kang Han-soo accidentally almost stepped on the slimes that were cleaning the bones. There were a lot of bones, and the guy wondered what to do with them, because the slimes clearly couldn't handle them. He offered Diaroka to keep it all for herself. She looked at her master in shock. She mumbled that they gave her unnecessary trash, but in reality, those materials were worth more than her life. The pile of bones was very large, and the demon could not take it all for herself, no matter how hard she tried. Suddenly, a gentleman knight approached the travelers and, excited, wanted to say something. He said something about his son and the academy, but his words were hard to discern. Kang Han-soo could only understand a few words and wanted to know more about what the knight wanted. The demoness translated that the knight was asking Kang Han-soo to accompany her son to the academy. God was very pleased that this perfect plan worked at the highest level. Diaroka sarcastically commented that the can had a conscience because its owner had accomplished a feat and the knight was inviting them for a visit. The boy modestly remarked that it was his fault that the city had turned into ruins, so he did not insist. Diaroka prepared to reject the offer, but Kang Han-soo said that if the knight wanted to reciprocate, then so be it. At that moment, the people nearby saw many bones and began to gather around. The guy decided that if too many people came running, there would be a commotion and they would disrupt the cleanup. Diaroka said that in that case it would be better to get out of there as quickly as possible and took many bones with her. Finally, they set off towards the knight's estate. Kang Hansu remarked that this town was very beautiful. Soon the knight told his companion that they had arrived and pointed to his house. The boy looked at the building in admiration. He had never imagined that such a place existed on the outskirts of the city. Diaroka noted with displeasure that this was a rather modest dwelling for a knight, but Kang Hansu was delighted with the building. Then he turned to his companion and asked why she had followed him, since he alone had been invited. The demon replied that she would translate if necessary. The boy remarked with displeasure that he could handle the situation just as well on his own, just as he had at dinner with the prince. Diaroka couldn't help but agree, adding wryly that after that, he ended up running away. And from the upper window, a man watched the heroes, clearly displeased with their arrival. The knight's entire family, his wife and youngest son, gathered for dinner. Only one was missing. The knight explained what he wanted from Kang Hansu, and the demon asked if her master had understood everything. The boy said thoughtfully that they were probably asking him to go to the academy with his eldest son and not the youngest. Diaroka added that the youngest already has a partner, and the first, although he has given up, can be reinstated. The eldest son of the family believed that they wanted to send him to the academy so that he could take care of the younger scoundrel. However, this translation didn't please Kang Hansu very much. He wanted to know specifically what they wanted from him. Diaroka said that the knight would be happy if such a strong and incredible man became his son's friend. Kang Hansu angrily asked his interlocutor to translate everything at once normally, and then he turned to the knight and said that he would gladly accept the offer. God was incredibly happy with this turn of events, because the dream he had longed for had come true. The couple smiled gratefully at the boy and were happy that he agreed. Then the knight said something that wasn't entirely clear to Kang Hansu. The boy asked to translate. The girl said they would tame Kang Hansu with money, but the guy realized that this was not an entirely accurate translation. Diaroka said she simply missed confusing and hidden hints, but the subject considered this a distortion of the facts. Suddenly, a brilliant idea popped into the girl's head, and she asked the knight to show her her son. Kang Hansu didn't understand what she told them because they began to struggle and tremble in panic. The couple suddenly started crying, but Diaroka was pleased with herself, because from the demon's point of view, the translation was very similar. A few hours later, the boy was lying exhausted in bed and thinking that his translator was behaving very willfully, as he had to calm the couple down for a long time. So the guy sat on the bed and asked the demon if he knew anything about the academy. Diaroka said that to resist them, people founded 4 academies where they taught barbaric violence. Well, no matter how much the humans fought, they were still weak compared to the demons. Eventually, they came together, and the new academy became a place that fostered friendship and unity. At this point, Diaroka finished his story. The guy found it kind of boring. Suddenly, the knight's eldest son burst through the door, holding a sword in his hands and in an aggressive mood. He says something in his own language, but overall it's clear that the guy is very angry with Kang Hansu who showed up. The young man said something angry about his father, and that he was going to attack him now. Diaroka asked if she needed to translate those words, but Kang Hansu already understood what they were talking about. The disgruntled guy stood at the entrance and showed with all his appearance that he didn't want to be friends with Kang Hansu. But the hero realized that his father was asking a lot for his son, and he couldn't just ignore it. To be successful in the gym, you need to have endurance and strong muscles. Therefore, Kang Hansu decided to take on his protégé's education alone. The young man suspected that things would be difficult for him now, for his interlocutor's eyes shone with cruel fire. The next second, he felt a strong fist strike on his face and fell to the ground. However, the guy soon got up, grabbed the gun, and started shouting something, cursing Kang Hansu. But he couldn't land a single blow because the next moment he found himself in the air. Kang Hansu became furious and raised his fist again for another blow because his opponent was trying so hard. He broke the sword that belonged to the man with his own hands and was horrified. Soon the attacker was lying near the wall and could not recover from the fight. Kang Hansu himself did not expect such a reaction and looked at his opponent in confusion. Suddenly, the guy remembered how on his first day in the costume he talked about how he couldn't save the world because he was causing anxiety even to his loved ones. Looking at his fallen comrade, he realized that he had changed a lot since then. Then he began to turn to the horrified man to make sure he was alive. Diaroka didn't miss the opportunity to joke that this wasn't the way to treat level 13 weaklings. After all, he could have died from such an attack. The guy muttered that his level was significantly lower, and only Diaroka was enjoying what was happening. Suddenly, the man woke up and opened his eyes. Genuine horror and anger were in them. He tried to run, but after a moment he fell to the ground because he had no strength. After getting up, the young man tried to run away again, but Diaroka stopped him with the power of her magic. The guy couldn't take it anymore, and fell unconscious. The demon said, "She did it completely by accident." Kang Hansu didn't know what to do with that man now. The demoness remarked that it would be good to dismember him and leave him in secret, but her master did not like the idea. And then the guy remembered that they had expensive dragon bones that could be given to the victim as payment. But Diaroka doubted the boy would be able to move normally in such a state. Soon the boy's father and the doctor were in the room, considering how he could be cured. The knight tried to find out what happened, but no one could explain it to him. With the help of magical influence, the doctor brought the young man back to his senses, and he opened his eyes. But the next second he saw Kang Hansu leaning over him and trembled in horror. He rushed at the man with all his strength and wanted to take revenge for all the blows he had received. Kang Hansu realized that the young man had probably not yet fully regained consciousness. However, in the eyes of the people he revealed himself to be a demon, so they fled in terror. With his state, Kang Hansu accidentally summoned a dragon spirit, which began to roar menacingly. The huge monster opened its mouth and devoured him as well as everything nearby. The knight's son recoiled in horror and muttered a few words. He had never seen a dragon made of bones before. Suddenly, Kang Hansu's hand emerged from the dragon's evil mouth and he smashed the monster apart. The knight's son, whose name was Taker, was horrified by what he saw. Kang Hansu broke free from the dragon's mouth and said that there was no need for enmity. At that moment the saint entered her room. She was very intrigued by the current situation. She felt that voluntary donations should not be refused. After all, it is extremely difficult to maintain the inspiration of heroes through the efforts of the temple alone. There, the saint thought about the fact that an entire era had changed, but some things remained the same. She fell onto the bed and couldn't organize her thoughts to structure them. Suddenly, the magic ball rang and a voice came out of it asking to speak. From there came a message saying that the director of the academy had been waiting since early morning for a moment to speak with the saint. The temple attendant noted that, as far as she knew, the hero's recruitment had already been completed. But the director had an additional question and intended to speak to her personally. The last thing she wanted to do right now was talk to anyone. She had no strength at all, but it had to be done. After all, there was also good news. The incident with the mutant who was mistaken for the king of the Red Dragons ended successfully. And although the city has suffered extensive damage, there have been no significant losses or casualties. This news brought some clarity, but there were still some unresolved issues. But first of all, it was necessary to speak to the director. Soon the magic ball connected the saint with the academy director. The arrogant lady asked how the saint was and smiled welcomingly. The saint didn't feel like talking to her, but there was no other way, so she realized she was very busy. The lady said sarcastically that it was good to see when the shield of humanity was so involved in its duties that it was possible to sleep in peace. But the saint was in no mood for jokes and said that if the conversation continued like this, she would hang up. My gym director was silent for a few minutes, languidly inhaling cigarette smoke. Then she said that the saint was very rude today and absolutely impatient. The academy headmaster said there were many promising newcomers, and that it would be nice to open the underground ruins so the heroes could study there. The saint drummed her fingers on the table excitedly. She understood what underground ruins they were talking about. Thoughtfully, She said that it seemed they had managed to remove the seal of God that had been placed on them. The academy director didn't miss the opportunity to praise herself, saying that in her hands even a seal turns into soft mud. But the saint did not share his mood. She thought about that labyrinth and how it could help. Labyrinth was the name of an unusual structure built in the age of myth and legend for the gods to express their power. From this it follows that all the relics taken from the labyrinth were filled with extraordinary power. However, at the same time, such jewels also carried a certain extraordinary danger. And then the director said that the kingdom really insists that the labyrinth be opened as soon as possible. For heroes who are now bored without the game, this would not be a necessary element of development. At this point, they decided that the heroes could be sent to the labyrinth at the end of the tournament. Soon the conversation ended, and the saint turned off the button that connected her to the director. She wanted to say something else, but the saint had no desire to continue. She covered her face with her hands and sank onto the table, sobbing uncontrollably. The saint thought about the heroes who are now in the tournament, how many of them might return. At that moment, Hanu lit a fire and looked at the flames that were raising sparks. Julia, who brought the boy here, introduced him to her friend named Lisha. Hanu looked at them with interest. He was flattered by the girl's attention. The friendly boy greeted his girlfriend and gave her a charming smile. He believed he deserved 2 such beautiful flowers, 1 for each hand, for himself. Lisha looked at her friend in amazement, wondering if this guy was really a hero. She said that only the one who gets the most points will be named the winner. Kanu said that Miss Lisha is incredibly intelligent, as befits a magician, because she understood everything correctly. The girl thought that the patronage of magic was transmitted through blood and was not connected to intelligence, but she did not say anything out loud. At that moment, Julia thanked her friend for agreeing to help her and keep her company. But Lisha herself was happy because she had the chance to meet the legendary hero. After all, Hanu had the 6th level, but already had many sponsorships, which indicated that he was chosen by the gods. But this true hero was impressive. He actually managed to succeed. If Lisha hadn't met someone as strong and resilient as Kang Hansu before this. The boys looked around, but everything was quiet, and there was no sound of orcs nearby. Lisha noticed tracks on the ground, and concluded that some group had been there before them. In response to the boys' indignation, Julia said that they had already been trained on a shortcut, but one of the boys could have gone ahead of them, especially since they were waiting for Lisha. There was slime there, and judging by the fact that they were busy cleaning it up, there were bodies nearby. Sure enough, behind the bush, Julia saw a sliced and fried orc lying there. It seemed like there was a team of a swordsman and a mage nearby, just like theirs. Hanu heard the sound of a struggle and knew he needed to head in that direction. He ran to get the loot from one of the guys because he needed a win. However, when the boys arrived at the scene, they were paralyzed with astonishment, as they had not expected this. Eubora and Arya were fighting the orcs, and burning embers were flying around. The class president used her fire abilities to defeat the monsters. She attacked fiercely with fire, while her friend used her sword as a weapon. Suddenly, one of the orcs raised a pickaxe over his head to strike Arya. But Eubora came to the rescue at that very moment and was able to repel the attack. Thanks to this, the girl received new sponsorship that helped her transform her body into a weapon and recover. With the help of accurate blows, the girl managed to force the monster to retreat. She said this was the last orc in the territory and sent a powerful torrent of fire at him. The orc could resist no longer, and soon his head was covered in flames of fire. The heroine Eubora managed to calmly and confidently defeat a band of orcs and was very happy about it. Suddenly, an excited Hanu approached the girl. She hadn't expected the boy to arrive so quickly. But the young man was outraged that his humble elder had such great power. It was simply incredible. The girl believed that the position of class monitor was usually given to the first student in the class, who had the highest overall grade, and the same happened here. In the world of fantasy, some additional elements are simply added, but that's what irritated the guy, because he honestly didn't understand what academic success had to do with it. However, the girl calmly noted that it was her first time studying physical education, where practical skills are highly valued, but did not understand the reason for the complaints. The guy was very angry and couldn't find anything to say. He gritted his teeth in rage. Yubora said that Ohanu doesn't need to answer that question and that they will go the other way so as not to interfere with each other. The angry guy wished him good luck and that he would come in second, because first place would be his anyway. Yubora said that even second place is good and wished Ohan would get the first place he wanted. The young man stood there, perplexed for several minutes. He had not expected his friend to support him. Hanu was confused for a few moments and thought about his role as the main character. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him, because maybe the director was the main character and, in fact, she fell in love with him. A moment later, the guy started dancing with joy and shouted that Yubora was the main character. Julia looked at the boy, perplexed, and didn't understand why I was so amused. The next second, the girls saw large, hungry orcs approaching them. The boy backed away in fear, and the girls assumed a fighting stance and prepared to attack. Then Hanu came to his senses and advised the girls to hide, because now he was going to fight. The guy used his skills and released fire magic that lit up everything around. The orc flew to the side and caught fire. He screamed loudly in pain, but he couldn't dodge the blow. But the next moment, the orc came to his senses and began to resist, because Ohanu's curse worked, which increased the strength of his victim. The hero didn't know what to do now, because he didn't expect this curse called hunting to work. And the giant turned angrily and almost hit the man, scaring him a lot. The monster swung its weapon. The guy couldn't stand up and fell a few meters away. But he was very tenacious, so even though he was injured, Hanu continued to fight desperately. The girls noticed that the hero was just a name, unlike Kang Hansu, who eliminated the orcs with a massacre in the first level. They hoped that one day the guy would come to their academy and they would be able to see him again. The girls decided not to give up and fight to defeat them. Thanks to her weapon, Julia managed to cut the orc's club and he could no longer control it. And Lisha spread a flame of fire around her that consumed every living thing in the area. Even though the orc had power with the help of the curse, the girls managed to defeat him with their level. However, they didn't know what to do with the guy who had fainted and couldn't get up. The Khan was unconscious and needed to be carried somehow. Lisha suggested that her friend carry the hero since they had no other choice. But Julia said her back had been hurting a lot lately and she couldn't do it. They didn't feel like carrying that guy, so they looked at each other thoughtfully. The gods were very happy to see this image and began to laugh. Meanwhile, Choi Gangmin advanced through the dark depths of the forest, searching for the monster. The boy noticed that Chon Mien arrived in a carriage accompanied by his faithful boys. She smiled gratefully at the man who quickly got them where they needed to go. Choi Gangmin looked at this angrily, as he considered this behavior a dirty trick. However, the girl claimed that he was the first to jump into the carriage, and was now also indignant. The young man somberly declared that Chon Mien and his team should not interfere with his hunt, otherwise they would greatly regret it. But Chon Mien just sarcastically stated that those were childish threats, because she wasn't afraid of him. Then the girls said that they needed to get ready to go hunting, and that there was no need to waste time with idle talk. Choi Gangmin was furious and called his ladies to go after the orcs. His eyes were shining with anger. He didn't want to miss the chance to win under any circumstances. Suddenly, a loud cry from an orc and the clatter of its huge paws were heard nearby. One of Choi Gangmin's girls told him to be careful because there were orcs behind him. They began to use fire magic with all their might to defeat these huge monsters. One of the giants was attacked by Choi Gangmin. The ogre turned around, but didn't have time to escape. The hero's sharp knife instantly cut the orc's back. He was overcome with pain and could not stand. The guy was in an aggressive mood. He didn't want to give up victory to anyone and was ready to fight to the end. Greedy, large, and hungry orcs attacked the boys accompanying Chon Mien. The guys tried to defeat the orc, but they were not very successful. The forces were unequal. There were too many orcs, and the guys couldn't handle them all. Suddenly, one of the boys shouted for Jong Myeon to be careful, as the monster was approaching her. The next moment, the girl realized she was surrounded by green giants. She couldn't understand why those monsters were around her and looked at them in bewilderment. It was all about her scent, which intoxicated the orcs, and they were enchanted by the girl. However, Chan Mien was very scared and asked to be rescued and released. The girl screamed for help with all her strength, as she could not bear such tension. One of the faithful companions rushed to Chan Mien's aid, fearlessly scattering the monsters. But at some point he grabbed a fallen orc and fell to the ground with a crash. He hit hard and screamed in pain. At that moment the earth god became angry. A huge monster grabbed Chan Mien by the hands. The girl wanted to get out, but she couldn't. The young man wanted to avoid this, but he couldn't get up because he had hurt his hand. However, his other companions said they were going to Chan Mien. But they don't want to die, so the girl has to become bait. Jong Myeon looked at the boy confused. She couldn't believe he was serious. But the young man repeated affirmatively once again that he would not die for the girl. He also added that most likely Chan Mien will be able to heal herself after the battle with the help of the saint's magic. The cosplayer approached his queen with a request for her to do such a favor. The girl was furious because these friends swore they would be faithful and not betray her. She was desperate and regretful for coming here. Chan Mien was angry because she didn't sense the danger. Jong Myeon, in tears, said that it would be better to return to Earth like Kang Hansu did. However, the most loyal guy who wanted to save his girlfriend tried to stand up and shouted that they would not abandon her. The girl found herself surrounded by evil, hungry orcs intent on capturing her. She mustered all the willpower she had, because she simply had no other choice. The girl decided that she would distract the monsters, and during that time, her friends could hide. The next moment, Chan Mien broke free from the orc's grip and ran with all her might, calling them along with her. She realized she needed to do something and ran, being chased by a band of orcs. Paek Ilman screamed with all his might and wanted to protect the girl so that she would be safe. After all, the next moment, huge evil paws grabbed Chan Mien, and she dodged as best she could. However, these attempts were futile. The girl cried in despair and clenched her teeth tightly. There were so many monsters. They surrounded her on all sides. The girl could no longer resist and lost consciousness. After a while, Chan Myeon opened her eyes and one of the guys appeared before her. It was Paek Ilman. He had somehow managed to survive and was now trying to make the girl come to her senses. She tried to ask something, but she had absolutely no strength. Chan Mien couldn't understand what happened here. There were dead orcs scattered around. The guy tried to lift her, but he was also very weak. Suddenly, the girl saw two of her friends lying there, motionless and unconscious. Paek Ilman wanted to say that he was very happy that Jong Myeon managed to survive. However, he was unable to finish the sentence because his strength finally left him and the guy fell. Chan Mien looked around and tried to understand what had happened there, while the gods watched with interest. The girl didn't know what to do and held the unconscious Paek Ilman in her arms, and the demon god rejoiced at the successful contract. The guys who arrived in the forest walked around the area, but they couldn't find the orcs anywhere. They thought their colleagues who arrived earlier had already captured all the monsters. Suddenly, another girl approached them and said that the orcs had been captured by the elder. It was Yoon Nayeon, who used to be on the same team as Choi Gangmin. The guy peacefully observed that Yubora did not give precedence to anyone on Earth, nor in the fantasy world. Yoon Nayeon agreed, muttering that even here, the class president was still in first place by a huge margin. With these words, she suggested that the children join together to double her success. The boys looked at her in astonishment. They hadn't expected the girl to ask for help. At that moment, the saint was thinking about the results of the tournament and became somewhat confused. Something didn't go as planned in the competition, as the best result was not achieved by Yubora, as it should have been. The maid remarked that perhaps she should tell the hero Choi Gangmin about the existence of the backpack and help him help. However, the saint did not consider it necessary to trust a hero who incited his own friends. After all, there was a hint of crime in his behavior, which meant he could cheat at any moment. The maid apologized for such statements, as she had not thought of it initially. Therefore, the saint decided that the best option would be to trust in the will of the gods and destiny. She decided to attend the award ceremony and summarize the results of the tournament. The boys gathered excitedly at the venue and waited for the announcement of the winner of the competition. Eubora looked kindly at the gathered children. She was happy with any outcome. The crucial moment arrived. The saint stood solemnly in the arena and prepared to deliver her speech. She told the ladies and gentlemen to be prepared to wait for the announcement of the winner. And the time has come when she will have the pleasure of providing the ranking of the best heroes of the tournament. And at that moment, a carriage was rushing towards the academy. It was traveling very quickly and swiftly. Taker, who was in the carriage, still couldn't understand what was happening to him. Kang Han-soo wondered if the teenager really didn't like entering the academy that much. The guy thought that in this situation he, more than anyone else, was the injured party. You should be the one who is outraged. Diaroka realized that she had a high level, and with it she couldn't enter the academy. But Kang Han-soo wasn't worried about that because slaves were treated like things. The young man thought he was being persecuted by the royal family, but he entered the academy, but God was in a good mood and did not worry. And if God was so confident of a good outcome, then Kang Han-soo understood that he could trust. However, the boy was not clear about this situation and asked God to tell him, but God looked at him in bewilderment. Kang Han-soo explained that he was surprised by the spirit's strong desire to send him to the academy. The young man promised that he would not run away even if he didn't like the reason. But the answer did not really satisfy the boy, for the god evasively remarked that he would understand everything when he got there. Finally, the travelers arrived and read with interest the inscription that was engraved on the plaque. The name of the academy was written in large letters, Hogwarts. The building was beautiful and mesmerizing. The knights at the entrance greeted the boys and asked for a pass, which was an entrance ticket to the academy. Kang Han-soo said they were candidates and showed the knights passes to the academy guard. The girl who checked the tickets at the entrance read everything carefully and agreed to let us in. Taker was horrified. He didn't want to go back to that hell again and screamed loudly that he wouldn't. And at this moment, Kang Han-soo said that he arrived at the scene, but still couldn't understand anything. The god pretended to be asleep. The guy looked around the area and thought about it. It seemed very atypical for the gym. There was a monument to a hero who had a sword and symbolized something. There were also knights everywhere, ready to charge into battle at any moment. There were also stables with powerful and beautiful animals on the grounds. The young man said it looked more like a military town. Suddenly, someone called out to him, and Kang Han-soo was pulled out of his thoughts for a few moments. The lackey said that the academy has many different views, so it can be called by different names. His interlocutor smiled kindly and was very optimistic. He said that Kang Han-soo's nickname is very strange, but overall it's actually quite funny. The boy was welcomed by Salona. She had the first level and sponsorship, in addition to the curse of an aristocrat. Among her patronages were the nobility and the warrior, which characterized her as a good fighter. Kang Han-soo got out of the carriage and stepped on the stone tiles scattered all over the surface. Diaroka rushed to tell the boy that the uniform suited him well, but it wasn't scary, because as a first-class owner he wouldn't draw attention. After all, the red color was clearly noticeable on him. The boy asked again, irritated, if the girl really thought the uniform could be repainted. Kang Han-soo left the demon in the dormitory and went to take the exams, thinking that there was no way to get rid of them, even in the fantasy world. At the admissions committee, the professor was somewhat surprised to see that Kang Han-soo had passed all the first-level physical tests. The man then asked if the candidate knew anything about elves. The boy hesitated a little. He had not expected such questions to be required in the entrance exams. After all, the young man was so familiar with them that he even shot an arrow. Such an expression seemed funny to him. The professor interpreted this information as if the subject was fighting them with bows, but he was completely confused by curses and favors. After thinking for a few moments, the man decided to give the young man a chance and let him pass. He also said that this year one of the elves will become a teacher in Haguvart. Kang Han-soo happily declared that he would do his best to make a good impression. Finally, the teacher said that the boy could always come to him or another teacher with questions or requests. The young man agreed good-naturedly, and said goodbye to the teacher, happy that it was all over. Finally, Kang Hansu left the room and began to wander around the large, simple hall. Now the guy didn't know what to do and thought he could go back to the hostel, but luckily he wanted to take a closer look at the statue. Kang Hansu asked with displeasure which statue his patron was referring to. God shouted happily that he really liked the huge statue that stood at the entrance. This monument surprised people with its size and was really very large and powerful. Suddenly someone walked up to the boy and he turned to look. It was Taker's younger brother with the newcomer Salona. The guy asked the famous Kang Hansu about this great hero. But the young man knew nothing about the statue, so his younger brother told him that it was an extraordinary companion of a hero summoned in ancient times. And this guy wanted to become a hero like Federicus. Kang Hansu liked the expression hero's companion. He thought this was an interesting clue, and that when he was alone he would definitely take a closer look at this monument. Suddenly, someone called the boys. The voice coming from behind was that of a student. He told the boys not to stand around and do nothing, but to hang up posters. Kang Hansu asked what was written on these posters and why they were needed. However, the student angrily said that Kang Hansu also had first-level eyes, because everything was clearly written there. After all, legendary heroes have arrived here and now they need to be welcomed with a poster. Suddenly the guy had a hunch and understood what kind of heroes should arrive. Kang Hansu was covered in sweat and asked the god, perplexed, what would happen next, but he was surprisingly calm. The guy didn't like this situation at all. He thought that maybe it wasn't too late to escape. The man covered his face with his hand and, discouraged, told his god that this situation was wrong. After all, if the heroes get here, he will no longer be Asa. The spirit is sure he wants that. However, the customer was optimistic and said everything was fine. Kang Hansu thought with displeasure that if I appeared here, his classmates, then he would have to meet the goddess. The boy decided he wouldn't allow that, but he also didn't want to upset God, so he said he trusted him. A moment later, God again emphasized that the statue was truly magnificent, and Kang Hansu realized that there was some kind of mystery hidden within it. On the shoulders of the monument there was a placard with inscriptions, and it was clear that it was a significant figure there. Suddenly, the conversation with God was interrupted by the elder, who began shouting angrily at Kang Hansu to stop talking to himself. The guy barely restrained himself from giving a rude response, but he didn't want to create a conflict situation. So he decided that the best way to avoid continuing an unpleasant conversation was to be as friendly as possible. The boy asked again what he meant. However, the older man was not in the mood for a frank conversation and glared angrily at his interlocutor. He grabbed the boy by the collar and began to say angrily things to him that could be understood without translation, then called him to come with him. Kang Hansu decided to escalate the situation and follow the elder wherever he said. The other students looked at them and didn't understand what was happening, but they really hoped that their friend would be okay. After all, even in such a mysterious and unusual academy, nothing bad can happen. The director took Kang Hansu to the corner, where an argument and loud screams from girls could be heard. When the boys went there, they saw the oldest one trying to explain something aggressively to the student. Suddenly, in the next moment, the director slapped her interlocutor and a ringing sound spread throughout the place. The guy who brought Kang Hansu here began to ask his companion menacingly if he knew what kind of place this was. At the same time, he came to Kang Hansu's wall and angrily explained that not even teachers appear here. It turns out that no one was watching the place. The veteran angrily asked where you got so much confidence from a top-tier guy. However, Kang Hansu assessed the situation in his own way, because if no one was watching the place, he could do whatever he wanted. The man grabbed the older man by the neck and said good-naturedly that no one would know about it anyway. Then the young man opened a portal and asked to be given a hammer, a very valuable weapon. His interlocutor was covered in sweat. He had not expected such a thing to be possible. Kang Hansu peacefully said that he would be happy to bury him alive. But since they are in the gym, they will still have to refrain from this desire. Then he let go of his hand, and the elder, losing his support, flew to the ground and only screamed in resentment. The older man, confused, tried to get up and run away, but he couldn't. The next second, he felt a heavy blow to his head and fell to the ground again. The arguing girls froze for a moment and looked on in curiosity and horror. They watched in amazement as the old man lay on the ground, covering his head with his hands. Kang Hansu asked the girls to stop looking at him like that because he felt a little strange. When the young woman came to her senses, she began to angrily tell the boy that he could not behave like that in the first level. But the guy had his own ideas about how he could and couldn't behave. In his opinion, everyone there had gone crazy. He reminded the girls that no one could see them there, and that meant a not very good fate for them. With these words, he grabbed the young woman by the neck. She tried to break free, but couldn't. The girl hung helplessly on his arm and screamed for him to let her go immediately, but the boy decided to smile back. The student looked confused. Dinner was in her eyes. The boy asked her to leave him alone with the older ones. Kang Hansu glared at the defenseless elders with fury, realizing the power he held over them. The two older boys were left hanging like toys in Kang Hansu's hands, but their attempts to free themselves were in vain. The guy asked them to take care of him and tell him some secrets about being in the gym. At night, Kang Hansu returned to the room and saw that the demoness was doing yoga on his bed. She was very happy to see her owner, but the guy was upset that he got into trouble on the first day. The young man asked where he would sleep if Diaroka occupied the entire bed. But the girl calmly replied that she simply took that place so that it would not go to a human female. Kang Hansu didn't expect this. He didn't understand which woman they were talking about. It turned out to be Kelowna. The guy never ceased to be amazed by the fact that in this crazy academy, boys and girls stayed in the same dorm. But Diaroka said that since they were both escorts, no one would stand on ceremony with them. But in this situation, it was not clear where the demoness would sleep. She replied that slaves usually sleep on the floor covered with a blanket. However, since she is a special case, the girl will have to sleep with him. However, I really liked this turn of events, Kang Hansu, and Diaroka suggested that in this case, it would be possible to expel the female. So the boy was ready to leave, but the demon warned him that he could not guarantee the life and health of that woman. Kang Hansu ordered her not to do anything wrong and called her to follow him. It was much better than being cramped in a room and feeling extremely uncomfortable. Diaroka asked where they were going and what they were going to do. The guy said it was a very emotional journey to Midnight Academy. The night city continued its life and the students did not sleep, continuing to wander and communicate. Kang Hansu and the demoness went to the so-called night bar, where local thugs were gathered. The nasty-looking guys were sitting at the table and asking the guy what made him come here with the first level and who this horned girl was. The young man smiled good-naturedly and said that he had heard from his elders that those men were experts in the field that interested him. One of them asked who sent him here and reported this information. Kang Hansu said he met them today and cannot yet share the details of their conversation. So the guy said he really needed to learn how to avoid being seen at the gym and offered a reward. But the man was interested to know who this horned lady Kang Hansu brought was. The young man calmly said that she was a bodyguard, a level 27 demon, but his interlocutor didn't believe him, as a high-level girl wouldn't protect a first-level person. Kang Hansu was confused because he told the truth, but they didn't believe him. The demon suggested killing the man so he would believe her. That would have been cool, but the guy was worried about how he would deal with the consequences. Diaroka said that was not her problem anymore. The man slammed his hand on the table angrily and asked what the guy on the first level wanted. He demanded that the man leave his bodyguard and leave. If the demoness behaved well, he would forgive Kang Hansu for his insolence. Then the guy wanted to add that he would keep the money for himself, but at that exact moment he felt a strong blow from a heel on his head. The man was caught off guard and flew to the side, hitting the wall painfully. All the dishes and food on the table flew in different directions. This really angered the men sitting at the neighboring tables, and they decided to get revenge on the guy. Kang Hansu wanted to say he had nothing to do with it, but all the accusations fell on him. Diaroka looked around with an appraising gaze and decided to act. There were many bandits. They were aggressive and had no idea what was waiting for them. Literally a moment later, Kang Han-soo stared in astonishment at the image that appeared before him. The powerful blow sent the men flying in all directions, and Diaroka continued to beat them furiously. They didn't have time to resist, and with the strong blows to the jaw, they lost their teeth. There was blood everywhere. The cook and the waitress looked horrified and hid under the table so they wouldn't get the same thing. Suddenly, the young man thought he needed to stop his demon, but he was too distracted by his gaze. When the boys returned to the academy, they noticed the oldest boy walking around the building wrapped in a cloak. Kang Han-soo suddenly jumped from the roof to take the guard's hiding place. The guy realized it was a somewhat unusual gym, as they used night raids and security as a measure of effectiveness, but that only worked in their favor. Then the young man said that it was a bit troublesome to constantly cross their path and neutralize them without killing them. It was somewhat unusual. Diaroka was still curious about why they had come to the academy in the middle of the night, what he needed there. Kang Han-soo said he had business related to a statue that interested him greatly. The guy easily jumped over the fence and found himself not far from the huge monument. The demon said that given the legend, Federicus was the hero's companion. Diaroka then added that he was actually banished after laying eyes on the female hero. Consumed by rage, Federicus swore loyalty to the Queen of the Night and transformed himself into a vampire. In the end, he still managed to steal the female, and it was a very tragic story. Kang Han-soo realized that his interlocutor was very well informed, and the demon responded by saying that this information was known to the chosen ones. So the guy said that we needed to find a clue in that statue that God spoke about. Diaroka said that she might have understood what was being discussed, and Mane asked whether she should share her guess or not. Then she even said that there wasn't even a path between the hero's statue and the kidnapped swordswoman, but it's strange because there's more than one obstacle separating them. Furthermore, Fedoricus looks with a loving gaze only at her, while the swordswoman is facing the other direction. All this reminded Diaroka of a real puzzle and an interesting riddle. In conclusion, Kang Han-soo realized that he could follow where the swordswoman's gaze was directed. And without thinking twice, the travelers went to the place where the statue was looking. Soon they saw a circle on the asphalt made of stone and with a shapeless depression inside. The friends leaned over the depression and realized it was actually a map showing the way to the lake. Diaroka noted that this area has a huge territory and it is physically impossible to get around it. Suddenly, the demon remembered the legend about a freshwater fish that lived in the lake and waited for Federicus for a long time, but ended up turning to stone. Kang Han-soo said they were just fairy tales that had nothing to do with reality, but Diaroka decided to check. And when the boys turned to the statue of the hero, they discovered, however, a monument to a mermaid nearby. The boy looked at her in astonishment and could not believe what he saw. Was the legend really fiction? The demoness wanted to destroy him, but Kang Han-soo was afraid that by doing so, they would lose track. Diaroka confidently said that this mermaid ended up here by chance and has nothing to do with the legend. The young man noticed the tears on the fish's cheeks. If she wasn't abandoned, then why was she crying? Kang Han-soo saw that the mermaid's gaze was directed downwards and wondered how it was possible that there was a clue hidden there. Suddenly the boy felt something with his hands and was incredibly surprised by the find. In her hands, a small jewel glowed and studied the light around her. Her friends looked at it in amazement. The find was a ring, a typical way for magicians to declare their love. The fellow put the ring in his hand and said he had not found anything else, and therefore had not made much progress in his guesses. Suddenly, Kang Han-soo's eyes widened as he received a new sponsorship, forgiveness. Patron Asa was very angry and furious because he missed that moment. God demanded that the boy immediately renounce this patronage that had been given to him. But Kang Han-soo didn't want to do that, because now he could influence people with this power. This did not please God at all. He began to protest furiously and stamp his feet. Suddenly, a crowd of workers gathered around the boys and said that when evaluating Kang Han-soo's effectiveness, they should have announced that outsiders were not allowed to enter. People noticed that, considering a high-ranking demon was beside a mere disciple, he was an unusual person. The boy tried to explain that he had come there as a companion, but was abruptly interrupted and ordered to remain silent. Suddenly, the idea occurred to him that he could use the new sponsorship for his own purposes. His sad face made those present want to repent of their sins and stop doing evil. One of the leaders said that from now on, the young man needs to try to follow the school rules. His second companion added that if Kang Hansu is a newbie, then you can ignore this case because he is already busy preparing for the entrance ceremony. The guy said he remembered everything and would follow the rules in the future, and they said goodbye. Diaroka asked the master not to use this blessing on her. He asked why. The demoness coquettishly commented that even without patronage, she would always forgive her master. However, the young man said he was already using it. Diaroka was surprised that he had actually offended her. Kang Hansu smiled mysteriously because he couldn't say that he accidentally looked at her panties during the bar fight. The next morning, the boys were a little excited. They were happy to have been admitted, but Taker was not. Suddenly, someone began speaking from the podium, asking the teenagers for silence and congratulating them on their admission. The teacher said he would first introduce the faculty to the children and then hand over to the academy director. Kang Hansu was surprised that the teachers were being greeted so actively, but Diaroka, who suddenly appeared, said that they were probably famous among the people. The man angrily asked what she was doing there, but the demon pleaded loneliness and decided to keep her owner company. He had to leave her. The teacher told the children to meet a new teacher who will teach subjects related to magic. She was the guardian of fire and the elder of the Elven Kingdom, Lady Silver. Crack took the podium and said he looked forward to a fruitful cooperation with the boys. Kang Hansu saw a bird perched on the elf's shoulder and thought it might be a phoenix. Memories of a time that wasn't the best in his life immediately came to mind. Suddenly, the man felt a fierce gaze upon him and thought that he had probably accidentally met the eyes of a phoenix. But Kang Hansu wasn't sure about this, and it was possible that he was just imagining it. Suddenly, Taker perked up and happily said that he could study with the fire guardian. Beside him, Kang Hansu said good-naturedly that Taker was worried in vain and asked in surprise if this elf was really so extraordinary. Meanwhile, the professor said he was passing the word to the academy director. There was an elegant sound under heel, and soon a refined woman entered the arena. She said that this year is very important for them, because a respected person came to the academy to provide assistance. And soon, newcomers will meet heroes who have great achievements. The boys began to talk animatedly among themselves, and the principal asked everyone to be quiet with the help of scary sounds. When silence reigned, the woman casually told everyone to be quiet, or else they would fly away. Kang Hansu realized that this lady clearly had a very stable character. In conclusion, the director said that it was necessary to divide the classes into advanced and backward. This can be done through a fight, that is, the guys will fight until the strongest one remains. At the same moment, an unimaginable fight began. Everyone tried to defend themselves and not fall, defeating their opponents. Some were happy to have fun and shake their fists, but for others, this turn of events was somewhat unexpected. Strong guys would become so weak that they couldn't resist. They would fall to the ground and lose consciousness. The girls also demonstrated their skills there and delivered stronger blows to their opponents. Kang Hansu said that sometimes it's good to dive into the wild and flex your muscles in a fight without rules. The guy added that now that he has a new sponsorship, he will still be forgiven for killing everyone. With these words, Kang Hansu turned his fierce gaze and went to duel with the boys. He approached some who were fighting among themselves and were ready to deliver a heavy blow. Their eyes shone with a demonic glow, and the boys looked at Kang Hansu in astonishment, looking very frightening. The next moment, everyone rushed out like a chain because the young man was significantly stronger and more resilient. He threw the children in different directions and shouted angrily that they would all go to the back class. God joined hands in prayer for the repose of the great company of people who would suffer. And Taker, at that moment, was hiding on the floor. He said that this school is crazy and that everyone around is crazy. The guy decided that in the advanced class he would have to constantly pass similar tests. So he decided to pretend he was down and lay down on the floor, agreeing to go to the tardy class. A few hours later, when the boys were ready, they were congratulated on successfully becoming leaders. The teacher said that this year the children show big differences in their level of development. She also added that children should remember how hard they need to work because they could return to elementary school at any time. Then the students were told that there were only two disciplines, the knights and the magicians, and that they had to make a choice according to their abilities. The teacher announced that one of the students would be considered the head of the advanced class. It was Prince Rachel, a guy with long blonde hair and a handsome, pleasant face. He entered the room and told those present to try to understand each other and work together. Kang Hansu felt some memories related to the word boss return and wondered what she was doing now. At this moment, there were many people near the temple who enthusiastically greeted the tournament winner, Choi Gangmin. The saint sincerely congratulated the victor and granted him the sacred sword, which is kept in the temple. When handing the sword to the boy, she said that it was a symbol of a hero and that in the future, the weapon would greatly influence his development. The saint told Choi Gangmin to take the sword and speak words of wish to become stronger. The young man did so with bated breath and uttered the necessary phrase while the sword glowed with intense fire. Suddenly, a portal opened and began to absorb the young man. It was so surprising and unusual that he didn't have time to react. The gathered heroes looked in panic at what was happening and were very confused. Choi Gangmin looked around, not understanding where he was or what had happened. The guy was near some big, huge steps and noticed several structures around him. There were many stones and stone buildings around, as well as houses and huge ruins. Suddenly, he saw a man beside him who greeted the hero in orc roll. The young man was even more surprised and asked again where he was and what the name of that city was. The ruins guard chimed in and said that Choi Gangmin had just arrived at the orc city. The giant added that it seemed the hero was recognized by all the rules, and it was necessary to begin training immediately. At that time, the academy started training, and on the very first day, Kang Hansu had a conflict with the teacher. He was outraged that the boy was not ready for classes because he lacked the most basic knowledge. It was the patronage of a warrior, which the boy did not have, but it was the foundation of the knight. Therefore, the young man was expelled from the hall and the door was locked, which left him somewhat puzzled. Kang Hansu was furious, smashed the door with his fist, and shouted to be released immediately. The guy was boiling with anger, but he understood that this would not affect the situation, so he decided to calm down and think. He remembered that absolutely everyone he knew had the warrior's patronage. But Kang Hansu also felt that he didn't need some kind of conveyor belt sponsorship, because he had his own unique power. A moment later, he broke down the door and appeared on the threshold ready to defend his rights in education. The teacher began to feel indignant, because Kang Hansu did not respect the teacher's words at all. But the guy took out his hand, which emitted an incredible light and was no worse than a sword, and said he could also use it to practice fencing. And although this circumstance frightened the teacher a little, he tried to follow the rules and was indignant, because without sponsorship, this was impossible. However, the young man's convincing weapon and steady gaze did their work, and they returned to their lesson. After class, all the boys gathered to discuss how everything had happened, and the teacher wondered how it was possible to fence like that without sponsorship, and left the hall. Kang Hansu was curious to know how his friends received the warrior's patronage, and almost all of them said it was through medicine. The guy was bursting with rage because they had made absolutely no effort to receive such a blessing. He realized that even this way he could gain sponsorship without much effort. Suddenly someone called the young man. It was the chief, who told his interlocutor that he had done well at the entrance ceremony. In this regard, the village chief could have made Kang Hansu his ward and provided him with an unlimited supply of medicine, but he refused such an offer. Rachel was extremely indignant. He said he was addressing the boy with all kindness. Kang Hansu used his patronage, and the boss did not insist any further, but warned that next time he would not back down. God laughed and said that the boy had probably just caught the older man's attention and would eagerly await further developments. After a short break, classes continued, and the teacher said that it would be boring to dedicate the entire class just to theory. In connection with this, he decided to prepare something incredible for the boys and took out a dragon fang. He acquired this fang from a recently defeated dragon and spent all his savings on it. The professor was extremely delighted and said how wonderful this prey was. Everything about it was harmonious, both the size and the texture. Kang Hansu happily said that he never thought he would encounter such curiosity again. The world is still small. After a while, the children discussed what had happened in class. Overall, it was interesting, but the teacher spent many hours bragging. However, the boys agreed that if they didn't focus at that moment, everything would be fine, and they enjoyed the class. The boss turned to Kang Hansu and approached him. The man was extremely irritated by this and regretted not sending his interlocutor back. But God wryly remarked that one could simply resign oneself and go with the flow. Kang Hansu did not understand how anyone could agree to that. Then a voice was heard asking the young man to give them a minute. Kang Hansu turned around and saw the students who were left behind by his blows. They were apparently very angry and extremely unhappy to now be in such an unpleasant position. His friends asked if everything was okay and if the young man needed help, but he could handle it. The guy was looking forward to an interesting confrontation because he was a little bored with everything and wanted to have some fun. The boys arrived at the scene of the fight and found Taker lying unconscious on the ground. The angry student angrily picked up the boy by his forelock and asked if he was Kang Hansu's partner. He then added that overall Taker was a good guy, but that he had to be dealt with. The rest of the boys understood the idea of wanting revenge on Kang Hansu, because it was his fault that they suffered great shame and were sent to the end of the group. The guy thought for a few moments about what to do. He didn't understand that Taker probably pretended to avoid entering the advanced class. The stunned attacker didn't understand why Kang Hansu was so calm and unhurried in his actions. Kang Hansu sat down next to his protege and said, "Did he really decide to make his life easier this way?" However, the boy understood that these students had turned the boy Uncle Knight had asked him to look after into a mess. Now, at any cost, he must take revenge on them and not let them do it again. The man opened a portal and asked for a bone to be removed from there, and those present looked at him in astonishment. A moment later, Kang Hansu held out a bone and said he would take responsibility for what those guys had done. They thought it was funny. They said it was impossible to resist something like that. It was incomprehensible, and during the presentation speech, they simply relaxed. However, the first guy who said this received a heavy blow to the head and flew to the side. The boys looked at Kang Hansu in surprise, but they were confident that they could deal with him together. They first encountered a fellow who had the first level in himself and was very resilient. Kang Hansu said that he still had a lesson ahead of him and that there was very little time, so in order not to delay the process, the gentleman could attack at the same time. The genius of the Night Kingdom watched the battle between Kang Hansu and his brothers. The prince of the mercenary kingdom, who suppressed the enemy with excellent swordsmanship based on enormous power, could not guarantee that he would obtain victory. The princess of the Lake Kingdom also fought with the boy. She was fluent in soft swordsmanship, whose advantage was her flexible body. Now they were unconscious and unable to recover from the brutal fight with the new student. It was hard to imagine, and the guy honestly didn't understand how Kang Hansu managed to defeat everyone. However, he said wryly that even from there, he could hear the gears of the famous fencing genius turning. This made the guy extremely angry, and he started to walk towards Kang Hansu in anger. The hero was not worried. He held the bone in his hands and could fight with it calmly. Everyone approached him at great speed, and the man was ready to repel the blows. For some reason, Kang Hansu's appearance began to look demonic, and from the outside it was a frightening sight. The boys began to feel as if many demonic creatures had formed around them. They were everywhere, attacking from all sides, and the students screamed in fear and pain. Kang Hansu used the bone with lightning speed. He flew through the area at great speed, knocking the guys down. The The guy didn't understand why the curse was suddenly activated, first the massacre and then the extermination. God said it was a glitch. The beaten boy screamed in horror that a demon was attacking him. His face was drawn with fear. Kang Hansu looked around, but he couldn't see any demons, which made him a little confused. Finally, the battle was over. The guy still hadn't found the demon and decided it was necessary to contact Taker. The young man was lying on the floor and didn't want to get up so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Kang Hansu asked if he was conscious or if he had actually been beaten very severely. The next second, Taker moved and had to stand up and say something. The boy sat on the floor, was in a bad mood, and looked at his companion with displeasure. A brilliant idea came to Kang Hansu's mind. Pretend it was the young master who beat up all the students. Taker tried to be indignant, but the guy explained how people wouldn't believe that a first-level user had defeated a royal descendant. Then Kang Hansu lifted up the healthy boy who had regained consciousness and said that he had regained consciousness just in time. The student took a step back, confused, and looked at the boy with a frightened look. But Kang Hansu, with a good-natured smile, asked him to take care of the boys who were now lying on the ground. Then the boy ran to class, waved goodbye, and said he was glad this misunderstanding was over. God looked sideways at the man and asked if he had even a shred of conscience. Kang Hansu maliciously said that there was no crime in this because he was defending himself. So our guest picked up the product and said he didn't even specify what it was needed for, but they sent exactly what was needed. The man thought for a moment, hoping he wasn't being spied on, because it seemed to him that when the bone appeared, there was blood on it. But in the next second, Kang Hansu thought that the organization wouldn't send a bone that he had just hit someone with. This simply couldn't happen, because the guy told him not to touch the locals. At this moment, in the abandoned ruins, Choi Gang-min was in an unequal battle with the city guard. He tried to get up, took everything with his sword, and wished it wouldn't defeat him. The giant said it was hard to control the strength when there was nothing in his hand. He liked this bone. It fit well in his palm. The city guard impatiently told the hero to get up quickly, and they continued on. Choi Gang-min gathered all his strength and determined to win. The guy thought his opponent was incredibly strong, because yesterday's orcs looked like newborn babies compared to him. However, the hero understood that this training was necessary for him to become stronger and more resilient. The city guard said that Choi Gang-min had no choice but to win, because the equipment in the old hall was destroyed, and he personally trains the hero. And now the guy won't be able to leave this place until he defeats the orc. Choi Gang-min felt the incredible power of his opponent in his arms. He was like a helpless child. The orc grabbed the guy with his friend, and in the next second managed to deliver a very strong blow. The boy hit the wall hard, and a sharp cry of pain escaped his mouth. The orc said good-naturedly that it would be better for the hero to learn through beatings, as this would have a quicker effect. Choi Gang-min couldn't resist anymore and yelled for him to stop and give him some time to breathe. But the next moment the man felt a strong blow to the face and fell flying. The young man began to fall, no longer able to control his body, as his state was close to unconsciousness. The giant grabbed the man by the leg and threw him up with all his strength, and he flew like a toy. The orc wanted the boy to show all his skills, but it was difficult to achieve. A minute later, the monster realized its opponent was coming to its senses and laughed furiously, shouting that it was attacking again. Choi Gang-min was losing his composure, and it seemed like this torture would never end. Meanwhile, a sad and utterly gloomy Kogmos wandered through the mountains. He remembered Diaroku. The demon couldn't stand the idea of her being with that monster Kang Hansu. Soon Kogmos heard the excited voices of the goblins. They were incredibly happy that their king had finally returned. The demon began to think that his home was better than some place in a foreign land. But suddenly he felt a strange aura. Kogmos looked around and suspected who that chilling energy might belong to. He couldn't believe that everything that was happening was real, because these were low-lying hunting grounds. It was unclear what the saint could have forgotten in such a place, and why she had come there. The goblins came out to find the heroes and gathered together to defend themselves and not let strangers enter their territory. The heroes looked at their opponent with joy and concluded that it would be easy to win. The guys hoped that with one blow, they would be able to crush these goblins and thus gain experience. But the boys didn't expect their enemies to set a trap as they approached the monsters. They stepped on branches and fell into a hole. The boys were horrified, screamed, and flew down quickly, realizing that a violent fall awaited them. The saint put her hands to her head and thought that the boys were in a great hurry. They needed to be careful. Chanmian shouted angrily that he hated all green creatures, orcs, gnolls, and goblins alike. The girl conjured a large ball of fire and wanted to direct it towards her enemies. The largest goblin that was there fell into the flames and began to burn. But that wasn't all. Evil goblins began to approach from all sides, their eyes glowing like lanterns. Arya and the class president, Eubora, entered the battle, the girls bravely brandishing their swords. When the enemies retreated a bit, Eubora looked around the area, estimating how many losses they would have to suffer. After all, they had just entered the goblin's lair, but even so, there were already victims of their cunning. Archmage Athena noted with disappointment that the traps were making things much more difficult, but the chief reassured her, saying that now the boys would be more careful. The princess realized that the dragon bone armor was too provocative for the goblins to attack violently. Athena thought for a few moments, organizing her thoughts to announce her decision to the boys. The girl clapped her hands several times, asking everyone present to be quiet, and began to speak. Initially, the heroes were supposed to go alone, but now the princess and prince will accompany them instead of the other members of the group. After all, the guys were waiting for Choi Gang-min to return from training and volunteered to join the cleanup of the Magic Kingdom by opening a hunt for goblins. In turn, Eubora, as the leader, ensured that she would become even stronger to be able to protect the entire group. The boys decided to teach the stupid goblins a lesson and went to the forest, but they noticed that there were many traps there, and this made it difficult to move. The chief concluded that most of the camouflage traps were poorly made, but some still posed a great danger. Therefore, in any case, it was necessary to exercise the utmost caution. The boys had to move in such a way as to not fall into traps in the future. Chon Mi-yeon noted with disappointment that there wasn't enough time to even raise the level. It would be better if they returned to the academy. But the prince said to prepare for the night, and today there was an opportunity to rest. The prince looked thoughtfully at the sky and said that in the forest night comes much faster. The boys lit a fire and prepared boxes of provisions instead of pitching tents to spend the night in peace. Suddenly, one of the knights turned to the prince with a question, and he asked what he needed. The knight angrily said that traces had recently been discovered, indicating that the dismantled traps had been rebuilt. Alos was thoughtful. If there were footprints, then it was the work of a person. But who could it be? So he decided to report it to the saint first. But literally that very night the battle continued. The goblins fiercely attacked their enemies, but the guys also fought with the help of magic. The princess asked the heroes to gain strength and endurance, but Jongmin was very upset with everything that was happening and thought that the enemies would never end. At this moment, Eubora was attacking the green monsters with all his might to defeat them and gain experience. The girl wielded her sword furiously and gave her enemies no chance. She was very determined. The prince came to his aid and struck a strong blow with his sword, breaking the goblin's head, which fell the next second. He dispersed the goblins that were near the class leader. Alos asked how the heroine Eubora was feeling and if everything was okay with her. The young man understood that unexpected attacks happened almost every night. The boys, with their limited experience, had difficulty dealing with them. Prince Alos, master of the sword, ordered the order of knights to take up arms and aid the heroes. In any case, the training was a useful activity, but caution wouldn't hurt. At that moment, the goblin went to the demon to tell him everything that was happening. It was a difficult time for all the inhabitants of the area, and the monster was confused, fearing the wrath of his master. Cogmos asked what the situation was like outside now, and if there was any threat to everyone there. The goblin was trembling all over and couldn't find words, but he found the strength to tell how deplorable the situation was. However, the demon was confused, because if the saint was with the heroes, the goblins' chances would be 0, but now they are still resisting. Suddenly a thought occurred to Kogmos. After all, Khan Hansu had once killed all the orcs and gnolls in the area. Now, because of this crazy guy, the heroes decided to come here to train. From this, it can be concluded that among the attackers there were only heroes who did not even have serious experience. The devil had a really interesting idea. If his opponent wasn't the saint, but some young upstart, then he would have every chance of winning. He will be able to make them regret entering these territories without permission. Inspired by this idea, Kogmos said that everyone should be called here to announce the order. Now it was the demons' turn, along with the goblin horde, to attack and reap their rewards. At this time, the monsters were beating the heroes' supplies with clubs. Eubora looked at this disgrace and could not recover from his indignation. But Chan Mien, who had approached, released a torrent of burning air on the enemies, and they retreated a little. The girl, furious, directed her magic to get rid of the insolent monsters that were mercilessly destroying her supplies. And at this moment, a demon was already watching from the cliff above, ready to avenge his subordinates in the near future. He had the ability to transform and change his appearance, becoming similar to a goblin. Kogmos had acquired different facial features through magic and was now almost indistinguishable from others. He turned into a real goblin. The only thing that distinguished him from them was the blue color of his skin. The goblins continued to advance, but Chonmin did not give up and tried to fight to protect the food. She threw her enemies away, but they seemed to have no end and were approaching from all sides. One of the evil monsters stuck its tongue out at the girl. It was very disgusting and unpleasant. Jongmyeon looked at the goblins with disgust, her eyes filled with rage, her teeth grinding in anger. Suddenly, among the green monsters, a blue one appeared and let out a cry of victory. The girls panicked and tried to defend themselves, but they realized they were surrounded on all sides. Eubora realized that these monsters do not act independently, they are led by a blue leader. The girl decided she needed to defeat him at any cost and went after him. But the reincarnated demon was very fast. He ran in one direction with the speed of light. Kogmos was happy that the hero Eubora chased him, because he had a plan to get rid of her. After all, he conducted research day and night with slaves to strengthen the physical body, and in the end it produced results. The demon understood that different methods could be used to win and took a deep breath. The next moment, he let out a sharp scream that spread throughout the surrounding area. The girls covered their ears because it was simply impossible to hear. The sound that was everywhere was driving them crazy. Eubora understood that he couldn't bear this for long, because this sound simply made his head split into small pieces. The next moment, all the goblins in the area began to follow the leader's command. Each of them began to let out a high-pitched scream, and the girls could not listen to it calmly. Many days passed, but the heroes were unable to defeat the vile goblins, and at the same time their supplies were running low. Jongmyeon complained that she forgot when she last rested, because enemies were constantly attacking. The chief said that no matter what happened, after the hunt, their numbers should have dwindled. The prince also thought about this matter, because now the number of goblins captured is comparable to last year's results, but some new species with blue skin have appeared. This strange goblin was behaving in a way that was not typical of his companions, and the prince decided to resolve the situation so that there would be no problems. It was necessary to defend the honor of Knight Lewis, who died tragically in battle. Swordmaster Alos couldn't believe they could lose a knight in a simple goblin hunt. Suddenly, Archmage Athena approached the gathered heroes and said that the saint had discovered the nature of the blue monster. It was a demon. Eubora and Jongmyeon looked out of the tent and asked in astonishment, "How is this possible?" But the princess confidently said that behind the rock there was a demon who had made the transformation. At that moment, the saint climbed a rock and thought about how to defeat the enemies. Suddenly, she heard the maid calling her to tell her the latest news. The girl said that the hero had conveyed the saint's words about the devil, and the boys already knew who they were dealing with. The saint said they could not suffer any more losses. His goal was to promote the progress of the heroes through hunting, but one of the knights died, and they could not even find his body. The temple servant understood that her heart ached with this situation, but for the heroes, such an event would be a good experience. She asked the maid to tell the boys about the importance of safety. The physical body can be restored, but the dead mind can no longer exist. She also added that Jong Mi-yeon died instantly and didn't remember anything, but Yu-bora remembered her death. Because, as expected, strong mental strength deserves your attention and concentration. The saint went to a vacant lot where there was practically no vegetation, just bare tree trunks. The next moment, the temple servant directed her magic spells at the surrounding area. Due to the influence of this magic, small green shoots began to emerge from the ground. After a short period of time, incredibly fragrant and beautifully shaped flowers appeared all around, as well as a large number of fruit trees. Sviata, I decided that this would help the heroes cope with the lack of food and save them from starvation. However, she understood that there was no point in simply continuing. She had to defeat the instigator, and this was a demon. At this moment, Kogmos walked through the wonderfully smelling garden and gnashed his teeth in rage, because with such difficulty he had managed to deprive the heroes of provisions. He was furious because his entire grand plan had fallen apart overnight. The demon returned to his lair, banging his fist on the table in anger, because the decision he made was not easy. Kogmos was very angry with Kang Han-soo for interfering and ruining the entire game. Still, no matter what happened, there was only one way out of this situation. Meanwhile, the human slaves watched their master and talked among themselves, wondering what kind of method this was. However, the devil became furious and ordered the slaves to be silent and not interfere with his reasoning. He panicked because no matter what they did, the result was the same: death. But he looked at these slaves and thought that at least he could save them. He was surprised by his own thoughts. After all, the demon had always put his safety above all else. But now the situation has come where he will sacrifice himself to save the inferior people. The decision was made. The demon told the slave to call the goblin elder. And although this decision was not easy, Kogmos was ready to announce his next order. At this moment, Jong Mi-yeon was happy that she had finally managed to reach level 13. The girl thought that Yu-bora was still ahead and had a 14th level, but soon she might be caught up. Chon Mi-yeon realized that he had already gone too far and needed to go back. But suddenly she realized that she was surrounded on all sides by vile goblins who were everywhere. She began to defend herself courageously, attacking enemies and fighting back from all sides. Kang Han-soo told the beaten boy to take care of the others lying on the ground. He promised he would try and even forced a smile, and then waved at the young man. God urged Kang Han-soo to begin his research quickly. The boy suggested skipping classes and going in search. The ring shone with a bright light and directed the young man in a specific direction. He decided to follow it. The guy walked in the direction the ring pointed, but in the end they found themselves in an unknown place. Suddenly, the ring stopped emitting light. Kang Han-soo raised his hand and waved it in the air, but nothing happened. Kang Han-soo thought there was some kind of malfunction or that the ring was simply broken. However, the next moment, he saw a majestic white flag rising on a small hill. God said this would happen, but the guy is busy thinking about how suspicious the place looks, but he has no idea what it all means. When Kang Han-soo asked the god what he meant when he said he was approaching, it was already too late, as he was overtaken by the burning lava. The guy barely managed to jump back. Now he saw that a flame had appeared nearby, and there were blocks of ice everywhere. Suddenly, a man jumped out and said that the place was dangerous, and that no one could stay there. But thanks to his patronage, the young man softened up the man who appeared and began to talk very amicably about the fact that there was a magic shooting training ground there. Kang Han-soo thought with displeasure that in such cases it was necessary to hang certain signs. The next second, the boy saw other students nearby and looked at him in surprise. One of the girls called Kang Han-soo by name, but he couldn't remember where she knew him from. The god muttered that it didn't really matter. The girl kindly said her name was Lisha and asked if the boy really didn't remember her. However, as the young man did not understand the local language well, he misheard the name, which left the girl a little upset. Kang Han-soo backed away in embarrassment. thinking that once again there had been a misunderstanding due to his lack of knowledge of the language. After a while, the girl began to tell him something excitedly, but Kang Hansu had difficulty understanding the gist, although he understood a few words. Lisha praised the young man for the fact that he had recently improved his language skills and now understood a lot. Kang Hansu was happy with the praise and said that he simply studied very well in class and remembered everything diligently. Lisha assumed that in that case the guy went to the magic shooting range to learn magic. The man calmly said that was the case, although in reality he was more interested in the secret hidden in the shooting range. And then the girl offered to take over his training, but Kang Han-soo had already been informed about the impossibility of training without sponsorship. However, Lisha's eyes were already shining with joy because she would be able to teach someone, and the girl said that it was quite possible to learn basic and simple things. When they parted, the girl asked what class Kang Han-soo was in and suggested that they meet at the same time the next day. Finally, Lisha said goodbye to the boy, and her friend came out to find her and asked who she was talking to. The friend noted with a slight smile that it was probably her lover and that they had just gone out on a date. Kang Han-soo asked the patron god's opinion on this situation, and Asa realized that the girl's actions were suspicious. The guy clarified that he was interested in the shooting range, and God pretended to have an idea about it. To Kang Han-soo, the behavior of the patron spirit, who still had no intention of telling anything, was incomprehensible. Suddenly, the young man was strengthened by someone called. He looked confused at the approaching figure. It was Rachel, who was walking towards the boy. She had a serious expression on her face and was holding a piece of paper in her hands. When he approached Kang Han-soo, he said he'd been looking for him everywhere. He thought today was the day everyone wanted something from him. The guy decided to use his forgiveness sponsorship, thanks to which this annoying Rachel would go away. However, he was prudent. He saw Kang Han-soo's status and made thorough preparations. Rachel scripted the conversation, so she wouldn't have to see her interlocutor's offended face, and thus the clientelism wouldn't work. Kang Han-soo had no idea that there was such a weak point in his acquired skills, and the prince went on to explain that if they united, they could become stronger. The guy thought about it for a few moments, but overall the offer wasn't so bad, because at school they gave tasks in pairs, and forming a team with a classmate was a good prospect. After a while, Kang Han-soo confidently said that he accepted the offer. This circumstance made the prince very happy, and he gave his interlocutor a friendly pat on the shoulder. God did not like this situation, because such behavior was completely at odds with Asa's character. Kang Han-soo had the idea to ask Dairaoki how he could hide his status from others. The man approached the demoness, who was diligently sharpening a bone from a fallen dragon, with this question. The girl said she wouldn't want to give away such valuable information for free. However, if her master orders her, she cannot refuse and will tell some secrets. Kang Han-soo ordered the demoness to tell him how to hide his status from others. Dairaoka began to say that to view another person's status window, a certain sponsorship was required, and to resist, another sponsorship was required to cover it. There were several sponsorships of this type. For example, equality obliged the person to reveal their status if the interlocutor did the same. There were such sponsorships, marriage or bluff, disguises in which it was necessary to pretend to be dead, as well as modesty. However, they all had their own significant shortcomings and were not entirely suitable for Kang Han-soo. Dairaoka said these were the first things that came to mind. Suddenly, one of Kang Han-soo's colleagues intervened in the conversation and said that it was possible to have the opportunity to hide one's status not only through clientelism. We were talking about curses. It was a very dangerous thing, but it could be useful. This information really interested the boy, and he wanted to know more about how to get a curse. Dairaoka remarked that this was a pretty sensible idea for a miserable human. The demoness thought that some of them would be suitable for the owner, the curse of greed being acceptable. Kang Han-soo was very curious about how to obtain this curse. Dairaoka approached the girl from the dormitory and said in a sarcastic tone that she takes care of everything that belongs to the owner. The man asked about the price of such a curse, and the demon replied that it was only life. Kang Hansu had heroic determination and thought this was a good idea. God noticed that Asa had a very suspicious smile. This was somewhat alarming. After the guy made his decision, they went to the mercenary guild to put it into action. After much deliberation, they finally decided on the only tolerable task for Diaroki. The demon didn't understand why the master had the idea of enlisting her as a mercenary. Kang Hansu said that to receive the curse of greed, one must have many slaves and property. But since all his belongings were inside, the man thought the slave would be able to lift them up to the level. It will be so powerful that even the owner will have difficulty dealing with it. Diaroka generally approved of this method but was confused by some aspects associated with it. Kang Hansu said he understood his concerns about his hunter's curse. After all, with the help of his powerful influence, it was possible to strengthen an orc to the level of an ogre, and if it weren't for that, Diaroka would have received the A rank long ago. The guy wondered if the ogres were so strong that it was difficult to deal with them. The demoness replied that their strength was almost the same as the knight Kang Hansu had met some time before. She then warned that the owner would greatly regret this decision. After all, even with her current level, she wouldn't be able to defeat even 3 strong orcs. However, the subject was adamant. He said that the slave trusted him because his target was the goblins and gnolls. That same night, in the forest, Diaroka engaged in an unequal battle with 3 large, brutal gnolls. The demon used all her power and the strength of magic to defeat them. But the gnolls were difficult to defeat so easily. They used sharp claws and teeth too. At some point, the curse of the hunt took effect, and the enemy became several times stronger. His wounds healed instantly, and he felt that his opponent was very weak. Diaroka was furious, as he was just a pathetic gnoll, but she couldn't do any more damage to him. Kang Hansu decided it was time to intervene and pushed the demon aside, heading towards the enemy. There were 3 of them. They had great endurance and incredible power, thanks to which they quickly dealt with opponents. The gnolls rushed to deal with Kang Hansu as quickly as possible. They did not see him as a threat to themselves. But the guy's eyes were burning with a demonic glow. He thought he hadn't seen such monsters for a long time. The next moment, he cut all 3 gnolls in half with one sword strike. The demon looked at what had happened in astonishment. She couldn't understand how her master had handled it so quickly. Diaroka asked confused if that was all and if the duel was over. Kang Hansu told the demoness to take his fangs and carry them with her as a trophy. However, the girl remained thoughtful and was in no hurry to leave her place to fulfill the request. The guy asked in disgust why she stopped and looked, since the hero's curse presupposes taking the loot. The demon tried to respond as if she didn't find it funny at all, but she wasn't doing a very good job. Diaroka couldn't help but laugh out loud and burst out laughing because her master was so cool. Kang Hansu said that now is not the time for jokes, and that it is necessary to be a little more serious. After all, the slimes had already come running from all sides and were ready to eat the prey that had fallen to earth. But the demon wanted her master to give her stricter orders, and that was exactly what the man did. She was very happy because thanks to the rude and unceremonious orders, she felt inspired. The next morning, all the students gathered at the gym and were quite intrigued. Taker pointed his finger at Kang Hansu in displeasure and declared that because of him, he would have to clean toilets for half a month. The fellow mockingly congratulated his pupil on his return and offered to send him back to the infirmary, in which case he would not have to clean anything. Suddenly, a girl approached Kang Hansu with a friendly greeting and Taker's jaw dropped. It was Lisha. She walked excitedly towards the boy and said that he was already full of energy in the morning. The girl looked at the presents with her sky-blue eyes. Taker grabbed his interlocutor tightly and asked in surprise how ordinary people knew that girl. All the boys present were surprised to learn that Lisha was friends with Kang Hansu, who decided to teach his protege a lesson. The girl said she would like to practice magic and that when classes were over, she would wait for Kang Hansu. She would be happy to have the opportunity to practice magic, because it is very exciting. The guy paused his fight with Taker and said with a smile that he would definitely come. He thought it would be cool to skip school. Was this girl really that responsible? Lisha waved at him, hoping the guy wouldn't run away like last time. She was very happy that Kang Hansu agreed to go with her to practice magic. The guy thought that Lisha was probably very popular among teenagers and many dreamed of dating her. But he didn't think much of it because Kang Hansu had business with Taker. The guy grabbed him by the collar and dragged him away, while Taker helplessly said that all his hopes for Lisha had crumbled. The lower-class building surprised everyone with its interesting shape. It was tall and made of wood, somewhat resembling a birdhouse. Kang Hansu looked at the building and wondered why it was so tall and unusual. Suddenly the guy was called unexpectedly. He turned around and saw the guys he had a confrontation with before. Chief among them was Prince Alpus. He greeted the boy and said he had a title. Then he and his group knelt in reverence before the force. Kang Hansu looked at them in astonishment, for he had never seen royalty kneeling before him. The prince noticed that members of royal families and aristocrats bowed to commoners, which was unusual for them. But in this way, they wanted to make a truce with Kang Hansu and stop fighting. The patron god was outraged, as this was not very good for lone wolves. He was categorically against it. After all, these guys shouldn't be with Kang Hansu, since he has his own special path. The boys then explained the reason they approached Kang Hansu, because if they failed to enter the advanced class in the next exam, they would lose the patronage of the aristocracy. Kang Hansu realized that thanks to the patronage of the aristocracy, the bearer of noble blood should fulfill his destiny. The man decided that he would not interfere, and the boys could do as they pleased. The prince looked at the young man with admiration and asked again if he really forgave them. The next second, all the boys expressed their gratitude to the boy and said that he was kinder than he seemed at first glance. Kang Hansu gritted his teeth in disgust. Did these guys really consider him a tyrant and despot? God attacked his protege and said that such good nature would lead to nothing good, and confidence in the man as Asa's representative was finally shaken. Kang Hansu said it wasn't his fault, and there was no need to pick on him so much over such trifles. However, the time had come to meet Lisha. The young man still couldn't calm down after the incident that had occurred the day before. He stamped his feet furiously and was seething with rage as he recounted how the entire crowd of young men fell to their knees and began to leer at him. Lisha laughed, because this guy always drew her into some interesting stories. Soon Kang Hansu asked where they were going and what exactly they were going to do. The girl said cheerfully that she had in mind a place where no one would disturb them. The boy was a little confused because he suspected what place his companion was talking about, and she, however, continued the story of how she once suffered while accompanying the hero. Kang Hansu was covered in sweat. He stopped and asked with a trembling voice what the phrase that accompanied the hero meant. After a brief pause, the girl said that she had once accompanied the hero Ohana, who had shown himself to be quite self-confident. She added that thanks to this pompous importance, the hero clearly stood out from the others, even compared to Kang Hansu. The boy remembered how Lisha complained that it was difficult to hunt with him, which made him think a little. It turns out that hunting with Hanu was more dangerous and difficult than with him. That is, his classmate achieved some success here. Kang Hansu remembered that his friend at school read fantasy novels and comics every day. This world was familiar to him, and he was able to adapt quickly here. God silently listened to the thoughts that came to the man's head and looked at him in confusion, and then chuckled softly. Finally, the travelers arrived, and Lisha reverently announced that the magic lesson was beginning. She made the boy take off his outer clothing, sit cross-legged, and relax his back a little. Lisha said in a warning tone that in magic there are clear causes and effects. This whole process is reminiscent of how a woman and a man give birth to a child. Kang Hansu felt a calming and comforting warmth spread throughout his body. God didn't like what was happening at all. He was extremely displeased, and in anger he punched the guy in the forehead. Lisha leaned over to her friend and asked if he was clear about the explanations. Kang Hansu covered his face with his hands and said that it was quite understandable. The ring in his hand was shining with a bright light. The girl looked at the jewel with disappointment and said frustratedly that she was still late. The boy asked again what she meant, but Lisha changed the subject and said it was necessary to continue. Kang Hansu enjoyed this lesson. He felt the heat running through his body, and it made him feel warm. It was magic. But suddenly, Asa's sponsorship worked, and in an instant, the spread of heat stopped. The boy looked at the place where the life energy was gushing out, without being confused. The patron god laughed out loud. He was sincerely happy and enjoyed the spectacle. Suddenly, Kang Hansu realized that Asa's patronage had increased, and at the same time, his body was filled with a completely different energy. Lisha asked fearfully if her companion was okay and what was happening to him. The guy used to always control the balance of power, but now for some reason it has collapsed, and the frequency of backlash has accelerated. Kang Hansu tried to conserve his strength and not let it slip away, but it was difficult to control. He thought it was necessary to waste this boiling energy because it would not come out otherwise. There was no point in keeping it to himself. The boy felt that the magical abilities wanted to appear. Soon the guy made the maximum possible tension and tried to release the force. And in the next second, an inexhaustible stream flowed from his hand and captured everything around. Lisha closed her eyes and ears in fear. She couldn't understand what was happening or how it was possible. Soon the unprecedented energy flow disappeared into the sky. She looked at it and asked what it was. Kang Hansu sighed in relief and said that everything was over, as if he had been born again. The girl couldn't believe that Kang Hansu could wield magic so easily and effortlessly. However, the young man did not understand what was being discussed, because in his mind, the action that had been performed had no connection with magic. But the inspired girl happily said that Kang Hansu himself probably didn't understand what he had done recently. Now the guy understood that recently he imitated swordsmanship using the power of the gnolls. But since he had now understood the principle of using magic, it was truly a miracle. The teacher noticed the magic rays that Kang Hansu was releasing and became very angry. He suspected something was wrong and decided to personally check what the students were doing without permission. Meanwhile, Lisha still couldn't understand how someone could use magic without the patronage of magic. The disgruntled professor approached the boys and waved his fist threateningly. The unauthorized use of magic was unacceptable within the academy's walls. The teenagers looked at him in astonishment and were very frightened because the situation was extremely unpleasant. The angry teacher said that Kang Hansu was again violating discipline. He was not only skipping fencing classes, but he was also breaking the academy's rules. He added that if the guy is thinking of running away this time, he won't be able to. Kang Hansu tried to use the power of his patronage and loudly apologized for what he had done. But the professor was very angry, his eyes burned with wildfire, and he destroyed the sponsorship in an instant. And the teacher decided that it was possible to make up for the missed fencing lessons through practical training in a real fight. With all the anger he felt, the teacher decided to direct it at the boy and teach him how to behave correctly. However, Kang Hansu asked his teacher to forgive him, as he seemed to be more inclined towards magic. The teacher had no time to respond. He was amazed at the boy's suddenly revealed abilities. In the next second, the professor was hit by millions of strong blasts that made his entire body tremble. The fellow looked at this with joy. Now he understood that he had a very interesting advantage. Kang Hansu sat in the greenhouse-like classroom, unhappy about having to sit through boring classes. After all, the boy had not intended to sit in class, but circumstances forced him to do so anyway. After all, the recent events that took place in the courtyard served as a good mark on his reputation. One of the teachers said he could resolve the conflict that had arisen between Kang Hansu and the teacher, but in exchange the boy would have to attend all the classes. He was told that rudeness and magic were strictly forbidden, but the young man honestly didn't understand why he needed to take lessons on how to create and kill a monster. The boy looked at the people present. Everyone had a partner, but he was sitting alone. Suddenly, Kang Hansu saw that Prince Alpis was also sitting alone in the front row. The boy thought it would be more fun for us to be together and sat down next to him, calling him Mulpus good-naturedly. But his interlocutor didn't like this and explained that people don't go to these classes to listen. He wants to be alone. But Kang Hansu, with the sweetest smile on his face, offered the prince to return to the lowest class if he rejected the offer. Alpus agreed, gritting his teeth, and although he was very unhappy about it, he did not argue. Suddenly, the young man saw an interesting creature that immediately brought back old memories. It was the firebird phoenix, who was on his owner's shoulder and looking at her curiously. The blue-eyed elven elder, Sarah Brett, entered the auditorium, smiling peacefully at the students. She said she was happy to welcome young scientists to the evening and that the future of humanity rested on their shoulders. The teacher introduced herself and said that she would continue teaching the children so that they would have an idea about the growth and development of monsters. Then the elf said she hoped to get along with the teenagers, and the firebird continued to circle above the pulpit. Kang Hansu noticed that the students were looking at the teacher with wide eyes, and that she was clearly very popular among them. His thoughts were interrupted by Phoenix, who sat right in front of the boy and stared into his eyes. Kang Hansu thought indignantly, why was this bird bothering him? Had he really done something wrong or offended her in some way? Meanwhile, Sarah Brett told her that she needed to explore the academy's surroundings and find out the reason why living beings were gripped by fear lately. With that in mind, classes will be held once every 2 weeks, and this made Kang Hansu very happy. He turned to his desk mate and commented that this was really great. But his interlocutor, furious, noticed in front of the entire audience that Kang Hansu was again confusing the name, calling him incorrectly. Sarah Brett angrily told the boys to stop making noise and not to interrupt his class. However, his gaze suddenly stopped on Kang Hansu, and they stared at each other for a few moments. The next second her eyes widened, because the girl was extremely surprised and didn't understand what that guy could be doing there. Her hands were trembling. Sarah Bretta couldn't hide the excitement that took over her entire body. With a trembling voice, she said that class was over for today. And then the teacher added that, from tomorrow onwards classes will be every day, and that she is waiting for everyone for the next class. Kang Hansu was furious. He believed Alpus was to blame for everything. He yelled at the entire audience. Now, because of him, classes were held every day. The man sat down in a chair, exhausted. He didn't understand why he constantly encountered such arrogant and unhelpful people. After all, Kogmos was the same, who constantly plotted and acted only for his own benefit. At this moment, in the cold basement, was Chon Min, who had fallen with the help of a trap. The girl opened her eyes and tried to understand where she was and what had happened to her. The next moment, Jong Myeon, overcoming all the pain in her body, stood up and looked around. Suddenly his gaze stopped on a black figure with large horns. It was a demon. The girl looked closely at the creature sitting in front of her and asked who it was. Kogmos said that he is the 14th son of the Demon King. He is very powerful and cunning. Chon Mien looked at him in confusion and asked in surprise what the king's son meant. The girl understood that she could use her patronage to defeat this demon. She smiled and said that the demon was just a very handsome man, and her voice echoed in his ears like music. However, he was adamant. Kogmos sternly interrupted her and said that he had no idea what the hero Chon Min was talking about. But the girl did not calm down and continued saying that the Demon King's son was a prince in his own right, and she could fulfill her long-held dream thanks to that. She cast her patron spell to intoxicate the demon. But to Chon Min's great surprise, the spell had no effect on Kogmos. He interrupted his speech and began to pressure her with magic. The demon enveloped its victim on all sides and she lost consciousness, no longer understanding anything. Kogmos didn't expect the girl to attack from behind and use so much force. It wasn't easy for him to deal with. But the demon still resisted and Chon Mien's lifeless body fell to the ground. He said that even people like her are considered heroes. Suddenly the demon looked at his status window and became quite confused and angry. He received the curse of a hero because he committed murder, and besides, this girl can become a hostage for negotiations. Kogmos thought that if he stopped developing now, he wouldn't be able to save his beloved Diaroku from Kang Hansu's clutches. It occurred to him to find a way to bypass the level cap, just like Kang Hansu did. The demons were pulled from their sad thoughts by the goblin's message that someone had come to visit them. Kogmos understood that the heroes had probably come to free the prisoner Chan Mien. The door slowly opened and Eubora appeared on the threshold. The girl was determined to free her friend. Suddenly, her eyes widened and filled with furious anger because she realized she was late. Eubora screamed in horror. She couldn't believe this actually happened. Kogmos calmly said that the girl had the good sense to follow the tracks left by the goblins and that she did the right thing. He added that Eubora entered the demon's domain alone and fearlessly. But suddenly the prince's voice was heard behind the girl, saying that he would not allow the hero to go alone. Kogmos hadn't expected this at all and was completely confused. However, the next moment he came to his senses. Swordmaster Alos angrily asked if it was true that the demon there was the lord of the mountain. Kogmos bared his snow-white teeth and said that everything was exactly as it was, that he was the one in charge of these natural resources. He then added that he also had direct power over the mountain goblins. The demon stared at the prince for a moment, his gaze filled with unwavering contempt. And the prince glared at his opponent in response, furiously and categorically striving to win. He could not forgive this demon for killing the hero Chan Mien. The Archmage of Athena said that the traps were too cruel, and that now all that was left was to deal with Kogmos, and everything would be over. The demon's eyes flashed with anger. He realized that the heroes who had come and the royal nobility liked his gift. But the prince did not agree with him. The young man raised his sword over his shoulders and said he would take revenge. Alos, the swordmaster, accelerated and was going to remove his worst enemy. He was beside himself with rage. But suddenly the devil opened the hatch and said that it is possible to win only with a cool head. Suddenly, a rock started falling from the ceiling, which could crush Chan Mien's body, and that would not allow her to be resurrected later. The stone began to descend rapidly, and the heroes risked losing the girl forever. The prince, furious, tried to reach the girl's body. He stretched out his hands but could not reach it. Eubora used his sponsorship to try to get Jongmyeon out of the demon. The girl sped up, took the prince with her, and they quickly headed towards the fallen body. However, this was another trap set by the demon. He said he would not waste bait as valuable as the hero's corpse. Then, in the next moment, Kogmos grabbed the girl and dragged her towards him. The prince asked Eubora to stop because it was dangerous to go any further. But the girl had a sponsorship that did not allow her to simply stop. She had to achieve a precisely defined goal. Alos tried to catch her. Gathering all the strength he had, the guy ran after the hero and almost grabbed her. However, he couldn't. Eubora turned around because she heard the princess's voice behind her. Archmage Athena asked the girl to look ahead and said she would find out for herself. Thanks to the action of magic, the rapidly falling stone was destroyed into small pieces. The prince held his breath, exhausted. He understood that the danger was over for the moment. Alos realized that his enemy was very serious and cunning in his intentions. This was not the end, as Kogmos had a cunning plan, which involved using the hero's body as bait. Eubora couldn't stop until he grabbed Jongmyeon. That was his goal. The girl didn't control her movements and quickly went towards the demon. She made her way through the many arrows Kogmos shot and still kept running. At some point, Eubora approached the body and was ready to grab it. Literally, a few inches separated them. And yet, despite the obstacles, she succeeded. Now the girl held her friend's body tightly and never let go. She turned and saw that the prince was trying to save them, bending down and extending his hand. Despite there being a small distance between them, Swordmaster Alos did not have time to execute his plan and capture the heroes. Kogmos said ironically that he had not thought, as a prince, of sacrificing his life to save the heroes. His body was riddled with arrows and there was no life left in him. He was dead. Archmage Athena screamed in horror. She didn't expect this to happen and was in complete despair. Suddenly, hatred and anger flashed in her eyes. She said she would never forgive the demon for this. However, she was unable to use fire magic, as the demon grabbed the corpses and covered itself with them. The princess was furious, and now she didn't know what to do and how to fix the situation. Kogmos's eyes gleamed maliciously. A cunning plan sprang to his mind, which he quickly put into action. The demon quickly pulled the arrow out of the prince's body. He needed to make it serve again. The next moment, he aimed an arrow straight at the princess's heart, and she couldn't take it anymore and fell down. Now the demon looked at his fallen victims of royal nobility and smiled, rejoicing at how well everything had ended for him. The only one who remained among those present was the hero Eubora. The girl said angrily that she considered the devil a selfish and backward coward. But Cogmos said that a hero who led an entire order of knights to capture goblins cannot talk about cowardice. The demon also added that he is level 22, just 3 levels above the hero, but is significantly inferior in patronage. The demon believed that if it weren't for the safety of the guys who arrived, he would be dead now. Finally, Cogmos gave the girl the advice that if she wanted to survive, she should not despise any method or means. Eubora thanked him for the instruction and raised his sword to attack his enemy. Her theme turned into a weapon. She was too strong and powerful to win. This way, the girl could withstand the attack and have enough stamina. Cogmos was surprised by this sponsorship, but still it was nothing compared to the skills Kanhansu had. He had another plan, and the demon took his cloak and threw it over the girl. Because of this action, she could no longer move and had absolutely no chance of repelling the attack. The demon asked ironically if the hero had no idea of the existence of such black magic. He added that people know how to use white magic and that it is only useful in war. Now Eubora was at risk of being the next hostage in possible negotiations. But the girl understood that she was running out of oxygen and had absolutely nothing to breathe. Suddenly, a bright light lit up in the room. The demon's eyes were horrified as he couldn't look at it. Literally from the ceiling, a saint was heading towards the devil. She said she did not expect such an ending. But this time, the demon Cogmos has crossed all limits of what is permitted, and apparently needs punishment. At this moment, the academy director was talking to the director, who asked how things were with Cerebret. She was interested in everything, how the teacher behaved in class and what her achievements were. The principal replied that lessons on establishing trust with monsters cannot even be checked through the status window, and therefore they may conclude that the students have not achieved any results. The headmaster panicked because if that happened, Hogwarts would no longer need such a teacher. The girl felt helpless. She didn't understand why now there was only bad news for the academy. She was offended that she had made such sacrifices, flattered the pseudo-noble saint to allow heroes to study at the academy as well. But these efforts were not worth it. However, the director also had good news. He handed the director a cup of hot tea. The girl immediately came back to life and said that she was thinking about how the hidden labyrinth had already been shattered and there was nothing left for them. The headmaster sipped his tea slowly and said that among the newcomers there was a student who was sponsored by an elf with a rank. They decided that with Silver's help, this student would achieve excellent results and become the pride of Hogwarts. For a long time now, they have been giving individual lessons in which Kang Han-soo needs to learn something important and meet the director's expectations. After greeting Kan Han-soo, the elf was displeased that he responded in a formal tone, simply calling her teacher. Many lessons have already passed, during which the children tried to establish communication with the slimes. And Kang Han-soo did it with ease. He instantly won over the soft, springy little animals. Cerebret praised the guy and said that he immediately attracted the slime's attention, which means they like him. And in connection with this, the elf decided to give him individual special lessons. So now they were in a beautiful exotic garden, and the guy was trying to informally greet the professor. She said that today they will learn how to deal with a monster partner. The girl will show this by her own example, imagining that her student is a slime. Cerebret called the boy to follow her and teach the class. The girl sat on the grass and told Kang Han-soo to sit next to her. Elphia showed her knees there and suggested that the student lie down there for a few minutes. Kang Han-soo was quite confused, but he still didn't argue and did what was required of him. Cerebret said he probably rushed a bit because his student was surprised, but the boy assured him it was fine, although it was true that it was a bit unusual. The young man thought sadly that he had managed to maintain his composure thanks to Asa's patronage. He did not understand what kind of lesson this was. God, who had been closely watching what was happening all this time, became very displeased and narrowed his eyes suspiciously. For a few minutes they sat in silence, looking at each other. Nothing happened. Kang Han-soo remembered other girls at the academy who behaved like this, like his classmate. Or the incredible Leisha, who also wanted to be alone with him. The guy found this fantasy world a bit strange. Soon after, the demon and her master attempted to achieve their intended goal to improve their abilities. Diaroka fought fiercely with the gnolls and looked at her enemies with a stern gaze. She didn't feel afraid even when the monster tried to hit the girl with all its strength. The next moment she parried the blow and resolutely fought her opponent. Diaroka grabbed the monster's huge paw tightly, and it screamed in pain. And the demon made every effort, and in the next moment, tore off the enemy's paw. The gnolls stared in horror. They had no idea a weak, ordinary female could fight like that. Diaroka threw his paw into the flames, without a single muscle in his face twitching. She finished off the rest of the opponents, and they were left defeated, unable to get up. Diaroka decided it was time to find out how his master was doing and if he was having any success. At that time, the young man was chasing monsters and using a huge dragon bone as a weapon. The gnolls fled in terror. They didn't want to become victims, and so they tried to leave the place. Overall, the hunt was successful and even a little fun, with the slimes cleaning up the aftermath in the end. Smiling, Kang Han-soo said that hunting was still much more fun than classes at the academy. It was a special heavenly pleasure. The guy saw that the demon had progressed to level 31, but it was still not enough for the curse of greed. Diaroka said that was what she meant when she warned about the difficulties in implementing the decision. However, Kang Han-soo was not discouraged, as they achieved impressive success. After all, those who took the spoils have already complained that there is too much evidence, and may begin to doubt whether there was a thorough punitive approach. Then the man added that the treasure was already empty, but this did not bring any results, so the demoness suggested changing the wording of the task. Diaroka said angrily that they had completed the task assigned to them, and that no problems should arise. Kang Han-soo thought that this gentleman probably just didn't believe he could do it all by himself and was collecting other people's trophies. Soon the man assumed that he had a task for a replacement who would definitely be suitable for Kang Han-soo. It was an order from an officer, and the guy had to be obeyed. He was instructed to take a shovel and go to the indicated territory. The essence of the task was that he had to dig a hole to a specific depth. The guy was furious because he didn't expect the task to be like this. Diaroka cheerfully remarked that no matter what, it was much more fun than sitting in the gym. The boy said, disgruntled, that she should talk less and help out. But the girl looked down and said that she was very tired of fighting the gnolls, and now she had no strength left. God supported the guy because this task was done in the spirit of a lone and independent wolf. Many hours passed. Kang Han-soo dug a very large hole, but in the end he became very bored with this activity. The young man thought it would be easier to sweep everything away at once, but in that case he might also destroy the ruins that contained important information. Diaroka noted that by doing so, Kang Han-soo would also fail the mission, and it wouldn't be worth it. So there was nothing left to do but dig with his hands. The guy thought extra hands would be useful here. Suddenly he had a wonderful idea. He drew his holy sword and opened a portal. The guy asked the orc to tell the workers to dig the ground and send more equipment. The next moment, several men emerged from the portal holding tools in their hands. People greeted the young man and said they were happy to meet him and also asked how he was. Diaroka said she was surprised every time she saw something like that. Kang Han-soo realized she was only interested now, and Kogmos asked about the portal as soon as he saw it. The demon became angry and said it was an insult to compare her to a loser, but the boy believed he should not underestimate the demon. Several hours passed. People worked hard and dug to a sufficient depth. Kang Han-soo couldn't get enough of this idea and said that a person should always use their head. Such a decision was unacceptable to the patron god, and he never tired of being indignant. The boy realized that everything was fine, and while people worked, he enjoyed life alone. This formulation calmed the god a little. One of the girls approached him and kindly offered him a small snack. Kang Hansu didn't mind, as he was actually very hungry. The guy greedily devoured the sandwich he was given. During the meal, the boy asked if it was true that another hero would be sitting in the warehouse. The girl nodded and told how bravely he trained. The boy shivered, as he thought that if he had personally appeared at the warehouse, he would definitely have tried to help this nasty goddess. Kang Hansu decided it would be best not to show his face for a while, and when he got tired, he got up and was about to leave. Diaroka asked the owner where he was going, but it was already dawn and the boy needed to go to class, so he asked the demon to look after the workers. People looked at Diaroku, talking among themselves, saying that it wasn't bad that the hero was commanding the demon. As the young man prepared himself and headed to class, he thought about the path he was finding the teacher of taming and capturing monsters more and more frequently. And no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't grasp the essence of the lesson. All they did was just look at each other. He thought perhaps it was because of the sponsorship, which meant greater importance and reputation in their eyes. Kang Hansu asked what the Lord God thought about this, but he was dissatisfied and remained nervously silent. Suddenly, the boy's thoughts were interrupted by the teacher who approached him unexpectedly. She said her request concerns midterm exams that she must pass in a special order because regardless of her grades, the young man will be assigned to an advanced class. The boy asked what he had done to deserve such a role, and the teacher calmly said that there is no such thing as a free lunch. She then added that they would not demote him as Cerebret's best student to a backward class. However, in return, the boy would have to take additional classes as a midterm exam mission, and this news left him very intrigued. The professor grabbed him by the hand and said that this was a serious task, on which Cerebret's future work, as well as the prestige of the entire academy, depended. She said she was contacting him on behalf of the academy director and asking for his help. Kang Hansu finally managed to free himself from her tenacious hands and promised that he would make every effort. The girl quickly said that she was happy to hear that. Everyone trusted him, then said goodbye and said that she had many other things to do. Kang Hansu stood in the middle of the street, confused, and looked mechanically at the teacher as she left. God narrowed his eyes maliciously, and a mischievous glint was barely noticeable in his eyes. He thought this was an excellent reason to punish the elf teacher. However, the boy did not share his mood and noted sadly that by ruining the professor's reputation, he would also pay with his own. Kang Hansu suggested that it was not that simple. If he had ruined his reputation with his stupidity, it should be acknowledged that the respected god Asa, who had granted him patronage, was not very intelligent either. God protested, considering such statements as moral pressure, and became very angry. Even so, the boy decided to take extra classes, and at the same time, he will have access to the midterm exam. He decided that he would meet all the requirements and be able to access and pass the exam without much effort. Then, Kang Hansu went to check how the workers were doing their work and how Diaroka was maintaining order. The demon was happy to see him and asked if all the classes had gone well. The boy smiled and said that everything went perfectly and that overall the day was great. The demon scolded the young man for leaving her alone, then sniffed and noted with disapproval that he smelled like an elf. Kang Hansu asked her not to say stupid things, but to go with him to a certain place. Soon they reached a steep cliff. The subject lay down and began to carefully study the nearby area. Diaroka didn't quite understand what all this was for, but his companion explained that it would be easier to capture the monster in secret. These words greatly disturbed the demoness. She almost cried, saying that the guy already had a devil in his face. He really needed someone else. But Kang Hansu explained that this was just an examination. And the animated god said, delighted, that the best prey would be a huge and powerful dragon, but the fellow wanted to capture a monster that he could tame. Diaroka believed that a demon dragon or a fierce death dragon would be ideal for the owner. The young man involuntarily shouted that there were no dragons nearby, and if other monsters really existed. Suddenly, the demon remembered that there was a very suitable monster nearby. and with a captivating smile she pointed to herself, because she sincerely believed that there was no one like her. Kang Hansu looked at Diaroku with a devastated look and thought that it was probably time to punish her properly. They continued to lie in ambush and watch as the monsters of this world approached. Fantastic creatures that do not exist in reality are identified on Earth as monsters. But in this world, a monster is defined by certain criteria, like how they treat slimes, whether they eat them or not. After all, some of the local creatures were friends of the slimes and never offended them. Suddenly, deafening footsteps were heard in the valley. A monster very similar to an elephant was walking on the ground. It swung its trunk and quickly grabbed the slimes, which did not have time to flee in different directions. Kang Hansu thought it was a real elephant because the monster looked so much like him. But Diaroka said that this creature was called Lamborquillon, a very powerful and cruel creature. The Lamborquillon cavalry, breaking through enemy lines, is rightly considered the flower of the battlefield. The young man thought that this monster would not be very pleasing to Professor Cerebret, as she would faint at the sight of him. God was extremely upset and angry because Kang Hansu missed a wonderful opportunity to scare the elf. Suddenly, a huge green lizard attacked Lamborquillon, who was walking slowly. After a moment, the boys realized that it was, in fact, a female of one of the monster representatives. Kang Hansu watched in amazement as she began to strangle the large, clumsy Lamborquillon. The speed completely absorbed the monster, and nothing living was left of it. The elephant-like creature was defeated and became a helpless victim of the lizard. She bared her white fangs and looked around carefully. The monster smelled a human. It was a lamia. She was happy to have found such prey. She could have a great snack today. Suddenly, she saw a young man nearby and looked at him in astonishment. Lamia said mischievously that it was rare to find such a handsome man in those parts. She decided she would take it for herself immediately, without an extension, but Diaroka smiled sarcastically, guessing she wouldn't give up her owner so easily. The next moment, the demon and her devotee jump off the cliff to properly deal with the lamia. However, the exultant lizard said he did not need the female and was ready to fight. Diaroka thought exactly the same, and had no intention of handing over his master to any rival. The demon grabbed her by the tail and pulled with all her strength. The lamia screamed in kinship, but could not free herself. The girl's eyes burned with a bright fire. She said that the owner belonged to her alone, and that she should not dare touch him. She angrily said that Kang Hansu was not the type of person to covet. She then added that low-class creatures like this creepy, slippery lamia had no right to even try to catch her. Diaroka defeated the monster mercilessly, and it was unable to resist, as their strengths were not equal. The demoness wanted to kill her and said that her rival was too insolent for a sexual animal. She prepared to deliver the final blow, after which the lamia would no longer be able to move. But Kang Hansu, in fear, shouted for the demon not to touch her, because the monster could even speak, and there was a possibility of taming her. For a moment, Diaroka stopped and questioned his master, and in the next second the demon realized that her victim had slipped from her hands. Lamia was determined to escape, and wanted to get out of sight as quickly as possible to stay alive. Finally, she shouted to Diaroka that she had had enough for today and would not participate in that battle anymore. However, the monster soon felt some movement behind her and wanted to turn around. But she was unsuccessful, as the attack was carried out by a stronger and more agile creature. Diaroka looked at the photo in horror, because her owner had seen a little thing in the shape of a lizard, but had not had time to take it off. After all, the lamia was swallowed in one go by a very cute blue dragon that suddenly appeared here. God was pleased with the outcome of events and looked with joy at the approaching monster. Patron Asa said that taming such a dragon was a great idea. The guy went up to the monster to observe it more closely. Before that, he had already met other dragons. This monster was very different from the red dragon they saw last time. Diaroka said that before this there was King Alkaiser. He was on a completely different level. Suddenly, the curse was activated. The king's anger and the gentle blue dragon transformed into a raging monster. He flew a few inches off the ground and wanted to deal with the hated young man immediately. A huge, enraged monster raised its huge paw above its head and wanted to crush Kang Hansu. The guy didn't understand why everyone was trying so hard to kill him. He swung his mighty sword, and bright sparks rained down from all sides. The next moment, the blue dragon saw that its tail had flown to the side. Kang Hansu jumped into the air to shield her attacks. He was angry with the goddess. The hand tightened its grip on the sword. The man became furious. He believed that all of this happened because of the goddess who sent him here. Bright flashes emanated from the sword, illuminating everything around with its red light. The guy was hovering in the air, leaving behind a living trail of weapons. It was a mesmerizing sight. The dragon looked at this in astonishment. He was stunned and could not overcome his surprise. The spectacle was so unusual that the monster watched what was happening with joy. Sparks flew in different directions and the sword passed just inches from the dragon. Soon the dust settled, and only a shiny black mark from the gun remained. After a while, the man dropped to the ground. He told the monster in a friendly way that from now on he belonged only to him and would obey all his commands. The friends looked at this cute creature. Kang Hansu said it would be nice to tame it. He asked the demon what to feed the dragon, and she replied that they are not picky eaters. Then she added that this is precisely the problem, because they eat everything. Kang Hansu addressed the dragons peacefully, and they opened their eyes in fright. The guy put his hand on his forehead and told the monster to come with him. As a name, Kang Hansu suggested calling him Kogmos II, as the demon sincerely sympathized with the dragon. The guy was eager to show the faculty and the entire academy what he could do. The friends mounted the dragon and prepared to fly to the academy to impress everyone. And at this moment, Hanu was wandering in the forest. He was extremely unhappy, as he could not even see what kind of people were beside him. The boy thought sadly that he was very tired of suffering on this journey, and that he should return to Hogwarts as soon as possible. The god watching him from above complained that he was feeling severely dizzy. It all started when an inspired young man decided to go to the mercenary guild and receive a task. The young secretary noticed that the boy was as charming as ever and gave him a task. Hanu wanted to protect some aristocrat or a guild of merchants who would be going to Hogwarts. But the girl realized the status of her interlocutor and said that the boy's level and rank were too low for such a task. This made the man very upset, and he angrily asked if it was really impossible to make an exception for the legendary hero. However, the girl refused to agree, and Ohanu was beside himself with rage. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by a lady entering. It was the head of the mercenary guild, Cassandra, the daughter of the dragon, who said that their company was going to Hogwarts, and the guy could go with them. Hanu was delighted. He agreed immediately without thinking, but he didn't expect what awaited him. After all, he expected the beautiful captain to rule the guild of the same prettiest and most charming girls. However, in reality, this was not entirely true. Suddenly, the boy's thoughts were interrupted by a companion who approached him. Another friend of his laughed out loud and said the guy was very uptight and couldn't get comfortable, and that wasn't a good thing. The Khan was angry. If he had known that everything would happen exactly like this, he would never have agreed to this adventure. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by a strange noise. It was the footsteps of a monster approaching. The boys looked in amazement at the monster that appeared behind the thorny bushes. They were female trolls who were enemies of humans and wanted to destroy them. Ohanu's partner asked him to provide support with magic while he fought. The man shouted loudly that level 12 trolls were attacking and everyone needed to raise their weapons. He bravely jumped towards the enemy to wound the troll with his sword, thus buying some time. However, as expected, this method didn't work, and the troll's skin grew back immediately. The next moment, the warrior realized that the enemy was about to attack him and wanted to flee. However, the man did not have time to do this, and the green monster extended a large paw, grabbing the man. He let out a shrill scream, and a few moments later he was dead, having been crushed. The men ordered all the wounded to retreat and prepared their rear ends to fight the enemies. The evil trolls just laughed maliciously. They were not afraid of people and could deal with them easily. The warriors continued to brandish their spears and the fight gained momentum. Hanu looked at this image in amazement. He had no idea that trolls could look like this. The man looked at his enemies in confusion and could not imagine how he could resist such colossi. Suddenly he saw Cassandra scream loudly and fall not far from him. Hanu ran to the girl, started shaking her and asking her to come to her senses. But the man looked at the lifeless body of the commander and thought it was time to make a strong decision. After all, only he, the legendary hero, can deal with these monsters that attacked the entire team. However, his horrified companions warned the hero not to rush into using magic. They told the boy to watch carefully as the daughter of the dragons revealed her true form. Hanu asked in amazement how the injured woman managed to resist the monsters. However, the next moment a cloud began to appear above the friends, and with each passing second it took shape. And soon the travelers saw before them the real skull of a dragon that had descended from heaven. The trolls were a bit confused by this, and saw that an adult dragon appeared out of nowhere. The creature became very angry and emitted a piercing growl and bursts of fire. The dragon's eyes glowed furiously. He wanted revenge on those monsters who attacked people. Cassandra, who had come to her senses, angrily said that now there would be revenge for the entire team. The dragon flew into the sky, and the trolls looked at him in amazement and could not overcome him. With its strong paw, the dragon destroyed the enemy, and it turned into a homogeneous green mass. After a moment, there was nothing left of the trolls. They were already harmless and posed no threat. Soon the warrior commanders stood up and praised her loudly and proudly for the work she had done. Hanu looked at this with displeasure. He was angry that he had not been able to prove his worth. At the academy, teenagers strolled peacefully through the gardens and observed the monuments with curiosity. Suddenly, they saw a blue cloud appear in the sky, and as it approached, the boys realized what it was. A huge sea dragon was about to descend here. The teenagers were panicking and wondering why the monster had come to these places. Kang Hansu sharply and threateningly demanded that his beast behave decently and stop scaring the teenagers. They climbed down and the students watched in amazement as the boy jumped off the dragon's neck. The teachers were also surprised and could not hide their admiration for the boy's resourcefulness. The young man calmly said that he found this little dragon on the road and decided to give him shelter and teach him. He asked the teachers not to judge him harshly and to forgive him for breaking the rules. Kang Hansu wanted to teach his protege commands as quickly as possible, so he went to the nearest forest and chose a larger log. Cogmos II was to bring this log and thus demonstrate the true art of training. With all the strength he had, the boy threw the log aside and ordered the dragon to catch it. The monster let out a muffled roar and quickly went after its assigned target. Cerebrit was delighted, praised the boy, and said that Cogmos obeys him perfectly. Kang Hansu was proud of the compliment, but he pretended to be casual and said it was nothing special. Suddenly, a breathless student approached them and asked the elf to give him a few minutes. Cerebretta said threateningly that it was completely uneducated and also rude to interrupt the class. But the boy didn't come alone. To impress the elf, he brought his pet. The young man said it was his friend, a cute, fluffy little animal in his arms, and it barked in a friendly way. God said it was a rare divine beast, but according to Kang Hansu, it was a puppy with a toy attached to it. Silver said with displeasure that the divine beast's cub was good, but still, it shouldn't interfere with the lesson. Kang Hansu hoped that everything would work out and that guy would take those boring classes instead of him. But his dreams did not come true, and then he still had to attend classes with Cerebret. His plan to get rid of the annoying lesson failed, and the boy was very unhappy about it. After all, Cerebret had already created the divine phoenix, and the baby animal was of no interest to him whatsoever. The black magic class began. The arrogant teacher came in and ordered all the children to sit in their seats. She had to introduce the students to the basic concepts and safety rules of using this power. The teacher asked the teenagers what they thought about black magic. Since most people thought that black magic was evil, she wanted to dispel this misconception, because it was not only used by demons. Kang Hansu remembered that the black magic the village chief spoke of also had special powers. Soon the boy could no longer bear the teacher's boring story and fell into a peaceful sleep, Kang Hansu arrived at the site where the workers were working and told the demon that today in class they had studied the fundamentals of black magic. He was interested in knowing why the elves didn't use it. Diaroka explained that the lifespan of low-ranking elves is not as long as that of demons or angels. The only thing elves can do is stretch and prolong their lives in different ways. They replenish their meager life force over time, so wounds that would heal in a day, even on a human, might take half a month to heal on an elf. Then the girl added that elves were nowhere near demons, that they lived a long time and recovered quickly. She added in a whisper that demons are much more common there at night. Kang Hansu concluded that the problem was in the recovery speed, and the demon was quite angry because the guy didn't understand her hints. Suddenly the workers called them and said that they had achieved their goal and that everything had gone as smoothly as possible. They dug into a tunnel that hid many mysteries, secrets, and treasures. Kang Hansu was delighted, looked at the hole with interest, and was eager to explore the underground life. The friends went down closer to examine the tunnel found by the workers. The guy saw that the depth was much greater than he imagined. He needed to go down right now to discover everything that was there. Kang Hansu asked if the demoness would sink with him, and she replied that she was waiting for her master's orders. In this case, it was decided to descend together into the underworld and learn all its secrets. When they descended, Diaroka illuminated the room with the help of the magic council beam. During the descent, Kang Hansu felt as if he had hit something, but when his friends looked around, they saw nothing. Suddenly they realized that the creature was behind them, and it was a huge green creature. The guy asked what that thing that looked like Happy Pudding was. Diaroka was surprised that her master didn't know of creatures like earth trolls. However, the fact that he didn't know them didn't stop the young man from cutting them into small pieces with a few sword strokes. After all, it was necessary to defeat these monsters to move forward. The next moment, splashes of a viscous green liquid flew from everywhere. The demon covered her face with her hands to avoid getting dirty. The man hoped to get some clue if he cut out their soft, smiling faces. After some time, the friends went further. Kang Hansu realized that these creatures died as disgustingly as they looked. Suddenly, the young man saw that his ring began to glow and react to the external environment. This meant that the head of the mercenary guild hadn't lied, and they needed to find the treasures hidden there. They had been walking for a long time. They met trolls along the way, and nothing else. Diaroka asked if her master intended to solve the dungeon's riddles and secrets. He replied that they could be analyzed after the cleansing. But the demoness said that her master did not even pay attention to the tiles on the wall, whose pattern had changed. The girl then added that Kang Hansu is not popular among people, but if he were a demon, he would definitely become famous. They walked deeper and deeper into the dark labyrinth, following the glowing ring that guided them. Finally, they came to a blank wall, and the guy thought that was where the purpose of their arrival was hidden. Diaroka said that apparently there is another space behind the slab that hides secrets. And indeed, after some time, the friends saw that air was passing through the crack and a light breeze was blowing. Kang Hansu said that when you enter a room, you have to knock, and he plans to not ignore that tradition. Then the man broke the wall with his fist. Stones fell and clouds of dust rose. The room was quite cozy, even the light was on. The young man realized that it would be difficult to call that place a tomb. But now everything was destroyed. Kang Hansu screamed loudly if there was anyone dead there. Diaroka sighed wearily and said that every time her master did something stupid, she felt ashamed of belonging to such a person. The boy asked her to stop being rude and took the first step, but felt the slab move. A threatening voice asked who was there and how the strangers had gotten in. A chained hand appeared from under the rubble, and Kang Hansu looked in bewilderment at who would appear. Kang Hansu apologized for stepping on him. After all, they thought no one was here. The fallen plates instantly moved away, and the person inside began to gradually walk out. He was a large, bearded, middle-aged man, in ragged clothes but with powerful muscles. The man threateningly asked his friends how they had gotten in there, since only a witch could open that prison. Kang Hansu told his companion that they had dismissed this fellow as a corpse too soon, as he seemed to radiate robust health. Suddenly, the man began to tremble, let out a high-pitched scream, and shouted the word witch several times. Kang Hansu said that this uncle had most likely gone off the rails, the demon agreed, because weak people have very unstable mental health. Suddenly, the man became furious and loudly ordered the travelers to answer his question immediately. The man prepared to defend himself. He didn't understand why the locals couldn't do anything but attack. The aggressive guy wanted to punch the boy, but he managed to jump to the side, and so the boy destroyed another wall. The old man kept saying the word witch and trying to capture Kang Hansu, but he was unsuccessful. The guy said that this way the guy who was there caused more damage than him. But apparently there was no opportunity to speak to this eccentric old man. The man did not calm down. He screamed at the top of his lungs and kept repeating the word witch. Kang Hansu raised his sword above his head because apparently the man did not want to talk. So the guy decided that there was no point in continuing the fight and that it was necessary to end everything as quickly as possible. The man covered himself with his hands. He didn't want to give up, and so he continued to attack furiously. Diaroka proudly noted that his master would definitely deal with this strange fellow. Kang Hansu delivered a devastating blow with his sword and managed to cut off the old man's head. At that point, the fight was over, and the guy delivered his perfect finishing blow, decapitating his enemy. However, the next moment the head moved and the young man looked at her, confused. He said indignantly that most likely this old man could regenerate like an orc. But Kang Hansu decided twice that he wouldn't buy it, so he quickly cut it again. The travelers were glad they had gotten in before he had time to reveal his vile nature. Kang Hansu asked the demoness to concentrate and check the old man's status with the study sponsorship. Diaroka wanted to say that they can see the status of a dead person, but suddenly her eyes widened. It turns out this guy was alive and very cheerful and was running towards them again to attack them. The boy shouted to the demon not to let him enter the room. That was the master's order. Diaroka had to follow his orders without question, so she swung her leg with all her might. The next moment, she kicked the man, and he flew straight to the ceiling at breakneck speed. The guy expected a slightly different action from Diaroki, because it turned out to be a little different than what he planned. After all, it was necessary to throw this guy further away, as he could be reborn at any moment. Kang Hansu didn't understand where the clue was, and if that guy reappeared again and started causing havoc, it would be harder for me to find it. At that moment, the demon Kogmos woke up in the dungeon. He gradually began to regain his senses and look around. The demon sadly thought he had managed to survive, but he ended up as a hostage, which was a sad fate. Soon, he saw that the hero Yubora was standing in front of him and looking at him seriously and attentively. The girl turned to him with a question that had been plaguing her for a long time, ever since she had been in the demon's lair. She remembered that Kogmos had spoken of a scoundrel and wondered who he was talking about. Yubora said his slaves regained their freedom and left wanting to follow the demon even when the curse was lifted. But they were told that their stubbornness could lead to Kogmos's execution, and only after that did they humbly leave the place. Kogmos thought for a moment and said with a sad smile that he didn't even have time to say goodbye to them. The girl said that Kogmos still didn't look like a demon, but this statement made him very angry and felt very humiliating. Yubora said he never intended to humiliate him and apologized for his words. Kogmos clenched his fists in anger, but said nothing and remained silent, dissatisfied. Then the demon gathered his thoughts and wanted to say something, but the next moment he changed his mind. He looked at the ground in disgust. He was completely helpless and felt just awful. Then the demon asked with displeasure why the hero spared him and did not kill him. The girl said she could not forget the words spoken by Kogmos in the cave about the cowardice of the heroes who brought an entire order of knights to capture the goblins. Yubora thought his words made sense, and his actions were in self-defense. If he hadn't revealed himself to be a demon, we could safely consider the heroes as invaders. Then, with trepidation, the girl asked him the same question that had been haunting her for a long time. After all, the mention of that scoundrel wouldn't leave his head. Yubora wondered who they could be talking about. Kogmos said that this is a male human, a true monster who knows no defeat or retreat. For him, the level is just a number. If he had attacked the dungeon, No trap or defense strategy would have worked. He would not have found himself in the same situation as the other heroes and would have emerged victorious with flying colors. This man's name is Kang Hansu, cruel and unapproachable. It seems impossible to destroy him. This guy is unaffected by the poisons the demon tried to use to destroy him. He fought tirelessly against the orcs, who were defeated and could not resist for even a day. The demon clenched his fists in rage. The more he thought about that man, the more absurd the situation seemed. With bated breath, Yubora asked if there was any more information about him, but was told that he was a real monster. Digging under him was useless and even dangerous. The girl asked her interlocutor what he was going to do next and what his plans were. But the confused Kogmos said that he did not have a single thought in his head, for all his intentions were destroyed by the saint. Yubora nodded in satisfaction and said it was good, which surprised the demon greatly. The girl opened the dungeon and said she was offering him to be her companion and comrade in battle. At that exact moment, the shackles stopped holding Kogmos and crumbled into small pieces. It was not an easy choice for the demon, because he had to betray his race and side with the pathetic humans. The girl said that was exactly what should be done, but the price would be freedom. Kogmos looked thoughtfully at the light coming from the room and hesitated for a few moments. He understood that even if he refused, as long as the saint existed, he would not be alone. Kogmos thought that even if he managed to escape, he still wouldn't be able to return to his homeland. So the demon made a difficult decision for himself. He said he didn't know how he could help, but he agreed. Yubora extended his hand to him in approval of his decision, thanked him, and said he would await his advice. The girl invited him to accompany her. She wanted to introduce him to the people of the kingdom and her heroic friends with whom she would have to work. Soon after, the prince said that there was news about the destruction of a dragon in the east of the Kingdom of Knights. The hero's task was to track down and exterminate the monsters that had left their lands as a result of this incident. The prince explained the strategies for a long time, but the boys were bored of listening to it all and thought they already knew everything. Alos said that all the guys who have a level below 10th are required to participate in this walk. Kogmos sarcastically commented that a hero who couldn't get past level 10 was very funny and could only be used as bait. The demon looked at Bang Chulsu, who was only level 7, the patron of hero and aristocracy. He thought this guy had a low level, and also the patronage of an aristocrat, which indicates how this hero sold himself to the vassals. Then the demon looked at his companion and thought that the saint had acted wisely in immediately taking the true heroes into her hands. The girl noticed Kogmos's gaze and asked what was going on. He casually looked away. Yubora suggested going to greet the boys, but the demon was not in the mood to communicate and said that he was going to rest and that if they needed him, he would let her call. At that time, in the ruins, Kang Hansu's slaves were clearing the entire territory that was completely destroyed. Finally, the cleaning was finished, and the girls excitedly said that they had completed the task. The boy thanked them for a job well done and sent them back home. Then Kang Hansu asked the demoness how long she planned to stay in the old guard. He tried to free himself, but he couldn't move, so he was immobilized and just groaned in exhaustion. Diaroka yawned wearily and said that all the preparations were finished. Besides, they had gathered everything they could. It was time to finish. The demon stood up and said indignantly that she could not understand how ancient heroines could fight for such a man. Kang Hansu asked in surprise if such a thing actually happened in history. Diaroka smiled and said he had drawn his conclusions based on the frescoes depicted on the walls of the ruins. Furthermore, the demon discovered that the owner of the ruins is a real witch and probably very powerful. The witch possessed unprecedented power, equal to that of the gods, but such statements did not please Asa at all. Meanwhile, the man said that he was captured by the witch, and that he didn't even get the chance to meet his beloved hero and son. Kang Hansu asked why the old man was still talking while lying down, but he replied that his body was suddenly filled with lead and he couldn't get up. The boy peacefully said that as a parting gift he would give the man a consolation gift. He stood up questioningly and looked at Kang Hansu suspiciously. It was not at all clear what they were going to offer him. And at that moment, the guy opened a portal, said a few words, and the scent things fell out of there. Bags containing a large quantity of dragon bones fell on the man. Kang Hansu said that these jewelry will serve as a good support to ensure a normal life. Diaroka said her owner surprised her with his incredible intelligence and prudence. After all, just a few dreams and tricks allowed us to capture an excellent guard. The man was very grateful to Kang Hansu for giving him such valuable things. To convey all the gratitude the elder feels, he will try. He will faithfully guard these ruins at the cost of his own life, and outsiders will not reach them. How could he hold off the mercenary guild's reinforcements until Kang Hansu removed all the treasures from the ruins? God was also impressed with Asa's intelligence and resourcefulness because the guy was able to work everything out with great precision. Suddenly, the travelers heard monsters approaching, of which there were several. The huge trolls screamed and wanted to get to Kang Hansu and Diaroka. They surrounded the guy and tried to hit him with their fists from all sides. The demon took flight and began to circle skillfully above the monsters, and they were unable to catch her. She said there were too many trolls and it would be difficult to confront them all. Kang Hansu agreed, because for every monster killed, 3 new ones would appear. The guy decided it would be easier if they ran away, so he took the demon in his arms and told her to hold on tight. Diaroka started to get indignant and asked why the owner was doing this, but he replied that he didn't want to lose his translator. The guy came up with a brilliant plan to get rid of trolls, but it can be quite tedious. Kang Hansu was awakened by the dragon's wrath, and aggressive guests of the dead monster appeared from all sides. They were approaching at great speed, and the victim was supposedly the guy. But since he was surrounded by a large number of green trolls, the dragon had to deal with them first. Then they began to mercilessly kill the goblins and fight with the dragons. Kang Hansu was happy that his plan worked, and now the monsters of this world were fighting each other. Soon the young man felt that he was covered by the corpses of these monsters and needed to get out somehow. He asked the demon if she was alive, but got no answer and became somewhat worried. The guy moved the bones that were covered above and looked at Diaroku, believing that she had already died. But suddenly the demon opened her eyes and, squinting maliciously, said that at that moment, her willpower died. Kang Hansu looked at the girl in shock, not understanding what she meant or why she grabbed his shirt. However, the next moment, Diaroka stood up and kissed the young man on the lips. This event greatly frightened the god, and he screamed as he considered such behavior completely uncharacteristic of a lone wolf. Then the patron god became completely furious and looked at Kang Hansu with disapproval. Finally, the friends managed to cross the floor and found themselves downstairs. Kang Hansu jumped to the ground and tried to gather his thoughts. Diaroka asked if the owner knew there was a first floor below them. However, the boy couldn't say anything. He tried to compose himself and didn't understand why everyone needed his lips so much. He was happy that the matter was resolved, but this only strengthened the curse of massacre and consolidation. Diaroka said that judging by the ceiling that had collapsed and was recovering on its own, it meant the ruins were created in mythical ages. Kang Hansu added that the same phenomenon was characteristic of those prisoners and the orc. The demon nodded and said that although the saint was able to bring the dead back to life, it was impossible for her to resurrect a person practically from fragments. She realized that when she died, her body was also damaged. Kang Hansu must have known this too, given his patronage of Asa. The guy thought about death because for a long time he had doubts about the interpretation of the physical body and soul that appeared in the status window. However, he was also influenced by the curse, as he could see souls circling around. Thus, the young man could only be reborn with this protection if his soul was not damaged during death. Diaroka said it was theoretically possible, but she had never heard of a sponsorship that could directly control the soul. This conversation was extremely unpleasant for the god. He believed that other clients should not interfere in his affairs. Suddenly, footsteps and voices of huge trolls were heard again nearby. Apparently, they were there too. The guy said that they can't fight them all the time. At that exact moment, his ring lit up, and they decided to follow that glow. Kang Hansu called his companion so they could hide before the jellyfish caught them. They ran for a long time and noticed that the environment inside became quieter and the light from the ring was now more intense and bright. Diaroka said that they most likely came exactly where they were supposed to go. The friends saw a golden gate ahead of them. Kang Hansu noticed it looked like a door, not an entrance to the boss's room. Apparently, this was the final stop. At that time, the demon said that they hunted a lot, and she increased her level very well. The guy was indignant because she only finished off those he caught. But still, Kang Hansu was interested in how much the demoness had earned, and the numbers pleased him a bit because she had reached level 35. The guy was very surprised. He couldn't understand why the level rose so fast. Diaroka explained that they captured many trolls, but the guardian's corpse was at level 38. Kang Hansu clutched his head, wondering how many times she had killed him during the entire time they were there. Suddenly, the gate opened as they reacted strongly to the ring that was in Kang Hansu's hand. They decided to enter, but they would not make noise, as this could lead to undesirable consequences. A beautiful view opened up before the travelers. They gazed in awe at what appeared before them. It was a luxurious room, and right in the middle of it was a gentle, playful waterfall. Because of the steam rising from the water, it was difficult to see the surroundings, but the waterfall was simply mesmerizing. Suddenly, through the evaporation, the friends saw a mermaid who kindly greeted her husband. They soon saw that this was the mermaid monument that was located on the territory of the academy. The demon angrily remarked that she probably hadn't earned all the points to level up, and that they still needed to be filled. The god Asa agreed with her. Kang Hansu asked the building owner what the word husband meant when she used it to refer to him. The girl closed her eyes resentfully and said that it was very cruel of him to say that. After all, she invited him and gave him a sponsorship ring, which he happily accepted. Suddenly, Diaroka realized that it was the great witch of Anbror and couldn't believe that she was still alive. Kang Hansu asked if the demoness knew the woman who owned the place. Diaroka said that in the entire history of fantasy, the only one who managed to defeat the Demon King alone, even without having the strength of a hero, was her. Anbrora agreed with the demon's words and said that now she is a monster, but that before she sacrificed everything she had for love. However, the mermaid did not want to admit defeat. She betrayed her hero friend by taking something valuable from him. The only way to atone for sin was to meet the end, that is, death. And Anbrora wanted her adopted husband to give her what she needed so much. She looked at the guys who came and said that she needed Kang Hansu's death. The guy realized that, in this fantasy world, even the methods of suicide are very fantastic and unusual. Suddenly, the gentle waves turned into raging, enraged monsters that bared their teeth. A huge sea monster crashed head-on into the travelers, and they were completely covered in water. Kang Hansu began to swim with all his strength, with the demoness holding him. The sea dweller laughed happily and said that the boy was very funny and amusing. After all, without wings, how would he glide through the air that would surround him in a moment? With these words, she waved her hand, and all the water that filled the room disappeared. However, Diaroki had wings and caught the guy and held him tightly as he flew into the air. The demon pushed Kang Hansu aside at his request, and the boy readied his sword to attack. The young man used all the favors he had and made a great blow with his sword. He took a great leap upwards and attacked the sea witch, hoping to destroy her. And he struck Anbror directly. The rays coming out of the holy sword lit up. Kang Hansu looked in surprise at the spot on the witch's body where the weapon had hit. He realized that he had failed to execute his plan, as the wound that had formed on the mermaid's body had healed instantly. The next second, Kang Hansu felt the sea waves trapping him. He tried to free himself, but his attempts were in vain. The waves that surrounded him were too strong. The boy said that her hobby was very specific and asked to release her, but the witch only laughed because she tied him up to restrict his movements. She added, laughing, that there was nothing surprising in this, since all wars are simple and not very reasonable. However, this statement gave the subject ideas that he decided to put into practice and used the sacred magic he learned to invoke. Anbrora was extremely surprised because she didn't understand how a guy could use magic without sponsorship. At this moment, Kang Hansu was able to damage his opponent with this magic, and now he hoped that she would not recover. Soon the friends saw that all that remained of the exultant witch was a huge fish tail. But after some time, foam started coming out of that tail, and something appeared from there. A living, healthy witch looked out from there. She smiled happily and said that the magic was simply wonderful. She gently said that she dreams that her entire being will fall under its powerful spell. Kang Hansu decided to think logically. If she had the same regeneration as an orc or a guard, there would be no way to resist her in a closed room. However, the witch interpreted the boy's reflection as indecision and threw a jet of water at him with all her strength. This one took the form of huge sea dragons that were about to attack Kang Hansu. However, the thought had already crossed his mind as to how he could ensure that the witch would not be reborn. The subject used all the patronage powers he had to execute his plan. First, one had to tune in. Using magical powers required concentration. He picked up speed and headed towards the mermaid at breakneck speed. The guy held the sword right next to her, but it was Ambroru who did it. She didn't feel threatened. The witch said that such attacks would have no effect on her. However, Kang Hansu said he didn't care about that as his goal was different. The guy didn't intend to kill her, because the curse of the ruins and Asa's sponsorship could be applied using the experience he had already gained previously. He wounded the mermaid until she recovered, and also so that she could be removed from this room. Kang Hansu opened a portal and threw out the witch's remaining tail, getting rid of her. The ring lit up and intended to pull the young man along with it. However, he managed to resist. Soon the tail disappeared into the portal, and there was no trace of it here. There was no noise, and the sea dragons fell silent. When the mermaid finally disappeared into space, the guy listened for a few moments. He was happy that his idea had worked and that it had worked correctly. Now he could study the mysteries that lay there. But then the guy got worried because the witch was outside these ruins, but her warehouse was also in ruins. The demon calmed the owner and said that if the orc didn't say anything, there probably wouldn't be any problems. The man went unnoticed as she approached, so he jumped back in fear. But the demon said they had a much more important matter that they definitely needed to take care of now. After all, if the witch's gift was patronage, then now there is no reward or guard in the market. And in this case, they can no longer fulfill the purpose assigned to them. Kang Hansu looked around. The water was slowly receding, but at the same time, there was a great threat to them. The friends realized that the ruins were collapsing, and they needed to flee very quickly to avoid being buried. At this moment, the orc continued to train the exhausted and completely drained Choi Gangmin. Suddenly, a tail fell from the open portal, which belonged to the witch Anbror, the guardian of the ruins. The orc was extremely indignant that the supposed hero considered the training stadium a place for dumping waste. Suddenly, the tails began to regenerate, and parts of the sea lover's body began to appear from there. Anbrora returned to his previous appearance. He looked at her in astonishment. He didn't understand what the witch was doing there. She began to step carefully on the asphalt because the tail had suddenly changed appearance. The witch looked at herself and realized that she was in another ruin and that the rules there were very unusual. She realized that training was taking place there, and after betraying the heroes, she needed to continue their education. The orc was extremely dissatisfied. He looked at the witch appraisingly, and she clearly didn't suit him. The monster did not want to work together with the rowan tree, which clearly smelled of rot. Choi Gangmin groaned, took a deep breath, and asked the arriving guest if that hero had sent her there. She replied that this was indeed the case, and that due to a big misunderstanding, she ended up here. The girl introduced herself, saying that she was the guardian of the ruins and the great witch of Anbror. The man asked again indignantly what the word guardian meant, and bad suspicions arose in his head. However, the witch confirmed her hunch and said that to complete the training, the dear future hero must defeat not only the tactless pig, but also her. Choi Gangmin was extremely upset, as he was already quite exhausted from training. At that moment, a crowd of outraged parents gathered near the academy, demanding that the ruins be opened. The academy director was in a panic. She thought about how many problems had happened to them. First, the earthquake that destroyed everything, and now the students' parents were making a fuss. The director noted that it seemed the director's plan to use the temple to monopolize the ruins had somehow failed. He then added about the need to take into account the fact that the ruins are located right below the school, and those who are difficult to ignore have already intervened here. The woman remembered the heroes she invited to the academy, but neither the boys nor the saint even showed their noses. She was lost, because if things continued like this, all the students would flee and the academy would cease to exist. However, the director noted that they could have whatever they wanted. After all, no one would calm down anyway. The director stopped crying and said it was the right decision if they were so eager to take something away. The lady called all the faculty who were at the academy here. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu was completely angry because he had worked so hard for the midterm exam and it was cancelled, and the entire school was in an uproar. Additionally, after clearing the dungeon, he received the much-desired Curse of Greed, which helped hide the stat window. The price of the curse was very high. It was life, and the guy would have been very unlucky if it weren't for Asa's sponsorship. He thought he could only achieve this by improving Diaroku, but it all happened much earlier. Suddenly, a teacher approached Kang Hansu and said she had a special topic for him. It was the black magic teacher. She said she needed Kang Hansu's help. They went to the laboratory, which was a gloomy building located on the academy grounds. There they saw a coffin with a man in it. Kang Hansu looked at it in surprise. The teacher said she believed the boy had a blessing that could offset the cost of the black magic. The girl looked at her interlocutor in astonishment and said that she had heard how he had awakened black magic with his own powers. Kang Hansu said it was true and that he was able to learn how to use it thanks to his student Lisha. The teacher noticed to herself that the boy was also quite modest. She said she had a request for him. There are many controversial issues surrounding the newly discovered ruins, but the academy is no longer in a position to refuse appeals. Kang Hansu wondered if she was referring to the ruins the witch was guarding. The professor said that in connection with this situation, they need to fulfill the Duke's request to revive his dead wife and find the killers. The guy realized that he just needed to use black magic to bring the pipes back to life and ask about the criminal. This was exactly what the teacher wanted. She intended to take the lead role, and the young man should support her. Kang Hansu decided that he could begin this ritual right now so as not to delay it. He placed his hand on the coffin and closed his eyes to tune into the magic. In the girl's solar plexus area, a bright ray of light began to flash. Like his boss, the boy decided he could take advantage of the patronage and revive the Duchess. He decided he could reject that woman's death and offer her life force as tribute. The next moment, a bright ray of light spread inside the coffin and throughout the room. The boy felt his life force being sucked away against his will, which caused pain. The professor noted that it was simply impossible to pay for the resurrection all at once, and that it would be necessary to do it again later. However, the next moment the coffin opened, rose up, and a dead girl began to appear from there. The guy looked at it in amazement. He couldn't believe his eyes. Did it really work? The Duchess's hand grabbed the edge to get up after a long, lingering sleep. The Duchess, awake, said that it didn't look like a temple. Apparently, she didn't understand where it was. The teacher was delighted. She didn't expect the boy to be able to deal with the situation alone and so quickly. However, the Duchess who appeared was very stern and asked people to tell her where she was. The girl also wanted to know what the problem was on Sunday and what they wanted from her now. The teacher and Kang Hansu looked at the girl who looked surprised. It was obvious from her appearance that she was very unhappy about what had happened and wanted to know the details. For a few moments they stood stunned, unsure how to begin the conversation. However, the black magic teacher soon cleared her throat nervously and said that she was greeting the Duchess. The woman then explained that His Grace the Duke had given the order to resurrect his wife. She introduced herself as a Hogwarts teacher and her name was Brittany's. The girl continued saying that she understood the Duchess's confusion, but that she could explain, and meanwhile, Kang Hansu turned his attention to her hand. As expected, it hurt a little only at the moment the life force was withdrawn, but thanks to Asa's patronage, there were no other problems. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise nearby and looked around. because there were strange people in the room. Two armed men killed the women instantly and decided it was time to destroy the boy. Kang Hansu missed the moment they appeared here, but now he didn't know how to react. The boy asked in surprise who they were and continued to stand there assessing the situation. He didn't understand how these girls got there and wanted them to explain what was happening. But the warriors were not disturbed. They were not going to explain anything and prepared their daggers. One of the women who entered threw a dagger straight at the boy, and he didn't have time to dodge. He was wounded in the shoulder and screamed, but he knew that the place hit by the dagger would heal immediately. Kang Hansu said the sneak attack is the best tradition of a criminal caught red-handed. Another girl jumped and covered his face with her hand. The boy praised her for her quick reaction. Suddenly, his hand turned into a gun, and the woman, who did not have time to jump back, was injured. Her partner yelled that the man was dangerous and that they needed to hide as quickly as possible. Kang Hansu said that they should not have approached him and let their guard down, as the consequences for them would have been dire. The defeated woman screamed in pain, but was unable to stand and quickly fell to the ground. She could no longer resist in any way and, having breathed her last, lay there completely dead. The second warrior said she didn't understand how the guy managed to do that. She doubted he was human. Kang Hansu said it was 100% human, absolutely right. Then he added that the second one could be spared and taken prisoner. However, she wouldn't give up so easily, so she gathered all her strength. The next moment, she released a magic that filled the entire space around her. The girl grabbed the ball and started swinging it to hurt her opponent. After all, she had the powers of the fourth demon king, whose poison killed a great number of heroes. But Kang Hansu had a dagger with which he could defend an attack. The girl tried to defeat him with a sword but failed. After all, the young man understood that only by leaving her alive could he discover who was behind them. Then he kicked the girl with all his strength, and she fell to the side, hitting the wall painfully. She screamed loudly in pain and was unable to say anything else, apparently having lost consciousness some time ago. Kang Hansu thought he had overreacted and was afraid he had failed to save the attacker's life. God flew around the girl and said she was very much alive, just a little dazed from the shock. So the young man thought he would have to start all over again and resurrect the Duchess. However, this was not necessary because they were alive and could come to their senses on their own. Soon, the Duchess opened her eyes and said she thought she had already died before she could even understand anything. The professor said it was probably due to the spell cast during the magical resurrection ritual. Kang Hansu looked at the Duchess's head and listened carefully to what she said. And the professor went on to say that, to resurrect a person, at least 5 vital forces are needed, and it is not clear how the subject remains well after that. He said that all this was thanks to the patronage of the wonderful god Asa. The teacher had never heard of such sponsorship and said she had not considered the possibility of encountering a blessing unknown to her. The Duchess said that with the help of the sponsorship, the young man resurrected her, thus accomplishing a worthy feat. However, she was interested in knowing how long she could remain in earthly life. To this, the teacher said that she agreed with the magical theory until Kang Hansu exhausted all of his life force. The man was not pleased with this because it turned out that the nobleman had been rewarded, albeit indirectly, with Asa's patronage. The Duchess thought her life was fleeting and could end at any moment. And to stay in this world a little longer, she will have to protect this young man's life. However, she doubted she would succeed, as she had not even managed to repel the attack. Kang Hansu looked at this in astonishment. He didn't understand why he could read that Duchess's thoughts. He also didn't understand how he could spy on this woman's status window. The boy, furious, said that this was impossible because he didn't even have sponsorship to study. And since she didn't understand his statement, the young man explained that he read her thoughts and could see her state. However, Tanashtana did not believe it, saying that this was nonsense, because thanks to the patronage of marriage, her features were inaccessible to anyone. But the professor said that this was possible because the second resurrection was created precisely thanks to Kang Hansu's life force. Therefore, there was a possibility that the Duchess would become his familiar, that is, the boy's property. He was somewhat confused and wondered what awaited him in this case. Tanashtana was furious, as he considered himself a great son of the empire and could not lower himself to such a level. Kang Hansu wondered how Diaroka would react to this turn of events. That same night, the boy tasted the tea of this world for the first time, and it seemed very tasty. He thought that if there were no such quarrels, he would be able to enjoy tea in a calm environment. However, the young man was not destined to go through this, as he was not alone in the room. Besides Kanhansu, the demoness was also present along with the recently resurrected Tanashtana. The Duchess sarcastically said that demons are under the power of man, and this is a real shame. She asked how her interlocutor was satisfied with the life of a poor slave. However, Diaroka considered it beneath her dignity to respond to such statements, so she waved her hands and said that there was probably a fly flying around that sensed rot. Kang Hansu chuckled softly, amused by the way the girls competed with each other. The guy remembered how Professor Brittany's took the prisoners and asked him to look after the Duchess until everything calmed down. She also said that if possible, it would be best if he didn't show up anywhere for security reasons. He thought that because of the black magic teacher, he now only had another headache. At this point, the girls were locked in a duel. They didn't want to give in to each other and were ready to scratch each other's faces. Kang Hansu angrily shouted at them to be quiet and said that if they wanted to resolve things, they should go outside. At that moment, Ohanu and the rest of the team arrived at the academy. The leader said she needed to provide a report on the expedition, and now the rest of the travelers had a chance to get some rest. Hanu was excited about the free time he had and thought it would be a great opportunity for on-the-job training, but first he needed to eat something. Soon the boy ordered a large and delicious shashlik to satisfy his brutal hunger. Hanu thought he had caught a lot of trolls, but he still couldn't level up properly. However, in the status window, the guy saw that he had a new curse called greed. The guy started to get angry, but suddenly he felt like he was being attacked by a side effect of the curse in the form of diarrhea. After some time, the rested travelers gathered to discuss their future plans. They were introduced to a new client, Count Zeradit, head of a merchant guild called Diaroka. The boy's task was not to protect the Duke on the way to Hogwarts. The Khan thought this made no sense. The Duke's name was one thing, but the title was completely different. However, they were informed that the previous owner had burdened the guild with a series of debts and was sold into slavery, and that the trading guild was currently run by Mr. Zeradite. The young man immediately realized that this was a worthwhile business. Now it was time for a beauty to appear who would become his future partner and take over management of the finances. Hanu decided this was his chance to get a new companion, so he set about completing the task with enthusiasm. When darkness fell, the boy was assigned to watch the fire. He gazed thoughtfully at the burning sparks. Unlike the route they took to pick up the client, the road to Hogwarts was surprisingly quiet. But even without expected attacks, the guild's mercenaries had to be careful. They still remained on guard and were ready to defend themselves if necessary. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the sound of a carriage approaching, where a dove flew in with a note. Hanu thought that the carriage most likely belonged to Zeradite, and that it would be necessary to investigate this matter. While the mercenaries were carelessly discussing something near the fire, the guy decided to waste time and investigate the situation properly. The man bent down and silently walked over to the carriage to listen to the conversation that was taking place there. He was happy that he had managed to get closer all at once, very quickly and without being noticed. The Khan began to listen attentively to what the people in the carriage were saying to each other. The girl said that the Demon King ordered them to hurry up with the execution of the plan, and at dawn it was necessary to warn everyone to speed up. She also added, upon reading the letter, that it was not desirable for variables to appear in his case. She found it strange that the Demon King decided to tell them about Zerodika's introduction while carrying out the task. But the Duke said that the king was famous for his love for his daughter, who was so much like him, so there was no telling when she would do something bad, and they were sent as guardians. Hanu barely contained the cry of excitement that burst from his chest as he had just heard the mention of the Demon King. The guy was happy to have ended up there because if he had stayed to train at the temple, he would have missed this opportunity. But unexpectedly, the Duke said that there was a rat nearby and that it needed to be captured. Hanu was caught off guard and didn't have time to react in time, and large green paws appeared out of nowhere and grabbed him. He was extremely surprised and upset, and also very scared because the plan failed, and he was noticed. After a while, the hero came to. He opened his eyes exhausted and felt a dull ache throughout his body. The Duke's escort looked at the boy, hoping he would speak. However, the hero, with his hands and feet tied, could neither move nor say anything clearly, so he just moaned. The Duke approached and told Ohanu to remain calm and asked if he knew why he was not killed immediately. Then the man said ironically that the guy was so pathetic that he was too lazy to even think of any use for him. The guy was furious. He thought the main character shouldn't be treated like that, and he hated those people. However, the Duke grew tired of seeing Ohana fighting and asked his companion to resolve this quickly. The girl furiously raised her huge green paw over Ohanu's head to stun him with one blow. The guy closed his eyes, thinking that everything was over for him, and he couldn't believe that this was happening to him. However, suddenly the demon god asked if the hero needed additional power. This gave the young man some hope, and he agreed with bated breath that he needed help in the form of strength. At this moment, Kang Hansu was leisurely riding a dragon through the academy grounds. The guy looked at the building thoughtfully. It seemed especially noisy today. He saw that under the windows of the principal's office, there were several people with signs shouting something disgruntled. Suddenly, the screaming crowd was dispersed by the horsemen who said they were on duty. Kang Hansu noticed that these guys' armor emitted a special, mesmerizing glow. Diaroka said that these were the Imperial Knights of the Golden Path, and they should look like this. The guy thought the name was strange and asked who came up with the idea of calling them that. The demoness said that, according to rumors, the knights were famous for mass slaughter and never took the treasures of slain enemies, no matter how valuable they were. Kang Hansu decided it would be best to avoid them and not get involved in unnecessary trouble, but Diaroka realized that these knights never interfered without a special reason. Kang Hansu wondered what could have happened at the academy and really hoped it wasn't related to the Duchess in his room. At this point, the knights gathered in the director's office to explain the situation. The headmistress sternly stated that she was upset by the actions of the knights who appropriated the ruins discovered at the academy. One of the warriors who entered expressed annoyance that the director had interpreted the information they had said in exactly that way. After all, they were concerned about the safety of the students and could not even discern the Duchess's evil nature. The director was outraged because she knew very well what was happening at the academy. Frightened by Tanashtana's rapid career growth, the knights avoided the problem. She asked ironically if they liked being at the feet of power and observed that there was absolutely no chivalrous spirit in today's knights. The woman added that she now understands why the saint does not give them any tasks. A tense atmosphere arose in the room and a long pause hung in the air, transmitting the tension of the speakers. After some time, the knights drew their swords from their scabbards to defend their own honor and punish the lady who spoke inappropriately to him. But suddenly the director came between them and said that they needed to calm down and that everyone was nervous. The man said peacefully that they needed the help of the knights to assist them so they could reinforce security more quickly. He asked the knights to inspect the ruins and said that cooperation was much more effective than useless enmity. After hesitating for a while, the warriors agreed. They decided that they would go down first and prepare everything necessary for the expedition. Then the men left, slamming the door loudly, and there was a pause in the hallway. Then the director asked if they had left and sighed in relief, as she felt uncomfortable communicating with them. He said it was okay, and the knights left. He understood that by uniting, they could achieve more. The lady sighed wearily and said that Professor Brittany's was a big problem. However, the headmistress realized that this was an order from the director. The woman understood why all this had started, because the salary was decent. The man realized that the cursed demon queen Zerokalodi might be behind the recent demonic invasion. The headmistress said that her precious daughter was dead, and the saint also said that she had captured a powerful demon. According to historical records, the saint last fought in battle about 200 years ago. It was during these times that the newly appointed demon king invaded their lands. And when the saint intervened in the battle, then the great demon king began to approach. The woman assumed that a demon could never be on the human continent unless it was someone's captive slave. Now hope was placed in the heroes who needed to develop sufficient skills to resist any threat. Kang Hansu watched with interest as his pet greedily devoured the captured monster. The guy was angry that he had captured the dragon with such difficulty, but due to the demonic invasion, the midterm exams were cancelled. And within a few days, there was a big confusion. He asked God if that was really why he had forced him to join the academy. However, the patron god did not respond. He simply continued to spin and hum songs softly. Diaroka said that the appearance of the demon in such a remote place is considered a serious incident because she herself had not seen her relatives for a long time. Kang Hansu noted that in this case, the demoness might have hidden her horns for the sake of decency and not attract attention. Tanashtana said that half a year has passed since the heroes were summoned, and that period has been enough for some changes to occur. The girl believed that if even the saint, who had become living history for thousands of years, could not do anything, it would mean a brutal struggle for power under her leadership. Kang Hansu suggested that the Duchess not give up, but try to fight for peace alone. However, the woman didn't think this was a good idea, as the incident with her death made her convinced that the demons had minions in the empire. First, she wanted to find out who the traitor was, and it would be stupid to put herself in danger now. Then, after a pause, Tanashtana spoke about the rumors about the ruins from which the seal was removed, because they belong to the most powerful wizard in history, Anbror. She wanted to ask the young man to use the treasures there and help her return. Kang Hansu looked at his interlocutor for a few moments, thinking about how to respond correctly. Then, after a brief pause, the boy said that there was nothing of value in the ruins. Tanashtana was furious and asked angrily again, "What does this mean? After all, there should be treasures there." Diaroka intervened in the conversation and pushed the Duchess to the ground with all her strength. The demon said she was fed up with being brought back to life. Besides protection from the assassins, she couldn't be so greedy. However, the Duchess believed that there was always someone who was envied and who had more wealth than others. Diaroka joked that for a man twice her master's age, it would have been better if she had not interfered and had gone home quietly, out of sight. This statement made the Duchess very angry. She could not ignore the demon's caustic comments. She said she finds it funny to hear such statements, because when the level is high, there is not much difference between the nominal value and life expectancy. The girls started fighting again and settling things angrily, and Kang Hansu said she had just gained another noisy companion. However, the patron spirit fiercely said that age does not matter to the gods. The guy was completely upset because he couldn't find support from anyone. He didn't understand how he had gotten to this point. The knights were unable to invade the ruins due to the endless attacks of the trolls and the loose soil. They believed that if things continued like this, they would soon lose their entire squad and that they urgently needed to find a solution. The leader of the knightly order was furious. He couldn't understand how his people were incapable of dealing with the pathetic trolls. He said they need to prove their skills right now so they can prepare for a new offensive. At this moment, Kang Hansu was standing on the rooftop of a large building, his hair swaying in the gentle breeze. He heard what the knights were saying and didn't understand why they decided to use this particular tactic. But in his opinion, the order of knights is in too much of a hurry to attack, and this is not a very correct strategy. The Duchess believed that the Order of the Golden Path was the embodiment of brute force and wealth, and indeed, their short-term goal of conquest was truly strange. Diaroka looked closely at her master and smiled mysteriously. Kang Hansu asked in bewilderment why she was looking at him like that, because she clearly had some thoughts in her head. Diaroka replied that it was quite obvious that the knights intended to appear interested in the Duchess's case, but in reality, they were thinking only of profit. After all, they are exploring the witch ruins. confronting the Demon King alone, but there is no temple with them. Tanashtana slammed her hand on the table in anger and said indignantly that this could not be, because they were all people of the same empire. Kang Hansu said that it was possible that they were the ones who sent the assassins, but the demoness was certain that in reality there were not many forces capable of getting rid of the Duchess. The Duchess continued furiously saying that it was necessary to immediately get rid of the traitors to humanity and restore justice. Suddenly, Kelowna entered the room and loudly said that there was urgent news for Kang Hansu. The girl said that the highest nobility of the Lake Kingdom had arrived. This was a very significant event. A group of people arrived with the hero and honored Hogwarts with their visit. For Kang Hansu, this news was truly shocking, because a hero had arrived with the nobility of the Lake Kingdom. Kelowna enthusiastically said that it would be a great event for the guy, since he is interested in heroes. Diaroka doubted the true origin of the arriving hero, as she did not sense the fell energy of the temple's minions. Tanashtana said thoughtfully that the Lake Kingdom is located far from the prologue where the heroes settled. Moreover, now the Black Dragon Mogrian and the Blue Dragon Pronos have settled there, which has plunged the place into chaos. It was also quite unusual for representatives of a non-chivalrous kingdom to arrive with the hero, but Kelowna saw no reason to doubt the words spoken by the aristocrats. Kang Hansu decided that it was useless to guess, and that it would be better to verify everything himself by studying the situation. The guy understood that if that had happened, there was no point in running. It was better to check everything out on his own. After that, Kang Hansu armed himself with a newspaper to avoid being noticed during the surveillance. The carriage came very close, but whoever was inside was not visible. Diaroka said they could pretend they needed something inside and check it themselves at the same time. However, the boy did not consider this decision a good one, and asked in displeasure why Mr. God had remained silent. He asked his companion when she had managed to buy the shashlik, but she replied that she had not bought anything, and then laughed at the way the man spoke personally to God. Kang Hansu noted with displeasure that nothing special could be expected from the demon. At this moment, Tanashtana also looked through the bushes to observe the situation. Soon they noticed that the carriage was returning, and 3 people got out and headed towards the academy. Kang Hansu looked at them carefully. It was a man, a woman, and another person. Now the boy had no doubt that his classmate had arrived along with the detachment from the Lake Kingdom. He was definitely a hero who was also kidnapped by the goddess to fight the evil demon king. It was Hanu, from his class. The boy looked at him in astonishment, but decided not to draw attention to himself. Kang Hansu thought that during his entire stay in the mini-fantasy, Odnaklasnik had not changed at all. The Duchess suddenly approached and said that in all likelihood he was one of the new aristocrats of the Lake Kingdom. Then it became obvious that the young man was a famous hero, and Diaroka suddenly laughed angrily. Who would have thought they would meet here? She decided she wouldn't leave this hero alone. With these words, the demoness rushed furiously to attack the arriving guest. Kang Hansu shouted at her to stop immediately and stop thinking about approaching them now. But Diaroka wasn't going to listen to him. She was moving faster and faster towards the people walking towards the academy. Then he ran after her to grab the demon and not allow her to attack. The next second, he picked her up and shouted that it would be very bad if they were discovered now. Diaroka protested furiously and told the boy not to interfere in what she had planned. But the young man believed that it was first necessary to find out why they had come to the academy, so there was no need to rush. He grabbed Diaroku tightly and wouldn't let go, thus slowing down his movements. The next second, he did a huge somersault over his head, then the demon began to fall along with him. The guy let go of Diaroka and she fell to the ground. He said that would probably calm her down. She actually hit her head hard on the ground, and for a moment she couldn't recover. Kang Hansu decided he could learn about the Lake Kingdom from those guys who knew more than them. God carefully poked his head out to observe the situation around him. He enjoyed the demon's shameful behavior and wanted to see her again for an encore. Kang Hansu was outraged by how the god had left him without warning and now returned unexpectedly. Diaroka suddenly appeared among the guys who represented the elite of the Lake Kingdom. They looked at the demon in astonishment and did not understand what she wanted from them. Diaroka told them not to stay as idols, but to go with her. The surprised boys still decided to follow her and approach the bench where they were waiting. Kang Hansu happily greeted the approaching demoness and looked at the companions she brought. These guys could tell a lot of interesting things about the inhabitants of these places, but they were surprised to see that there was a demon there. Tanashtana said with displeasure that she, as a student, should be able to see how demonic spies were placed there. Kang Hansu glared at the Duchess, because in such a situation it would be better if she kept quiet. The boys sat down in front of the young man and began to listen to what he wanted to tell them. Kang Hansu began the conversation by saying that, as had been said before, Zerodite had appeared in this realm. And this man holds the title of Count, but he took his compatriot Kang Hansu with him. And while not all demons are evil, that still doesn't change the fact that it is precisely he who is hostile to humanity. He also irritated Diaroka somehow, so the guy would really like to know more about him. He asked the princess to tell him everything she knew about Zerodite. The girl said that she was not heir to the throne, and therefore had no close ties to the aristocracy. But as far as she knows, the Duke has no merit in the war and did not marry into the royal family. That's why the girl always found this situation strange, which was quite rare in their society. After all, suddenly the careless merchant received a statue of the Duke, completely undeservedly. She added that after that, she learned that he left to work as a caretaker and took care of his property and business. The next night, speaking with the prince, he heard that for his work, the Earl of the Lake Estate had ordered many mercenaries to come from his kingdom. However, an aristocrat of such high rank did not have a single knight, and for protection and escort, he hired no less well-trained fighters, which, suspiciously, happened quite often. Kang Hansu speculated that perhaps the mercenaries would reject such orders, but that was impossible. After all, refusal was the limit, and in the case of patronage from an aristocrat or patronage from a mercenary, after non-payment of a debt, the rank was reduced. The boy added that, as a member of the royal family, he also participated in the escort, but the guarded objects did not say anything until they arrived at the scene. Diaroka said that perhaps those he protected were also demons, but they just didn't show it. However, the Duchess angrily replied that this could not be, because the temple had to find out anyway. She angrily added that the temple has an obligation to protect humanity, and must do so constantly. Another subject said that his older brother, Prince Alos, considered most of the heroes of this generation to possess strong determination. But among them was the most dangerous hero who harmed the people and even destroyed the main source of resources. Kang Hansu realized they were talking about him and thought about how everything could have been avoided, but the vile goddess made such a choice. The boy decided that he would first meet with Ohanu and find out what state he would be in after leaving the temple. God supported this and told Kang Hans that it was definitely the right decision. At this moment, Hanu was sitting in the living room, wondering, perplexed, how he managed to survive and get into the academy. When we talk about seinen manga, it is common for enemies to initially join forces, and Panhanen could not, under any circumstances, no matter how much he wanted to, take away his companions. However, this incident helped Ohan level up, gain experience, and survive, so he already had self-defense and attack skills. Suddenly, the heroes remembered Arya, how they arrived at the temple and fought monsters before that. The young man was overcome by a terrible melancholy. He did not understand why everything was happening this way. Hanu clenched his fists in anger. He couldn't allow the main character to get into such a situation. He cried out to the gods that he didn't know what to do, for he was called the only one, but why were all the problems with him and not someone else? The guy considered himself the real protagonist and didn't understand why he had to go through this. Suddenly, a young man with our voice spoke to him and said that the gods had played a cruel trick on him. He wanted to know about Khan he was talking to, but he didn't see anyone in the room, so he was a little scared. The guy looked around carefully, but everything was in place and the door was closed. The voice asked again if the young man had understood everything he had said. The Kanu was startled. He then released his magic and told the voice to reveal its identity immediately. Suddenly, light appeared from all sides and the boy realized he was in a large, spacious hall. Hanu was surprised. He couldn't believe who was in front of him, but he already had some guesses. Apparently, in front of the guy sat a real demon king who was looking at him with a piercing gaze. The young man asked in astonishment who it was and looked directly at his interlocutor. The man asked how much the Khan knew about the gods and what he thought about it. The Khanu asked if we were talking about those gods who called the boys and gave them protection. The demon nodded in satisfaction and said that it was precisely about these gods that she wanted to know the young man's opinion. The guy said he didn't really know, that they had been given the temple's task of eliminating evil, but that he had never known any other gods. He also added that the guys were called due to the return of the great demon king. The man sitting on the throne was furious. He didn't expect the goddess to start this again against him. Not far from him sat a demon who jumped up and tried to calm the owner. The great demon offered Ohan the chance to come face to face with the truth he could reveal to him. In the distant past, he and Ovelia fought on the front lines to save the world. This information shocked Ohana deeply. He didn't expect that the great demon was actually an ancient hero. And the man continued to tell that once he was called the same as the boys. Her demon noticed that the current heroes have never heard of Ovelia, as she is now referred to by the title of saint. The demon smiled predatorily. He was surprised that the saint hadn't yet grown tired of that false game. Now, Ohanu, you have understood that the saint has been endowed with rights by the goddess of lies herself. And his interlocutor continued to say that 3,000 years ago he was a hero. He fought honestly side by side with Ovenia, who became famous for her exceptional skills, but at some point he thought about it. He was interested in why the level became the absolute unit of measurement. After all, success could be achieved through effort. He went to the library and learned many interesting things there, things the gods had hidden. In an even more distant past, the patronage of a hero had a completely different effect, but one day, a man who was under the protection of an arrogant goddess defeated the demon king, and everything changed. At that time, the demon people were not yet outcasts, and he made a contract with an impatient demon god. Because of the demonic god who was considered one of the strongest, but always spoiled the spring of others with his ardor on the demonic people, where they simply vented their anger. Over time, the conflicts were resolved, but role-playing games continue to this day. Hanu didn't understand how the games could continue when innocent people were dying due to the endless attacks of monsters. This was precisely what enraged the demon, as the gods decided to do nothing but continue fighting and measuring their superiority. The man thought that all this reminded him a lot of the story of the patching up of the gods and the liberator. According to the report of the spies who infiltrated the human domains, the best hero at the moment was Bora. However, the demon believed that the most ideal and notable henchman would be the Hanu. The guy was very distant for a few moments. He didn't expect it to be like this. So he agreed enthusiastically, for there was a hidden secret and he was taken seriously. The young man thought that everything had been planned that way from the beginning and that he would still become the real main character. However, the demon continued, he had a request for the subject that he wanted to express to him. Hanu was surprised and looked at his interlocutor, expecting to hear a request. It was necessary to find the Grail hidden in the Hogavat dungeon, as it was the key that could change the situation. In conclusion, the demon added that for the quest to be successful, he would need to awaken the boy's primordial power. The Hanu was given patronage of the fall, which involved helping the fallen creature and setting his own conditions. The boy was pleased, and with great enthusiasm decided that he would make every effort. At this moment, Kang Hansu was on the lookout to sneak into his compatriot's room without being noticed. And although it was forbidden to walk in those places, Diaroka believed that his master would certainly get there. The demoness said that Kang Hansu could use the simplest method, and she offered to help, using her wings to fly wherever she was needed. The boy asked suspiciously what kind of fly had bitten her, as Diaroka would not help without a reason. However, the demoness was not joking and asked the owner to quickly grab her hand. They flew and began to look closely at the dormitories to understand where Ohanu lived. Diaroka felt demonic energy on the fourth floor, in the second room. So she threw the guy with all her strength, and he broke the window and entered the room. He looked indignantly at his companion and told her she didn't need to throw him so hard. Hanu was sleeping peacefully in his bed, and the young man realized that it was definitely him. There was no more doubt. The stunned man said this was the hero he had been summoned to. Diaroka noted that this was a rather strange formulation for someone who had not the patronage but the curse of a hero. Kang Hansu objected furiously, because he was originally summoned as a hero, but because of the vile goddess, everything changed. With that cry, Hanu woke up and began to gradually emerge from his sleep. The man looked at the people present and was surprised by what he saw. He thought he was dreaming. Suddenly, Ohanu realized that everything was happening in reality and screamed in fear, looking sideways at his classmate in surprise. Kang Hansu noticed that Ohanu had woken up and was greeting the young man happily. He said he just wanted to ask about the aristocrats he arrived with. Hanu interrupted enthusiastically and said that the goddess was the final boss. Then, with special importance, the boy added that he was a true hero and that he would solve everything, for he had revealed the truth about the gods. God Asa heard all this and was seething with rage because this guy should not have interfered in such matters and been so confident. Suddenly a movement was heard somewhere and a man's side appeared. This was not part of Kang Hansu's plans. Kang Hansu said that Ohanwoo is probably not in his right mind, but he wanted to hear a lot of things from him. And even though they are classmates, Kang Hansu will have to take extreme measures and fight him. Kanu said there is a lot of tragedy in this situation and that he is very happy to have had the honor of fighting with his compatriot. So the guy said that even though he was his rival and the one who ran away from his friend to save the world, he would still use his sponsorship. The next moment, the guy turned into a huge angry demon and said he would take revenge. Kang Hansu was surprised when his classmate's appearance became completely unrecognizable. Diaroka looked in fear at the creature that appeared, which looked very much like a demon. The demon said that even though he was mired in darkness, he would still carry the burden on his shoulders. After all, this body belonged to the main character, who was actually supposed to be the only winner. Kang Hansu was ready to fight and prepared his sword to fight. The next moment, he flew into the street and quickly landed on the ground. The boy understood that something had happened to his classmate, and he became much more resilient. He looked at the dust that continued to rise from the dormitory window. At the threshold stood a demon who had once been an ordinary Ohanu, but was now unrecognizable. The demon smiled and said that only such power is fit for a true hero. He added that with this power he would punish his compatriot who had betrayed humanity and would also teach a lesson to all who despised him. However, Kang Hansu did not think that he had betrayed humanity, because the goddess had promised that she would send the original world. The only thing he wanted was to be closer to his family and not strangers. The demons used all the power and patronage they received. Kang Hansu struck his sword right on target and cut off his opponent's hand, and now thick black blood was flowing from it. However, Hanu had the ability to regenerate wounds, so he wasn't worried. The next moment his hand appeared in place again, as if nothing had happened. He rejoiced and shouted that this was the supreme power of invincibility, and the watching gods smiled and praised him. Kang Hansu didn't understand why the ones he had to fight were exactly like this. The guy yelled that his neck was already hurting, looked at his opponent and asked him to get down. However, Ohanu had no intention of doing so, due to the various echidnas his comrade would soon become accustomed to. Suddenly he saw two demons flying and fighting each other. It was the Duke, hovering in the air with the help of his wings, and Diaroka was running after him to get revenge. The girl shouted that she was very happy to have the chance to teach the Duke a lesson. He replied that she had managed to become stronger despite the curse of hunting and aristocracy, but that this would not allow her to resist. The demoness screamed that he was just a worm in her nose and that she would definitely destroy him and also return what was rightfully his. Kang Hansu said they should be left alone, and they need to sort out their confusion. However, Hanu was busy with his own thoughts and did not understand why his rival had such a beautiful companion. At that moment, to become stronger, he decided to connect with all the known heroes. He said with hatred that now he had another reason to hate and destroy Kang Hansu. Hanu decided that he would defeat his opponent and choose Diaroku as his partner, because he could not watch a coward enjoying popularity even in a parallel world. Kang Hansu said that in terms of popularity, it is definitely not him, but Choi Gangmin. Then the guy added that it looked like Hanu was not only strange on the outside, but he had also gone crazy and done a control stunt with his sword. Kang Hansu asked the young man to come to his senses, as his parents would be very upset if they saw him like that. But Hanu replied that they would also like achievements and success in their actions. He rushed into the attack again without fear and had a lot of resistance. The guy said that with such overwhelming power you can do whatever you want. He found a worthy use for this blessing, which was called the Fall. The Kanu said that his opponent would not last long, although he was holding on tightly. But Kang Hansu had no doubts about his resilience, as his opponent, who had given up the title of hero, was seriously injured by the holy sword. However, the demon said that this was just a minor side effect and a trifle to his power. Kang Hansu believed that this was probably just an attempt to buy time for regeneration. However, the next moment his opponent showed a healthy, completely healed hand. The guy realized that other methods might be necessary to win. He decided he could use magic and see what effect it would have. Kang Hansu used a ray of magical light to hit Ohana. Through the nightlight, the knights standing guard saw flashes of magic. They quickly gathered the entire team to go there and resolve the situation. The quick steps of the knights were heard, intending to reach the battlefield and restore order. The professor was furious because magic was not allowed in the academy under any circumstances. Furthermore, they saw that two demons were fighting in the sky and attacking each other. Something similar happened on the ground when Kang Hansu fought Oh Hanwoo in the gym. The teacher shouted loudly for everyone to stop immediately, otherwise he would forcibly restrain them. However, Hanu had no intention of listening to this citizen and did not stop fighting. He told the assembled knights and everyone else not to dare interfere with him. The knights were thrown in different directions by the magical impact directed at Ohanu's enemies. However, there were too many of them, and they all attacked the demons to stop him. The Duke said that things had taken a rather interesting turn. However, Diaroka curtly remarked that he should not get distracted. He glared at his rival and released his claws to grab her. However, in the next second, Kang Hansu flew towards them and became the Duke's open sword. He told the demon to support him in the air while he dealt with the Duke. The knights could deal with Ohanu, but here Kang Hansu also had urgent business. However, the Duke was not worried. He smiled and laughed casually, confident in his actions. He said it had been a long time since a man had attacked him without knowing fear, so boldly and courageously. Then the Duke added that he, the Great One, could not tolerate the defeat of two insects. Kang Hansu saw that his opponent had released magic and wanted to quickly avoid it. Diaroka decided she could handle the situation on her own, so she released the young man. He started falling rapidly without expecting it. Kang Hansu didn't even understand what happened. And then the guy realized he was falling and started screaming loudly at his demon, but it was too late. The Duke smiled meaningfully and said that Diaroka had done the right thing. There was no point in listening to a man's words. With those words, he flew away, and the demon remained to watch him, deciding that they would meet again for a test fight. After some time, the Duke's companion said that she still felt no trace. She asked what to do with the injured Ohanu, and her companion replied that he could be left. The Duke added that the great demon king took special care in providing them with cannon fodder that could withstand the sacred dance. The guy realized that his hand had become smaller and completely inoperative. Suddenly, everyone present heard an evil heavenly voice that belonged to His Majesty. Suddenly, a portal opened and a voice was heard saying that the time had come. The large woman who appeared said that vile Hogwarts was on the verge of destruction. She added that their key had proven their ability to perform their role, and that was a good thing. The Duke and his attendant fell to the ground and bowed. They did not expect the Demon Queen to personally appear at the center of human power. At this moment, Okanu felt that his hand was completely healed and greeted the queen. He hoped that it was about him that she had spoken recently. The queen didn't say a word, but waved her hand at him and opened a portal. The young man began to feel drawn to the idea that he would now be transported to another place. After a moment, he disappeared into the dimension, passing through parallel places. The queen said, "We can't delay any longer, so we need to deal with everything as quickly as possible." Hanu suddenly found himself surrounded by evil goblins, monsters, trolls, and orcs. He was completely helpless and did not understand how he could resist such a crowd. The demon queen believed it was necessary to end everything before the saint interfered. Her Majesty the demon queen had special plans on how to use Ohana. Meanwhile, the temple was in disarray. Servants reported that Hogwarts had been attacked. The saint could not believe that this was actually true, as the academy was sufficiently protected. However, there was no doubt that Hogwarts, where the heroes were to be enrolled, carried out an attack. According to some sources, the instigator was Ohana. The saint sighed deeply. This guy was interfering again. Now all the circumstances had turned into a big problem. The attendant added that a dungeon was recently discovered at Hogwarts. So many people went there were casualties among them, and as a result of the fighting, educational buildings were damaged. And most importantly, they saw clear signs of the fall of the ancient hero called the Hanu. The saint looked thoughtfully at the young man's portrait. Even in such a situation, the goddess said nothing. Suddenly, she made the decision that I considered the best at that moment, which was to go to Hogwarts. At this moment, the knights were working in the academy, trying to put out the fire and calm the panicked students. The headmistress left, determined to see how things were with the knights, but they thought she had come to mock them again. However, the lady peacefully said that she had business with the warriors that might interest them. The knight looked intently at his interlocutor. He had no idea what she could offer. The woman said she felt a powerful response of magical power, which indicates that the intruder who escaped from Hogwarts is preparing a new attack, and it is necessary to remain alert. However, the Golden Knight said they were unable to help because they ran out of essential supplies. Then the man added that demonic power had long since taken root in the Empire and no one was able to defeat it. After all, the knights had run out of supplies as simple as the restorative elixir, which was why they were in such a hurry to capture the dungeon. He added that to crush the enemies, it was necessary to find the Holy Grail, which was kept at Hogwarts, and the headmistress was speechless. After all, there were 3 things that fulfilled the requirements of a true hero: the Holy Grail, the Sacred Dragon, and the sword. But in the past, even the strongest witch, Anbror, who single-handedly defeated the Demon King, would not have been able to win without the effect of the Holy Grail. In conclusion, the Golden Knight said that they were not heroes capable of resisting the patronage of the demonic god. The director thought for a moment and then said that for those who are not heroes, a means would be needed to weaken the connection to patronage. But she was very interested in the question of why the knight decided to tell her all this, since they didn't get along at first. The man replied that it was only because the director had made the request first, but in this situation, it was as if their roles had switched. And now they needed to come together to help each other deal with this difficult task. The knight and the warden made a peace treaty and decided not to fight anymore, but to unite. At this moment, Professor Brittany's was in the ruins, looking around the room with interest, and the old guard asked if they really should have taken everyone. Kang Hansu realized there was no other way because there were too many extra eyes there. They approached the coffin of the girl who had recently attacked the Duchess, and the boy said that the demon who was with Ohanu had used a similar power. The boys decided they couldn't guess, but they asked her directly, and soon the girl opened her eyes. Kang Hansu leaned over her and wanted to start a conversation, but the girl screamed in fear and backed away. She screamed even louder when she noticed the tears the girl was in panic. The boy asked in surprise what was wrong and suggested that perhaps she had hurt her head. Soon the prisoner came out and began talking about who she was and how she got there. It turned out that the girl was the daughter of the Demon Queen, known for her cruelty, Zero Calodia. Kang Hansu said that it was not in vain that he spared her, because now they had a very valuable witness. Diaroka said thoughtfully that the queen's daughter must be of the highest class of demons, but judging by the fact that she didn't remember her, this girl was still a child. The man asked, "What if the queen's daughter was probably a princess? What would she be doing here?" The demon replied that their race has a slightly different concept of children. For the embryo to survive, the mother must share her energy, but there is not a single demon in the world who would be happy to lose a part of himself. And only the demon queen decided to do this for the child's parents. Kang Han-soo suggested that if the girl was so valuable, she could be used to bring Oh-han back. However, the queen's daughter said that this was out of the question because her mother would not worry about such a hostage. She then added that the hero Ohanu is an integral part of the great demon king's plan. Now everything fell into place, the man thought, because his friend was a puppet for the implementation of someone's plans. The young demon asked if the hero knew the secret of confession, but Kang Han-soo replied that he knew the goddess was a liar and nothing more, although in principle he was not interested. The girl said that now the hero summoning is led by an arrogant goddess. She is the main supplier of heroes who fight with the great demon king since ancient times and acts as a link. But in the time of the great hero Cain, there was someone else who was responsible for this. At that time, people knew nothing about the gods, but in time, the time came, and they began to depend on them. Summoning heroes became a way to prove superiority, and this has been repeated constantly to this day. Kang Han-soo now realized that the instigator of everything was the goddess who had less than honest motives towards the boys. But despite all this, the great king thought that the problem lay in the summoning of the heroes itself. Under the guise of clientelism, the hero's freedom is restricted, and he is used as a tool. The demons screamed that this is precisely why the gods are not worthy of being patrons, and the heroes they support are not worthy of being heroes. They dreamed of forcing everyone to admit the truth. Kang Han-soo said he wasn't sure about the need to tell such details. The demon queen's daughter added with admiration that she would be happy to fight shoulder to shoulder with the guy. Diaroka glared at the girl. Her gaze was venomous and malicious. She was furious with such words. The next second, she grabbed the demon's daughter by the hair and wanted to hit her with all her strength. But the boy didn't intervene and told his companion to calm down because something like that would never happen. He stared at the girl and didn't know if he could trust her, as it wasn't difficult to expect anything from demons. Although she seemed quite intimidated and honest, a little extra caution wouldn't hurt. And at this time in the forest, Ohana was sent there. A mysterious and evil ritual was taking place. The subject was placed in a circle specially outlined with symbols, and certain spell words were spoken. Hanu gave his body to the demons, and now this spirit has entered there. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes, and they glowed a bright poisonous red. And then he stood up and began to examine himself with interest, feeling all the power of his body. He looked at the status window and was pleased with what he saw because the sponsorship came from the owner of his new body. The demon queen bowed deeply and said that she congratulated the great king on his fellowship on earth. He decided that he needed to be confident in his abilities and get used to his body, so it would be a good idea to take over Hogwarts. When they arrived at the academy, the demon said aloud that all the pathetic insects remaining in the vanguard should immediately bring him the Holy Grail. Fatigue covered my ears. That voice penetrated straight into my head and didn't allow me to concentrate. And Demon added that if people decide to abandon him, he risks disappearing from the face of the earth forever. The director watched from her office and didn't know what to do. She assumed the enemies would attack, but didn't consider how soon it would happen. The director said that it was necessary to send a reconnaissance squad for protection, but the woman was in a panic and did not assume that it was already impossible to stop the monsters. Suddenly, a knight entered and asked if there was any response from the Empire and the temple. The woman said the temple and the neighboring kingdom responded, but it would take time to send troops. The knights were furious. He understood that it was necessary to resist until reinforcements arrived, but he doubted the capacity of their army. However, judging by the energy emitted by the demons, it is difficult to resist them. These opponents were very serious and powerful, having strong abilities. The Knights of the Golden Path are unable to deal with just a few monsters. In particular, this orc that was nearby and looked strong but not very dangerous. The knight did not understand how anyone could resist them and asked if there was any other way. Suddenly, a teacher entered the principal's office and said that everything was ready and that the boys were also ready for the defense. The headmaster and the knight were happy to have assistance in the form of students. Now they could join forces. The woman praised the fencing teacher for a job well done. Students with the patronage of the aristocracy went to defend the walls of the academy. But the principal doubted whether it was right to do this to children who had no other choice. We were very worried and concerned. The principal asked if that student was among the children present. The woman asked exactly who the director was talking about. I have no idea. And at that time, that student was in the ruins and said that somehow it was cool here. Many monsters led by the great demon king began to approach the academy building. And the headmaster, along with the students and knights, were in a defensive position and were not ready to retreat. The woman told the students that the victims themselves came to them to give them the opportunity to gain experience in a real fight. Some of the monsters will look familiar, while others will be encountered for the first time, but she believes that by joining forces, they will be able to fight evil. So she, together with the teachers, takes responsibility for the safety of the students. That's why the director sent everyone so that they wouldn't participate, but the shift would participate in the fight. It was necessary to teach a lesson to those who invaded his academy without fear. The next moment, a terrible battle began, in which the knights and their students fearlessly fought against the monsters. The headmaster also participated in the battle and used magic to protect the academy and all the children. She fought fiercely against the demon, who in return also had magical powers. The demon was confident in her powers and said that her rival was too weak and incapable of winning. But his strength wasn't even enough to scratch the evil demon queen. However, her rival didn't think so and was ready to fight to protect her share. She yelled at the demoness not to dare belittle the important headmaster of the academy. And in confirmation of these words, she cast magic upon her rival to destroy her. Meanwhile, the guys in the dungeon noticed that the ceiling was shaking because of some loud explosions. Diaroka assumed that some event had probably occurred up there. Suddenly the door opened, and the real Demon King appeared on the threshold, saying that we need to think more carefully about protecting such an important place. Kang Hansu was surprised. He didn't understand who was standing in front of him, because this person looked so much like Ohana. Meanwhile, the mad demon shouted that the heroes of this world must definitely hand over the Holy Grail. Diaroka felt the energy emanating from a man who lived on Earth. At that moment, the demon looked at all the men gathered and said that among them, one looked more like a hero. Kang Hansu said that there was no point in this conversation and that it would be better if the person who arrived said who he was. Suddenly, a multitude of status windows belonging to the gods appeared before the guy's eyes. He didn't understand where they were coming from, because now the guy could barely see his enemy. The patron god began to disperse the steel ones so that they would not interfere in the hero's affairs. The demon stood there, stunned for a few moments, and realized that the Kang Hansu standing in front of him was not simple at all. So he finally decided to tell who he was and why he was desperately seeking revenge on the gods. It was unclear why so many gods had gathered. Apparently they were interested in observing what was happening. The demon said his name was Cain, that he was an avenger sacrificed to the gods for entertainment, and also the great king of the demons. Kang Hansu demanded that the gods leave, as he could not see anything. Suddenly the guy noticed that a fiery stream of magical energy was flying towards him. The next moment, his head was completely covered in flames and disappeared for a while. Diaroka and her companion screamed loudly in horror. They could not believe that this was the end. However, after a short period of time, the boy managed to recover his mind. He said that because of the curious lords of the gods, he had to resolve this somehow. They still decided to separate, and Kang Hansu felt that his body had become whole again. He realized that he had gained a new patronage, inherited from the curses. This news shocked God greatly, and he lost his balance for a few moments. The demon laughed and said that his opponent had received the recognition of the gods in a matter of seconds, which was certainly mind-blowing. The demon asked ironically if the subject was frightened by the suddenly acquired power and if he would be able to use it properly. He then offered Kang Hansu to serve him and thus receive many benefits. But if the devil's plan succeeds, he promises to return the subject and the body he has taken possession of, safe and sound. But Kang Hansu heard this a long time ago, so he remembers how he was deceived. After all, the guy knows an easy solution that is now right before your eyes. He can get rid of the demon king, and thus the gods who sponsor him will fulfill his cherished wish. Kang Hansu made a wish to leave this world with his friends at that very moment, but the demon considered such dreams too naive. After all, to carry out the plan, it was necessary to first defeat the demon king. The guy said he lost his mind for a while just because the gods interfered with him. Now Kang Hansu has regained his strength and will be able to give his opponent a worthy rematch. The demon laughed and said that his opponent had not yet realized the seriousness of it. With these words, he hit the man hard. He felt his entire body distort with pain. It took a few moments for him to come to his senses and recover. The demon laughed maliciously and said that now the man should understand that the games are over. The newly recovered Kang Hansu said that it was true that it hurt a little, but that was no reason to back down. Therefore, the subject began to fight the enemy with special force, as the target was very close. The demon prepared his fist to strike Kang Hansu, but he managed to dodge it. He said he sees through the devil and that these fists can't touch him at all. However, in the next second, the subject still received a blunt blow to the stomach. He lost his balance for a moment and started to fall. The witch was quite big. Kang Hansu understood that his enemy was aiming exactly at the place where he had hit before. Meanwhile, the demon was about to hit the guy again before he got up. They flew several meters forward, and Kang Hansu lost his balance, hitting the ground painfully. Diaroka decided to help his owner because he understood how difficult it was for him to deal with the situation alone. However, the boy interrupted her and said that he himself was capable of dealing with the demon. As he stood up, the young man came to the conclusion that this was not really his classmate, as the force had become much more powerful. And even though the guy was already quite depressed, he still decided not to back down under any circumstances. He said he had a personal score to settle with the devil, since, after all, he was once his friend. Then Kang Hansu suggested to his companions that they quickly flee while they still had the chance. However, the next moment the demon attacked again and threw the guy away, saying that the current heroes have no education at all and that they can talk during the fight. The man looked at his enemy with wide eyes and shouted that he would teach him some manners. The demon jumped as high as he could and wanted to kick Kang Hansu out of the air. The demon shouted that he would definitely teach the current generation of heroes good manners. At that moment, the knights fought alongside the orcs and noticed how the ground began to slip beneath their feet. The orc looked around, perplexed. He thought the earthquake had started again. Suddenly everyone saw that the ground had ruptured and all the buildings around were collapsing. The director turned to see what was happening around her. She didn't understand what was happening. His opponent attacked furiously and didn't give him a moment to look around. Suddenly, the demon felt a magical influence with a very suspicious energy. She looked at the sky and could not believe what she saw, for it was her eternal enemy. The saint was approaching them directly on her wonderful dragon. It was salvation for the students and disaster for the monsters. She looked at the ongoing battle impartially and tried to protect the academy boys. The demon screamed loudly for Ovalia to no longer interfere in her plans. The saint calmly told the director to go help the others, as she decided to face the demon and finally take revenge for all the evil she had done. The dragon also began to fight and accumulated a lot of spiritual and sacred energy. The next moment, he released this energy so that it hit the enemies. The demon wanted to win at any cost and promised her rival that she would end her life. With these words, she threw herself at the saint and released her demonic spell. Her power met the steam released by the dragon, and a confrontation began. The demon decided that she would fight to the end, but for that she would have to defeat the saint. Ovalia descended to the ground and readied her sword, fearlessly aiming it to defeat the demon. They were fighting a fierce battle and no one wanted to give up, so they continued to fight. The devil cursed the saint and attacked him with all the hatred she had. She said that the saint's appearance wouldn't change anything, as the last time she entered battle was a long time ago, fearing the demon king. However, the saint objected that she had not gone into battle for so many years for another reason. Eubora stood on the hill and watched the rays of magical powers that lit up the night sky from time to time. The heroes were full of determination. They had already arrived and were about to enter this duel. The girl said that apparently the saint had gone on the full offensive. Chonmyeon realized they hadn't even developed their skills. Could they really help? The girl remembered that after that incident she could no longer feel calm like before. After all, she was never able to meet Ilman again, who saved her from the attack of evil monsters. Eubora gently patted her friend's face and said they just had to try. She added that the heroes were called here to prevent this situation, and they must overcome everything to return home. Cogmos added that the boys had nothing to worry about. Even if the Demon King had personally appeared in the saint's territory, his strength was already running out. The prince agreed and encouraged the boys, saying that they would make every effort and help fulfill their duty. Chonmyeon finally made up his mind and agreed that it was necessary to try anyway. The girl shouted sternly that everyone would go home anyway. Eubora smiled with satisfaction. Now it was time to start acting and fighting. The guys decided to go ahead and defeat the evil that loomed over the fantasy world. At this moment, the demon hovered over Kang Hansu, who, although he didn't want to give up, still felt how difficult it was for him. The guy needed time to recover, he and only he, as if a sharp blade had pierced his chest. However, the next moment, the man grabbed the sword with his hand and pulled it with all his strength. He was wounded, but he still managed to look at the enemy with all the fury he had. At that time, the knights fought against trolls that were huge and very strong. The monsters intended to crush the enemy with their huge paws, and a malicious smile never left their faces. However, the knight leader came to his comrade's aid. He brandished his sword and defeated the troll. He looked at his brothers and decided it was necessary to raise morale. He shouted for the Knights of the Golden Path to not give in to fear and to bravely go into battle. It was necessary to move forward, even without paying attention to the fact that they were being taken to the defense. Suddenly, the goblins felt a huge torrent of fire that completely covered them. Jongmyeon shouted that she hated the vile goblins and directed her magic spell with all her strength. The hero attacked the enemies with all his determination and began to use the skills he had managed to train. The knights and students were happy that reinforcements had finally arrived and that they were not alone. Swordmaster Prince Alos summoned all the girls and boys to quickly destroy the enemies. At this moment, in the dungeon, the demon looked up, wondering how there was still noise there. He said it was probably Zero Kolodi's work and asked Kang Hansu what he thought. The man groaned and drew his sword. He intended to keep fighting and not give up. The demon said that the loud statements were not empty words and that the heroes were truly doing well. But all his companions have been killed, and Kang Hansu may have no more cards left up his sleeve. However, the man had already come to his senses and asked the demon if he was really asking, since he was starting to talk more and more. That evil guy burst out laughing because he didn't want to show his vulnerability and couldn't admit it. The demon shouted loudly and nervously that he was not afraid at all, which could not be said about his opponent. However, the next moment he bit his tongue because he realized that his nervous statement had betrayed his fear. Kang Hansu smiled and said that his opponent was far from being in the best shape, but the demon replied that he simply wasn't used to his new body, and even if he was a little excited, it wasn't anything to brag about. Kang Hansu said he had no intention of bragging, he was just confident in his endurance. Suddenly, a piercing beam of bright energy pierced the entire room. The demon suspected who it could be. He turned around slowly, still hoping he was wrong in his suspicions and that this wasn't the person he didn't want to meet. And to her great regret, it was she, the saint, who, without ceremony, stepped over the demon who lay exhausted. She said this demon started a fight without even knowing the truth. No one except the great demon king can be his rival. The saint was heading towards the demon to finally defeat him completely. Kang Hansu trembled. He didn't expect their first meeting to happen like this. He wondered what to do now, but Asa calmed him down and said there was no need to be afraid. Although the demon assumed this could happen, he still hadn't counted on this encounter. But either way, it was to be expected, so he was ready to fight her. The saint said she was suspicious when she received the report of the attack, but she doesn't understand how a demon would not be ashamed to steal the bodies of the younger generation. The next second, the woman saw her failed student sitting near the wall. The saint was somewhat surprised and did not greet the hero Kang Hansu kindly. The boy hesitated, but he also greeted the saint and smiled casually. But the demon did not allow him to continue the conversation, for with a blow of his fist, he knocked him to the ground. He muttered displeasedly that Kang Hansu was not invited to interfere. And he was already nervous and tense, as the plan did not go as planned. The saint raised her sword in fury and then struck her enemy with all her strength. The demon managed to dodge the blow and get to his feet, although it wasn't easy for him. They continued to fight and inflict blows and serious injuries on each other. No one would give in. The saint jumped back onto the wall and sat beside Kang Hansu. She said that her opponent had become stronger. The guy asked who she was referring to, the great demon king or Ohana. She replied that it was precisely because the hero Ohanu had become stronger that the great king could use such power. She then praised the boy for being able to withstand such an attack. The demon said that now is the time to celebrate the talks, and it is necessary to finish the battle that has started. He decided that he would use his powers to their full potential and would no longer hold back. However, the saint was adamant. She was confident that they would be able to win. Kang Hansu gathered his forces and prepared to take revenge on the demon for all the blows he had inflicted. The demon looked at the guy with joy. He was angry because he couldn't destroy him. Then the saint entered the battle. She jumped sharply and brandished her huge sword. The next second, the demon howled in pain as it was struck by the holy sword. For a while he stood motionless because the gun hit him so hard. But soon Kang Hansu saw that something very strange was happening to his enemy. His soul exploded and screamed due to the pain that was inflicted upon him, and his body fell motionless to the ground. The scream of that soul was so piercing that it filled the entire space that was with me. Kang Hansu covered his ears. It was unbearable for him to hear that high-pitched scream that was lodged in his head and prevented him from thinking. The saint remained silent. In her eyes there was anger and burning hatred for that creature who was now dying of pain. But still, the demon gathered strength and managed to come to his senses, healing the wound he had caused. He said his rival's methods are also cruel because she uses a sword that cuts the soul. The saint added that the practice is especially deadly for those in someone else's body, so it is best to surrender. However, the demon, with a furious look, said that it was too late. They had almost merged with that body. In this case, the saint decided that nothing could be done and that she would have to do what the situation required. Here it will be necessary to sacrifice someone, that is, kill the demon, his soul along with his body. Kang Hansu, confused, shouted not to kill Oh Han-woo, because anyway, this guy was his friend. But she believed that recognizing something beyond one's own strength is also a talent worthy of respect. And at night he will save the hero Ohana from shame, if only for the sake of his own reputation. However, the demon had already thought of a solution for himself. In the course of events, he opened a hole in the wall. And he said that I flew away, and the souls merged into one. They can no longer be separated. He added that even a saint so powerful that he heals the wounded is not capable of doing so. And a moment later he disappeared into the developing portal, not giving his rival a chance to come to her senses. He then shouted that the dungeon could no longer perform its function and that there was nothing more to be done there. He planned to take over the kingdom and the empire. The saint ran to call her. She could not allow this and wanted to destroy the demon. Kang Hansu was left alone and thought about what to do next, because he needed to confirm his guesses. He had to check whether it was correct to assume that the dungeon was there. It was necessary to discover what was hidden in these ruins, and the sea witch could answer that question. The guy summoned a portal with his sword to talk to the dungeon guard. Kang Hansu quickly headed towards where the orc and the mermaid were. He was greeted by the slaves who were there, as well as by a man the man never expected to see there. Choi Gangmin asked what his friend was doing there since he was supposed to be sent home. Kang Han-soo didn't intend to speak now and said that he needed to find a pig and a fish. And Brora greeted her husband enthusiastically and assumed he had come to see her. The orc was not very happy with the encounter and asked the man if he would return. Kang Han-soo asked the mermaid to tell him what might be hidden in his dungeon. The guy started filming me nervously that the Demon King had invaded the room and turned it upside down. He wanted to make the witch remember exactly what she had hidden in the dungeon. However, she was slow and failed to remember that the young man was angry and rushed to respond. She was silent for a few moments and began to concentrate and think about something. Meanwhile, the battle continued. The saint caught up with the demon and refused to let him live. He was already quite exhausted, but he continued fighting and attacking. The demon laughed and shouted that it was funny to see Ovalia trying to destroy the enemy and crushing everything in her path. However, the saint replied that she wouldn't care even if the entire forest was destroyed. The main thing was to get rid of it. The demon ironically remarked that this was said by a saint who, by her nature, was obliged to preserve and protect all living beings. He said he is the embodiment of contradictions, just like the whole world here. He was happy about this and said that when confronting the gods, it was his duty to test their faith. However, Kang Han-soo, who was riding a dragon, suddenly appeared and was able to strike the demon heavily. He looked at his opponent with hatred and wondered if that guy had really come to bother him again. Kang Han-soo praised his dragon, Kogmos II, and smiled mischievously. But he decided it was time to move on to the next attack that would help the demon come to his senses. The dragon released a jet of water that immediately engulfed the enemy, giving it no chance to resist. The demon couldn't move or dodge. The force of the water had completely stunned him. The saint asked the boy if he had been preparing for an attack all this time. Kang Han-soo replied that it was true, but that he was also away minding his own business. Ovalia assumed that this was a rather weak attack for such a powerful enemy, that it wouldn't be able to hurt him. However, the demon had suffered a heavy blow and was not feeling well after such an attack. His body was covered in wounds. He looked at the hero in astonishment and asked what he did with them. Kang Han-soo was delighted. This was exactly the effect he expected, so he was very satisfied. The saint asked how the young man managed to do this, but he mysteriously replied that he had followed some tips from the older generation who had already exterminated the devil. The demon became furious and threw away his wings because they could no longer perform their functions. It was a complete mystery to him, and he had no idea how the guy managed to do it. But this time he will finish him off and will definitely take revenge for the damage done. Kang Han-soo was ready. He said he would gladly enter this second round and that this time he would not leave without a victory. The fierce battle with the demon continued and no one would retreat or surrender. The opponent writhed in pain and felt his life energy leaving him. The saint asked how the man managed to do that, but he said it was nothing. I just asked the older generation how they exterminated the devil. The demon gritted his teeth in anger as he remembered the hated witch who was still alive and probably hiding the Holy Grail. Suddenly, Ovalia thought she had completely forgotten how holy water could heal the soul. The devil was in the sky. He opened many portals and said that the hero's mockery must come to an end. The next moment, several trolls began to enter the open portals. From other holes emerged goblins and gnolls who wanted to defend the demon's honor. The entire predatory forest kingdom gathered to protect the demon and confront Kang Han-soo. The demon shouted furiously that his enemy had only one hope and that he would destroy it in an instant. The guy decided that he wouldn't lose anyway, since he had a backup weapon in the form of the dragon's wrath. However, the next moment, Kang Han-soo realized that his plan had not worked because the dragon's wrath curse had changed. The young man was furious. He didn't understand why the curse changed shape so quickly, but the dragon god asked him not to mock the dead. Suddenly, a huge bone dragon descended to the ground with a furious growl. Kang Han-soo didn't expect it, but the dragon that arrived was aggressive towards the enemies. He glared at the enemy with a venomous gaze and tried to protect the hero Kang Han-soo. Then the dragon let out a violent roar that stunned the enemies and gave them no chance to resist. The saint looked at the bone dragon. She didn't understand why it came there, as there were no traces of living dragons or gods. Kang Hansu imagined that all those summoned by the king's wrath were children of the dragon god, and he exchanged the curse for patronage so that the boy would stop tormenting them. The gods agreed with this statement and considered that the subject understood everything correctly. The wild monsters began to scatter in all directions because they were afraid of the roaring, evil dragon. The demon looked at his fellow fugitives. He couldn't understand why they became afraid so quickly. He looked closely at his enemy and realized that it wasn't just some guy in front of him. After all, Kang Hansu had a dragon under his command that accompanied the hero of that time, and also a sacred sword that possesses incredible strength and the power of a victor. Furthermore, the demon felt the water of the Holy Grail upon him, that is, all the components to recognize the subject as a true hero. The demon had to admit that he had fought and tried to defeat the true hero of that time. He asked, what was the name of this young man who was able to master all three attributes that confirmed heroism? The guy jumped really high and spun in the air to deliver the finishing blow. He said his name was Kang Hansu, a precious name given to him by his parents. The demon replied that it was a shame to leave such a son as a plaything for the gods. Kang Hansu fell to the ground and felt as if he had been punched for real. At that time, near the academy, knights and heroes were still fighting, trying to defeat the trolls. Suddenly, everyone noticed that the sky began to emit an incredible light. They looked up, wondering what it could be. God announced that Asa had defeated the demon king. Eubora felt his heart beat fast. God raised his hands to the sky and called all the heroes to gather in one place. A ring formed around each hero, forcing them to stop fighting. Asa tried to call all the boys together so they could hear the good news together. From all sides, in the places where the heroes were, a portal formed and moved them. The orc in the training ruins told his protege that with such skills, he wouldn't even be able to see the demon king. Choi Gangmin was furious. He didn't want to let his colleague get the better of him. The guy ran to catch the demon king. He ran brandishing his sword. Suddenly, the young man realized that he was among his classmates who were also there. This was the place from which you summoned them here at the beginning of your adventures. Choi Gangmin sat down exhausted. He understood that he was late, and it was too late to save Fantasia and free her from the invaders. The girls began to tell that they had fought, but at a certain point a window appeared with the information that some Asa had defeated the great demon king. The guy figured this could be the hero who took his place. Eubora said that he was the young man who wanted to return from the beginning. The next moment everyone saw him, he greeted the boys and said he was happy to see them safe and sound. The boys were delighted. They had not expected to find themselves there and could only imagine what adventures awaited them. The next moment, they ran towards their friend with joy to greet and hug him. The boys started asking what he was doing all this time, and the boy replied that he would definitely tell them everything later. He asked about Ohana, and his colleagues said he was nearby, passed out. Suddenly the god spoke, and everyone listened. He said he was ready to send heroes from where they came from. But first it was necessary to ask Kang Hansu what his dearest wish was. The boy said with admiration that this was the first time that the god Asa had appeared before him in person. His wish was to return to Earth to his family. God smiled happily and said it was a shame, but nothing could be done. The next moment, God swung his hammer and the boys knew they would soon be home. Kang Hansu felt like he was in zero gravity and would soon be able to land on the ground. God waved to young Aja and wished her a safe journey and good luck. Kang Hansu thanked God for always accompanying and helping him. Soon the boys found themselves in the classroom and began to look at each other in amazement. They realized they had returned and shouted loudly with joy at finally being within the walls of their home school. They jumped and shouted with joy, hugged each other, and congratulated each other on their successful return. Kang Hansu sat at the back of the room and couldn't stop rejoicing that he had finally arrived home. Diaroka said curiously that the owner's hometown sounded very interesting. The man said it was an air-conditioned place that smelled of cleaning products. However, the next moment he stopped and looked at his interlocutor angrily. She said that, of course, she had prepared something, but the owner didn't say exactly how to send it back. In the end, perhaps the god Kang Hansu always spoke of also fulfilled his wish. The guy asked that at least in the beginning the demon hide her horns.